let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Our window is closing. We only get one shot at this.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Bonjour et bienvenue. Oh, hello and welcome. How did I go?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Okay, it's close enough. Hello and welcome to the fourth day of group stages here. This is where the turns kind of get a little interesting. The tides are coming in and out. Teams start to either secure or, well, secure their playoffs or their own demise. It's a little bit rough, I'll be honest. Jack, hello. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm better than a little bit rough, Rob. I am ravenous. I want some more siege. I've transferred myself onto the morning shift. I've come to join you.
You have. I'm so grateful that you've come to join the good crew for once. How you feeling this morning, mate?
I'm great. You know, I had to work the evening shift.
Yeah,
and
too.
A lot of people say that I look like a discount Leo or vice versa, but I would say you and Lax are spitting images of each other.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same build.
I mean, I'm not going to
both
drop
jacked.
the gun show just yet, but,
Okay.
you know, I might put him to shame if I do that.
I think Lax looks like the Wish version of Jack.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Okay, well, what's more fair is if we actually start to get underway with this show. Let's have a look at how things have unfolded in front of our eyes over the last 3 days. It's been very interesting. Some things have stayed the same and maybe what we had hoped for, whilst other things have completely changed. I'm probably looking more so to Group B with WILCARD topping their group at the moment.
I think it's a fair group to look at. I mean, WILCARD has impressed with them beating Falcons yesterday. I think that was a very big upset, as to be above FURIA and Falcons is something no one would have expected. For me, I like looking at Group A. Just the fact that M80 is not in that first seed spot, it's Weibo that's at the top. That goes without saying that the Munich Major Champions not being in that secured top one is a very big upset.
And the surprises don't stop there as well. For me, it's Group C, and that's one of the most phenomenal groups so far. FaZe Clan have actually come into this and played 5 maps. 4 of those maps, they've won 7-1 on the scoreline. They are running through this Six Invitational so far, but not just that. Shopify Rebellion, G2, losing big games. D plus Kia are in the mix now, so it's all to play for in that group.
It certainly is. Day 3 definitely had its highs and its lows. Its emotions were up and down. However, let's have a look back and see.
What time is it?
Peaks and valleys, that is pretty much what we expect at international events. Again, from the lows of Elevate being knocked out to the highs of Team Heretics booking their ticket to playoffs after an incredible run in the LCQs. This is what we're here for. We're here to make history. And making history, part of that is our panorama. Our monster of yesterday is someone well known to the entire community.
Yeah, it can only really be one guy after that performance yesterday. Of course, it will be Hads from FURIA, and he was simply sensational yesterday. I think his stats ended up being a 3.2 KD across a whole best of 3, 1.5 kills per round. He is the star X-Factor player when FURIA get online, and I think we saw that yesterday, Fox.
Yeah, I mean, he totaled about over 30 kills for his team. The nearest person to him had about 16.
Yeah,
so to
crazy.
be able to individually carry your team that much, I mean, it's something that FURIA has that ferocity. Herds is backing with it, so it's exciting to see. Hopefully we'll see it today.
Day 2's moment was pretty outrageous, but this one may actually be a contender. Grixer, what a way to close out map 1.
What a way. I mean, the stakes behind this, being 7-7 on your first map against W7M, being the underdogs, and Grixer has 5 HP in a Dream in a 1v3 with a UMP in hand, arguably the worst gun in the game, and he's able to get the first kill, does a little wrap around. They have no idea where he is. He gets the second, and then the C4 to close it out, to close out map 1 in favor of OXG. Unfortunately, they still ended up losing the series. That being said, was a great way to set the tempo in map 1.
Look the celebration from him as well, just hands in the air, just like, yeah, that's me.
It's almost as good as a celebration from yesterday, if you remember the little whoop whoop.
Oh, yeah, grabbing Fabian. Yeah, Gavin grabbing
I
Fabian.
completely threw you under the bus there. We weren't even talking about that.
Yesterday,
Yeah. Of course, in that game, they were versing FLUXO W7M, and they are our must-see again today, because I tell you what, this is huge context. They go toe-to-toe with Team Secret. Jack, how do you feel that one's going to go?
Oh, I think that's actually such a close game. I think FLUXO W7M, we spoke to Volts, who said he feels like they're in their best shape in terms of a team ready for this Six Invitational. Secret are looking good. That is an absolute barn burner for me over in Group D.
I mean, there's so much at stake throughout the whole day when it comes to it. Personally, the Black Dragons G2 game set to be for an elimination of Black Dragons lose. They go home, they confirm their spot, and G2 rises above. But if they win, then it's anybody's bracket inside Group C.
Some pretty critical storylines going into today, but nevertheless, we need to get underway with day number 4. Giving his best performance yet. Wow, my words are doing incredible this morning. Leo is a very good waiter, but unfortunately, we need to look forward to this game. Of course, DAYSTAR come into this one. I feel as though with so many up and down storylines, it doesn't feel like they've really solidified themselves after day 1.
Yeah, but they're feeling it. I mean, look at those arrival pictures. They're getting excited for it, and I think for DAYSTAR, that's the storyline, right? Is a team, that we're not necessarily used to seeing on the international stage. They come out the block, Pecan on day 1, they get a clean 2-0 victory over Elevate, who are now unfortunately eliminated from the competition, but it's a clean 2-0 victory all the same. Then they follow it up against WILCARD the next day, and they get 0-2. Yeah. And that's the big storyline for me is, we often level this at teams, coming from your region, Rob, coming from APAC, that they can do it against their own region, the people that they're used to playing against.
Always.
Can they make the step up? Now, there's still potential for DAYSTAR. They will be through. They are into playoffs. So as far as that goal is concerned, it's achieved. But for me, the big question is, can they level up?
Yeah, leveling up is the biggest question for DAYSTAR because they're at a pinnacle right now. I mean, we've seen night and day differences when it comes to how DAYSTAR is playing, but specifically on their entries, it'll be DAYSTAR one day, Nightstar the other day. With day 1, we saw them play Elevate, absolutely smoke showing on the entry game. It didn't convert into the game against WILCARD, but something that they're converting on is their opening kill successfully. But their trades, if they lose that opening kill, is something they're among the worst of the tournament. And that being said, if they get that first kill, it's a guaranteed round. If they don't get that first kill, it's a guaranteed loss. But that's something that we talk about when it comes to leveling up. An experienced team, a very good team, will be able to adapt if they're not getting that opening kill. They'll have other tools in the bag if they want to be able to adjust. And that's something that we haven't seen from DAYSTAR yet. And hopefully it's the next hurdle that they're able to climb past with adapting if things don't go their way early game.
Fortunately, DAYSTAR aren't versing a very good opponent, as you would say. You know, just some team called FURIA. You can see them in the background there. They are former world champions, and by God, are they one of the most dangerous rosters that we have ever had in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, FURIA is just one of those teams where if they don't win a trophy for a certain amount of time, they slowly ramp up, the motivation comes back, and specifically in their interregional leagues, we always see them not really take it seriously, come to an event, and they're slow, flat-footed, but they're already coming out the gate very aggressively, very strong, not only in the strategy, but from huge individual performances when we talk about Herds.
Yeah, they're very much considered a LAN team, right? But I think Herds kind of epitomizes why they're a LAN team. I think with FURIA, I actually talk about them as a balanced team, and it doesn't sound, on the face of it doesn't sound too reasonable to call them a balanced team, because Herds is probably the most aggressive player in World Siege right now. You can see his stats, 64 kills already at this stage in the competition, Fox. I think that's actually more than you got in your entire career, to be honest.
Right. It's not true.
No,
I
think Herds is really aggressive. KZ can be then quite passive, and JV links that front line up really, really well. And then you've got Nade and Philippox in the back line that are equal league gunners in their own right. But I think when Herds is allowed that freedom on LAN, he just flourishes.
Yeah, the strength of Herds is being on that flex role. I mean, that's just something that's so difficult to find success on at this caliber, is being a flex player that always makes the right decision, because essentially as a flex player, you don't have a confirmed strat. You have to be able to put yourself in where it is necessary. If it's on the entry, if it's on the back line, you constantly have to be making the right decision, because you are technically playing on your own based off of what everybody else is doing. So the fact that Herds is constantly making the right decision, not only that, but getting the kills to amount to getting the monster title for today, it goes without saying that it is a very difficult job, but he's doing it.
It must be so scary being an opponent of his on LAN, because you just know he's going to make you bleed at some point.
Yeah. And you know what? Fortunately, I think of all teams at this event, DAYSTAR have a very upbeat tone. I think they know what they're going up against, so hopefully they will be able to ride the waves. But let's have a look at where we're headed for this. Unfortunately, there aren't very many maps that I would see DAYSTAR have any success on.
Not at all. I think Clubhouse is a map that DAYSTAR would find success on, just coming from the APL region. But that being said, Lair being the pick out of FURIA, bringing DAYSTAR to a map that is very sporadic, very spaced out. When we talk about DAYSTAR's strengths, it comes to that entry game. If you take them off that entry, what are they left with? We haven't had that answered yet on a map like Lair and Bank, both big maps where you have to be conscious of time on the entry. It's going to put a lot of pressure on DAYSTAR's back.
I think for Lair, I can see why FURIA have picked it, right? They've played it 13 times across the last year. They've only ever lost it to one team. Who is that one team? Our current world champions in FaZe. They beat everybody else on it, so they're backing themselves. For DAYSTAR, I also, as much as Bank FURIA play it a lot, they have actually lost it 7 times across the last year. They've only, and I say only, got a 67% win rate on it. It's actually their lowest win rate percentage map from their main maps that they play. 67% win rate. So, oh my, do you know what? You're doing the rest of this now.
And when it goes into Cafe, in my opinion, I think that's the best suited map for DAYSTAR to potentially get the leg up, but I just really don't see FURIA letting it go to a map 3. I think the maps favor FURIA, the big aggressive playstyle, them being able to adapt constantly. I just don't see it happening. As for DAYSTAR, hopefully they can get the entry kills where they need it to be. I don't know why you guys keep looking at each other. Maybe.
On that note, instead of these boys yapping, how about we hear it best from FURIA themselves?
Bom dia, Feli. How are you, Philippox? It's good to see you. Quick question before you start off your match here. You're playing against DAYSTAR. What happens when you're in a best-of-3 setting at the Invitational, big tournaments in general? You're a technically superior team. You have a very deep map pool. How do you choose what maps you go to in a day 4 situation where things are practically wrapped up so you don't show too many things?
Yeah, so we are qualified already to the playoffs, but we are not in the first with the first spot guaranteed. So we have to win, and we have to win tomorrow, and we won that first spot. So we are going to make everything to make that happen. And about the maps, of course, we want to play the maps that we played before, to not show as much things as we want to, but we can't underestimate them. So we just made the video like we would do against any other team. And that's it.
Any thoughts on that inside, Jack? I mean, going into this, you know they're not going to underestimate any opponent, but I think it's even particular when you're coming up against a team like DAYSTAR.
I think FURIA are ever the professionals in my mind. They know that they want to protect their map pool and protect what they show, whilst at the same time showing DAYSTAR the respect that they deserve and get past the immediate objective. And I think, Philippox summarized that really well.
Yeah, I think they're a very adaptive, heavy, aggressive team when it comes to FURIA, so it doesn't really matter what map they're going to. They're going to be adapting on the fly. That being said, yes, they want to save their better map maps, but there is no bad map for FURIA.
Yeah.
And that's a situation where DAYSTAR can't take advantage of it. They're going to be playing with a leg tied down. So hopefully we'll be able to see them get their entries off starting hot and go from there.
Is that really their win condition at the moment? Is it really focusing on that entry? Because I do worry for DAYSTAR, if something goes wrong there, do they have ins here?
Well, we haven't really seen them be able to go past what it comes down to the entries. They either won off their entry or they lose because their entry's failing.
Yeah.
I mean, Pika is a big player that you're going to look to, but he always succeeds if the entries are able to find those opening kills. And if they're not, Pika can't get into the positions to be able to close rounds out.
That's kind of critical. I won't lie to you. That's a very critical element to be looking out for, DAYSTAR. But you know who I'm looking out for? Our casters. Demo, Fluke, you there?
Hi, yeah, we're here. Demo, you here?
I think so.
Oh, we think so. It's sort of like a big French philosophical question, right? For you? You think, therefore, you might be?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll keep it for more Fox A's thing. 6-7, Fox? Does this get everybody on?
Yeah. Yeah, type, right.
Type, yeah.
Is that gas?
Can I go? You know what,
fire.
Fox? You take my spot.
Yeah.
Because obviously you two have
I
got something
fully
going on.
agree.
And I'll go with the
Get
two
yourself over
normal
here.
ones.
Yeah.
We can do it.
I think we could. I think we could. I must say, Emmy, your outfits have been phenomenal for this event. And Demo, I'm glad that you're here.
Oh, he did the 6-7. He did it. He did it.
He's hitting it. Where does the inspiration come from?
For me or for him?
I don't think it's for me. I just wear a jumper, you know.
You know what? You know
this
what?
is from like fishing, I think.
You can. I'm on the same, but I'm wearing a flannel in a Parisian chic
That's
type vibe. So how about you take it away and enjoy the game?
Thank you very much, and we will take it all the way towards Paris, I guess, further and further on. Now, DAYSTAR versus FURIA. You think this one's already wrapped and tied up with a nice little bow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to hope him. I want to see day one DAYSTAR. I want to see DAYSTAR develop and maybe try and grow. Okay, you all at home, your team Demo currently, and I'm going to, with the power of positivity, try and win at least a few rounds. But that starts where it all starts, on the first map of Lair. Now, positivity can only get you so far, but having positive results is the most important thing, and maybe I hit you with that sad, cold dose of realism. FURIA have a very good record on this map, Demo.
I mean, FURIA's got a good record on all the maps.
Okay, yeah, fine, but this one especially, it's what, however many times they've been able to sort of get themselves in here. It's, I think they said, what, a 7-1 recent record. DAYSTAR, it's just a shorter period of time, but how do you approach a strong first map like this against a team like FURIA?
Well, from what we kind of know about FURIA is they can play every style of siege. And yesterday, whenever we seen FURIA in action up against Elevate, Elevate kind of went with the approach of, let's go at them hard in the beginning, let's open up with some really aggressive gunplay, and let's throw them off their game.
Yeah.
But FURIA very quickly adapted to that playstyle. And I think that is the main concern whenever you're up against FURIA, whenever you're trying to prep for this team. You can't really prep for them because they can do everything. The multitude of strats that they have for every different bomb site in the game is incredible. I think that's the main concern that a lot of teams have against FURIA. You can't prep for them. You just don't know what they're going to do because they can do everything.
10 seconds
Well,
left
what they
before
can't do, at least this time round, is run a Monty or a Ying as our bands come together.
5
Double
seconds
limitation
remaining.
on electrics, so you will potentially see some mirror usage to slow down certain walls. Steel's going to open up with the clash instead. Maybe try and buy some time, slow them on towards ops and work. It's a bit of a malleable defense. You've got the Echo drone, get yourself some read on intel, and obviously things like smoke to slow down Green.
Yeah, I can only assume that we're going to be seeing a blow take as well from FURIA. You've brought Buck in from KZ, and Buck, I mean, this is a top floor bomb site, so in terms of the vertical destruction from above, that doesn't exist, but you can still do the same from below. So I think being able to get the Buck in and clearing out strong positions, you think about in behind the desk inside of office, that's obviously an area that teams like to try and pressure in towards. Even if you want to try and go for the kind of storage, clearing out the storage player is great. And even look at where this clash is. Again, what are they standing on? Vertical destruction below.
Well, this is the problem, right? As I said, the Clash is going to try and hold on towards Ops. They've already got the breach on the site, but it's just sort of an open room breach. You won't hop in on that. It's too dangerous. They're baiting out utility on the Battle of the Clash shield and just sort of deploying and pulling back and deploying and pulling back. The Buck, in the meantime, wants to get themselves in underneath, but a lot of them stacked here. 3 ready to wrest control of Ops away.
Yeah, I think Clash kind of has an idea that there may be a bit of util coming towards them, so backed up. I believe that there is also a roamer downstairs that perhaps KZ will have to deal with, but never mind. Gonna be the rotate up in towards Skybridge now. But I mean, look, half the round gone, and what if FURIA really gain control of just their Ops at the moment? And nobody's died in DAYSTAR, which I think's key.
I think this is it. There's the Echo that's sort of luring them around the corner. Herds is going toe-to-toe with the Clash themselves, but there's no other support outside of an Echo drone just causing some problems. And again, 4 players from the side of FURIA stacked up on towards Ops. At this point, with a minute 10, you're thinking, okay, where's art pressure? Where's green pressure? Where's the vertical pressure coming from the Buck? It's in some ways a bit slow. I think they're being very direct with it, but the Clash is sort of back and forth, and you can see DAYSTAR, they're kind of wanting a fight. Souffle's still active. There goes the Clash, and now it should be an activation on the side, but Pikanzu gets rid of the Buck, gets rid of that slightly looser player. So now you're seeing that they're actually going spread out far. JV92 is trying to take the back walkway as the pressure comes on towards the door of the site itself. The Clash still causing some problems, and the smoke will slow things down. 40 seconds, and you've obviously still got at least 1 smoke canister, but everything in that Capital's pockets. The Philippox is going to start popping as Hazuki and Joe get 2 of their own. Now it's Herds at least trying to balance back. We know what he's capable of, but he's almost taken out of the equation as the fight happens at the bottom of the main stairs. Joe gets 1, Nate gets 1 more, and it is just Nade left. 20 seconds in a 2 versus 1. As I said before, it just felt like they were a little bit slow to activate, and as they enter into a crossfire to potentially end this round, well, quick to end.
Good, solid hold from DAYSTAR, and the one thing that I want to know is the value that the Clash shield was able to get with the Clash being dead. If you don't know, even if Clash dies, as long as the shield is set up and she's pressed that button to make the taser go, it will constantly keep going after she's dead. And that was the struggle that they had whenever they were pushing in towards Mezzanine. You had that constant shock effect, and then you combo that with the smoke, and there's just nothing happening for FURIA. Look, I think they really struggled with the util that was placed up. They had nothing left to remove that Clash shield because they used their last Flores drone to remove the deployable shield where the Echo was. So I think for FURIA, maybe they have to look at bringing in a bit more utility. I mean, they didn't have any nades. That would have helped out a lot. But DAYSTAR, just using the util at their disposal. Good time management, using the smokes early just to relieve that bit of pressure, stop FURIA on the approach. I like it. Good stuff.
10 seconds.
Pace is something that can be learned and can be ticked into. First round, first game of the day, and FURIA is first on the attack. It's always going to be something that gets you a little bit more teething. Obviously, I love and I talked about it, and the sort of movement from DAYSTAR, right? As I said, they were active. They were looking for a fight. They weren't just sitting, letting FURIA set up. They weren't giving them these engagements. You don't want to give Herds a 1 versus 1 if you can help it. But you want to make sure that he doesn't expect when it's going to come. You could see Souffle being active. You could see the swing down, rocket stairs. You could see these elements of DAYSTAR going, look, we need to make sure that we can almost be that sort of syncopated rhythm to the music FURIA wishes to play. Talking of, there was a couple of pings, but he peeled away before a fight might have happened. But Seal is currently just sat, waiting, hoping that this position goes unchecked.
Yeah, really loose roam, you can see from DAYSTAR. They're not interested in fortifying any of the mid-floor. Just a couple of roamers up there, hoping that they can try and get active. But look at this take, though, from FURIA. Horizontal is what they're after, maybe realizing that there are opportunities just to walk in and pick up some freebies on the players in sight. So now there has to be a big trade game or else they're going to get caught out. But look at this from FURIA. They're always beside each other. If you kill one, you know there's going to be 2 more coming.
And now the site is pretty much empty. Seal has to rotate his way back down. Souffle has to do the same, but they can just sort of watch outwards. They get 1 and miss the second. Souffle they slip away and they just keep going because now they know there's only one person on site. They're just going to push behind the Blackbeard and drive themselves in. There's the easy pickup, and that leaves a loose player. Again, they know he's above. They know they can plant. They know they just have to keep away from the hatches, which they're doing, and they can just watch outwards. That communication you said. FURIA, they keep themselves tightly packed together so they can make sure they operate as a team. Davey92 a little bit slow to react to that, but FLUXO, he brought a friend.
Pretty easy for FURIA. Just for the horizontal take, and that's always the worry, though, with that bomb site, is there's so many different ways in, and if you're a little bit light, and especially if you lose that first engagement, which they did, very difficult to try and get yourself back into a position where you can reclaim that bomb site. You know, yes, the hatches open upstairs for the roamers to get back, but that hatch doesn't really help you if they're pushing in from Toxin side. It doesn't cover that, so really null and void. And I like the way that also that FURIA kind of left just one guy upstairs just to try and catch the roamers if they try and come back to it, you know? But I think it's surprising as well, like they're holding above, and you know, there aren't many verticals too. You know, I think that's what, well, I suppose it's team preference. You know, some teams will make verts if they really want to try and hold above.
Yeah,
but we knew it was going to be pretty loose. We knew they were going to fall back if they needed to. Really, what did they have? A mirror window, and that's it. It's not as though you were looking at the kind of Azami kind of setups with the ADSs and stuff that you would see up there where teams are really fighting for it. I think that's where you get called out. You know, you couldn't really get into the game if you were a roamer there because maybe the setup was lacking that little bit of vert to put the pressure on the attackers.
It was a very hot pace as well, right? And probably seeing the lack of verts went, oh, well, we could just drive right in. We know what was slow about us before. Let's just put the pressure on the site. It was a big sort of back and forth engagement as they took control of, you know, just inside warehouse, toes in towards the site. Then from that point onwards, they had the control and they had the man advantage. Here, keeping the site rotating, as I said, without the electrics, mirror can be that problem causer for those breaches, make them a little bit awkward, get the impact trick if you can pull it off, but they haven't gone for it.
Yeah, that's surprising. You went for the mirror trick, but no impacts to deal with it. Because you can impact from if you've got a player above in the vertical, which we know they're always going to be in. But you know what was quite the mirror window?
Yeah, that was half of a trick. It's like they say, I put the rabbit in the hat, and then they just leave, and it's unfortunately a very poorly rated show.
Look at the pause that he's in, though. He's not leaving. He's aggro close in the breach. I mean, this is high risk, high reward. We know so, because if he gets droned, he's a gunner. But if he doesn't, could get a kill. Wow.
Oh, he got a kill! Just walked out the breach and swung on towards us. And as you said it, if you don't expect it, you can make the unexpected happen. Now this is an expected position. He's being cooked out. There's all the pressure in the world on that man on green stairs, but he's been able to actually slip away. Survived, and then second. Oh, it's a third! Retaking the pressure underneath, and they sort of, you know, flirted with the idea. Come get him. And in the same way traps were laid on the previous round, DAYSTAR, they've got a different trick of their own.
Just swinging, aren't they? I mean, they're really catching FURIA by surprise. And you look at the operators that they've lost. You've lost the Dokkaebi, so trying to clear those rooms upstairs could be a bit of an issue, but more importantly, you've lost that sense. And that operator, we know, is a necessity if you want to get a plant down in this bomb site. But I think trying to get a plant down is probably least of their worries because they're in 2v5.
A little bit of silence. Not for very long. Souffle in an aggressive position again. And it's 5 versus 1 here. And they'll probably have an idea of where JV92 is. But again, you're attacking this site. They still have utility. You've got verticality. You don't have a kit. They would have to hand him this round on a silver platter and say, sorry, we thought you should have this one in the end. But they're not going to do that. Instead, they keep traded rounds. And they are now 2-1 back in the lead.
Yeah, good stuff. And I mean, DAYSTAR, they're vibing right now. Things are going well. I think for FURIA, I mean, we have seen before where FURIA, they've called an early timeout just to change the game plan. We've seen that yesterday whenever they were up against Elevate. So I'm curious to see if Igor might go for it or just going to hold on for a little bit while longer. I mean, I don't think it's rocket science really what FURIA need to do to kind of make these rounds a little bit more comfortable for themselves.
No.
Just expect the unexpected is probably the best thing. Expect the mirror running out of the main breach.
expect some chaos, right? And I think that's maybe where the element of the middle round worked so well for them, is that they were just a tightly packed unit. They had one player above, the rest of them were just driving as a team. At least if the unexpected happens, you have trade game.
Yeah.
You have. Who was in a position to trade a man who runs outside a breach? Nobody.
Well, that's the thing. We see this tons of times throughout the course of Siege. The team which is not expected to win against a big team who is expected to win, typically the smaller team will just remove their brain. And that is pretty scary to deal with whenever you are trying to play a structured playstyle where we know FURIA can play that.
Yep.
And whenever you're against a team who's doing stuff that they have no right doing at all, and it's starting to work against you, thinking, right, hang on a minute. And you almost have to treat it, let's be honest, like a ranked game in that sense.
Yeah, you have to sort of throw yourself in, and you know, it takes a bit of time to wake up, but it's always been the thing about the sort of APAC region as a whole and as a wider unit throughout the history of Siege, as we've said many times, their gunners can gun. That wasn't the thing that slowed them down. That was the thing that terrified other regions about this, was that they always know that chances are that they'll be in a firefight and might get outshot.
It's like a football player who's played football all their life in all these different regions, and they went to Australia, now they're playing Aussie rules. That's what APAC is like.
Now, there is a little bit more on towards this game. I think it was highlights on the desk, but if it wasn't, or it was, either way, I'm repeating it. FURIA, if they can win this series, they will secure themselves top 2 within the group itself, get themselves locked in. DAYSTAR, you obviously have to play Falcons tomorrow for the upper bracket.
It's only Falcons.
Only Falcons. If they get the win today, they won't have to beat Falcons tomorrow, and they can still get top 3. Neither team is the one where you go, this is the must-win, because, well, it's FURIA and Falcons. You're not really, you know, pick your method of execution.
How?
Okay, there is one back, but instantly traded out. And think about the site. Think about where we're supposed to be. And think about what has just happened and who is dead. No Buck, no Glaz, no Lion for the trade of your Pikanzu's army. And you're approaching bottom green?
It's just poor. It's sloppy play from FURIA. There's a guy on green stairs, you've droned him out. Why are the 2 players below not waiting until a Blackbeard's in position? Would that not make the more logical choice?
Well, it's Nade and Herds now. As you said, the Blackbeard, they're quite spread out. They do have the main breach open, and Nade's just going to try and walk in with Herds doubling up. Souffle covered by the smoke, but that will force Nade out. Azuki's going for the cross peek. He might get caught, but Asil gets one more. Well, they know Nade is the last one. He's got someone behind him on Skybridge that gets caught by a grenade.
Oh, hang on.
And there's Souffle, 2 versus 1.
Hold the phone.
40 seconds. That's the last smoke canister. Instead of... Oh, actually, I was going to say he's baiting the audio. And you can see Joe and Seal, they're just making sure that they're still in communication. They're keeping an eye on either side, and they're actually going to pull back.
Yeah, good rotate.
So now they have themselves a bit further away. They're not giving him the isolated fight. If he wants to try and take the engagement, he has to drive a bit deeper, but look at the swing position. As soon as contact is made on one, they'll go for it. There's the first plant of audio. And with 10 seconds, are they going to move in? There's the swing, there's the bait, there's the push and the pressure. There's one! Nade! He's looking for his 4th. He's only got a pocket full of seconds, but Seal saves the day! There's always the possibility. Great players do great things. And FURIA, some of the greatest.
Oh, not a bad attempt from Nade, not bad at all. However, good rotate though from DAYSTAR that we've seen in that 1v2. The Tabaro pulls themselves back.
Escuta,
plays
vocês estão
safe.
falando sobre o drone, só que a gente não tá melhorando. A gente falou do drone, a gente tá perdendo 4 drones. Esquece a gente ficar execando, ficar do lado de fora ali, dronando, coisa e tal, porque eles estão fazendo isso já o jogo inteiro, a gente tá tomando. Então vamos jogar um pouco mais pra pegar kill. Vamos usar melhor os nossos drones, nem que vocês mudem eles um pouco, deixem um pouco mais recuado, mas vamos ter informação, porque senão a gente não sabe de nada que os caras estão fazendo, tá ligado? A gente tá jogando um monte de ideia, ao invés de simplificar o jogo. A gente vai ter mergulho e beliche agora. Vamos fazer uma patinha, a gente tendo os drones, vamos ter drone saguão, vamos ter drone pra maca, vamos ter um drone ali no comando, recuadinho, pode deixar lá fora, mas a gente vai ter informação, a gente só abre o bomba e joga. E vamos começar a punir eles, a gente vira isso aqui 3-3, a gente recupera a confiança e fica mais simples pra gente jogar.
Does he know to breathe?
Doesn't need
I don't think he took a gasp at all
Yeah,
during that
like,
segment.
It was like how like musicians do like circular breathing so they can keep playing the trumpet.
The lungs on that.
I know. I mean, that nade, great player, obviously. We talked about this when we cast Fury yesterday. When you have that backline of nade and Fleapox, I mean, the amount of times that they are still that sort of end boss.
Yeah, round's not over.
Yeah, round is never over. And it got closer than it should. It was obviously a 4 versus 2 to, I think, a 4 versus 1. To then, well, where it ended up. But 3-1 Furia. They've taken their time out. They're trying to get themselves at least the even half here
5 seconds
before they obviously head over on towards the other side. And I guess it's the sort of split here of this team compared to when you and I cast them yesterday. They're a lot more low energy, I think, Furia. They're not quite as snappy into the engagement.
I will say, though, the timeout, usually good for them.
Yep.
That gets them back up and going again. So for Furia, timeout from Igor typically will bear pretty good reward. Never mind.
Yeah.
What's the point?
Hey, we also talked about this in the game yesterday as well. If they take a timeout, sometimes do something crazy and you can try and shake the nest.
But the issue is they've been doing crazy stuff all game.
Yeah, that's true.
Surely that would have been what Igor told them.
That's true. Well, they got rid of the Buck and they got rid of Herds. But, as we said, for Leapox, that backline always reliable. Now they have cams.
Yeah.
Now they have all that intel. It's potentially inside the site itself. They can get the read and then get the idea of just where they need to go and why they need to go there. The balls are coming from inside the robot. They're just going to try and find at least the slow, but you can see they're still active, right? They're still trying to hunt down the potential engagement. Maybe the intel drive, maybe the combination now. Look at the tracks that they have here, Demo.
I mean, there's 3 players off site currently, so they're not going to just give it away.
But the operator selection, maybe this was the conversation. You've got your Deimos, you've got your Lion, you've got your Dockerbeat, you've got everything you can to hunt down these players. Instead of hitting the site, they're going to try and hit these loose moments and get a man advantage. And, well, he's baiting out, but support is coming around from the side of green. They will expect it. Oh, no! Not well enough! Nade caught out by Souffle. Now it's a 2 versus 1, and Seal pushes on and gets that player! They've led them into a trap and played it perfectly, but Deimos gets one on the swing, looks for the second. It's a closer fight than he expects, and he's just going to slip away, but he's got support of his own. Hit the pipe. The grenade will force even further motion, but it's Suzuki. Has the cover on towards JV92, and KZ, a 1 versus 3 all alone. He has the kit far and far away. And a timeout, you say it can be successful. Same can be said for DAYSTAR.
To try and isolate some of these 1v1s, and no, can't even get the guy who he's tracking. I mean, this is, if you're Furia, this is worrying. And they almost look a bit
stunned.
They do.
Bewildered.
Frazzled.
Oh, hit the frazzled comp. I mean, they are, because how do you counter this? They just tried to counter it in the strongest way possible. Yeah, they're playing.
I think you need the shields back in. I think you need that little bit of control. I think that needs to be the play here, I think, for Furia to give themselves a way in. But also, I genuinely think that their drone work is really poor today.
Yeah.
There is a lot of moments where they drone one guy, but they don't bother to see if there's maybe anyone else lurking around. How many times have we seen one of the DAYSTAR players be under pressure by 2 people? He gets challenged on, and then there's a teammate for DAYSTAR waiting in the wings, ready for that crossfire.
On to Bunks. On now towards Bunks. Now, there is this statistic, obviously, when we get close towards the turn of the half. You talk about how these 2 teams handle either half. And over the recent play from the side of DAYSTAR, the 2-0 that they have, they're about 70% either side, right? The thing is, Furia are pretty much the same over the recent 8 times they have played this, with their 7-1 victory. And their attack is just that little bit better. So they do have more in the canister. They do have more in their defense. It's not that they're a million miles away. It's not that they're going to get and be like, oh no, we needed this many. Because technically on a 70% either side, well, you're 70% either side. However, as you said, they need the shield back. They've brought it. They've brought nothing to mess around with breaching. Habana alongside the Thermite. So No more swinging out the breaches. Maybe be a bit more aware of this. In exchange, we've got the Tibber out. We've got things to slow down some of these breaches. With the castle alongside it almost is sort of building a bit of a bastion. They're trying to make things a little bit more intense. Herds and Azuki are having a little bit of attention underneath. In fact, no. Yeah, Herds is above, and it's KZ underneath even. The Blackbeard trying to thread the needle here across the back end of Souffle. They're looking for these engagements, but they're not fully getting the taste of them. They can peel back and pull back. KZ's driven his way up the stairs, and now they've got themselves some attention on towards Art. You called for a shield, and a shield is making sure that they check every corner, check every presence. The drone game might have been missing, but when your drone is a person, it's a little bit more confident to have it backed. But Nade, first shake against him, the second swings round, can't connect. Cannot find that fight right now, Demo.
Still think they're in a good spot, though. They've been able to take in towards Mez. Now they're making their way over towards Art. They've opened up in towards our 6 room now. So in terms of clearing out these players above, I think they're in good shape to do so, but they still need to follow up with the kills. And almost Joe gets taken down, but Herds is still alive, and he's just waiting for that moment to move in there and use that R4C, but gonna be back that shield, like I mentioned. I mean, KZ can just kind of jiggle, peek the door, and gain a lot of info right now.
Still slowing down this vertical control. Obviously, it's a very important part to get. Remember where the site is, but you need to stop it, and KZ gets the swing onto Souffle. There was a second, and the C4 is the punctuation on the fight, but can they find one more? There's obviously the down. There's the cross. And here, with only 2 players still currently standing, and Vertical falling away with 40 seconds, FURIA should be able to push this one into their place. But there is a recollection, and now Joe in an off-piste position, waiting and hiding, could be massive if he goes unchecked. Oh, he did! There's one, there's 2, Joe! And he's just gonna tuck in 20 seconds. Azuki finds one of his own. There's not even the revenge demo. There is just DAYSTAR 5-1 FURIA.
Joe, what a slippy play! My word, and it kind of just sums up the half for FURIA. They're missing so much. Just rotates from upstairs towards exit door, just stands there. FURIA missing so many steps, and DAYSTAR are just punishing them. But honestly, the way that DAYSTAR are playing, it's just so chaotic. There's no structure to it. It's like they've just got a shotgun, and it just went everywhere. And where's it hit? We don't know.
It's the turn of the half. This is where I think chaos can sometimes be reined in. When you're on your attack, you get a bit of space, you get a little bit of energy. You can be the big problem on your defense because, well, they have the pressure of time. They have to check everything. This into this is just... And then obviously, one more. I mean...
Make that happen.
I would be exactly the same. I do that in ranked.
I love that reaction. It's like, whoa.
Whoa. Damn, you did that. I mean, 5-1. But as I said, you know, if you're looking at this, FURIA, they can play a great defense. The problem of those sort of corner hiding positions is there's no reason FURIA is just going to be drifting past your new defense in that sort of situation, right? You have to try and find a way to make that chaos work on your attack. It's not easy. And then say FURIA get this first, 5-2, becomes potentially 5-3, and then it's a much closer game. And some of that energy is removed. But with all that they've got here, the ops take is probably going to be a bit of a nightmare demo, the smoke and the Tajanka.
Yeah, this is the issue with going for electrification bans is you do leave yourself open to the denial operators, and that is mostly your smoke and your Tajanka. And we know the long angles that you can get on towards the default plant position, that blind spot over towards office. Joe, using the glass, is going to rip his way through those concrete barriers right now, but Herds going to prone and stay as safe as he can. Philippox is with him behind a deployable shield. Also with the Shimika very early on, them using the Shanka as still burning time, but in the early stage of the round rather than the latter.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is even with the utility, the ops take is going to be tricky, but here, I mean, they've obviously put a lot of attention in. They're trying to get a barbed wire, and they're shimikering it off. They've got the keepers on the windows. At this point, are you thinking, okay, do we maybe peel back? They push themselves back in. They're looking for the engagement, and they find the aces! Giving them a taste of their own medicine and saying we can swing out on defense as well. For Leapox, he's fighting a fight and gets caught. Okay, that's your Tachanka gone, and now they leave. Pull back. It's been a weird trade of what they've got, but that's the hard breach demo.
Oh, the glass. Oh, just barely misses. He's seen the yellow figure run away. No, not gonna happen. Again, I think that's always the worst, isn't it? You know, you have the scope and you could just see that glimmer of yellow move across and you just think, I've missed my opportunity, but still there are smokes still on the side of DAYSTAR. However, it does come in the form of a Twitch shotgun, may I add. What's he gonna do with that?
Something creative. There's also the idea, obviously, with all that shield position, everything they had against that, they didn't use the Flores that I saw. Instead, Flores was busy doing other work, and here's where I said there might be more of a take! The French shotgun pops! At the same second, there's JV92 getting soufflé. The smokes go in, so does Jaw! Oh, he's able to get hers on the back, but he can't quite find KZ. It's 2 versus 1! His steel is suddenly all that's left. Now they know exactly where he is. He's been rounded upon, and KZ puts it to bed, but they're still just trying, swinging everything. A French shotgun kill. Le Magnifique.
Oh, the way I mentioned the French shotgun and he just runs up and gets the kill in storage. Oh, dear. I mean, look, I think the early kind of slowdown there for FURIA inside of Ops helped them out a lot with the time management. And of course, you think about that first kill, it was the ace.
Yeah.
Big operator to take down right from the get-go. You were able to burn a lot of the smokes too from the glass. So overall, a bad hold from FURIA. They do just about get it in time. I mean, that kill, very important, using the Azami and this. My word. But still, tricky for them. 1v2. Gets them back into the game. Still a long way to go yet. DAYSTAR, that's the top floor that they know they don't have to worry about for a while. We head into our basement now, and you see the hold here from FURIA extending in towards that top floor. I can only imagine that they're maybe also going to use those echo drones in combination with those roamers. I mean, he has 3 of them now, so you can utilize them. If you want to use 2 of them up above, you can.
Yeah, they have to be that sort of active support line. In terms of the lineup as well, it's a big sort of swap round from the side here of DAYSTAR. They've got themselves the Monty to try and drive in. They've got obviously the idea on the verticality, but only pocket hard breaches.
Yeah, I mean, they have the RAM, so you would imagine that they're going to try and go above and use the vertical game, but then you have to go up against that hold from FURIA. And you look at the split. You've more or less got 3 players. I mean, Nade can at any time try and rotate up the staircase and assist if needed. I believe actually JV's actually came back downstairs, so at the moment it is just Philippox above. But I'm sure the Echo Drones won't be too far away from him.
No, they can obviously filter the information. There's a couple of staircases to get themselves back in and back towards it. There's not like a singular route you can get caught off from. There's actually going to be some external droning. Nade just making sure that, yeah, it's Phantom Pressure. They're probably going to rebuild that door. Just get that relocked again. You can sort of change the battlefield, change it back if they suddenly need to have a quick break at the end. Well, they're in on towards Warehouse. There is, obviously, at least one close player, and it's maybe somebody the Monty doesn't want to singly toe-to-toe with. KZ already laid the Grismots. Try and throw a barbed wire, but Seal is this cover. Now, this is a bit risky. If the Ram loses this fight and they haven't done the verticality, well, then that is that again, the same problem. You've lost your ace before. The Monty is trying to get the width to go for the ping. We can see some Boogie Drone has worked its way, and they've actually rotated their way around. But Picantu gets Philippox in the meantime. That's that roamer. Joe goes down, though. They've lost the Monty to JV92. 2 very particular deaths in 2 very, very different places.
Yeah, but look where DAYSTAR are. They are above. They can now start making all of the vertical work. Get the hatch open too with the 10 openers. In terms of FURIA and what util they have, I'm sure the Goyos are still placed somewhere to have a bit of an impact, but minute left. With no Monty, does leave them thinking, okay, We don't have that shield. Who's going to be the first man in to really start pressuring these defenders? And look, they still have the Grim. They still got some form of util. And as I say, they still have the Grim. No longer.
Yeah, I was sort of waiting for that. Obviously, they put the heavy pressure in, but it feels like, as I said before, that playstyle of just finding fights, it doesn't always translate on towards your attack because they're trying that, but they're having to hit themselves against held positions. And while they're ready for it, look at that, just swung around right into a Fenrir. They get the trade out, but they have the man advantage. It's a game FURIA can play right now because, well, they've got an extra body. They also still have an Echo on the board. So they don't even have the kit to try and make the plant happen before the plant can even be stopped by an Echo. They've got to fight their way into Warehouse. KZ gets one. You know where the last person is, and as I said it before, a 5-1 can become a 5-2 and can become a 5-3. FURIA stronger and stronger over these past 2 rounds. And at what point, DAYSTAR, do you hit the let's have a talk about this button?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, and it's always, you know, coach preference, isn't it? You know, when mostly the way that we kind of see the timeouts are.
我们现在都输一些个人的细节，但我觉得没关系。我们大方向前期的大方向其实都做得很对，我们要捞的头都捞到，对不对？很好。那现在我们要做一件事，就是我们换角，我们换个 Dokkaebi 出来，让我们中后期比较好受。我们车可以慢慢用，我们可以砸资源在我们的前中期，慢慢来没关系。但我们就是靠 Dokkaebi 打后期，来，或是你们的车，中期的时候要用好，摆深一点之类的。Got it？ OK， 好不好？我们的配置都不错，继续维持，然后注意自己的细节，好不好？不要太过照镜，好不好？听一下队友在讲什么，那小目标抠出来，然后需不需要5人去打，打一些小执行也讲出来 ，OK，OK，Let's it，Let's go。Hey.
We had a couple of extra seconds if we wanted to use them, but
Dokkaebi was mentioned.
Dokkaebi was mentioned. It's always the thing, like whether, you know, they're speaking any language that we don't understand, the operator names are the same. So we can get that. We got Dokkaebi mentioned. And as you can see, Dokkaebi is currently in the hands of Joe. They're just maybe going to try and give themselves something before the push. Potentially you're looking at a combination with the Grim. Because think about the couple of takes there, swinging angles and just getting caught out.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, the timeout obviously going to be used as a circuit breaker. You know, just to kind of kill the momentum, if you can, of FURIA. But then also, of course, benefit yourself and try and get a quick fix. And, you know, they mentioned about that Dokkaebi. And if you look at the lineup, don't see the Dokkaebi. There's a lot of talk about Dokkaebi and not there.
No, and a lot of talk about Grim and using that to swing on it. Not there. Instead, they're going to go for a traditional take here. You've got the sense. Try and get those roly-poly light walls out. Go for the cheeky plant. The problem is there's just soulless. So as we have seen the past couple of rounds, DAYSTAR have brought a very important operator for a take, and then the first person to die.
Yeah, look, you have the Blitz, and typically we don't see the Blitz be used on this bomb site too often because you're never really going to be in a position with the way that defenders usually set up where you can isolate a kill, which is where Blitz is fantastic at. We know that.
Yeah.
And it's not as though that you're crossing a massive open divide because you have the sense to do that job, so Blitz, I mean, you don't need that. So I can only assume that Blitz is going to be used as more of a distraction tool for the players above and try and get those roamers off the verticals to try and get in and go for that plant.
Well, they're just trying to make sure that green is clear, but they're going to go for the close down on the verticality first. That is a good move. Get rid of those destructible ingredients, otherwise you'll find yourself stunned halfway down a corridor and then probably quickly finish off. This wall being soft just means that they're going to get the work done in a slightly different way, but it's a hands-off hold, right? They're all above. They have the Solace. They're sort of saying, come on in. The side is fine. It's yours. Take it. And then suddenly they'll die. They've got a very wide hold above. KZ all the way on towards the sort of walkway, top of the rocket stairs. JV92's holding on towards Art. And you've got the double down top green. They know that's where the pressure's coming from because the Solace is reading everything. And they're happy to sort of just sit in this situation, and the gunfight has to be forced here above at some point. Maybe we'll see a bit of a bait. There's a risk chance DAYSTAR could go with here of ignoring the verticality, trying to go for the plant with the shield on the back and seeing what happens next.
Yeah, but it's all about the Solace, isn't it? That's the main issue that they're going to have to try and suffer with.
There it is, immediately. Straight in.
I've just realized they're going to use the Thatcher to try and disable the Solace gadget.
Well, here's the play, here's the go on the plant, and you're right, you're a genius. They're going to go for it with the shield on the back, but Not quite genius enough. Nade finds Joe. They've lost the shield. As said, the important operator often gets caught out first. And now, well, what do you do? The kid stuck in the middle, and you've also now lost the thermite. 5 versus 3. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, it did not quite pay off. And now, FURIA, they can sit there. They have this man advantage once again. They're holding onto these angles, waiting for things to come together. And remember, this is the tertiary site. This was the one where if DAYSTAR could have won just this site twice, they win the map. And now as it sort of trickles through their fingers and falls away into probably a flawless, well, that fear might start to appear. Not a flawless, ooh. Not much worse.
Do we put that under Herds' total for the event?
Yeah, take one on. Or do we take one away? Sprabooni. I'm gonna press my Sprabooni button. How do you count it?
Not like it's like it spawns in, you just press the button, it just appears.
It's like a giant signal that goes up above the event. If you ever need any stat.
Can't sing, that's copyright.
Oh. We'll have to invent our own superhero-themed theme for Saturday morning's Sprabooni-based cartoon. Okay, we're going too deep into the Sprabooni-verse. 5-4, and they've lost the round after their time out. They've lost 3 rounds in a row. The perfect rotation from FURIA. And you can see the energy has dropped.
Yeah, and this is always the scary thing about the Brazilians. You know, any of them. It's not just FURIA, all of them. They just love a good snowball, don't they? And it's that momentum-based siege that FURIA... I mean, that's what they've dominated with throughout their careers. You think about the Invitational that they won. It was down to a momentum-based comeback.
Yeah. It's the sort of...
Attackers have located a bomb.
I guess when you have a team that falls within their own expectations of what they believe they can get, whether it's a game like this, more so than the final, where they go, oh yeah, we're winning now, this is where we're supposed to be, they settle. And then because they settle, they then play better. And then it's always the expectation on the side of DAYSTAR of, oh, we were so close. Even though they're still so close. Even though they're still on 5 rounds, they're still only 2 rounds away, and we've at least got a couple left. But the element of, we had all the momentum, we were so close, now they are closer, it starts to eat away at you. And for what was a map where, let's be honest, us and the analysts had already sort of written this one off and expected, if anything, DAYSTAR would pull it off at map 2 and map 3. FURIA have reasserted, reassessed, and redefined what they can do. But remember, it was a massive utility battle here on towards Ops, and as you said before, the problem with FURIA is, well, they can make a million problems. They always have a plan B and a plan C for when plan D falls into plan E territory.
Well, the opening strat here from the defense, pretty much the same as the last time they were up here. It's that combination of that Tachanka trying to stop anyone walking in towards Ops, and then have that supportive figure. The Izami has been banned away, so they don't have to deal with that. However,
yep,
Mira comes in as the swift replacement. Hey, so again, it's another obstacle that DAYSTAR are going to have to try and get through. There's going to be a lot of pressure, of course, onto the Ace to try and remove said mirror window. Last time he did get picked off like immediately whenever he tried this, so he's just to be very careful and just about gets in there with the Selma. Now that mirror window, it's gone. Forced them back into the bomb site, so half the round wasted. Pretty good for FURIA.
Half the round and a pocket full of fire, but still more than enough to try and balance out the rest if they go for the plant alongside the 3 smokes and the 2 C4s. It's going to be a tricky place. They also have the last minute Dawn gadget. Love to see, obviously, the adaptation of her, how she's played with the big changes towards her gadget. It is now a lot more dangerous for teams, especially if they're going for the plant, and how you can try and maybe play against it. Joe on the smoke was able to make a few things happen. Talking of, there's one on the art window. Thorn can keep herself sort of preoccupied, swinging back and forth. They're well aware of this position, but without anything like a Ying to put the pressure out, it's going to have to potentially be Grim over the top. Try and force the motion as Herds gets the opener, gets rid of the Glaz though. This follow-through fight is one for KZ to lock in. Seal pops just off the side. There's one more for Herds. And now we have sort of just picking them off one at a time. That is that flawless round demo.
Yeah, literally, as you said, 1 by 1 by 1. Nobody trading back. Obviously, you can see that a lot of those kills, it's just solo pushes. Bit of a worry there for DAYSTAR. They need to try and work more as a unit.
Yep.
Of course, the time management is going to come into it, but that's what's going to happen if you don't ban Tachanka and Smoke. This is what you have to play against on that top floor. And that's where then we have to sit there and question the choice of bans. You know, yes, the electrifications have their own struggles, but me personally, I don't know how you feel, I would much rather deal with a Bandit and a Cade compared to the absolute mess that is the Smoke and the Tachanka. You know, I think if you're dealing with a Bandit or a Cade, Buck Below kind of solves that problem. Thatcher does exist.
Oh, yeah.
But what's the counterplay to a Tachanka and a Smoke? Who just sat in the heart of the bomb site where you can't touch them, and they're stopping your default plan.
Oh, you want me to answer? I thought you were going to punctuate.
You play the game.
Located by
Sometimes.
5 seconds left.
Is it in Azami? Joking.
I'll give you multiple choice.
Go on, then.
Hackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I mean, okay. Sorry, I've actually forgotten the question because I'm kind of distracted by reading the lineup. Put Buck pressure in. Where are you going, Souffle?
Yeah, I mean...
Where is Amaru?
Oh, never.
Nowhere.
Well, at least he tried.
Okay.
At least he had fun. I think. Yeah, I don't even know what the plan would have been with the Amaru apart from take early map control upstairs. But then he's just running outside and spawn peeked. So, well, I'll not question it. APAC. Don't question these things.
Once again, an operator they've brought to try and be a difference, to try and be a problem child has been sort of put to bed.
You think the Amarus are the problem childs of Siege?
Yeah. And the people who play Amaru.
You've offended all 2 people.
Do you know what, right? Okay, I'll talk about this later, about how you play this operator, and have said to me verbatim, I hope you're ready to play a 4 versus 5. And then zipped into the site and died. But now it is a 4 versus 5, and maybe Souffle said the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, right now there's just nothing happening for DAYSTAR. They've got themselves into the building. But there is so much util that they need to go through. A Goya will be popped. Herds, a double. I mean, he's at double digits again, by the way.
And for how slow he started this game as well, and, you know, he started quite quick. He got the opening kill in the first 2 rounds, and then was the opening death in 2 rounds, and it was sort of back and forth, but it was nowhere compared to his game yesterday. Here, he gets himself back on the defense, and he wakes up again. Can just always be, and I think he was the MVP player from yesterday as well. Yeah. Well earned.
We watched what he was able to do.
Yeah.
It's incredible. So here comes the blitz. Gonna try and isolate the kill inside a connector, but there's the Echo to counter that shield and force him back. He's not gonna make a move until it's gone, and well, his teammate has been able to clear it out, but still. Oh dear, the Clash looking right at him as well. There's so many counters here for the blitz. That was an Elamine. Oh dear. I mean, everything just stops that blitz. You look at that lineup, what was he supposed to do? The Echo into looking at Clash Shield with an Elamine on top. I don't envy him. I know all about it.
No, that's not the best place for them to try and find their feet. And now, well, is this the best way for this map to potentially end? A 5-1, and the first attack was the closest of any that we have seen from DAYSTAR, but it wasn't to be landed into a 6-5 for FURIA with 2 flawlesses back to back. Buddy. This isn't looking so good right now. DAYSTAR, all of the wind from their sails has not only been taken away from them, but has been drafted the other direction. It is blowing pretty pacily for FURIA.
And it also pulls us back into the graphic at the start of the day that the desk showed, where the conversion rate, you know, for DAYSTAR, if they're not able to get that opening pick, it's not great. And I think that kind of shows where I think all but 1 of the opening kills has kind of went in favor of FURIA so far this half. And you know, stuff like that needs to be sorted like pretty quickly, and it just hasn't. You know, FURIA constantly getting that first pick, always putting DAYSTAR at a man disadvantage. And this is exactly what we worried about coming into this after what we've seen from DAYSTAR over the past couple of days.
A roaming mirror. of Herds.
This is we've seen this yesterday.
We did see this yesterday.
This is one of these strats.
It's a mirror off on the roam, hiding the mirror inside ops and hoping that you can maybe make something happen. I mean, if he's able to start pulling these kind of maneuvers off again, I'm thinking we're gonna get. I'm thinking he's back.
You're dead. You're dead.
They know he's dead.
He's
dead. He's got to be dead. They know he's swinging. They have the call. They're putting pre-fire on. He's just gonna leave, and they're actually not gonna risk the fight as well.
That tells a lot about the mentality of DAYSTAR. Herds has been droned in the middle of a big old room in towards ops, and they're scared to peek him as he's running away. How many times do we see somebody get droned? They try and run across the soft wall, and that DMR can go through that wall pretty quickly. They didn't even want to risk it there, man. They just stayed outside, let him go.
Will they be able to find a body? That entry game has felt just horrendous. Obviously, most recently in the past couple of rounds where they can't even get a break and a breath. But for the team that was so happy to swing into every engagement and seemed confident behind it, that confidence has just wilted like the beautiful flowers that we have for all of our groups. Unfortunately, theirs is looking a little bit worse for where and where. Oh, where will they decide to put this pressure on? They're opening up art. They've got the drone on the back. They know that there's less players above. This time round, there is at least one in sight, but it's KZ, so you probably don't want to immediately toe-to-toe with him, as both him and Herds are obviously operating and popping on one of those levels that they like to do. Here's the pressure. The close down on towards this verticality. Herds is the one that might be the first border call, but JV92 is actually hiding in a corner on the swing, waiting for the approach potentially. They've got each other covered. There's the first fight, and as I said, Herds, he was looking for it. They can't quite get this mirror window open because they know there's going to be a swing, but there goes KZ, and that's inside the site. Suddenly, back and forth above. Now, he didn't see the man! Seal!
Lion shotgun.
With the Lion shotgun, keeps popping. There's a clash, but they're in the middle of a fight of their own. Souffle's able to get one more, and suddenly we might be screaming in towards OZ here. Demo into 1 versus 1 nade! He pulled off a massive almost clutch earlier, and this time round, what's the peak? What's the game? What's the pre-fire? It's another shotgun on shotgun, but he steps back! Nade! That back line, Mr. Reliable, Mr. Hammer Lifter. He's starting to angle for another.
Oh, big old clutch on the clash. Like, I mean, this operator, I think this event has been incredible. How she has been played. Again, it's the maneuverability of having that portable cover that just allows you to have that advantage whenever you're in those clutch moments.
I think it's also the energy, right? Look at DAYSTAR. Compare them to when they're up, and when they're down, and when we're off to the break, we're off to the break. Reloading!
DAYSTAR shocked us all with an incredible first half, 5-1 up against former world champions. Very quickly did that start to slip away in that second half, but we can't take away from the first half, Jack.
How much hope did we have, Rob? How much hope?
Okay, going into the second half, we were bouncing.
We were thinking 5-1 DAYSTAR. They were excellent. Why were they excellent? Well, on defense, you couldn't shoot at a DAYSTAR player without 2 or 3 being in such close proximity to each other. Look at these trades out here in round 4. Trading out, and it ends up being a 4 versus 2 that they end up then converting. They actually have a 5-1 defensive half, which is usually phenomenal. It isn't enough. And again, they've got the raw talent. They were trading each other out, and then Joe Gore tried, faked the back off, ended up ratting up at the top floor and getting a free K to win the round. It was all looking so rosy, but then they didn't execute the same thing on attack. They were so spread out.
I mean, the way that they were playing together on defense is commendable, but what we talked about, if the entries aren't working, what are we going to go from there? And that's what we didn't see DAYSTAR do. So good that they understood the problem, but they didn't translate it on to their own attacks. And that was the biggest issue, because not only does FURIA have great individual players, but they pieced everybody from DAYSTAR apart, forcing them to have to split up. And I mean, the last round from Nate to be able to get the 3K was a prime example of that. I mean, 1v1 after 1v1, even in a 3v1 situation, DAYSTAR is not playing the man advantage, and that's the biggest downfall. Yes, FURIA was attacking very early on to force DAYSTAR to have to find creative ways into the map, but even when you have the advantage, that is the biggest downfall.
Look at what we said was important about the entries there. It was only Pika that was managing to get any entries, or the only player to get an entry kill for the side of DAYSTAR. In the end, they just succumbed to that. And I think that's ultimately the problem. The defense was really good.
Yes.
They were getting the entries, they were being close together, they were being compact, they were not giving FURIA any space. As soon as they got on the attack, they just saw it there in the clutch. It's just one by one by one. That's the immediate and obvious fix that they need.
But if they learn that we need to play together because we're not going to outgun FURIA from defensive side, we see that they're actively problem solving. So hopefully going into the next map, that's where we can see DAYSTAR understand, hey, doesn't matter what the situation is, doesn't matter what the round count is, when we're on attack, we need to make sure that we're playing off of each other, because it worked so well on our defensive sided layer.
We highlighted Herds going into that game 12-9. Yeah, 6-2 entry, I think it was, something absurd like that. It's that those are the kind of players that just completely turn the tides, especially when you're down 5-1 in the first half. The mental composure you have to back that up.
Yeah. And I think the mental's actually going to come into it big, because FURIA, they've been here time and time before. They know all about a comeback. You know, we was in Brazil. We saw them come back all that time ago, 2 years ago now. But they know about the comeback, but they know what the comeback can do to their opponents. You know, DAYSTAR, after that map was done, they looked deflated. It looked like they knew that they'd missed their chance to really turn this competitive. Whereas FURIA will know that. They will sense that. They will know that they've got their foot on the neck of DAYSTAR now, and they just need to get over the line.
Now you might ask, what can DAYSTAR do to be able to bring it back?
I was going to.
I know you so well. And the answer to that is, especially when you've been deflated after having such a monumentous lead and still throwing it away, you need a big player to come alive. So if anything, look to players like Pika. If you get a big play, if you're able to get that momentum, the confidence back, a big round to put momentum in DAYSTAR's favor, that's where you'll see the team come alive that they desperately need in Bank.
Bank, it's a big map and it's a big opportunity for DAYSTAR. Obviously, that's not the kind of performance they wanted in the second half, but they could back it up here. Could they steal away a potential map from FURIA? We'll have to find out. Enjoy the matchup.
Thank you. We will find out. And I had a bit of hopium before that game started, and unfortunately it's been washed away. But, well, we know Lair was a very strong one, and here, let's see if I've won at least, I think, 2%. 2% more people.
That's increased, by the way, I think, since map 1, which is typically not the norm.
We have a chance. It's obviously still early, and, well, off next to the back. So, DAYSTAR started stronger than anything and ended with a bit of a whimper. FURIA, they fell downhill, but then found their feeting and started running after like they were doing an English tradition and chasing a big wheel of cheese. But the cheese was the first map win. Will they get themselves this 2-0, another for their tally, and get themselves a top 2 guaranteed finish in groups? Or can DAYSTAR prove there's a little bit more light coming from this star and it's not quite gone supernova just yet?
Look at the bans. Smoke ban, don't see that all too often, but again, it makes sense. Both of those bans for the defenders are going to be targeted to weaken that basement bomb site. Don't have the Cade to cover off those hatches, and then, of course, the smoke we know as being the primary objective stopper. Obviously, and whenever we talk about Bank for FURIA, we've seen it yesterday. And again, Bank we know is a good map for them. Even though if you kind of went through their past results on Bank, it didn't look too favorable. But you look at some of the losses that they had and who they had losses to. Falcons, Team Secret, teams that we know inside our region, Emmy.
We do.
Very strong on a map like Bank.
We do, yeah. I think that's the sort of element of how Bank plays into everything, right? Is that we know that you can be a great team. Great teams are made in having a wider map pool, and then they make that map pool stronger and stronger. And yes, maps can be great in a region, maps can be good in wherever, but FURIA, for the longest time, throughout the history of this sort of super roster that it has been, has always loved taking teams and regions, especially, to their best maps and going, this is our map now, this is our best map now. And as you said, they have that accreditation. They took it from EML a couple of times. They just love to dabble. And sometimes, well, even if you take a loss, you learn a handful of lessons, and that will just improve you as time goes on.
Defender lineup. A little bit of everything. You've got your plant denial with your Tachanka and your Goyo, but also a roaming presence because the Scopos comes into play. So you will expect that DAYSTAR will stretch their legs, which I think if they hit this defensive half with the same aggressive kind of ferocity that they had inside the lair, it will bear them pretty well. I think overall for FURIA, it's more a case of I think they just need to try and play it pretty safe. I don't think going in by themselves, looking for those kind of lurks, that's not going to work for them. I just think they need to say, okay, we're going to take this part of the map, and that is it. Don't try and overextend yourself against the team who we know have been pretty darn aggressive so far this event.
They are making sure that they don't get caught by the game that DAYSTAR were brilliant at on the first map. A loose player, a loose problem, and a loose bit of math that unfortunately throws the entire approach equation into confusion. There's a lot of droning, a lot of checking and double checking. They've obviously got the IQ to potentially play against any cams that could lead on forward. We saw some usage of obviously Valk and Echo previously. It's a fair assumption here. Herd slow and steady. Drifts the way down. They have the cross beacon. They're just going to force that player out of elevator. And now we'll see if they're going to try and hold on at least for one. They are!
Gotta reload!
JV92, goodbye Habana.
What did I say? Don't be moving in by yourself. And that's exactly what he's did. He has went solo in towards lobby. He swung the elevator player and he's died. Not a great start here for FURIA. And now where do they go? They have the loss of the Habana, so trying to get in towards the kind of default plant position inside of blue, opening that up. That's going to be
Sight hatch is also locked as well.
Pretty difficult.
So instead, they just swing in. There's one. Seal is found by KZ. Nate is taking some damage, and Herd just puts the pedal to the metal and finally hits a bit of a brick wall, but it's a 3 versus 3. They have garage control. They force the players into a bit of a panic. They can't quite get the feet in the right position, and Joe, lying in the middle of the floor, is about to be swung from behind. It's trade game after trade game. And the one left standing, is DAYSTAR.
Off the back of losing that Habana. The idea of trying to go traditional in through server ain't going to work for them. Again, for FURIA, it's just that initial opening where they get caught out again. I mean, the shots I think DAYSTAR fit today have been on point against a team like FURIA, and we know the gunners that they have, so it is impressive. But that is the basement locked out, which is surprising. You know, whenever you've invested your banning phase to try and make that basement weaker, and then you lose it, you're thinking, oh dear. Because now we head to this top floor, and we know there's going to be operators like your Castle, like your Zami available.
How much momentum can they wrest back? For all the conversation about it, as I said, I was curious how Buck was going to come into it, and there's the conversation of prep and counter-prep. You know, you and I obviously got a taste of how this team can play and how this team plays a bank yesterday in what was a very solid sort of showing. It can always be work done by DAYSTAR in the overnight to expect a bank, to learn a couple of the sort of counter plays, and if they can get themselves into that sort of role that they're on before, if they can keep this in some elements a defender-sided game and then do those little bit of counter prep. As I said before, you know, the first map, they got themselves a 5-1 defensive half. Different map. That's a great way of leading how we want to continue, getting rid of the Grim on a peak. Is that down the dirt tunnel? Drop on the elevator, maybe? Or is that out a window at top of the stairs? Could have been one of the two. Who knows? Either way, all I know is Grim's dead.
Yeah, again, it's that opening engagement. A little bit of aggression, catching FURIA by surprise. And look at that! The double peek out the window! They found another!
That's the Ying!
Oh, they've lost the Ying and the Grim right from the get-go. So the pushing power, the utility dump is gone. And now for Furia, it's going to have to be one heck of a showing to win this round, but just don't see it happening. I mean, DAYSTAR, look on the defense. We've seen what happened on Lair. They could easily rack up quite a few rounds in a row. It's the second half that we'll get into eventually, but at the moment, this is deja vu. Is that French, I think?
Ooh la la. Philippox trying to roll the shield in on towards the stock pressure, see if they can force the Azami out, but with these laser gates, it's going to be the first as a burn. They'll throw this in fine, but there's always another Kiba, right? At this point, they've only been able to really get rid of half of it, and they just don't have the utility. There's that grenade, as I said. It'll get rid of the 2 Kibas, and they've got to try and push behind it. Seal gets Philippox. There goes the shield. There goes one more. And JV92, all that is left, a minute 10. Has time. Obviously, we know he has the clutch capabilities. It's really down to how DAYSTAR want to hand it to him, because to be honest, what they've wanted to do here is not let anybody into the building. They've kept everything external so far. The one player's hopped in. He's got to go into a cross. He knows this is going to happen, and a flawless.
What did he tell him?
Told him, shoot him, swing out the building.
Well, Furia. Wonder if the timeout is nearing that point again. I mean, Igor has not been afraid of calling the early timeouts. That doesn't look like it's going to happen here at the moment. So, going to move into our next round. And I mean, look, overall for that attack, it never really started.
No.
The aggressive pick from DAYSTAR, it just ruined that. Right from the word go, and again, it's that ferocity. It's the way that DAYSTAR wanting to upset Furia. They are doing everything that you just don't expect in a professional match.
But it's everything you want to see them do, right? I was terrified that they would get into bank and they would forget how good they were in the opening half on their defense of that. I was worried we wouldn't get that same sort of translation of aggression. Bank is a map that loves that play. Bank is a map that lives and thrives around that play. And being confident in a play space when you know that they're going to be trying to shut you down is sort of desperately needed. Here, on towards the tertiary site, they've obviously got themselves, you know, the stretch out. They've got the verticalities. Thorn, with her recent changes, has been picked and played quite a bit. They're hoping that they can sort of lure them in, get them hit, pull them back, and then spray through the side of the stock wall potentially. Just big angles from this. Now, I was going to say, can open that hatch to escape, has done. This nade might be the first point of pressure, but you can see they're worried about this aggression.
I've seen the Zero be brought in, I think, to gain information of,
yeah.
Are they going to be peeking the windows again? So it's not a bad idea to, again, give yourself just a little bit more of that control and more information, which was a big issue. I think the information game really hit Furia where it hurt.
I love that. They've obviously got the laser gate on the other side of the castle to bait out at least a bit of utility, and they realize the players behind it, because of it activating and deactivating. And they can obviously roll the grenade out underneath and try and play against it, but they wanted to bait maybe some of these pellets in instead and just, you know, get a catch on them. There's the breach on towards Kanto wall, the eyes across the top. I mean, that stock swing isn't as easy, but they've actually sort of left stock.
See, that's good. Putting the cameras in towards that massive room of lobby, which I believe is the biggest room in the game.
Oh, gotta be.
So being able to have the information and knowing if players are going to be swinging onto the windows is crucial.
Well, Seal gets herds on the opposite side. He was swung outside of the window. Potentially Seal!
Oh.
Everybody put your hands together and clap. KZ also almost got caught on the windows as well, and it's again, they're just not letting them in the building. No. Everywhere seems to be dangerous. Everywhere seems to be a threat. This position of Souffle obviously has been droned and checked out before. He's sort of popped his way back round and slipped on towards that vertical, and it just keeps them guessing, and there's got to be a timeout after this round, even if it sort of pulls it together, because it's the same things we saw Furia suffering from on the first side. There's just a drive from nade, but the verticality is just going to feed the Blackbeard in, and he looked like he was going to try and contest the vertical for a second there, opted not to. JV92 has instead gone elsewhere because they know a player's going to be there, and it's an awkward fight to take when you've got to pass through a doorway first. 30 seconds. try and get the kit from the other direction. In fact, actually, it's the movement inside. They've realized they've peeled off and pulled off. Pressure from the main stairs. Swing round, 20 seconds, double down, and KZ does get sealed, but does take a bite out of JV. And there's Joe getting a bit of revenge. The last second dash in towards the site itself. They know he's coming from here. They've got 3 bodies all watching it from slightly different angles. And that is 3 rounds in a row for DAYSTAR.
Well, I mean, overall, for FURIA, it's the same issues that they had on Lair. Struggling with the opening engagements, the aggression, the shots that are being hit by DAYSTAR. Just too much to really deal with. I don't really know where they're going to go from here. Gotta be the timeout. No, it has to be.
I mean, however else you sort of...
Só me escuta, vocês vão fazer a mesma coisa os 3 rounds. Os 3 rounds eu quero que a gente jogue blocado, caçando pelo saguão, colocando mira, todo mundo junto da forma que a gente conversou lá atrás. Parar de ficar jogando splitado. Então eu quero uma DMR que quebra a janela do Noted, quebra a porta verde, as janelas da LAN e vocês joguem todo mundo blocado ali pra play ouro. Então, no bombe de baixo a gente vai fazer a caçada da phase, no bombe do meio a gente faz a play ouro conforme a nossa exec, esquece o open kill, esquece tudo, só faz isso. E no bombe da área aberta a gente faz subindo, que esses caras não estão givando o mapa, eles estão querendo ter tudo. Se tiver o setup de mira e o Amai, tu pode só tu pegar o blitz, alguém prepara pra tu e você joga lá comendo o zelador na hora. Joguem todo mundo junto pra punir esses caras.
He can talk a lot, can't he?
Mm-hmm. Another thing that I want to know, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe that these 2 rosters have ever played against each other. And I don't know if that is that maybe an issue for FURIA? Because it does feel as though FURIA's played everybody in the world. They know all the teams, but this could be one because they kind of cross-reference the former teams that they were known as well. That being obviously W7M for FURIA, and then also Direwolves for the DAYSTAR team. And again, I came up with nothing, so I don't believe that they've ever played each other. Again, I could be wrong. I could get fact-checked within an instant, but I think I would have remembered it, because I do watch quite a bit of Siege.
You've been known to watch quite a bit of Siege.
10 seconds left.
You've got it on your sort of pastime. I can give you another fun fact about just this tournament. This is the first time across all the maps that they've played, FURIA haven't won a round in the opening 3, regardless of the maps and the ones that they've done so far. So DAYSTAR, this is the best start a team has had against FURIA throughout this tournament so far. So whatever isn't clicking, wow, really causing them a few problems here. Can the team talk have more success? Because last time, obviously, they opted for it in the middle of the first half, and it didn't quite net anything afterwards. Instead, it turned into a 5-1 situation. As I said at the start of this, you pointed out there, what's the sort of prep? What's the history? Are FURIA expecting DAYSTAR? I think it's a very fair statement to say every team expects FURIA, because every team will prep for FURIA, because every team expects them to probably be in the final. If you want to be in the final, you'll have to get through FURIA at some point. They're just one of those teams, one of those names, and there's maybe that drive.
For the past 3 years, they have been tournament favorites in every single one.
Yeah.
So that kind of sums it up how good this team really is. But all credit to DAYSTAR in the way they've approached it as well. And just overall for FURIA, let's hope that timeout is strong for them, or else then we could be looking at an even worse scoreline to Lair. That's saying something. It was a 5-1.
As my friend would say, time to make a new
Getting themselves some opening. There has been way less of a roam, obviously, this time.
Yeah.
Think about the positions we had at DAYSTAR. Instead, back down to the side. Let's assume that they're going to talk about how to close us down. Let's change the idea. Let's change the angle. And it hasn't actually slowed FURIA down. They've hit the field, they've kept going, and now putting pressure down main stairs. They've got the hatches that they want open. Remember last time that it was the hard breach that died first. JV92 couldn't get any of this work done. So instead, what DAYSTAR have sort of handed FURIA here is a bit of an open canvas, and they're painting multiple approaches.
Yeah, and only a minute left. Not a massive amount of time for FURIA to think about the execute now. Still have to, of course, go through the Tachanka, and the multitude of C4s are at the disposal of DAYSTAR. Oh, the Tachanka goes down because he proned. He exposed his leg, and that DMR tore him to pieces. Big old blunder from Seal. And now that time issue that was going to be staring FURIA in the face is gone.
Ooh, Hertz is taking the jiggle peek here on the angle, but Souffle does get nade, and that's the Blackbeard gone as well. The kit, cold above the hatch itself, will get recollected, but if you're going for that on the coverage, well, it's almost a trade-off. They don't have the burn, but they do have the sort of brawn. There goes JV. He's caught by Azuki. They drop inside the side. They're in absolutely every thorn, and they're going to see if they can plant, but look at the timer demo. Swing, buddy, swing. Go for the pop. He's right next to you. No, he doesn't see him. They get the plant secured, and Refire Hurts holds it down.
It's all about the plant position. The off-angle plant position. Nobody plants there. I think that's maybe the only time I've ever seen it be planted there. Mostly because you're in front of everything.
Yep.
But it's smoked off, and instinctively, you hear the diffuser going down, you would naturally assume, oh, he's going to be behind the bomb chassis, so we just jumped right on by him. Brilliant.
It's a game of inches. It's so brilliant, but it's like how close it was. If the smoke was slightly misplaced there, I mean, you're looking, you could see he was looking behind the bomb chassis as well. Our eyes instinctively go to where he is because we see the outline. We know everything. He is not seeing that. He is beelining, knowing if I die and I stop him, we win. It's just...
And what do we always know about that bomb site? If that diffuser gets planted, it's done.
It's done.
That it is so... I mean, this map, we always talk about it. Like, having a difficult retake is one thing, but having two in the same map is insane. You have the basement with all the long angles, and you just retreat to the hatches. You think about now this bomb site upstairs, if the diffuser goes down, challenged onto the windows. Planet-orientated siege will benefit you massively on a map like Bank.
Well, they're able to get the round after their timeout and probably breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. If they can drive this one forward, I mean, you know, 2 attacks on your Bank, 3, and you've definitely upset the sort of apple cart of DAYSTAR. But big guns, I think, is the sort of MO.
2 snipers.
2 snipers. Keep themselves a bit of bay, and hey, remember how it used to be previously? People swinging outside, taking the fight outside. All right, Challenger rifle.
You can only assume that they've brought in the Cali for the potential castle barricades that could have been brought into the lineup, but castle nowhere to be seen. Still can go through these Ami barriers, don't forget, which is always a bit of an issue too. But in terms of getting into the bomb site, you're going to have to rely, of course, on the smokes, and they brought 4 of them. Just a nade.
Didn't quite get the barbed wire you wanted.
Hurts needs to be careful here as well, because he does have those very valuable smoke grenades, and that's it. This is what they do. They will take those risks.
It was great, and JV92 suffers on the long window as well, but he actually wins out his engagement. DMRs. Who'd have thought that they would be as popular as they are?
So now only leaves him the 2 smoke grenades. Ideally, Glaz would love to have them for him to be able to get some kills from, but now they may have to shift it where he has to utilize that to help the person going in for the plant. But right now, FLUXO, he's not going to do that. He's going to use them for himself.
Yep, try and drive his way up. I mean, if he can get a body, if he can get a pick, then he can sort of stem this into his favor. There's the echo. FLUXO does still find Azuki whilst hit by it, though, and now all the stuns inside. Souffle takes some damage, but it's a 4 versus 2 as they get themselves another body, and they encircle and circle those round on the back, but they have a grasp on sight. They just scream their way up. The plant is going down. There's at least a down on 1, but it will get confirmed, and now it's a 3 versus 1, and you talk about impossible retakes. We don't even get to see a start of this one.
The important pick was eliminating the player over towards front desk. As he jumped in through that window, he gets caught up with the player in the lobby rappel, and as soon as you lose that person, especially with the information known, but don't forget the echo previously had just left the position of elevator because he went for the off the top rope, went for the splash. That just gives so much map control away from FURIA, and that's what they targeted immediately. The Glaz is thinking, nobody's here to stop me. The only thing that really tried to stop him was like an echo stun, and that was it, not an actual person. I mean, once you gain control of Banana, that area, the whole bomb site's so open.
He still got a kill whilst he was hit by the echo drone as well. It just sort of shows. And, you know, the way FURIA applied the pressure, again, the past 2 rounds is pace, 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 pace. Super quick in applying themselves, but think about, right, that round, we saw it in motion. As soon as they lost those positions, bam, instant rotate. That's now pushing up towards the spiral location. As soon as that kill happens onto the glass, you've still got the plant going on. You've still got this rotate pressure. They keep themselves 1 step ahead of not only their own approach, but of DAYSTAR's attempt to roam, to flank, to lure. Every bit of intel from both of these teams is about 5 to 10 seconds out of date this time round because people just keep moving. The thing is, FURIA are going in a very direct direction towards the site itself, and DAYSTAR not being able to catch up is sort of meaning that they're having to play close to the plant, close to the execute. FURIA can get themselves tied up here. Get themselves, well, maybe they didn't get around in the opening 3, but they took all the ones since then, and then we get into that horror. There's what was the previous map. FURIA are back on the defense. DAYSTAR, their 5-1 lead they had on the previous map, just sort of falling away for a regulation loss. They could not get a single attack, and here's a way to start. Herds wanted to drive directly down to the site, but nobody is playing that game.
Nope, gets punished. He's went for the bold challenge. Hasn't worked out for him, and it's again for FURIA. They're sat at the man disadvantage very early on. Look, I don't think losing out the Ash is a massive issue. Maybe would have been nice to remove the mirror windows, but you still have got options around that. You can see KZ on the Twitch, has a Twitch drone that he can utilize. But everything is running pretty smooth so far with a setup from FURIA. Pretty standard take. Let's see if they can try and get themselves in towards server now. No hard breach, though, to open up the kind of default wall that you see teams try and plant on. Oh dear, bit of an aggressive swing up the stairs there from Zuki, but has been batted back. So a minute left, and just at the Chanka, that's really the only thing you should be worried about, but maybe if the glass can pick them off using the smokes.
They're going to try it. They're going to go for the swing. They're trying to bait out the utility now, and you can see the glass is hoping somebody drifts on and feels a bit fun, but nobody's having fun right now. Further smokes, further fire, and keeping themselves at bay. Remember we talked about, oh no, he's just going to go for the plant. Azuki in the meantime gets another kill. The flames aren't landing. It's going to be a 5 versus 3 post-plant situation. And with KZ holding onto the verticality, well, now they can peel back. Suddenly, 40 seconds, but look at the players. Do you go for a vertical retake? You kind of have to. And that's what they're going to hope here. This isn't going to really get you too far right now. Gang, you've got to go somewhere. Do something. 15 seconds have passed, and now the pings are coming through. It's 2 versus 1. KZ has them stacked, but there's a player over the top. They know they just need 7 seconds, but now they've got 1 player left. Now it's 2 and 3. KZ collaterals his way. The story of success. There's one slightly further off. It's the vertical hold. You said it was a tough retake demo. They made it look impossible.
That's it. 3v5. As soon as that diffuser hits, it's that retake, and it is so difficult. Look, they had the pre-placed camera holding on to main stairs. KZ knew exactly who was coming towards them, and he picked his kills with such ease. But again, you have to go back to how did that plant happen? That the Tachanka missing where they were planting. They had that soft wall, the longer angle in towards server. Typically a no-no to kind of plant in because you're exposed to the massive opening of a mirror window. But what was the counterplay that FURIA had? They used the smokes along with the glass, where if somebody did try and go for the swing to stop that plant going down, they would have been killed by the glass. So the counterplay was great, but still, missed utility is going to punish them.
A little bit of back and forth in the old chat.
Can I quote that?
Well, they also typed it just before on the stream. They're just calling each other bots and you know, getting into other's heads. It's all part of the game. I mean, that is not good. But you're swinging an awkward angle there, and it's tough. You have to get the verticality. Just KZ Just KZ, thanks. Just KZ, thanks.
I mean, he's happy because his timeout's been good for 3 in a row.
It's great for 3 in a row. He's always, you know, as far as the coach goes and as far as the vocal coach goes, he is a hype man.
Yep.
Really, really tries to raise the energy of the team, and his voice probably takes as much of a battering this tournament as ours does, if not more.
10 seconds left before
But
insertion.
3 apiece. They've got themselves tied up. They've got themselves even, and as I said before, they've got themselves onto that half that was an absolute tragedy. The DAYSTAR before, we saw just a flawless run of defenses from FURIA. DAYSTAR could not find that inroad.
Look at the lineup for a basement attack. I mean, from DAYSTAR, this is very off the cuff. This is not down the beaten track that we're used to seeing. Ossa makes an appearance, and there's 2 ways that we see the operator be utilized on this basement. One is using that as the way of getting in towards server and using that as the cover to go for the plant. Or 2, you bring her and you put her straight into a position inside a garage just to hold the cutoff point. And we've mentioned about garage before. If you can get into that position, you basically split the bomb sites in 2. You shut down any movement inside of red corridor. You just have a good time. It's great. Great pause.
Great pause. And great positive mental attitude. Joe.
Put the shield down.
Ready with the first Talon shield and get themselves just droned ahead. Do they think that they can try and cut their way across? No. Says the Valkyrie camera that'll give the game away that somebody is here, but look how empty it is right now. The drone rolls on through. They'll sort of be like, I can watch it, but you can see some dropping on the hatches already happening. Right, Hertz is getting a step closer. He's going to make sure that he wasn't on the top floor because they're not really coming for him. He can play about and cause some chaos, draw some attention here if they went for something sneaky, but talking about sneaky, it's Bikanzu. The Nook with the kit. Alone on the top floor is a bit of a risk, just in case. Think about what happens if he loses his 1. It's a minute 30 left and the kit's cold.
I think they're just going to try and go for a 3-2-1 collapse and hope that everyone just wins their individual engagements. You look how spread out they are. They're trying to target every entrance in towards this basement. I mean, Azuki, he's now against the idea of going for that. First pick, though, goes in favor of DAYSTAR. And he's going to keep going. Keeps peering into the bomb site.
Oh, Bikanzu does go down. There's almost a down on towards Philippox to keep things going back and forth. He's still alive, though. As he said, the saving grace came through, and as he said, they want to try and win their 1s. You can see that they're going for the collapse close down, but they don't have that kit. The kit is currently by Archives. It's in the mid-floor. It's nowhere near the site itself, and at this point, they can sort of go, okay, we can watch that, or we can just watch on towards the site. We can play this game. The mute jammer to stop the calls going out so they can swing this corner. There's the realization somebody's there. Now, they cannot get Philippox up, but they don't have to because there's 30 seconds. And now, at this point, DAYSTAR, the risk has not really paid off. They have to just sit and wait and hope. There's the swing round. Soufflé does get a vertical. Technically a 3 versus 2, but 20 seconds. They know they've still got to go for the plant. They're maybe just going to try and drop the hatch and cover the cross. Here's the motion. Do they have the hatch open? Azuki does, but not quite enough in time. Joe finally finds the end of Philippox, though, and it's a double down, but a 3 versus 1, technically a 2, as it's all down to Nade once again. Sprays through 1, gets them both! He just keeps going and going and going, Demo.
Out of time, and it forces that mistake. Sprints right into the crosshairs off the Tachanka. DAYSTAR, they start their approach. They tried to find the first pick. They were able to do so. Really unfortunate that they weren't able to confirm the kill on Philippox, who, by the way, bled out.
Just the whole
time, he just on the ground, nobody interested in picking him up. And there was a moment where there was the double kill that came back from FURIA. And it just stalled out the round to the point where it ends in this, where there's just no time, and they're panicking looking for that final kill. And it makes it so easy just for him to stand and just switch from one angle to another.
One of those little things, those little moments that comes back to sort of haunt you later on, is if they had had the site hatch open after getting the down on towards the player inside, and after getting especially the kill on the player on the swing, they could have dropped and planted. They could have had that, but with the approach that they went for, they didn't have the option. They went for this sort of spread out, let's go in with a gun game, and just that preparatory work that a complemented FURIA on. You don't really know what you're going to hit. You don't, you know, it's in some ways I'm describing a take, and they did a different take, fine, but it shows how those, like, pre-prepared angles, those openings that you can get, and why you'll see teams on their approach open so much width. If you're ever confused about it, that's a good example of why. Because it gives late round options, a very quick break on towards the site wall here. It's a bit of an awkward one though. Usually you want that as a way that you can sort of swing in from and move in from slowly and just sort of go. You don't really want it to be a hop, but it does open a bit of early pressure.
Drone ready.
In goes the drones. Seeing if there's any util to slow down that Ying. Don't see much really. A lot of the util's going to be set up in towards Janitors. See the shield that's going to help her try and hold on to that position for a little bit longer. And don't forget the operator that he's in. He is, of course, going to be on that Warden, who is fantastic for this top floor. Whenever we know, a lot of teams will bring smokes to try and get themselves in for that window, but the Warden just has a quick peek, looks through them, and kills you as you repel. But he has been dealt with as that wall was opened up, and again, good early kind of probing here from DAYSTAR, and I assume they're going to try and get the buck in below and use that for Akali and really make sure nobody's inside that janitor.
Now with the first engagement coming together, Azuki gets KZ. Maybe we'll see all chat again sooner rather than later, and JV gets Joe. Balances back and forth. They've lost the ace. We saw them using Selmas quite early and doesn't quite get it.
Do you need any more bullets there?
Yeah. Maybe. DMRs can't do every job, it seems. But there was nothing that immediately impacted on the back of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not going to go for the buck below. Instead, Buck's more playing as the kind of lurk role, eyeing up a walk up the staircase just to apply that little bit of a back pressure and makes it so Furia have two different things to deal with rather than just the one in the windows.
Here's the blinds, here's the go, here's the break onto the barbed wire. They're fully stacked and Wing just misses his man, but there's the double up, the team up, and the pressure means that they can sort of support each other somehow. Gets the fade in as they fade away, but this player tucked behind the wall gets the last, and Furia, the network that they had built was on the expectation of what was being done. So many of those cursory first flashes, those blinds, those candelas, it was signal posted where they wanted to enter.
It was a very tight formation from Fury. It was almost kind of like a square where you were always able to be supported by two other teammates if you had to, and that was the support structure that they implemented. You know, we have the guy hold on towards main stairs, one inside of meeting, one holding in towards front desk, one on the site, and they can all support each other. That is crucial that you need to have on bank, is that support structure, especially on a top floor bomb site, which we know can be really difficult to hold whenever Canto wall gets opened up. The window pressure you can apply. So yeah, really good hold from Furia. DAYSTAR just missing that little bit of a punch. I just feel as though that DAYSTAR, they're really relying on individuals to make a play, and nobody's really getting into the swing of things of doing that. You know, they're just waiting for that one crouch walk to pay off with a double kill, just to completely open up the bomb site. But Furia, they're giving them nothing.
Nothing.
5 seconds left.
Those woes of attack seem to be coming together. And I said it at the start of this. DAYSTAR being able to take the first 3 rounds against Furia. It's the first time Furia have suffered not getting a single round in the opening 3 this tournament. Knowing the team probably, if you really wanted to dive, I'm sure that statistic might stretch even a bit further. But since then, nothing. Since then, that timeout. Since then, that conversation and the collapse on the rest of this game. Furia, they've doubled themselves down. DAYSTAR, it's not just a matter of winning the tertiary. They've then got to see if they can try and shift this entire game back in towards their favor. And what have they not done, Demo? A timeout. They haven't had that conversation. They still think it's within their grasp. They are risking pushing themselves on towards map point.
Coffee and Igor, waiting until you lose 3 before you call the timeout.
You will learn from the best. As I said it, the reason Furia love to play maps like this against the best teams on it is you learn. Maybe that's something. Oh, well, I said it. KZ's learned the lesson of I'm going to peek outside the same way you did to me many rounds. And that puts them on the back foot. No buck on a vertical approach site Demo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the buck's going to be the biggest issue for them. It's still trying to clear away these roamers that have kind of scattered themselves all around the map, not just in towards the top floor, but they've actually kind of dropped from there now, but also in towards that mid floor. And Speaking of, Souffle's going to try and go at them.
Ooh, gets himself a double right in the core of bottom square and pillar, and there's Azuki. Held and waited at bay. A 4 versus 2. They've been able to swing this momentum back in towards their favor. They're waiting for the swing on Beepers as well, because at this point, maybe those core backline players could try and get something, but Nade has to watch a quad wall that's going to be steadily opened and pressured and droned out, and Herds has to watch Beepers. He's taken an aggressive position on it. In the case he can get Azuki, but look at the rest of the sort of lineup. Every bit of pressure is on the other side. Azuki's holding.
Need to try and get these 10 openers on that quad wall to move that player into a danger position. That, of course, being Nade. If that wall gets opened up behind him, he's as good as dead. Or else he can still make things happen. He's going to try and go for the swing. Oh, flash, but he does get the down.
He gets the down. A massive potential moment here, but instead they're going to try and double down, and now he's going to do it with full clarity and vision. They can't quite get him in a single instance. They finally find it sealed. And now they can see if they can get this kit planted. They know where the last player is, and they just need to play objective right now. The game that suffered them suffers them no more. Their first attack in this series, in this showdown.
Done a great job at taking the fight to those players in towards Tellers and Archives, and I think that's what they needed to do. Have a bit of a fight against them. You know, they take that opportunity where they think, I see a gap here. I can walk in through square, straight up to the Teller's window and find some kills, and that's what Souffle did. Nice little lurk as well from the Dokkaebi. Must have came in from lobby, I assume, and just sits and waits for that, you know, the kind of help to try and come towards FURIA, which I'm sure what the cast was trying to do was rotate in towards Tellers and assist his teammate, but he gets picked off, and then a 2v4, which, I mean, certainly I think the 4 and leaving the 4 and alive instead of just using the 10 openers was a bit of a question mark, but still, they were able to get the trade nonetheless. So DAYSTAR, their attack going, but still need a few more if they want to secure this map.
And Souffle on the double, that position as well. I mean, the thing is, about that sort of engagement, we've seen FURIA players win those multiple times throughout this tournament. You can never expect much from there. High energy, 5-4, still not opting for that conversation. They're happy to keep pressure on and keep sort of growing in towards it. Players, they've been close. Think about the 2 rounds we've had down on this side, right? 1, the planter in the off-play position gets it with 5 seconds left. It's a brilliant heads-up play from FURIA, but it's close. 2, it was the 5 or the 4 versus 2 retake, or however it was, that they couldn't quite get together. It's just could have been them sitting on potentially a map 3. And remember, the bed gauntlet ahead of them. DAYSTAR trying to survive isn't just on today. But if they can get a win here, then they don't have to beat Falcons. Pick your poison. The one with the Portuguese label or the one with the French label?
Portuguese at the moment. Unless Falcons can get things together. And look at the lineup. A lot different compared to the last time they attacked this basement. See a Blitz come into play, the Scent's also there. Oh, JV, I mean, as simple as you like. I mean, he's opened up a hole and straight away there's a head in it.
Yep. Joe is driven in towards open. They've got the terrain, but obviously JV has already gone since left and nobody to find.
Yeah, you get the pick on this open area hold and you just leave. You know, that's all we needed to get was the kill. You've still got the blue stairs. Philippox is over there with a 4 shotgun ready to rock and roll. I'm sure he'll be the next person in the hot seat. He's got a Goyo canister too to assist him with just, again, the inevitable time delay, but I would say there's a very strong likelihood Philippox either kills all 4 of them or he will die. That's typically how that hold goes.
Yeah, there's the Thorn Trap. He's going to pop the fire, and he's actually got more in his pocket as well. Puts them slightly spread out. The shield will have to go in, get caught, go back. He wants to bait this utility. That grenade will actually get rid of at least 1, maybe 2 of the Thorn, but he's just thrown another one out. Great use of this new op with her changes. Yeah, usually before you could try and charge past them. Thorn, let's be honest, wasn't really the worst problem. This grenade will force him either up the stairs or down. He's going to go up, he's going to go into a shield. They're going to try and get the cover, and they do. They do get it down in the meantime, but they swing the double pressure though. The C4 from Nade. And Souffle They can get Joe up. It's a 3 versus 4 with 40 seconds.
They have the sense, but I don't think that's the main issue. It's the position of Hurge right now that they need to deal with, who's playing so aggressive on the hatch, but he's been taken out. Now they can maybe go for it. They still have the sense to cut off lines of sight. They need to make the punt happen.
Well, there's the sense, there's the roll, and what we're looking at is no C4 and nothing to stop it other than just trying to swing in, trying to get the bodies down. KZ is the long watch towards the default plant spot, and JV, well, he left open a long time ago, and he leaves it in a coffin. There's the plant, there's the cover, there's the hop, and there's the drop. Now with the last pick, the 1 versus 2, it's just the planter, he's spraying through, hoping, and he gets the down. It's the 1 versus 1. He's looking for the fight, he has to win it, and he does! Deal! Keep saving these rounds, this team, the grace gifted.
I was worried because there was a moment where he was just kind of walking through the site, and I'm seeing the Goyo sprinting away. He needs to go and get him, and I'm actually surprised that the Goyo turned tail and tried to fight him. I thought he was just going to keep running until hopefully he could get to the safety of the armored truck. But no. Maybe he thought, look, it's a big old run I have to go for. This right here. I thought he was going to keep going, but maybe he thought he could have ran after. There's a lot of if-buts and maybes there.
Furia mentality. I'll win this. 5-5. They've been able to find themselves 2 attacks in a row. And remember, all 5 of Furia's rounds were the core. It's a burger currently built, but maybe they can make it a bit worse for wear. Furia still 2 rounds away from getting themselves the 2-0, getting themselves the win, getting themselves locked in to the top 2 of their group for those very important seeding positions that can come together. DAYSTAR are fighting for survival. Unfortunately, a very different story for them. Is this too late of a fight? Is it just the group and they were in a very tough group? Or is there something else that they can deliver on? They've got themselves tied up. They're approaching up towards the top floor. They're not going to see if they can try and make that locker site. To be fair, pretty much every single round down there has been neck and neck. So it's a fair decision. Pull away. Wants the fight, but well aware that somebody was just above this position. It's the Kiba with, well, a fresh Kiba, because the previous had been pretty destroyed in this.
Precious Kiba.
Precious Kiba. I actually just left. Saw the Maestro bubble. Will this Flores drone get it? Probably, seeing as I got those 2 Kibas. And KZ, he can still juggle some utility, but I mean, Flores is gonna juggle for longer.
I mean, unless that wall gets opened up, he has no reason
get the
to
Maestro
move.
bubble.
That is surprising. I have to go for another one then. There we go.
Bye-bye.
That's fine. Still,
Just like
got there in the end. Souffle going to be utilized in the buck downstairs, but there's that guy again. Hazuki with another opening pick.
I mean, ever since All Chat kicked off, he's been on fire. It's one of those lessons taught time and time again. Make the wall dangerous to go for a peek, and well, he loves danger. The Maestro actually gets aggressive, moves up towards this stock position as JV gets Joe.
Like I said, you do not need to move from this position if that wall is not open. Did he see the backpack? I don't think he did. He rotates off it. Now look, there is still the Aurora that we have to see used from Seal. I can only assume it's going to be used to cover off the windows, and then they're going to try and swing in off of it.
Well, there's the first used to get rid of that gate. There's the roll of the Sense gadget. Remember last time, the coordination of Furia was so locked in that even when they went for the entrance, there was always another body to trade, and they've actually pulled themselves back to a similar place. Philippox is inside stock. Nade is holding on to the top of the stairs, and well, JV and Hers, the eyes on the site. Well, JV does what JZ does all the way from the back line, gets one, swaps himself over, and gets ready to get them on the swing in. But Vikanzu, he's behind the desk. He's going for the plant itself. He's buried right on the back, but Hers is about to make a friend. C4. Oh, he can't quite get it. Yes, he does. And there is the drop there. They've rotated round. Because they got the player on top square, it became free real estate. They've took it, they've enjoyed it, and now they've got themselves on map and series point.
Yeah, great point you made there about the player top square. You take him out, you no longer have the cover of having the safety that nobody can swing you from the kind of holes over towards the main breach. And that's where the C4 stemmed from. It was from that main breach. Look, obviously the idea is smoke everything out, use the sense. We see that work all the time. But all it takes is one C4. You know, that's the power of having that denial.
现在道具排得不太好，好不好？我们把 Ash 拿出来，好不好？九狗，把 Ash 拿出来，然后一样。如果他们带陷阱的话，我们可以带 IQ、带 Twitch， 我们一个慢慢解，好不好？怎么样？我们做得很好的就是前面要先杀谁，一样，一起做，一起做，一起做 ，OK？ 我们这步骤都做得很好，然后一样压秒执行。我们现在压秒执行，他们解不太掉 ，OK？ 我们是打这个，好不好？一步一步慢慢来，就好了，来，保证。记得带 Ash 啊，你的道具记得换个贴布啊，如果1楼点的话。领导，哇，好，就这样 ，Let's go。
Let's go. They just need one to get themselves in towards OT. Obviously, with how this has gone, it's been very balanced back and forth. The polar opposite of the first map we had, where there was only one attack ground win across the entirety of regulation. Yes, the C4 you can see, as I said, herds that position on top square, just over the top. You know, and at this point, yeah, you've made yourself a little bit of a box, but unfortunately, everything around it is just a shooting gallery. FURIA, they need one more round. Put this game, put this series, and put this map to bed. Back in the basement.
Look at the lineup. This is, it feels as though FURIA just want to get it done now. You look at the operators, this is a little bit more like it. You have the Chanka, you have the smoke. They've dropped the Goyo. We've seen plenty of teams triple take the Goyo, the Chanka, and the smoke, but they think, oh, just the smoke for the Chanka should be fine. I mean, it is a fairly basic lineup. There's nothing here that's going to surprise DAYSTAR. You look at what they've brought to play with. They have that sense, which gave them great value the last time they were here. You have the Glaz in as well as that main operator who can cover off and try and stop anyone swinging as you go in for that plant. But still, you're going to have to try and sweep the whole map. That open area hold is going to come in once more for FURIA. Again, it's nothing too crazy. You just sit up there for a while and you think, well, that'll do us. And then you drop back to site, play the 5v5, and use the util that you have. As mentioned, was all the denial operators.
They've got themselves in open. Remember, it opened last time with JV92 getting a kill and getting himself dropped back down. Oh, we also had the round once where Pikanzu lost the kit on the top floor and, well, everything fell apart since then. They're going to trap that elevator player. See if they can get a kill before they are drifting away. We've also seen the same thing. Nade, though, on the Tachanka. We know what he can do. Oh, we know what KZ won't do, and that's slow things down, but FLUXO. Who wins in a fight, a Glaz or a Warden demo?
Glaz.
Okay, well, not this time.
Well, he had to kill one beforehand. It's not his fault.
Okay, FLUXO disagreed and decimates. There goes the Glaz. And FLUXO, very importantly, even actually using a C4 quite early for it, levels things up.
Still got a player in blue stairs. It's going to be the mirror. So JV, looking to play his life. Doesn't have really any util, I would say, to help him, because he did not bring a C4. He brought the proximity alarms in the mirror. You don't see that every day, but still, it's there. Just been able to rotate back into the bomb site, though, so they have forfeited full server control. That's probably because they've noticed the time. I mean, a minute left and they're only just opening the hatch now. I mean, if you're Tachanka and you're smoke, you're licking your lips and, you know, what a feast we're about to have.
Yeah, that is going to be close to an impossible plant here. The Tachanka starts, and he's already bouncing the lineups around outside towards the breach on the wall, hoping to get somebody, but the work is being done. Get yourself the angle and make the swing dangerous. There's no C4, so they can't get the instant drops. They can juggle, but here's the roll of nothing currently. Actually, they're going to opt for something else. 30 seconds, though. And instead, they bounce it there, the coverage, onto potentially the stairs, the rotate. Picking themselves up, the smoke, ready to get themselves locked and loaded. It's a grenade, forces the player slightly further back. They're ready, holding on, but 20 seconds, and still, look at that. 2 smoke canisters, 15 fires. Where are you going to go? They're going to expect either side, and they can cover absolutely everything. There's still that shield on that back line. The bait, the wait, and the play inside the fire. Azuki He's not going to be able to tank that. FLUXO is able to get ahead, but there's the trade out. 6 seconds. You've still got to operate the plant, and the kid itself, he's finally found a place to go. A 4 versus 1 Herds up on the vertical rotate. They will confirm this plant just in time, and now slips away, but he can't get anything more. DAYSTAR, not done yet, Star. Could be the Star to finally shine a bit brighter than FURIA.
Oh, great play from DAYSTAR, realizing that we just cannot sit back and let the Tachanka and the smoke punish us. We have to take the initiative. We have to drop the hatches. And they drop the hatches and they win their engagements with confidence. It was very easy to stop the smoke and the Tachanka doing their job if you kill them. And that's what they went for. They wanted to disrupt those operators. So a good heads-up play from DAYSTAR has been able to secure it. That drop right there from Seal and FLUXO hitting that bit of a backstab in for Garage was massive to assist the kind of planting team on the other side.
If they can push
He's dropped the Vamos, by the way.
He's dropped the Vamos, come! Surely that's a bingo square. Someone hits a Vamos.
Outside of Brazil, hits a Vamos.
Outside
Probably
of Brazil.
the best way to do it, isn't it?
There also isn't an on-air crew. Back down to the basement. Back down to lockers. Back down
left before insertion.
towards a place where maybe a story could be rewritten. Because let's think back, right? Twice we had this in the 3 defense rounds that DAYSTAR lost in the second half of their defense. Flawless opening to the opposite of a flawless end. And they think they can make it work this time because they weren't a million miles away, but they weren't wins. And that's that important thing. If those had been translated, the game would already be done. We would be looking at map 3. So instead, what have they got? They've got things to play into the roam. They've got this play above, but they've also got, oh, the first kill on Herds!
Same as last time. They've went by themselves, FURIA. They haven't picked up their individual engagements. And Herds, once more, has left his team in a 45.
At this point, without the Grim, I mean, we said it before, you lose them. You've still got some Instigators. You've still got KZs having a great map. On towards that Deimos, and JV92 has a habit of picking up the kills when they need them the most. But they're waiting and holding on, and Azuki, where's he off to? Well, nowhere further as he gets droned out, and he's about to potentially get swung on, but they've got Goyo canisters in this position too. They can buy themselves some time. You talked about it was late getting the hatches open before, 1:40, and they've only just got down towards the lobby floor, and slip on by. We lost this engagement last time. They're threading a needle. But they've also got this player. There's someone not too far away inside Archives. Wants to try and get some support. Wants to try and get aggressive in on the B push. Surely they hear it. They don't. They're covered. There's the swing because they get the player on the stairs instead. So they still opted for it. And there's KZ caught out. FLUXO and Nate. This pair, all that's left, trying to catch somebody, but they leave. Why wouldn't they? They were being encircled and they somehow escaped a 4 versus 2. Well, to be fair, they've had this before, but the distance and the difference was the plant was down. That's the challenge right now for a Glaz and a Capitao against what is a lot of fire.
Another really strong showing from DAYSTAR and just the way that they can maneuver around this map and take their picks and take those engagements. I mean, a 2v4. It should be out of the realms of possibility with what's still on the board for the defense. Still got the Tachanka, the Goyos, the Flames, everything. I mean, yeah, Seal, just have a pop. Why not? I mean, Nate, he's going to get the plan off. Looks as though he is.
He's going to get the plan off, but he's going to get out of there, and he has 2 bolts. But it's a 4 versus 1 with a sealed top blue hatch.
That's the kicker. Does not have the hatch. So he's basically trapped, and there's a player upstairs in kitchen making the approach towards blue.
They just have to operate as a team. They just have to draw focus away as a team and have the cover. And you can see them doing it. They're putting pressure. They're going for the audio, and they're just going to watch. They're just going to wait, and they're just going to win this round. DAYSTAR, 1 round away. Another Vamos com and a 6-7. Demo's fuming. Somewhere Rob is grinding his teeth. But you know what? Somewhere, 14 or 15% of people that thought DAYSTAR could win this map, they're on the edge of their seats. Because they are one round away, back on their attack. And over the past, what, 5 rounds, 4 of them have been DAYSTAR's.
Oh, FURIA. We're in the lead. Now they're losing. Where do we go from here? Well, we're going to have the switch. FURIA back in the defense, and look at the option that they've went for.
Okay.
All of the bomb sites available, and they've selected the open area.
This was the one that they lost. This was the first one they lost. After 5 rounds in a row, they lost open, and since then, DAYSTAR's fortune has entirely flipped around. And FURIA think, well, last time we were here, it flipped the coin one way. Why don't we try and flip it back? How are they going to do that? What's going to be the difference of application? Well, there was loose bodies that were picked up. They lost some of the control on the vertex.
Last time, the defense, they were pretty heavy in towards the mid-floor. They were looking at controlling tellers and archives and elevators. Now you look at the setup from FURIA, it is a hefty hold in towards that top floor. They've got mirror windows, you have Azamis up here, Banshees, I'm sure, to stop any of the potential walks up the staircases. This is going to be quite a lot that DAYSTAR have to try and move through. Look, they've still got an option, of course, to remove those mirror windows with an Ash or with a Twitch. And again, Herds goes down as the opening pick.
I mean, the opening pick has only gone in the favor of FURIA 3 times. The entire map, they almost get the follow-through on towards KZ as well. He's lucky to survive, but survive he does. JV is the next to suffer damage. They're just being picked at, pulled at, and not pulled apart, though, because JV is said, well, as long as he's got 1 HP, FURIA have a dream. Nade gets Pikanzu, and the balance has immediately shifted back over. They've been able to wrest that control. There goes your sledge. There goes a lot of your verticality demo.
Yeah, and really the only util that they have now left is probably going to be in the form of the Ash to remove those Kiba barriers. And that's the main issue. There's that kind of layered system here in this roam game. You have the mirror windows as the first layer, and then all of a sudden you look, oh dear, there's a lot of concrete that we have to move through.
Davey gets one more. Oh no, maybe people just shouldn't open all chat. They're going to try and find themselves background. It's a 4 versus 2. And the same way I said it on the previous round, we're probably going to see this one go the whole distance. Barbed wire. Sophia, calm down. It's not that bad. They get that opened up. Eyes on towards archives and try and cut this in half. They know they don't have the utility to go for a take on the verticality. If they can try and maybe get a pinch on a player being a bit aggressive on one of these sides, well, FURIA realized that. They pulled back. 2 players inside the site itself. JV92 is watching the verticality. And I think somebody might have even... Oh yeah, no, 3 players even in the site. They've just locked it down, apart from JV, who's going to go for a fight and an engagement. He knows what he can do well, and that's all. Moments like that! Doesn't need to see, just needs to know that he's better than you. And now, a 4 versus 1 with 15 seconds, and he's still trying to at least find the exit onto JV. He does get the down and the confirm, but I think he's done enough that round. We are going all the way.
Yeah, better hold, isn't it, from FURIA? The util, a lot to really take in, and I think they played it well, kind of using the layers, peeling off when they needed to. I mean, DAYSTAR looked as though they were trying to really pinch the players inside of Janitor behind that mirror window. Did you notice that they had the setup where you had the Dokkaebi in towards Square, and then they doubled Sophia impacted both of the kind of Janitor walls to make that angle? But by the time that came in, there was already 2 kills that swung in favor of FURIA, which meant that they could have left that position, and that's exactly what they did. So the attempt was there, but they lost bodies along the way, and then that played into the FURIA strategy of, yes, play the util. If we get some kills, let's fall back, let's peel back, and we'll play the man advantage on site.
So, all down to this. We have even trades up to this point, and then suddenly two setups here, two lockdowns. We are up towards the top floor. This was won once and lost once by DAYSTAR on their defense, and their loss on this was probably their most obvious, I think, in terms of that sort of 3 rounds that went away from them. A secret bandit.
Yeah, that's one thing that FURIA, they will do on this top floor. They always like to bring that Habana. They love to bring that Habana, open up that cancer wall, and then play it. The bandit's been hidden. I mean, there hasn't been any showcase of the kind of electrification wanting to have that counterplay. And the only way that they're going to remove those bandits is going to be with nades, so they will have to rotate some players over to the side of lobby. So, look, I don't think it's going to be the end all and be all. I assume the wall will get opened up, but it just means that FURIA have to do a little mini-game before they're ready to go for their actual game.
Herds is immediately being let in. Free Fire's the hope for catching the Azami. They want to try and lock this in earlier on, but the position he's in, if it's gone untested and uncontested, the Habana will make this.
That's good.
Yeah. Pretty tricky to hold on to. They'll have to peel back. There's pre-fires, and there's actually a pop around the corner.
So it looks as though it's just a full square take from FURIA, not the typical strategy we see from them where they will open up that counter wall. So the counter strat of bringing in that bandit is going to be pretty useless. FURIA not interested in it whatsoever. You look at what they have on board, they have the sense, so straight away your mind thinks, okay, they're just going to smoke out the site, swing it and plant. Yes, that's probably what they're going to go for, but as we know, before you go for that play, you need to secure control of janitors.
Still getting their prep work done. You can see the Echo drone is trying to do the same thing. Picanzo has actually gone underneath. The bandit has gone on a bit of an adventure, and he's going to hope that he can maybe cause some problems up through the hatch itself. In the meantime, they'll do their best as the main wall is being breached open. The chance of the plant, they're being very obvious about what they're doing, but the problem is sort of like, okay, come contest us. JV might be about to. Picanzo might not know that he's being hunted, but JV might not know that he's already slipped away. A violent ring around the Rosies. But this is the sort of game of it. If you know they're full square, well, you can do things like this. Oh, he lives for Leapbox. That'll give some warning. They've got to drop down. They've got to try and execute at the same time. Seal finds the opener on towards Herds. The first sense rod has gone out. They're going for the divide, the rotate round. JV with the kit cannot be caught by Picanzo. He's having a catch in waiting arms. There is one more that falls. Seal gets another for his Talius nade, finds at least the loose player, but 40 seconds. No kit in hand, and nade driving his way through, hoping this position could be one that nets him a kill, but Azuki and Joe are the dreamers for DAYSTAR. And this roster that is on the brink of elimination has decided Hammerlifters, tournament favorites, are the ones that they're going to beat for their safety and sanctity.
Oh, DAYSTAR, what a win. I mean, that defense again, it's those little added bits of aggression going after FURIA when they least expect it.
They almost got there on the first map. They get there on the second, but our wonderful audience, this is decided in 3. So we're going to go to a break before we're back with the finale of this showdown.
Here's a phrase I never thought I'd say. DAYSTAR took a map off FURIA. Also, could have won map 1. This could have been done and dusted. I will say this map looked completely different from map 1. It wasn't just all the show on defense and then no gusto on attack.
Yeah, well, I'd like to say I'm omniscient, Rob. I like to say I can predict the future, but in reality, I'm actually so pleasantly surprised by DAYSTAR and their reactions, because when they switched over to their attacks, it was looking like it was going to head very similarly to how Lair went, but they managed to find a way. They got closer together. They won the entry engagements, and most of all, they had the resolve to make the rounds work, just to, in those big moments, to control them, got it to overtime, and then got it done on their map pick. And now we go to a map 3, which I don't think anybody saw coming.
Yeah, I don't know if this is too much of a hot take. I mean, FURIA arguably has the better players, the more proven players, but that being said, DAYSTAR is the better team right now. I mean, we're seeing them autocorrect mistakes as the series goes on. They understood the success from Lair was playing slow, playing off of each other, making sure the trades count, and we said we needed to see that on their attacks on bank. That's exactly what we saw. They started playing a lot more slow. They forced FURIA to make mistakes, force FURIA into uncomfortable positions because they understood FURIA was going to go for fights, and that's where DAYSTAR got the opening kills, as opposed to them just running in to get the opening kills. And you can see, I mean, 11 opening kills, only 3 opening deaths. DAYSTAR is immensely improving as the series commences.
I think normally across the best of 3, especially when, and this is a big underdog against a big favorite for the tournament, whenever you see that, usually you see the favorite evolve into the tournament. And in fact, it was actually the underdog of DAYSTAR that were evolving in. They were getting a big read onto FURIA, and particularly on the side of the entry department. Herds, he is that Feast or Famine player. We highlighted him as the monster of yesterday, and then today, where specifically inside of this map, where he's gone 0-7 on the entry, and that's kind of what you get. You've got to take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah, it's the hot and cold. I mean, that's the position when you're playing flexible, and especially against a team like DAYSTAR, where you have to slot in where you find the most success. Herds just wasn't able to connect on any positions with the front line or the back. He was always getting caught out, and it's really good reads by DAYSTAR to understand where he's going to be matched out.
Do you think that there's an element that we take from map 1 and map 2? By the way, they are the real scores. If you were looking at that going, that doesn't look right, those are real scores with DAYSTAR. With Cafe now, I mean, how much of what we've just talked about from, Lair and Bank, how much do we take into Cafe, or can this be considered a new map?
I mean, I don't think it's a new map. I think DAYSTAR's slowly been improving. Of course, FURIA has the element of they've been here before. They've come back before. They're not going to let a situation like this hold them down. But that being said, we talked about it in the map ban phase. If any map was going to favor DAYSTAR, it wasn't map 3 in Cafe, just because we saw how good defensively they were on the trades, on playing slow. Cafe's a map that just implements that. You're able to stall it out, have the time against you, and the way FURIA is playing right now, with struggling to find openings, playing very individualized, we're going to have to see, the FURIA that we know and love.
Yeah.
What is he? What's he doing over there?
He's trying to G the tee up.
He's keeping the energy.
He is. And I will say, for those of you who are not...
Oh. Right. He's getting the
hand warmers.
Yeah.
No. Let's chill. For those of you who don't know Harambe, he obviously led this team back in its early inception with Direwolves. He was one of the first players we ever had on APAC South interviews back on the day, and he was always trying to innovate. He was always trying to stay positive. With right now, it needs to happen.
How different are the vibes?
It's insane.
How different are the vibes between the two teams? Very serious faces on the looks, particularly on the coach of Igor for FURIA. Yeah. And then Harambe, he's joking around with his team. He's having a lot of fun.
I mean, if you're FURIA, you're in a position where you shouldn't be losing this in the first place. So, of course, you're going to be frustrated.
And the rise of WILCARD as well, in the context of the group, they want to be first place, they want to get the bye. That loss could actually be monumental for them. The fact that they've lost a map in a fixture they would expect to be 2-0.
The only thing I'm a little concerned about right now is DAYSTAR starting on attack. They've had defense both sides here, Jack. Do you think that's going to be a problem for momentum?
Potentially. And the reason that I say potentially is obviously Lair, they couldn't attack for Toffee. They could not get it done. And then they get onto Bank and they manage to find a way, but only in the latter half. Cafe can be a very momentum-driven map, so if they start off on the back foot on attack, it could go wrong quite quickly.
Right, but we saw how good their attacks were, being slow, taking their time on Bank. Cafe is an even smaller map. Hopefully we'll see that too.
I'm here for APAC supremacy. That's all I care about right now. Fluke, Demo, what are you here for?
I am here for a third map. And I was one of the ones that believed we could get here. I think I was the only one. of the casters and the analysts and the host who believed we could get here. I mean, to be fair, it was almost done in 2 maps. There's more believers! I said it would happen, didn't I? Will it end here, though? That's the worry.
Well, it will end. Somebody's going to win this map.
Somebody's going to win. Somebody will win, and somebody, well, both of them are on to Dostoevsky. Well, somebody must win. Somebody must define themselves. Somebody might upset one of the big dogs. Otherwise, sometimes we might just get the result we sort of called on, and statistics backed and other such things. One of those initial problems, as it was highlighted, is the fact that for the first time this series, DAYSTAR will be opening on their attack. It's this strange position where, yeah, okay, Bank came back to the 3 versus 3, but the strong opener from DAYSTAR and then building back in, there's different energies you've got to apply.
Yeah, I think the glaring thing that I picked up on straight away, just based on the scoreboard that was shown.
I love Neymar.
Good to know. It was
the gap.
It was the 0-7 opening kill stat for Herds.
Yep.
That is a massive issue. 0-7 by... When was the last time we've seen an 0-7 for one player in opening kills and deaths? Didn't win a single entry engagement and was involved in 7 of them.
Especially when you were, coming into this, the highest rated player in the whole tournament. They were #1 statistically based on how good they were yesterday, and yet that hasn't translated on towards today. But new map, new position, new place, new result. Who dis? Could be DAYSTAR. Obviously, they ended themselves there, getting in the back and forth. It was full max OT. It was even halves. It was as back and forth a game as you could statistically like without it being just continually traded rounds.
Attackers are heading out to
They are
defuse the
always
bomb.
on that brink, that chant. And the chant starts with these bans. The limitation from FURIA want to bring to this is no Ying, no calls. Makes sense on a map like Cafe, and especially against the isolation nature.
Especially whenever Dokkaebi was a big feature in that last map.
Yeah, exactly. It was something that DAYSTAR used very, very well. Made sure that they could put the pressure on when they went for the swings. Made sure that they could sort of catch players out and get into the gun games with at least a step ahead of them this time. Not quite so lucky. Seems like they're going to pay attention towards the top floors. You've obviously got some of the stretch and some of the positioning, but it hasn't really been a super wide roam here. They don't really need to go for it. Does get a bite out of Felipox. Just shows that they're sort of waiting, but the swing comes round from VIP, and, well, they don't need to go any further.
Minute gone. A lot of players in the building at the moment for the attackers. Seal with a big drop in through Skylight. Again, he's the buck. He's going to be the main operator to do a lot of the verticality work alongside that Ram. Already, he's thrown some of the drones in. And there we go. We've been rewarded with an easy kill. And the opening pick once more goes in favor of DAYSTAR.
Just couldn't get the position. This round, Felipox was just being taken out from all the different angles. And well, a false start for him, but a great start here for DAYSTAR. The Deimos will get his control, will get his lockdown. Here's the verticality. It's just going to force the space. You expect it. When you're not contesting this floor, you expect this to happen. And now it's just the positions around this opening and making those work. That gets open, so you get a bit more of the width when you're staring down on towards the, the coat check door in this power position.
So, obviously, Freezer is going to be their choice. As you can see, they're having a bit of an issue with an electrified hatch. Eventually, they're going to get it with the nade. Now, whenever we see teams try and go for the Freezer take, once they've got themselves in above and use the verticality, it's all about that man right there. We see just get pinged, Herds, inside of VIP. That's the danger man. He can stop them dropping the hatch. So, typically, a lot of util's going to be thrown Herds' way to stop him from doing so.
You know, I mean, he was one of those sort of contenders. If we highlight how he was yesterday, he's always got the chance of turning it on. But JV, who's a contender in the last map, Pikanzu is the one currently holding on to the title, swings his way past and tears the head off them as they have to peel back and pull back to the side. Tracked by the Deimos, he's hoping he can get a kill, but he's blinded and pushed out. There's actually a drop from a Thorn Trap. Not sure if that was one of the bingo squares, but it's confirmed itself a kill.
10 seconds to go. They need to try and get the plant in, but this guy with the shotgun is going to be the issue.
Well, can they get one? They can. Can they drive any further? They're looking for it. They've got to get themselves in. There's the pickup, Pikanzu.
Did he need to peek that?
Probably not.
Did he need to peek that with a timer? I don't know. Need to get a VAR check, please.
We need more sideline reporting.
Can we get one of the admins to the monitor, please, to have a look at this?
We're still in these rounds. This is what I've loved about this series, is how close it keeps being, right? It's not that it is just one way or the other. Even when, that was beautiful, even when team is, you know, sort of getting control of the round.
I think a second point 3 was probably left. However, I did just notice Seal had the diffuser still, and he was inside the bomb site, so he could have planted over towards the double window, beside where the rice bags are.
DAYSTAR, open up. First attack is theirs. I made a mistake in the end of the previous. They're obviously not playing for elimination. I just forgot that team had already been eliminated.
Well, that elevator been worse than them.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
That's a very positive outlook.
Listen,
you don't want anyone to be eliminated.
I don't.
Sadly, we have to keep it moving here. We need to find who's going to win this whole thing.
I'm the one with the sign that's like, I just want both teams to have a good time. And you're the one that tears my sign in half.
You're like, you want both teams to win, both teams to lose.
Yeah. And that's where we meet in the middle. No, what they're playing for is seeding, and what they're playing for is obviously being in that upper bracket, being in that position of power.
Well, we heard that with the interview that Milos did with FLUXO. It's still in their hands to finish first, and that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah.
They came in and said, yes, we're already through, but we want #1.
I'm not entirely sure on how things sort of operate in terms of picking opponents, as we've done in previous setups, and I'd have to talk to one of them rules heads about that. But otherwise, KZ talks to Azuki with a C4 and says bye-bye. Gets rid of him on the opening of this round, and no Lion. None of those are oppressive charges. And when you're thinking about what has been banned with the Dokkaebi and with the control of those loose players, we said how important it is, and how important it cannot be. Now you're looking at what is going to be that driving force. What's the instigator of this lineup for their entry?
Well, that's one thing that I think I've been surprised about with DAYSTAR. A lot of the times the operators that they choose, they're not necessarily what would be considered meta. I mean, you know, where's your Grim? Like, Grim is up, and for a Cafe, he's so good, and just I'm not seeing on the board to be utilized, and it is such a surprise. They're going to work their way through with nades if they can, but still, players upstairs, and we know that the way that FURIA like to set up, where they're there ready for trades, and obviously has that formation, and here comes the utility dump. The nade is going to miss as nade's dropped towards the other side of the cabinet. FLUXO picks up one. Great swing, though, from Souffle. Gets him in towards Cocktail, but there's still a man disadvantage.
Man disadvantage. Now they've also lost the IQ as well, so the worry of some of the gadgetries, which did pull a kill last time round, could pop their heads up again. Still going for the clear. They're hoping to try and get some of this verticality, force the pressure. They might be able to find another player before they go for the execute, just on the positional clarity, and that's down to FURIA. How much they want to contest this, and how much, well, just keep themselves a bit further back. We do have KZ lurking, I think, just at the bottom of Brown's stairs, so he could pop up at a moment's notice, but Souffle slips in, drops one down, a 3 versus 3, and there's no immediate response. There needs to be a little bit of an activation phrase, and as I said, KZ laying in wait. Needs the right call because there's 25 seconds once again.
And no smokes left either. All of the util is gone for FURIA, so DAYSTAR just wait out the smoke.
He's on
trying
the move.
to the plant. Here we go.
On the move, combined with a swing from FLUXO as well. Perfectly played and pieced together. And I mean, that's just FURIA retake.
And that was great comms, I believe. Well, I don't speak Brazilian, nor am I... or Portuguese, sorry. Or am I in the team to hear it? But I could only assume that the call would have been, I'm out of smokes. We need to hit them now before they can start going for a plant.
And you have to also give credit there as well. They played the time. They played that 6th man in the roster. They made sure that they went, you know, I'm not just going to throw myself in. I'm waiting. We're waiting. We'll do it. It's 25. No, we can wait. 20. Great. Even when this pressure's coming through, it's just, you know, they went at 20 seconds. They combined themselves with that extra element of pressure, so there was even more confusion. Hey, levels us back up, and we're going to stay on the mid-floor. I do wonder where we go after this, if we go back down towards kitchen or if we head towards the top floor.
Well, this map, all 4 bomb sites are viable. In every single one be defended. You know, pretty common occurrence across any time we see a cafe. Will say though, I think top floor is probably the least favored just because of the window gameplay, which can be pretty frustrating, I think, for a lot of defenders, especially if you don't have operators like Azami, like Clash available to yourself, which is what FURIA have to deal with without those operators.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
You see the pulse pit coming in though. JV. Let's see if he can gain some great information. This is a play that we've seen a lot from Fnatic inside of EML. If you remember, Sarts on the pulse was an absolute menace. The information he was able to gather, and you combo that with a hefty amount of C4s, and there's 3 of them on the side of FURIA. You could have some pretty explosive gameplay.
Wondering where this first engagement might come together. As I said before, that opener has often sort of gone away from them, right? You're looking at that big missed moment of a game that really defined the middle map. And here, DAYSTAR, sort of a one-up, one-down situation. If they can try and get that mentality of, well, things are falling away from you in the opener, just keep putting them into the 5 versus 4s. Or if FURIA believe, well, maybe we're that problem, right? Maybe we keep giving them these engagements. Pay them a bit more respect and let them have to come into our weighted guns. Let them have to fall into a trap. That's twice C4.
And what did I say about the last round? Where's their Grim? Why are they not bringing the Grim? Well, there's the Grim, and he's dead straight away.
Joe does get JV92. There was a jump out attempted.
Where are you going?
He was out the window and off towards the next round. The thing is, as you said, no Grim, but also no Azuki, the MVP and the star player of the previous map.
Yeah, he's not having a great start, 0-3. Yet to get on the scoreboard. I mean, half the round gone. And again, not a lot happening for DAYSTAR. They're just looking for these little gaps and these little openings, but FURIA able to gather just a bit of comfort. I mean, like, there's not a lot going on. They can just sit in sight, sit in their hands. Still got the Solus there to provide a bit of information if you can spot some drones coming in, and they're still the Brava, so you can get some value out of that Solus.
Joe's obviously taking a fair chunk of damage here, so even the side of that impact can be pretty impactful. At this point, the C4's obviously gone, but they can slow some time with the Tubarão, and time has been a very precious resource between these two teams, waiting, hoping, but time. Again, it's that element that I said FURIA play with very well. They're keeping themselves stationary. They're keeping themselves busy. They're saying, we know roughly what's going to happen, and at this point, it's the opponents that get a bit angsty. The Kanzu's going to try and get himself in close. He sort of gives a bit of the game away that he's coming. He's not being massively shy about it, but you can just do this. Swing in and ooh. Didn't expect it to entirely go that way, but neither did he. And here's the follow through, but Herds heard every single step and herds them to an early grave. Souffle finds one on the trade out, but 10 seconds left. No time, too slow. Too bad. 2-1.
Yeah, issue there for DAYSTAR. Almost hoping that FURIA is going to make a mistake. You look at the Brava downstairs, held that angle for a very long period of time, at least half the round. He was there just holding on, hoping that somebody would take a walk down white stairs. But FURIA don't need to make that play because DAYSTAR are not creating enough problems to force FURIA into that play. Why does a player from FURIA need to walk down the white stairs if nobody's on the window, nobody's going for a bait? Nothing's happening on the map. They're waiting for FURIA to make mistakes, but you need to force the mistakes.
Yep.
This is FURIA we're talking about.
I think that's it. It's a momentum that we've had on map 2 and map 1 that was very fast, it was very fluid, it was very aggressive from both teams. Unfortunately, DAYSTAR, they're a little bit worried. There's a little bit of trepidation in their approach right now, and, well, it's leading to this. Not enough time to try and piece things together. They're hoping to get these little smart picks and smart plays, but FURIA just aren't offering them to them.
No, I think finally the playstyles caught on to FURIA, the pennies dropped in their head, light bulbs went on. And there is somebody hopeful.
Unlike me, as I'm repeatedly told. At this point, you are looking at down towards kitchen again. You are looking at what was a site success for DAYSTAR the first time round. It turned into a procedural elimination, but as I said, it felt a little bit odd. They were being caught FURIA in off positions. They were being threatened from these places that maybe they didn't need to try and take those engagements, and surely they'll be a step ahead.
I think that Dokkaebi ban's big as well, isn't it? You know, I think that was also an element to Bank where that Dokkaebi call was, it helped those kind of lurkers, it helped the players who were waiting to make those plays.
Look at this, the post-IQ world as she comes through as the third ban, doubles down with the Mozzie and the Valkyrie. So much intel. Will absolutely devastate the approacher.
Yeah, I was going to mention this. You're going for the IQ ban. It means Valkyrie has to come into the swing of things. And yeah, for Philippok's going to get great value out of those cameras. Ready with the C4 lineup. He's up against the shield. I mean, again, I just think that they're missing more utility. Like, if we're trying to go for a bakery take here, which is what they're setting up for, where's your Kapitan? You know, where's your Grim? Where's the operators that are going to make players move? All they've brought in is just a couple of grenades and some flashbangs. That's it. There's nothing to force players out of position.
So you have JV holding on to Wedding, going for the swing. They've got the player behind Bakery itself, but more of a catch and one more. No, yes, all the way. Can we get it? We can. And finally the wall will open up, but the impact doesn't quite hit the body that they want. But again, look at this stack. They have so many players. Another Wamai disc. And Herds wanting to go for a hop out.
They don't
are they just going to take it? They are, and they make a connection. The upside hound swinging gets the head of JV92. The flash is over the top of Bakery. They're seeing if they can just take this step by step. They know about the Valkyrie now. Close by, but Valkyrie knows about them. Swings round. They're going in between the mix of at least the two players on Bakery, and Nade refuses to leave because he can do things like that. Gets dropped, but with everybody around there dead, should be able to be recollected and will. The Wedding wall's still solid. They still have all the sort of structure. They also now have that vertical win. FURIA were a brick wall.
Oh, that attack is... it's too basic to defend against. Like, the Wamai value, my word. Got everything. Like I said, you're not bringing in the operators to deal with that.
好，我们现在开始打的急一点，好不好？像我们刚刚那个大轰一样，我们一样打急一点，一个一个东西慢慢解，然后资源带够，麻烦排资源。我们最后这2回合其实资源排的不是很好，好吧 ？Bench 都没排掉，然后分裂也排不掉。如果需要，一样 IQ 退取，把他们陷阱都垫一垫 ，OK？ 听得懂吗？然后大肥哥，你那个一侧啊。 你去开门开窗之后就可以不要再待了，我们去靠正面，如果我们中后期要转的话，我们再转，好不好？这样听得懂吗？好不好 ？Easy guys。没 IQ。
Easy. Oi.
Well, it's not easy at the moment.
No.
Because they're 3-1 down. And yeah, just again, too basic for FURIA to defend against that. Didn't cause them really any problems. I mean, this was the only play, and you think, that's just a good shot, that's just good siege. But this was the mess. You know, the team play here from Philippok's and Nade, and we've talked about that support backline. They can gun as well as the other ones. They can, that's the thing. All the great teams in the world, everyone can have a moment, you know, and those two certainly can. It just happens to be that the other guys steal all the kills before they get the opportunity. It's not that they can't do it, it's just gets stolen from them.
I hate it when that happens. That's what happens to me and Tim as well.
That's
We are just like, you heard it first, Ace of Pyrite, we are just like Philippok's and Nade. Thank you, Demo. So, one of the things that I think that really defines FURIA is their fearlessness. They will hold places, they will lock in positions, they will ensure that, well, they are assured. Previous maps, they've been a bit mobile, been a bit active, and been caught because of it, doing things like this. But hey, you're 3-1 up and you want to shake things after a timeout. But this time round on Cafe, where they've sort of built themselves these very solid holds, well, it's put too much pressure on DAYSTAR, who are also quite good at swinging in, but they don't have the map momentum, the space working in their favor. KZ, Back on the stairs where we saw Herds obviously pull off a bit of a blinder before. Yes, the control of utility. We've seen them struggle. Obviously, when an IQ gets banned, you know kind of what's going to happen, and it's going to be utility. You're going to get Valk camps. You're going to get, as we saw, Mozzie Pest, the Echo drones as well. Ooh, just gets found out. Doesn't quite get the 90 camp.
3 drone operators as well being brought into the lineup, so they're really going to try and get as much information as possible and destroy that utility, as you mentioned. But they need to make something happen. They need to force mistakes here at FURIA, and they didn't do that the last time. We've seen them here. They just kind of held angles and hoped that FURIA would walk into them, but FURIA, I mean, we can obviously see they've caught on to the playstyle of DAYSTAR, and I mean, they're happy enough just to use their util. Ooh, that's a better play, though, from Joe, being able to pick up the kill on the JV. No trade. More importantly to note, Herd's not wanting to go back in for that engagement.
In the meantime, Souffle tried to find his way in towards the new Falcon, gets removed. Couldn't quite get himself any control there of the Christmas door, and instead, well, things get leveled up. And here, can the Valkyrie be that rebalance? Oh, they had an expectation the fight was coming and he couldn't quite win it out, but where else can you go? And Echo almost came to the saving grace, but look at this, 2 bodies. They know they need to keep the trade game going. The Echo's the lead in an entirely surrounded, brilliant play.
Yeah, great work. One guy by himself. Yes, he's been able to pick off full epochs, but the response is there. Use the Echo drone. You can see that nobody's with him. Nobody was there to assist that play that Bakanzu made. There's a C4 from KZ. Oh dear, DAYSTAR now sitting the 2v3, and again, look at the time. Not a lot to work with.
Azuki has been killed by a C4 3 times throughout these games so far. And it's just, he cannot get in, and it's a big bullet hole. Bullet.
Are we in, where are we, 2020? What is this?
It's on the bullet hole. And now, just Joe left. They know exactly where he is. They just pre-fire the fight. Oh dear, oh dear. 4 rounds in a row here for FURIA. They're currently sitting 4-1 up on their defense. As we said, it might be that sort of turn of the tournament, turn of the showdown, where they start having to start on their attack. The side where statistically in the showdown, they've been weaker before. Fortunately, those weaknesses are showing up again. FURIA, in the meantime, if they get onto their attacks where, truth be told, they've also been struggling a little bit more today, well, they now have that boon of all those rounds already in their pocket. They have at least a guaranteed 4-2 half, but if it keeps going the way it's going, with the fact that the only round DAYSTAR got was that opener, 5-1 looks pretty likely.
Yeah, looking good for FURIA at the moment. Just for DAYSTAR, they're not getting the kills that they had previously. Look at Azuki. A torrent time. Considering where he was in the last map, he has not hit the ground running.
Seal as well.
Seal also yet to get a kill. I mean, JV's also in that same boat with them, but
yeah,
you look at KZ, 8 kills for him, full epochs and 6. Got other players stepping up big.
I think the problem is Seal and Azuki obviously missing. They were the 2 best players in the server on the last map. They were all over the game that they needed to be. Azuki was having a great first map as well. Seal was sort of middle of the table. But they've just been, as you said, locked out here. 0-9 for the superstar pairing when you sort of need them the most.
I think they might go for a bit of a reckless play. You look at what they have. They have a Blitz, they have a Finka, they have a Lion. Those are their kind of rush operators. And don't forget about the bomb site that we have. It's a bomb site with a straight single window jump in. So you can immediately get into the bomb site. And we've seen plenty of times Blitz just flood their way in through that window. So that could be the potential that they go for. Do keep in mind that Blitz is not the player with the diffuser. Instead, he's going to go towards the red stairs jump. And he's got himself in, but he's going to use it to try and get above and fight the roamers, I think.
They've gone for the fight up here. They've already got the support structure of the Finka trying to find the first. But look, they're gone. Left FURIA like ghosts in the night. They've disappeared and they've just given them nothing to chase or to grab onto other than the threat of maybe more C4s landing on more of these players.
The only thing now they're missing, they've used both of the smoke grenades. Yep. They've got no other way of covering lines of sight. Yes, they've got a lot of nades, but getting value out of that's going to be a lot different compared to just throwing the smoke and planting in it. So that's the risk that they've went for. They used the smokes to get the Blitz in through red stairs. Whereas, let's be honest, he could have just dropped the red hatch and saved a lot of that. And somehow, where is he? What?
He's off. Up Brown.
He has went from one side of the map to the other, and he's seen no one.
He's places to be, and he might be about to find KZ.
He's got a restaurant booking. Where's he going?
He's off
now
to
we're
the
going.
wedding.
Now, why are we back at the start? Why are we back at the start?
He's about lap 2, mate. We're playing a racing game. He's about to find lap 2, but he's only got a minute to try and make this one piece together. KZ's still below. He's gone in. He's seen the first fight. If he gets caught out here, after everything, Seal takes some damage elsewhere as KZ's got him locked down. But now the Blitz is stuck. Stuck in a 1 versus 1 on a long-range firefight. The diffuser's changed. Now he's back upstairs. Now he's in the site. He made it. And he's up to the races. Gets one, but JV had already found his one in that same time. Look at them holding. They're going for the plant, but Philippos, he could just pop round the corner as Nade finds one. An easy sweep up. And now the kid is cold. They've lost control of the stairs themselves, and they're just looking down through openings, hoping to get a kill. But it's locked, mate. 20 seconds. You got to get a shift on. You're nowhere near the site. You're nowhere near your teammate, and you're nowhere near pulling this round out of, well, to be honest, a bag that's probably already closed, sealed, and has Furia's name on it. There's the hop over the top into the waiting gun of KZ, and now spraying, waiting. No, I want the kill on my own stats. Where are you, Souffle? Come here. Delicious, says Furia.
That's the most Scooby-Doo looking round I think we've had all event. He went from one side, he jumped in the window to start with, he used the smokes, he got up red, he was looking for roamers, they ran away. He then somehow ended over to the other side of the map. He's outside. You thought he was going in the restaurant, then he runs all the way around, up the balcony, jumps in the site, somehow got a kill in the midst of that.
Okay, let me just.
What did they do? Like,
I'm gonna take you back. I'm gonna take you back to you yesterday, where you're like, "I'm better than Savage on the Blitz. I'm a great Blitz player." Is this coming from you as a great Blitz player, or is this?
No, it's just what's he doing? It's like the reverse effect of a TARDIS. It's massive on the outside, but there's nothing going on inside.
Unfortunately, nothing going on is also DAYSTAR's current score. 5 rounds in a row, once again for Furia. They pulled this off in the last map, and then DAYSTAR were able to turn it on, but it was still all the way to the end. Here, well, in fairness, hey, it's me, Emmy, giving people a little bit more hope again. DAYSTAR were 5-1 up against Furia on the first map, and then things changed. We know it's possible, but the difference is Furia are now the ones that just need to push 2 over the edge. They just need one of these sites to connect on their attack, and Cafe offers itself quite well to that.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, DAYSTAR. On the defense, which
5 seconds left.
It should be good for them, but just feel that Furia have worked their way into the game a lot better compared to previous times that we've seen them so far this series, where they're straight away going for the 5-1 in control. However, look at this from DAYSTAR, not slowing down in the aggression. He's went for a spawn peek. He was able to down KZ. That's 8 HP straight off it, but he's double dipped. You never double dip.
Never double dip. Joe goes. And now KZ, he's well hurt, but he's got his 1 for the round, and he's 11-2 for the map. I mean, he is currently almost the reverse of Seal and Azuki put together. The worry is, if they're on a 5-1 to a 6-1, maybe this series that we wanted to be a big finale and a back and forth fades.
Really good intel there from the Pulse, seeing that 2 players are located on the rappel. Just gives that kind of heads up to Souffle. You may be dealing with 2 players instead of just the 1. And oh! Almost gets caught out. Oh, makes the dash across and drops the hatch. Now he will join some of the other defenders downstairs. Leaves Seal the only man upstairs in the bomb site.
He's just going to go for the run out C4. The Pulse has just found out nobody's there, and he's, well, tried to find a fight on the top floor. Herds, in the meantime, finds Souffle. And look, they're sort of watching and waiting. Azuki does find his first kill. Seal also finds his first. Finally, the 2 big players have found themselves an impact to level things up, but Nade Make sure at least the man that was trapped in the core of the top floor is caught out. Now the site is theirs. So they're going to try and get the kit planted and find a safe place to posture. And that's on top of this. But Azuki, in the meantime, gets himself a kill underneath. No more C4s for this coverage. And it's going to turn into a bit of a gun swing. JV92 is worried about where to go. And they've got a minute. So why not try and close down on the kill? That's the confirmation. And that's that collapse. So 1 versus 2. The last one is underneath. He's going to have to rotate his way up white, which he will do. But
already rotated.
So much time! Whoa! Big Anzu! He baits the play. It's a pulse. He could go underneath and cause some trouble. We'll hear the plant. He's going to slip his way on by, but they seem to know Azuki was in this position, so maybe they got intel. Oh, it doesn't matter if they do or they do not, because JV92 only does one thing, and that is play brilliant Siege.
Oh, so close.
So close.
So close to hitting that kill. Wow. I mean, FURIA, has to be said, though, good decision-making for how they were able to get into the bomb site. They seen there was jump outs downstairs. They knew about the pulse. As soon as the Cade showed himself also below, they knew there was one guy left. And what did they do? Flood that bomb site, get themselves out, and try and lock down the bomb site. Use the Capital, cover off the staircases. There was a little bit of hesitation because they just weren't entirely sure if people had gotten themselves back into the bomb site in time, and they just didn't know if they wanted to go for the plan.
I mean, gotta say, that was beautiful. This, though, oh, if he had, it's like one of those moments where obviously he didn't know he would be that sort of visible. They're playing off of audio. If he had ADS, I feel the same. If he had ADS a split second before, he would have had the perfect lineup on him. And sometimes you get the cap over the hop of the stairs, and sometimes you get dropped from a planter pulling off moves like that. 6-1, DAYSTAR must be perfect if they want the hope of pulling this into a win, if they want the hope of getting more than the commiseration points, and if they want a bit of an easier statistical time against Falcons for seeding purposes tomorrow. Either way, you also kind of want a bit more of a fight. Nade will get some of the destruction done on whatever was behind the door, and then try and get the door open themselves. The laser gate will slow things down. Remember how aggressively this position had been held before? We obviously don't quite have the same MO. There's no Amai, there's none of that sort of burn. You don't have the aggression from the Valkyrie. Instead, it's more of DAYSTAR, right? You've got the option of a roam seal on the Vigil, seeing if they can find a friend up top, but no, just a precursory swing onto Herds, who heard that, but he's between two players, and they're going to actually go for the fight. Goes for one. Goes to try and bait out the second. Seal confirms Herds. Slips his way past in towards Wedding. There's a lot of damage being done, but look, isolates the Blackbeard. He's going to cook him alive. No, he can't, because JV shows up at the right possible time. KZ gets sealed. There's KZ inside the side itself. A 4 versus 2. And talking about being cooked, they are in that kitchen. They are waiting for a fight.
Look at the difference in the util dump. We've seen both the attacks from either side with going bakery direct. Look at the operators brought in to disrupt those players. And you can just explode in and take that control.
Planted kit is the attempt here, and they're drawing some focus. The slow creep forward from Azuki cannot connect with KZ. And it leaves just Souffle in the hopes of a win. But unfortunately, the only thing served up in this kitchen, it isn't Souffle, my friend. It's something Brazilian. And what a way for them to reassert themselves at the end of a very long series.
Yeah, that momentum that they had in that first half just really shone through, and just DAYSTAR was not the map for them, just couldn't get into it. Very well deserved from FURIA. Hard-fought victory. I mean, those first two maps really had us worried, but they get there in the end.
I think that's the main thing, right, about this team. They have always that possibility to turn it back on. They've got themselves now, I believe, secured in the top 2, but I'm going to say I believe because I got it so wrong last time. And it's just that energy that they can find. DAYSTAR, for how brilliant they played in the first 2 maps, unfortunately, their journey is still one of fighting, but with what they did, well, who knows how far they can fight. We, however, we know where we're going. That's to a break.
matchup we just had. FLUXO joining us from FURIA after being able to take down DAYSTAR. Now, we had a chat about depth of map pool and choices and all of that, but to me, it looked like things got really tough until map 3. What went down there?
Yeah, they were playing really good. They are really skilled players, so it was tough to in the gunplay against them. And they defend really well. Like they punish all our drones, and we couldn't know what they were doing. And we started to get a little scared of them in our attacks. But in map 3, we kept the composure, and I could kill someone finally because I was playing so badly, so poorly. So when we were 5 guys playing, it was easier.
Is this why you don't underestimate any opponent?
Yeah, of course. I said to you that we're not underestimating them, but we did a little bit.
What are you on about? JV, come. You play WILCARD tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Anything you want to say to WILCARD? Into the camera.
Pai, tem que falar para eles aí, pro Lagones, que a vagabundagem vai ganhar da rotina e do trabalho do Lagones aí, pai.
Help us out.
He said that we are being lazy and we are going to win against the hard work of Lagones.
There you go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you go. You rest up. We'll see you next time. That's it from FURIA.
I find that really interesting, right? We were talking about going into that third map about the fact that DAYSTAR weren't starting on defense for the very first time. And he's literally just gone and said that we were kind of scared of them when they were on their defense because they kept shooting all our drones. How did that play out for you, Jack?
Yeah, I think it was... the one thing you don't want is you don't want to let FURIA bed their way into a game, right? I think we might still be playing it now had DAYSTAR have started on defense. But I think the fact that FURIA was started on defense, they were picking... 2 operators mainly in my mind was the Mozzie, and then we also saw the information side with the Pulse or the Valkyrie very, very often. And I think what that allowed them to do was control DAYSTAR's drones, control FURIA's aggression, and we saw so often KZ just opening up the kills, particularly with the C4s onto the windows. And then once you get FURIA on a roll, that's where they want to be. They want to have that momentum. Once Pox is coming into the game, you get that momentum, and then that was the tricky bit, you know? It's not always about who starts on attack or defense, but certainly in this map, it felt material.
Yeah, it's a bigger factor that FURIA was able to start on defense. They understood that a lot of it came from the information game, information denying, and they understood it's a way smaller map. DAYSTAR was unable to attack together. You have to be able to play on the windows, hold different crossfires. FURIA knew that, so that's where they took a lot of those early engagements, especially when DAYSTAR transferred over to doing minimal takes, trying to take Bakery. It really wasn't working out for them because FURIA was prepared for it.
There was the one content round where I think Demo lost his mind, where the Blitz started off jumping in, bottom red window, went up on the top floor, all the way back down, out, inside the restaurant, and back into sight. And yeah, I think DAYSTAR maybe got a little bit lost on their attacks, really didn't know what to do. And I think the problem is when they grouped up, they were given the opportunities to, I think I saw Nate get a massive 3K inside a Bakery. And that's kind of the problem, is, you know, and this I didn't quite get a chance to say it before we started the game, but it felt like DAYSTAR in map 2 and map 1 were operating at 100%, and FURIA were maybe 50, 60%. Once they level up, it can become quite different.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, like Azuki and Seal in that match summary there, you saw him just kind of middle out. They unfortunately didn't get a single kill between them in the first half on Cafe. There were so many factors here that could have pushed this a little bit further, but ultimately that's how it unfolds. Let's have a look at the standings to see how things are shaking up now. And I think at the moment, obviously, FURIA go to the top, which most would expect. The big comment here is that WILCARD now have a game in hand.
Yeah, and that's the big thing as well. WILCARD have a game in hand. They're currently about to face Elevate, who are already eliminated, not looking hot at all this tournament. The fact that FURIA have had a 2-1 victory rather than a 2-0 victory means that everything is now in WILCARD's hands if they want to get first place in this group, if they want to get a bye. They obviously play FURIA tomorrow in what will be basically a battle for first, but they can stick the pressure on now in their game against Elevate.
And you might think it's an easy game for WILCARD and they're expecting to win it, but I was actually talking to them yesterday and they said, we're playing with Elevate for nothing on the line. Elevate are already eliminated, and that's where teams power up to make things that much harder to go up against because they have no pressure. So that's an aspect that Elevate is taking control of. WILCARD's taking control of going into the next match.
Now, obviously, we'll get a chance to talk about all of those kind of things in the break. Well, after the break, I should say. But speaking of the break, this is one you don't want to miss. Music usually plays a pretty big role at all of our events, especially the Six Invitational. So let's go ahead and have a little sneak peek as to what to expect for 2026.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Run until the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. After skies, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Coming into today, most would have thought the first 2 games were going to be of a slower pace. I think that's the nicest way I could possibly say it. I know we were talking about it off air. We were thinking, okay, what are we really going to get out of these first 2 games? What we've just seen with DAYSTAR has set a precedent that hopefully might follow here. I don't know.
I mean, we might. Even though this game is meaningless for Elevate, for WILCARD, they're playing to stay in contention to battle tomorrow against FURIA for first in their group. So it's important for WILCARD.
Yeah, it certainly is a massive statement that could be made by the North American roster here. I think ultimately when we hone in on Elevate, it's just an interesting situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, eliminated from the tournament so early. Obviously, not put up your best version of yourself. And I think for the Elevate guys, it's a Brazilian roster that's gone over to APAC to go and play. And then when they get to international events, they've generally struggled. I think what it becomes about now is pride. Pride within yourself, pride as a player, and putting out a good performance at least so you can take something tangible from this event.
What I find really unfortunate is that wonderful gentleman in front of you, ex-world champion, he's unfortunately fallen very ill on the back of this event now. Obviously, we look at the performance of the first 2 days or 3 days and we just say, look, this is really not good enough. But he comes in today even worse than what he has the previous couple. There was talks about what might happen if he couldn't even get to the stage. But ultimately, he is here and he is ready to play. But I look at this and I think to myself, Fox, do we have any positives for this team for this event?
No, not at all. Elevate has no positive stats. They're among the worst, if not the worst team to come to this event. And I'm going to be very harsh about it because this should be a reality check, a wake-up call. Because Elevate is comprised of Brazilian players who have gone to the APL region thinking just because we have this notoriety that we've won on previous teams before that we can own the APL region. They lose in APL. They come to this event itself and they're the first team that's grouped with the exact same type of ego that they showed throughout the APL. So hopefully the one tangibility is that they can go back and realize this is a reality check. We're not the good players that used to have the ability to lift trophies. We need to get back to ground zero to be able to improve. But despite all of that, there is one positive for Elevate I forgot to mention. They can make history. If they don't win more than 3 rounds, they could get the title of being the worst team to ever attend SI. The current worst team is WILCARD, but the previous roster that was in APL. But yes, Elevate has the potential to make history here still, despite their elimination in the tournament.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's a tricky scenario.
It is. It is.
Even if they get more than 3 rounds, then they don't break a record.
Correct. It's really unfortunate because when you look at it, obviously the wildcard we're referring to is the old Oceanic wildcard a very long time ago now, for those of you that can cast your minds back 5-6 years. But ultimately, this wildcard we're looking at today is a completely different roster, a completely different outlook, and potentially some might say, Jack, are they NA's greatest hope in this? Because at the end of the day, the Six Invitational, where we're at, post-Munich, M80 looked phenomenal. Now they're looking a little broken. Is this the team that could carry NA to a victory here?
It sure is. I mean, WILCARD, when it comes to events, power up. They look like a team that is very adaptable, and that's the main quality that you want to come to a main event, because you're not playing the same teams in your inner region. You're going to have to adapt on the fly, and WILCARD is a team that does it so exceptionally well above all of the other North American teams.
Yeah, and I think we're getting used to seeing WILCARD at events now, actually, aren't we? They've come in, I thought, as an underdog, in terms of events. And I now think they're kind of the upper echelon of the teams in North America that are competing.
Really?
Apart from the favorites, the favorites being the Shopify Rebellions, your SSGs, your M80s.
Yeah.
But then you look at their rivals of Dark Zero, of Oxygen, of WILCARD. They're the ones that's currently winning it, despite this only being their 3rd S-tier event as a roster and as an organization, if we exclude the Oceanic roster.
Yes.
They top 4 at Reload, top 4 Munich Major, and so far they're looking like they're going to top their group at the Six Invitational. So what we now need to do is start putting some respect on their name, Fox.
Yeah, we sure can, because it's a very big thing in North America specifically that when you play interregionally, teams are very counter-strategy. Because you scrim them all the time, you practice against them, other North American teams know what you are doing. But when it comes to an event, that's where push comes to shove and the best rise among the OK. And that's why Wildcard being so adaptive heavy is why they always have such a lead.
So what I wanted to see was where their growth profile was. And realistically, I think it's in their attack win rate. So you look at the stats up on the top of your screen. Wildcard currently lead the event for defensive win rate. Let's call it 90%. Let's round it up. Incredible defense.
Yep.
Attack, not so much, down there at 37.5. So I just wanted to compare them to previous winners of events, because I'm guessing this team behind me have aspirations of winning events.
Yep.
M80 at Munich, 52%. Secret EWC in the 60s, and Furia at Reload, high 50s. So the growth profile for Wildcard has been a little bit more consistent in their attacks and their application of their attacks.
Sure.
And at that point, that's when we can start considering them a top team internationally.
Moving forward, I guess that this matchup in particular, Fox, maybe we can stick to the broader spectrum here. This should well and truly be a Wildcard favourite game, and it should look very positive for them. Do you have anything that you might worry about for Wildcard?
Not for Wildcard specifically, but they're playing against Elevate that has no pressure on their shoulders. And as a player, that is honestly the hardest game in the tournament because you don't know what to expect. Elevate could run completely brand new strats. We could have players trying things they've never tried before. And it puts Wildcard in a position where they can't make errors because Elevate, again, have no pressure on their back. And every team here will say, when a team plays like they do in scrims, that's scary to go up against.
Back in the day when I was on Chaos and we got relegated, the final game that we played was against Fabian when he played for Vitality. And our coach Hyperino subbed in. We played with complete and utter freedom and destroyed them. That's what Elevate could pose as a threat today.
Well, we need a battleground to set this game on, so let's have a look where we're headed. First up, again, I'm still probably going to keep reiterating this, especially on the desk. I don't expect a lot from Elevate, but we do start on Border, which is a pretty fraggy map.
Yeah, it's a very big fraggy map. In fact, Elevate, very recent history, big 7-0 on it yesterday. They absolutely love the map, and I'm not surprised to see them pick into it. Where I was surprised, actually, was to see the Nighthaven Labs coming in. The Nighthaven Labs pick from Elevate because they don't have a particularly hot record on it. They don't seem to attack it well when I looked at the stats. And actually, Wildcard are pretty good on that map when you look at the stats. They've got a winning record and decent attack on it.
It's within their top 3 maps for sure, but essentially I spoke to Spiker as they were getting ready for the game, and he was saying that they're going to be using this as a testing round. They know that they should beat Elevate, plain as day. So picking Border first to essentially give Elevate one of their best maps as practice. Labs, that's Elevate giving them a favor to be able to take them to a map like that. It looks like Elevate's still trying to learn something from the event, which is good, and Fortress being the final map, giving Wildcard the opportunity to test it out in waters that aren't as severe as it might be later in the tournament, and potentially we'll see them bring that Fortress out depending on if it gets played today.
Let's have a look at the stakes, I guess, and see what is up for grabs here. Again, unfortunately for Elevate, we don't have a lot of great storylines for them. As the boys are kind of saying here, you know, this is an opportunity for them to, I guess, just play a bit free, kind of get that last game of experience before you head back home. But for Wildcard, Jack, I think this is a pretty big match.
Yeah, and I think if you consider the opponents in their group that they will have had to play through as well, the fact that they can secure top 2 with a victory is an upset in itself, really. There's some big hitters inside of their group, and top 2, of course, is massive. There's maybe a fight that comes tomorrow for the first place, but if you are first or second place, you are either going to get a bye for first place, or you're going to be one of the top 2 teams that ends up picking opponents for, you know, for the upper bracket. Either way, you secure an extra life in the playoff, and that is absolutely massive.
It's so important, especially when you look at who's in their group. I mean, along the likes of Furia and Falcons, which Wildcard was able to beat Falcons yesterday. So that being said, them just claiming a top 2 spot means a lot, not only for the organization and players, but for everybody watching. That Wildcard is a namestay that we should put some more respect on. And as for Elevate, I don't know, they got cool jerseys, I guess.
They are great jerseys. I will say they are incredible jerseys.
That's phenomenal from you, Fox. You've actually found a positive in a very dark place for them. But speaking of dark places, let's welcome these guys.
What is that supposed to mean?
Really hurtful.
Want to explain that one?
Please explain. Dark place, what does that mean, Rob?
Okay, so Parker, when you walk outside, the sun goes away.
I don't have those powers.
One of them looks like Elevate, the other one looks like Wildcard.
You know what?
Which one?
Don't answer that. I know exactly what he's going to say.
I think it's best if we just let them decide. Do you have any thoughts on that one, Parker?
No, I mean, this is going to be a match.
Of all time.
You are, yeah, it is one of the matches of all time. Don't know where it's going to lead in general, but I know that it was you, Jesse, that actually brought up this whole point of the wild card. Like, what are your thoughts on this? Because I do feel as though Elevate are in a very awful position that I don't think we've found many teams with this storyline for some time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, worst in SI history is not something we talk about very often, but when it's a situation like this where the current holders of that record can gift it onto another team, I think it gives some stakes, some interesting narratives around a match that otherwise doesn't have a whole lot of implications for a squad like Elevate.
And Fox, I think you actually told one of the players from Wildcard exactly what the stakes were. Was that what you were doing over there?
Yeah, I was telling them. I was letting them know if they gatekeep them on Elevate not winning more than 3 rounds, they would be able to pass on that curse of being the worst team to touch the graces of SI.
I've got to ask you here, Parker, what are your thoughts around Wildcard as a roster? Because they are looking pretty formidable, at least in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that it really just is better than the sum of its parts, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You look at all 5 of these individual players, there's some great players on the team that have some, have had some consistency on land. But when you just like look at the roster, you're not like, wow, those are like 5 guys that can just dominate in every single role. But as a team, they work so well together, and I think their coordination's been very strong. They obviously trust each other. I think Lagonis is a huge part of that. He doesn't really get the praise he deserves, and he gets the most out of all these players in all their positions. So, I mean, anybody who doubts them does so at their peril.
Well, you know what, gents? I'm going to let you keep waffling, and we're going to go and kick our feet back up in the green room and enjoy ourselves. So, hope this is one of the best matches that you have ever witnessed in all of SI.
I mean, I do think there is potential here for this to be a good game. I mean, Elevate are not really playing for anything. You saw it yourself. They are eliminated. I don't think production has ever been so just forthcoming about a team's stakes. It does not matter. Elevate are just here for fun. They're just here for fun. They've already been eliminated. They were the first team eliminated. They have not looked particularly good. I don't know what's next for this team. I don't know what's next for these players, but at the end of the day, Wildcard have something on the line, right? Their expectations are much higher. They need to be better. And we're going to start on Border. Do Wildcard get this done quickly, or does Elevate still have a little bit of that dog in them? Our first map is ready.
26%. That's how many rounds Wildcard were able to win back in 2020, and now they have the chance to pass on that torch. Elevate right now, I believe, sit at 28%. That'll fall just enough if they get really 7-0'd, 7-1'd, or 7-2'd, combined with a respective score on map 2. So those are the stakes we're working with. The measure we're going by, of course, is percentage round 1, just in case that wasn't clear. And I'm looking forward to a good game. You know, Parker, this Elevate team, they may not have anything to play for, but sometimes genuinely the scariest teams are the ones with nothing to lose.
No, undeniably so. When teams come in and they just play off of vibes and they play for feels, they can do really, really well. My only thing is that usually we say that when it involves teams that do have something to play for. Elevate has nothing to play for. They are going home in 48 hours. Probably less. So this group, all 4 teams have been locked in at this point. FURIA, Wildcard, Falcons, and DAYSTAR in some various order. FURIA has guaranteed themselves a top 2 spot, that's for sure. FURIA actually plays Wildcard tomorrow. Elevate, this is their very final game. So win or lose, it does not matter. I imagine the flight's already booked. They are likely gone probably tomorrow morning back to Brazil. It was a short stay for the APAC team that might be going home to Brazil, might be going back to APAC. We're not really sure where these players live in the off season. They've got nice jerseys. They have not had a nice run at SI. I don't know, Jesse, if they've got that in mind, that they're thinking, we don't want to be the worst team ever to perform at the Six Invitational.
5 seconds left.
But I mean, no team wants that.
No.
It's just a matter of whether or not it's in the back of their head.
Well, and obviously for Wildcard too, like this is a squad who are competing for first place here in Group B, the group of poppies, as we have a flower dedicated to each one of our 4 groups. And Wildcard, they're set to play FURIA in tomorrow's matchup. So if they go into that game against FURIA red hot after demolishing Elevate, that sends a bit of a statement, especially because the Big Cats struggled just a few hours ago to take down DAYSTAR. They got there in the end, but it wasn't a walk in the park like you might have expected when you see DAYSTAR going up against a team like FURIA. So Wildcard, they want to get ready for tomorrow. They know how important these points are to finish first and get that first round bye when they head into the playoffs. They choose Border. It's a bit of a strange map, I think. It can be a map that gets chaotic. It's kind of a map that if a team isn't coming in with a bunch of strategies, they can still thrive. It's very much a gunner's paradise here in the Middle East. So going to be really exciting to see what Wildcard have strat-wise up against this Elevate defense.
It's the first Border that you and I get to cast here at this match, so it's going to be quite exciting to see that. We were actually talking with casters before we got into this about the maps that we hadn't received, so boy, oh boy, what a nice treat to see Border appear. And if we do somehow go all 3 maps, which seems quite unlikely, we will get our first Fortress between you and I. We've seen Fortress here at SI twice now, if memory serves correctly. Our good friends Pengu and Dev Marta got to cast it yesterday.
Yeah, great game as well. They got to play all 4 bomb sites there, so that was really exciting. Seeing the meta develop and evolve for a brand new map here in the pool. Border is a pretty old map at this point, and the hold being shown by Elevate, I would say, is relatively standard. They haven't really committed to break room much. It's just Psycho basically alone still playing inside security. Wildcard with this shield-focused push are pressuring in towards East and almost found their first pick on the resets, but he has been able to stay alive and actually drop the hatch into bathroom.
Are they aware of Baby Shark's position as he now sneaks his way in? Nope. No, he does not. Resets was able to get away, but he just delayed what was coming either way. And immediately you will see a response from that death mark of Baby Shark. Bay, who took a bunch of damage just a couple moments ago, has now been downed. Might be retrievable. Be a little concerned here that Kansan is also on low HP, so 2 traditionally good fraggers on Wildcard. Limited in the HP they have. Psycho now staring down the Blackbeard as this assault from Wildcard is not slowing down.
Psycho could have killed Dash there. The fire that went through actually moved the shield out of the way, but was too focused on the canister to find that frag and pays for it with his life. Bay, after being picked up, will get the kill back onto Psycho. Make sure you know that he's dead. And Dash and the Blackbeard taking out Ion as well. So 2 defenders remain.
Really rough start for this Elevate team. Steph is not looking anywhere near the Blackbeard. And well, would you look at that? A flawless start by Wildcard.
Can't be mad at that. Really nice clear.
I mean, if you're Wildcard, how could you be happy with? You're happy with that?
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to take a flawless start. Again, the East clear was really, really solid. The way they were able to track resets, I thought was really impressive. They knew he was in open area. They force him down the hatch, and then they say, okay, we've got Baby Shark on the Deimos down there. Baby Shark, do your thing. Did a great job of catching onto that kill, and then security fights went pretty nicely. Pushing the site with a heavy man advantage. You just had to hope and pray if you're Raps or Stemp in the 2v5, because that is a tough spot to be playing from, but nice to see the North Americans in form 1 round in.
The North American team.
Yes.
Because 3 of the 6, when you include the coach and the active roster, are not from North America. Really diverse squad. But most North American teams here have at least 1 import.
That's true. That's true. And Baby Shark, of course, actually here from our home country of France. Not from the Paris region. Grew up in the south of France, in Avignon. About 3 hours by train. So I'm sure his family and folks and friends will be in attendance once we do get to that live portion of the event. Just given by Wildcard's history, it's pretty likely that they will make it to the live portion.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great stat that was shown by production and talked about by the desk. About how, when compared to their contemporaries, Dark Zero and Oxygen, Dark Zero making 19 S-tier events, OXG making 9, Wildcard has made 3, and yet Wildcard has outpaced all of them over the last calendar year. So
yeah, it was an interesting conversation I had with Jack Fresh last night, actually, where Fresh asked me, is it fair to call Wildcard the 4th best team in North America? And honestly, I think you could easily make an argument for 3rd best team in NA.
I think they are better than Shopify Rebellion, indisputably.
Yeah, and then you've just got M80 and SPACESTATION, who you probably make the argument are better, but even SSG in recent results haven't done as well as Wildcard have, so you really can go all the way with your Wildcard praise.
Over the last year, Wildcard has been the 2nd best North American team internationally.
Yeah. Can't disagree with that.
But WILCARD obviously have had domestic struggles, and when you look at a team like SPACESTATION, who finished first in the first season of NAL, finished second in the second season of NAL, and then won the NAL finals, you have to ask the question, where do we wait when we say best domestic versus international? The solace of Ion as we waffle, I believe was the word that made it used. Ion being hunted down, Psycho finished off, Dash taking a lot of damage. That's the very first kill on the side of Elevate, and it comes from Raps. He's not long for this Earth. Bay takes him down and then loses the duel to reset. He seemed a bit confused there. Can't tell if he got siege timing or not, Jesse.
Lots to focus on, I think, for Bay in the midst of that. He did get 2 frags, though, so I think he's more than done his job here in the second round of play. These last couple Elevate players are relatively spread out. You've got Ion inside of security, Stemp up on the north side of the top floor, and then Ion kind of near with him over towards Fountain. If WILCARD can isolate one of those players, most likely somebody like Resets, then they definitely could try to work a pick, get that man advantage in. 60 seconds to go in the bomb site, of course, Ventilation Workshop, so they're in the site.
And they can hear those logic bombs ringing out as Kansan holds the diffuser. Right underneath the hatch is Spiker, and oh, he's just at an awkward angle and has to chase his way off of that position. Now it's Resets to the rescue. Down goes Kansan after the diffuser has been planted. Spiker and Baby Shark, the last 2 alive. Outside of the building, this is a damning place. But can they see the defuse kit? That's the real question here. Is there long arm potential? Ion sitting on top of it. A nice shot as Spiker is last alive. Now it's Ion's turn to go on top. Stemp to cover. Stemp still covering. Ion clutching out. Spiker doesn't realize that pros don't fake. Elevate wins the round. Likely a miscommunication on the side of WILCARD, and the Red Rebellion have equalized.
Yeah, not the strongest post plant, unfortunately. A lot of times you'll see players try to play that from outside of the door. He goes Vents window instead, and he did have the angle to stop the player that was initially sticking on the defuse, but in the end, a little bit too tight on the corner, not playing as aggressive as maybe he had to, and that will cost them a round as Elevate do strike back. That is the first of 3 that they need now to avoid the title of SI's worst team.
Yeah, that was something else that was raised by the desk, is that 3 rounds are needed. Jesse, remind me again, statistically, what's the worst team to ever play at the Six Invitational?
That was WILCARD back in 2020, Parker, 26% win rate.
But it was not these guys.
No, a different WILCARD team, of course. These guys, I mean, I don't think Baby Shark was born in 2020. He was probably still just a twinkle in his mother's eye. But, you know, this is still an organization that's got quite a lot of legacy inside of Rainbow Six Siege. Not quite as much legacy as Elevates, who I believe are the single longest standing org in Rainbow Six history. They've had teams in APAC, they've had teams in South America, they've had teams in North America, they've been all around the world with the different rosters that they have fielded. Of course, here at the Six Invitational, you'd argue this is one of the best teams that they have ever had signs under their label, but the results not quite there to face up against international competition, unfortunately.
I think people also forget that Elevate as an org are world champions.
That's true. Back on Xbox, way back in the day.
Forget that team. It was what? It was Fighter, England, Laxing, Skies, and Bosco.
Yep. Crazy roster back in Siege's past 10 years ago now. Here comes the rush.
Dash is on in, living up to his name. Down goes Raps. First casualty for Elevate. They have successfully cleared out Customs. They take Ion down too, so bodies cold on the side of Elevate. Now it's Resets and Stemp with over 2 minutes to go. Just 2 still there for this Red Rebellion team. Stemp decided to reload and stop moving. You can't do both those at the same time.
Yeah, going to be putting Resets in a pretty tough position here, Parker. 1v5. He's on the move. Knows he can't just sit still where this position is known. Catches Baby Shark off guard, and that's going to make things one step closer to success. One more to find.
Every single player on Elevate entered this matchup in negative kill differential. The best player on the team has been Resets. He, to his credit, was only -2, and that is just not a... Yep. They let him live a little bit longer than I thought. Resets, obviously a terrific player, hot off of that Team Liquid squad not too long ago. And I mean, ultimately, even though he's going home, he made it here, Liquid didn't. So Resets seemingly making a good career move.
Lots of players at this tournament could say that, to be honest. The coach of Elevate, Hugzord, the coach of WILCARD, Lagonis, Ask on Black Dragons.
I mean, Nesk is here.
That's true. That's true.
Palu is here. He's a new father.
Yes, I heard that. Congratulations to Palu. I think in that previous round, if I can glaze for a little bit, it was a nice double entry from the captain of Wildcard, Spiker. He's actually been statistically the best captain of any player at SI so far. The highest rated. He's top 20 overall at this event, and when you isolate just to IGLs, he is the best performing person, which a lot of people would not have expected, just given that he is a bit more of a traditional IGL where he plays a lot of shield roles. He's often not the guy getting the frags, but I've been really impressed with Spiker's play here in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, he's the second best kill differential on his team, just trailing Kansan. And I mean, Kansan. How many times have we seen a great Kansan clutch? Wearing jeans, mind you. That guy is a terror. Kansan is mechanically gifted. He's among the best of the best. Every single NAL season, he is among the top-rated players.
Yep.
He had a bit of a step back in the most recent season of the NA League, but that's okay because Bay did better, Spiker did better, Baby Shark did better.
Yeah.
Not better than Kansan, but better than usual.
Yeah.
There will be an ebb and flow, and there are a lot of good teams in North America. Obviously, Dark Zero is not here, but they are a team that, while they might not be where they were 2 years ago, they are certainly still a formidable foe. And then, of course, you've got the usual suspects, your M80s, your SSGs, your Shopify Rebellion, Zero XGs, all of whom are also present. Yeah. So stiff competition in North America, and the fact that Spiker is able to frag so effectively and has the distinction of being the only person in the server to not yet die is a good. The days of the fragging IGL have sadly fallen by the wayside, but Spiker is still trying to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, I remember Volps would often kind of take that role, but as of this event, has given up the IGL title to Dots on that W7M squad, FLUXO W7M now. Former team of Dash, who's been playing very well in this server as well. 4-1 on primarily just the shield rolls. They've got a bit of a puzzle to work through in round number 4, Parker. The Denari setups from Ion are going to make entering in through top east a little bit awkward. He ran this last round, but they didn't have it the previous time they defended Armory Lockers and Archives. It's going to make clearing in through this top floor a little bit more tricky, but Dash is up to the task. Oh, no, he's not.
You can be up to the task and still not complete the task, I suppose.
There you go.
Yeah, there's 6 Brazilian players in this server, and yet neither team is Brazilian. That is really quite something to say. Wildcard suffering through here, and if that high water mark for Elevate is to win 3 rounds to escape the distinction of being the worst team to ever play at SI, well, they're in really good shape. All 5 players on Elevate still alive. Bay and Baby Shark are the last 2 for Wildcard. Make that Bay. Baby Shark, dead. Bay, alive. Hunting for kills, 4 to be found.
If he had Diffuse Kit, I'd say winnable, but with it being across the map, Parker, I don't know how Bay ever walks away with a victory here.
I think it's just too quiet for him to be able to get that diffuser down. And now he's going to get pushed from probably a quick rotate over from a security. As he jiggle peeks away with Stemp doing basically the same thing. Stemp maybe a little bit slower on his reflexes, but ultimately lands the shot, and it's 2-2 on border.
Beautiful little hat trick coming out from Psycho in that round as well, 3K. Keep in mind, this guy's got 7 invitationals in his back pocket, a hammer to his name. Regardless of Elevate's performance at this invitational, Psycho will go down as one of the greatest Rainbow Six players of all time because of what he accomplished back on NIP. Been very impressed with his performance over the last couple of years and shows that Old Man's still got it, putting up big frags against Wildcard to keep this game close now, 2 apiece.
I couldn't see Psycho's neck tattoo.
And
I thought it said merci, like French, but it says mercy.
Okay. You think he just got it specifically to come to Paris and be polite?
I didn't know he played Overwatch. I'm glad that you referenced that, though, because people forget as Psycho is now in what I think many of us would assume to be the twilight of his career.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Is that he was part of one of the deadliest cores that Rainbow Six Siege has ever seen, frankly. That Julio Kamikaze Psycho core for a long period of time, back-to-back finals appearances. Great internationally, great domestically. The 3 of them, whether they were playing with, guys like PZD or WAG back on that original Black Dragons roster, whether you go through the Pinot Musi period of time, he's a tremendous player. And I mean, he's not getting any younger, and just as we saw with Nesk, who we talked about earlier, who's now retired, you get to a point where Father Time is undefeated and will eventually come for you. So Psycho here now, and I guess there's that veteran presence on a team like Elevate can really help out some of the less experienced players. And
yeah,
it's nice to see that right now he's 3 for 3 and still fragging well against a hot upstart in Wildcard.
Well, he's going for the IGL Oryx roam this time around inside of security. We often are seeing Oryx players kind of play in that position just because you can use that dash to navigate between the bookshelves and keep yourself a little bit more safe, as you do have to cross some pretty dangerous sight lines. Psycho playing in this spot here. Hasn't faced too much pressure just yet, but this is kind of has to be one of the first objectives for Wildcard. If they let him exist up here, then the vertical denial is likely to be very strong. Bomb site just under lockers, of course, north of his spot, so he can come in, support those players that are playing up there, like Stemp, who just got droned out, and like Resets, who just got slammed by the IGL of Spiker, who continues to have a very good game on border.
4-1, obviously with that last round going in favor of Elevate, and every single player on Wildcard dying. You say goodbye to Spiker, and you'll say goodbye to him again. Oh my goodness, both teams coming to blows. Half the server gone, half of the round expired at this point. An advantage for Elevate is now Bay falters. Baby Shark is last alive downstairs. He has a read on that Oryx. You talked about Psycho moving around. They don't really need to do too much here. Plenty of time, but Baby Shark has his work cut out for him.
He's made some crazy clutches so far in his career. Still a young player, but knows what it takes to win. Not against Psycho, catching him off an angle, so he's not going to be able to find that player just to his right, and it gives Elevate the lead here on map number 1. Again, Wildcard's map pick as well, I will say. So little concerning. We haven't maybe treated Elevate winning as a very likely outcome so far.
We haven't even treated it as a possibility.
No, on this cast we haven't really brought it up just because of how both of these teams have done so far in Paris and what the situation is like. But again, a team with nothing to lose can sometimes be the scariest thing to go up against. And Elevate are shooting today, Parker. Stemps hit some really nice shots. We saw that final one from Psycho as well. I thought the coordination from Wildcard was good, trying to trade out to that top floor, but maybe not good enough. They had information, they were hitting nice shots, they got the opening pick, but at the end of the day, there's no trade onto Stemp. He ends up flicking around to a couple different angles. Maybe Wildcard are a bit disconnected. You chose to bring this team to border. That means you were confident in being able to outgun these guys. We haven't seen that in every round so far.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds
We talked a lot, obviously, about how Elevate have had struggles. They entered the matchup with the worst round differential in SI, but honestly not by that much.
Yeah.
Enterprise have the same amount of rounds won across all of their matches, and that's 17 rounds.
Yeah.
Do bear in mind, you need 7 rounds to win a single map. You win 2 maps, you got 14 rounds. Elevate is sitting at 17 rounds. They have yet to win a map, so they are getting blown out in a lot of these maps. They're averaging about 3 to 4 rounds at absolute most per map.
Yeah.
We haven't really talked about how bad Enterprise has been, but the other thing too is that this is Elevate's last game. Enterprise are off today, so Elevate will finish this today as not the worst team. But I mean, 3 rounds for Elevate here on border, that's really good for the history of Elevate at SR.
Yeah, not bad at all, especially because they enter this as the single worst defending team at the Six Invitational in particular. They are slightly above that mark on offense. Defense has been where Elevate have had most of their struggles, so clearly they've solved some of those issues. Spiker tossing a bunch of utility into the site just now. Potentially going for an early plant, but the Fuse Kit of Dash is still a little far away. He's inside of waiting room right now, trying to make his way to the bomb site.
There goes Raps as Kansan strikes first. Wildcard now will need to tie here, or else they will lose out on even more momentum on their own map pick. Dash has found his way into the bomb site, puts the shield on his back. Worried about getting pushed by resets, but Spiker has Dash's cover. Stemp and Psycho both positive in their numbers. Psycho will no longer be. Stemp with 5 kills charging on in now, not far removed from the blitz, but he's spotted and he's completely blind. A flawless end of this first half for Wildcard as they tie things up.
I think the best attack we've seen from WILCARD so far today. That was a really beautiful bathroom execute, quite direct, didn't have to go through the top floor, didn't worry about clearing everything. They used the Sens utility to cut off any positions from bathroom. Then we saw the Blitz getting in through waiting. They did have to deal with one player down there and one player up on the catwalk as well, but it was a really good position from, I believe, Bay, who was able to enter in through break room, shut down that position, and allow the Blitz that freedom to enter in the site, get the smoke, get the plant. Very nicely executed from WILCARD, and I think a showcase of part of the reason why they wanted to choose this map. They've got some really cool strats set up for it that other teams maybe aren't going to be as ready for.
Absolutely. A Glass ban. But the best Glass in the game is not in here, Jesse.
Okay, you can ban Glass against guys other than Kino.
Not allowed.
All right, well, banning out Glass, that'll of course be targeting the players on Elevate who might want to use that. I'm actually going to check who specifically on Elevate plays the most amount of Glass. It looks like Psycho, based on the numbers that I'm staring at. He's played it quite a few times already at the Six Invitational. It's his 4th most played operator through this event so far, and who knows, maybe when Psycho gets crazy on that year 1 operator, on Border in particular, he can show something that WILCARD just don't want to go up against.
But a good set of games so far today. I don't know if you watched the DAYSTAR and FURIA matchup that occurred before this bout, but DAYSTAR giving a pretty big scare to the Panthers. That second map particularly close, and then FURIA obviously did not want to go much deeper than that, and it was a 7-1 on the third map for FURIA to pick up some really important points. And FURIA's been doing FURIA things. They sit atop. They sit atop this group. The team that is off today is Falcons, but again, all 4 teams have been locked in with Elevate, unfortunately being the first, and at this current point in time, only team still to be eliminated. That is pretty crazy.
I expect we'll get some more teams today, if not certainly tomorrow, because that is the last day of groups. We're very quickly coming to the end of Phase 1 at the Six Invitational. Feels like it has flown by, but with all the games that have been happening across all the streams, there's been so much Siege to watch. We've just been so locked in that sometimes that's just the way it feels.
Yeah.
WILCARD on defense, hoping to turn things around. As the desk mentioned, they are the single best defending team here at SI, so you'd expect their fortunes to turn on the second half.
I always say that I wish Spiker played more strikers, that we can make jokes about his game. He decides to play Sentry quite a lot.
Okay. Close enough.
Yeah, it's fine. But
so there's a really cool Sentry play by Surf yesterday in the Shopify Rebellion match, where he used one of those beepers to bait out a Thatcher MP before tossing a Nitro Cell. In my opinion, the most like the craziest tech play that we have seen so far at SI. Spiker's brought the barbed wire, so can't run that same strat. There's no Thatcher anyways from Elevates, but still shows the creativity people are still finding with this operator.
And amidst the melee, I completely missed that.
As did I live, to be honest with you, Parker, but smarter people than me are out watching these games.
Oh, Spiker gets maybe a little bit too ambitious. Psycho punishes him for that and will now go to work on opening up the back of this A bomb site wall. Office is clear, but Fountain is not. That's what you need to be more concerned with. Because they've opened this up, it's now made that mirror window that's situated inside of the bomb site far less valuable. They'll get a good read on it. Logic bombs will go off too, and Elevate are off to the races. A minute to go. And they've got pretty decent map control, and they are not letting the clock slip through their fingers.
Yeah, 3 players in kind of open office area. Raps jumps into the bomb site now. He could go for a bit of a plant. One down below, of course. Psycho ends up falling to Dash in the midst of this, and this Stemp player down below is really in a fight while the plant's going down up above him. Finally finds the second player.
What is Stemp doing over here? Dash and Bay still upright. They've allowed the diffuser to get planted in that default spot. The Blackbeard of Raps still up. Stemp leading the way with 7 kills. He and Bay will now be on a collision course with one another. And Bay has to deal with the shield. But you can't afford to get baited out. Logic bomb, death mark, and killed by the Blackbeard. Flattened by the Navy SEAL operator. A great round from Elevate, and they are showing far more promise here in this matchup than many times before.
And that was really good Deimos play coming out from Stemp on the bottom floor, Parker, and it warms my heart to see Stemp finding success with the Deimos, because it's been his most played operator at the Six Invitational. He's played a lot of Deimos. He hasn't won a single round on the operator before just now, but steps up. Really nice plays coming out from the 22-year-old down below that bomb site, distracting so many players. Even though it takes him a lot of time to kill Kansan, he's just wasting time. Kansan not able to see for the plant or help out his players on site because he's trying to deal with Stemp. Ends up being a 3K to close out that round from him. So really good stuff coming out from Stemp. I believe 8 total kills now, 8 and 3 stat line heading into round 8.
I am curious as to the decision that Spiker made to jump out of that window. I mean, you sit in second place right now in this group. You're 3 points back of FURIA, and you play FURIA tomorrow. So if WILCARD were to win this matchup in a quick 2-0 and then beat FURIA tomorrow, you would sit atop the group. I understand that Elevate, as we have said, and I'm sure WILCARD believes as well, is not exactly the most formidable opponent. But you cannot get cute with any team at this event. These are, in theory, the 20 best teams. There is not a lot of daylight between your squad and the team at the bottom. And the teams at the bottom can still beat you if they're having a good day. So I don't know if there's cause for concern yet on the side of WILCARD. I don't know if maybe they're just trying new things. Maybe they feel that they don't need to give it their all. I think it'll really give us a better answer when Lagonis calls the timeout for WILCARD and we get to hear him speak to the team. But in the interim, Elevator playing okay, but WILCARD are definitely taking a bit more liberties than they probably should be. So again, it's a little bit of column A, which is that Elevate is overperforming, and a little bit of column B, which is that WILCARD is underperforming.
I mean, there's no denying the shots that Elevate have hit so far today. They've been showing up full form, despite the fact that they don't have anything to play for. On the attacking side, sometimes that can make things a little bit easier. You generally get better guns as the attackers, and so when you're frying people already on the defense, well, it can be even scarier when you swap over to the attacking side. Focus looks like it's going to be on security. Raps is eyeing up the window now. Bay's playing inside there on that Oryx position that we talked about when Psycho was running this operator. Tracked by the Deimos now. They start to work on the mirror window. Bay could be in trouble, but Dash hoping to bail him out.
Lost that Black Mirror, doing a lot of damage to Psycho and immediately following up. Psycho is hoping for coverage from Raps. He doesn't get it, but there's 2 people on that armory wall. I mean, good job for Dash to get that pick, but obviously doesn't want to lose his life in the process.
Yeah, you trade 1 for 1, but again, Stemp's been so deadly playing behind Raps on that Blackbeard. That teamwork is always going to beat out Dash, who was sort of solo. Bay was in the position to help him security, but ended up backing off to Fountain quite early. Now he's down in the bottom floor. Leaves nobody up on the top floor to try to contest. WILCARD making that decision to just play the site, play horizontally around the map, hold inside of customs, maybe wager your way over towards bathroom as well, which is where Bay is currently posted himself up. Elevate can take a bit of a breather now. They've got the top floor. They don't really have a lot of util to work with. No sledge, no buck, no soft recharge or anything like that. So they're just going to have to find their way down some of these staircases. Ion on the front door. Metal stairs an option for them as well. See how they go about this, Parker.
This Blackbeard will likely be a focal point for both teams moving forward. I mean, he's quite strong. No other shield ops are banned. Oh my goodness, no way, no way. Good joint effort. Nitro Cell goes out. Baby Shark has to dance around the nade. Why does that nade stuck to him? As he moved, so too did the nade. Ion's been down, and it's all up to resets.
1v4, trying to clutch things up, but very little time. No defuse kit in hand, vaults over the stairs, and should get a free EP. Never mind. The flick straight up with the shotgun. Oh, boy.
I hope we get to see that on replay because we got the player cams, but that was that was really something.
Nice final kill to come out from the veteran on WILCARD. Here's the tag.
One thing, guys, let's brainstorm a little bit. The band Kaid, right? What is the intention? Open passport wall, right? So let's adapt the band. If we come back events east, we can run away. The events is gonna be nice. But Shark with the band, okay?
Do you want to go army right now or go customs?
No, customs no. Don't go customs. Go to close the map if we need. But I think the other both sides are better. Let me keep talking. Just one thing. Armory, the east is gonna be fine. But one thing, let's play one mic, guys. So we deny a little bit. You Shark can play one mic. You're gonna play in break normal, but you're gonna play the mic. To deny the east open 90. On the east the default, okay, for top floor. Other thing, for preference fine, like keep playing, like you're gonna play the solids, but let's do adaptation. Bathroom traps, check. You're gonna play the band to put on passport walls, double bands, and we switch reinforcements. You're gonna reinforce 2 box, and he gets 2 on passport. So we deny a little bit to make a little bit their life a little bit difficult, okay?
Lots of information coming through from Lagonis, head coach of WILCARD, talking about what site they want to play. Says, do not play customs. They played it yesterday, actually, in WILCARD's victory over Falcons. Got away with the win in that round, but deciding they want to play the top bomb site instead, focus up with that Kaid ban, understand exactly how Elevate are trying to take some of these attacks. It's wise words from Lagonis, who is in an interesting coach battle right now, actually, Parker, up against Hugzord on the other side. Yeah. Lagonis, of course, spent the vast majority of his career as a player under the coaching guidance of Hugzord. So you've kind of got the disciple, the master, going head-to-head in the coaching battle. Hugzord and Lagonis both dropped from Team Liquid on the same day, March 17th, 2025, and have found different paths going forward from that. I think the evolution of Lagonis specifically into the coaching role has been huge for WILCARD's growth as a team.
Hugzord was a player as well, way back in the day. He was on the Nox Gaming roster, if you recall.
Yeah.
2017, and then was on Team 1 before going to Black Dragons, MIBR, then back to Black Dragons. He's been all over the place and has been a part of a lot of, I don't want to say top-level Brazilian teams, because the only top-level team he really was a part of was Team Liquid, where he was coached for exactly 3 years. He was picked up March 17th, 2022, dropped March 17th, 2025. I have to imagine that was just his contract ran out.
Probably.
It was probably a nice little neat 3-year contract. They opted not to renew it, but yeah, he's been around quite a bit and always been in about the middle tier of Brazil. And that middle tier has actually produced a ton of players who are currently in the top tier. So Hugzord will have some good experience with them. And yeah, I mean, Elevate is an interesting roster being assembled from parts of very different teams. Ion was very briefly on FaZe, if memory serves correctly. Cycle was in Pajamas, Resets on Liquid. They have been all over. Resets, speaking of, will take out Baby Shark, and oh my, gets dashed as well through the wall. So much for the Wamai, right? They picked the Wamai. You gotta play Wamai, you gotta play Wamai, and the Wamai is dead with your first move.
Yeah, really nice play coming out from Resets, especially after you got that mirror window to start this round. Really fast Twitch drone work coming out from Resets, and then a 2-piece to begin round number 9, hoping to extend Elevate time here at the Six Invitational, give them one more round, take the lead back once again from WILCARD. Bay takes early damage and Step is just in.
Elevate's about to take the lead. WILCARD called their timeout, but it sure seems like Hugzord did a good job equipping his team with what was needed to persevere. But hold on a second, Kansan's been in this position before. Clutch up is very possible. He needs to be concerned. The other side of Armory, and yeah, he was looking towards metal detectors. Raps was waiting for him as the rest of Elevate assumed the position. Excellent opening kill from Elevate, and they translate it so well into a victory. Hopefully no tech issues on the side of Elevate here, but it sure looks like Raps is saying, I'm having some problems with my headset. That might facilitate a tech pause, and as you can see, the timer has stopped. That is absolutely correct.
Some time to figure it out, but honestly, Parker, really nice push coming out from Elevate in the midst of that round. Kansan, not enough information to complete that clutch, unfortunately. Really been impressed with Stemp all game long, and I gotta ask the question, it's almost a feels bad moment. If Stemp had been playing like this over the last 3 days at the early stages of the groups here in Paris, what would things look like for Elevate? Because, you know, he's not played a bad game of Siege here at the Six Invitational, but he is negative, of course, actually negative by quite a lot, if we're being honest. A 0.59 KDR through the first 3 matches at the Six Invitational. Today, he is lighting up the scoreboard. It feels like maybe without that pressure that's been applied to him over the last couple of days, he's been able to unleash himself as an entry. And again, for such a young player attending his first Six Invitational, it's been really nice to see coming out from him. Started his pro journey back in 2023 on Black Dragons before being joined up with Vivo Keydstars all of last season, and then of course being on Elevate since the beginning of this season. I expect Stemp will be a guy that we talk about quite a bit in the years to come.
Yep, I completely agree with you here, and just waiting for an update now as to what tech issues are befalling this Elevate squad. A reminder that unlike when teams are playing remotely and maybe there isn't as great of oversight over whether teams talk, the tech issues that are present on LAN are usually governed quite strictly by the admins, meaning that teams don't get to talk during that tech pause.
Yeah.
For those that have not watched Rainbow Six before or have just simply forgotten, a simple refresher is that when you call a timeout, your coach can talk to you and all of the players are allowed to talk back and forth. When there is a tech pause, the players are not supposed to communicate. Now, that doesn't mean they won't try, but there is an admin present behind every single bench of these teams that should be able to shut down any chatter when a tech pause happens. And the reason for that, just in case anybody is curious, is because there have been times in our esport and in other esports where there are suspiciously timed tech issues, and then teams will talk through them. The idea behind a tech pause is not to be able to recenter yourself and gain any ground on your opponents. The idea behind a tech pause is to find and fix any errant tech issues. So the admins are there to ensure that everything is clean and cut. We are through the tech pause. The headset for STEM seems to be fixed, and into the fray we go.
We're also through the operator bans, Parker. We've got Ace and Mira removed from the field. Mira's been a popular operator for Spiker, although he doesn't tend to play it too much here on the bathroom bomb site, so I don't know if we would have seen it anyways. WILCARD banning out the Ace, far and away Psycho's most played operator on Border across all sites. He's played it twice so far through the third quarter and won't have any more chances to play that hard breaching operator. Very much a comfort pick, I think, for the veteran on Elevate. And we are starting to worry, I think, a little bit if we're WILCARD. You lose the round immediately after your attack timeout. A set of bans go through, and a slight tech pause, which maybe stalls the momentum a little bit, but Elevate are just 2 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick in a match where they were the heavy underdogs. And don't forget, WILCARD really need this win. If they're going to show up in their game tomorrow against FURIA and compete for first place in the group, this is a must-win game.
No, absolutely. Because if you lose this, I mean, I guess there is still a chance for you to beat FURIA tomorrow, and you'll have the head-to-head as well, right?
Yeah, so of course.
That will be great, but I mean, why would you want to drop what is supposed to be the easiest match of what might be your career?
Sure.
So for WILCARD, they need to do better, and Elevate already struck first. Psycho gutting down Kansan, that's the smoke off the board. Kansan's numbers, at this point in time, underwater. STEM, the name you said we'd be saying a lot? Well, guess what? We have 11 kills for STEM. As now he has an opportunity for a second as bullets whiz by him at the top of the stairs. Raps has died. STEM does find a second on a dash. And it's Bay and Baby Shark as the last 2 outnumbered. Oh my goodness. We talk about Kansan a lot, but Bay deserves his flowers. Maybe give him a poppy or 2. He's gunned down. Baby Shark will need to clutch out against a 1v3 match point for Elevate. Looking extremely likely with so much time left.
Yeah, I mean, with more than a minute on the clock, Baby Shark's got the shotgun too as the primary for Solus, which is good for the rotates, not as good if you need to hit some fast multi-kills. The SMG-11 will have to be clean from the young Frenchman playing below all of the Elevate guys. The first drop comes through. We see the bathroom position from resets. Shut down, and it's 2 left.
And he's got the read on STEM. That death mark cuts both ways. STEM is immobilized while he's planting. Psycho's in a very strong spot. They're both going to go for blood here as Psycho slightly repositions, but he doesn't need to. Baby Shark has a good idea of the cross being held. He has to be concerned with this. Psycho is still a good shot, even in his elderly age. Down goes STEM. Baby Shark will not clutch out. Psycho gets the final pick, and it's map point for Elevate.
Really nice try by Shark, but in the end, it's just too clean from Elevate. The 2 Piranha-based players, Psycho and Stem, step up from their home state, then are able to clutch up in the 2v1.
Did you say Piranha?
Piranha is a state of Brazil.
Are you sure it's pronounced that way?
Relatively.
Hey, Grok.
That is not what I expected you to say.
I will say, A, I hate Grok, but B, I do it for the meme. I think that might be the first time in my entire life I've ever uttered that phrase.
It's well played.
It doesn't sound like a Portuguese word.
No, well.
How do you pronounce this word?
We'll get Maria's take on it after the map. How about that? Get it sorted through. But
I think one of my favorite things about Maria is that every now and then you'll say, like, how do I pronounce this word? And you'll say it with an English accent, and she just goes, what did you say? And then she laughs. And then she just laughs in your face.
At you.
And then she laughs in your face. And it's just like, I'm sorry that I don't know how to say it. I feel like I'm in trouble.
God, wow.
10 seconds left before
Map point for Elevate on WILCARD's pick of all places. And Parker, I know that WILCARD beat Falcons yesterday 7-0 on Border. Nobody's going to argue that WILCARD are not a great Border team, but I just gotta say, up against a team with nothing to lose, This is a bit of a questionable pick. Baby Shark's got to make some questionable plays if he wants any chance of getting the momentum back for his team. Runs out the front door, doesn't find any bodies though, escapes with his life for now.
I'm doing some quick checking here just to see.
Check things quickly just to see.
I'm checking some things just quickly just to see. This is the first match point for Elevate. They did go into overtime against Falcons.
On this map, on border.
On this map, on border, but they did not hold match point. Falcons did.
Okay, okay.
So it was 6-4, and then Elevate won the next 2 rounds to go 6-6, and then Falcons won the 2 rounds in OT. So, as far as I can see, Jesse, Elevate have not ever been in a map point situation at this event. Obviously, they started off with quite a disappointing result against DAYSTAR, 7-2-7-1 for DAYSTAR, and then against Falcons, their other map was a 7-1 for Falcons. This Elevate pushing, obviously, OT against Falcons in map number 1, but we're not sitting on map points, so wow, something that we honestly might not have thought would happen has happened.
Yeah, and I mean, they are struggling so far to convert their final points to win the map. It was a nice opening pick from Kansan towards East Stairs, firing north and finding the body of Resets, as well as a ton of damage onto Stemp being done by Kansan. So really nice little roam happening over towards the east. They still are droning him. They're still trying to find a way to work him out of this position. I thought it was a great Capitao bolt from Psycho that we saw earlier on in this push too, to try to clear some space out from Rafters, isolate Kansan a little bit. But what is it good for? Kansan is all the way back to the bomb site. He's delayed almost 2 full minutes and gotten 1.5 kills.
I mean, whether it actually worked in practice or was just a good idea in theory, the Wamai has been a great counter to Elevate here. It's been a very good foil, so a great read from Lagonis, even if the team hasn't been able to action upon it. And again, I don't think it's the utility that's been a problem. I have seen WILCARD make a couple of very confusing moves over the last several rounds, maybe just a lack of respect for Elevate. And I mean, given how Elevate has played, I can understand why a team, especially a team like WILCARD that is still quite inexperienced, would come into a matchup and maybe think, hey guys, we can save some strats. We don't really need to go that hard. Let's just play a frag-heavy style of gameplay. Baby Shark has understood the mission. Down goes Stemp. Kansan dies at the hands of Ion. Both of these teams will not gain any real ground here, but as long as they keep trading out, WILCARD will benefit. Bay making these numbers even worse for Elevate. Baby Shark has been dropped, so it is winnable for this Brazilian but APAC-based team, and now it's a 2v2, Jesse. Things are starting to get a bit scary for WILCARD. All their hopes rest on Bay and Spiker.
A little bit scary. Spiker's in the bottom floor. He could deny the plant vertically, but might not need to. Yes, he will. Bay goes taken down by Ion, hunting for the ace, and Spiker can't deny the plant when it's planted here.
Ion and Spiker will now be in a 1v1 as the defuse kit getting planted. Ion backing up, Spiker charging in. Diffuser gets planted successfully. Spiker firing away. The flames will keep both players trapped in the corner. Impacts in pocket, but Spiker will have to take the engagement head on. Worrying concern for Elevate as they double up. Spiker poised for a collateral. Out go the impacts. Ion almost dropped. Searching for all 5 kills. They are tempting him. He won't get it, but Raps does, and that's the ball game. Elevate win their first map at SI. They take border. WILCARD's map. 7-4.
Worst team in SI history? Not even close, Parker. They may not be moving on to playoffs, but they've still got so much fight left in them. Stemp, a ridiculous game. Ion, was it the ace at the end there, or don't even get 4?
You only got 4.
Very close to an ace to end us out, and a fantastic game from Elevate all around.
Well, they do the unthinkable. Elevate already eliminated, but hey, a win is a win. Now they have an opportunity to close it out 2-0. Will they get there? We'll find out in a few minutes.
This is exactly why in Siege, but specifically when we look at the wider spectrum of the Six Invitational, you have to lock in. There is no such thing as a free or an easy game.
No, absolutely not. I think realistically, all of our teams that come to the Six Invitational, every single one of them is operating at the highest level. Usually what's the difference, Rob? It's usually to do with mentality and psychology and that big P word that we like to throw around like it's nothing, pressure. Elevate did not have any pressure on them. They're out of the tournament. Wildcard, they had so much pressure on them.
Yeah.
Top 2 at stake, maybe top spot at stake. That creates a whole load of pressure. Why is that important? Because you start thinking about what you're doing. You start second guessing. You start thinking, is it the right play? Oh, we should beat them. Oh, we're not beating them. Oh my God, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then for Elevate, they don't double think it. They just think, I'm making a play. It doesn't matter what I do now. And I think realistically, when that happens, teams can play their best Siege. And I want to just quickly look back to the map pick of Border, because I don't disagree that Wildcard should have picked Border. They played amazingly well on it yesterday.
Yeah.
But Border's one of them maps that takes decisions out of your mind because it's just so gunfight heavy. It's just, you know where you want to play, you've got an operator, you've got a position, you've got your utility, and then you just aggress. And you take the decisions out of Elevate's mind, you take that split second, and bam, they can punish you.
It's just incredible when you look at that match summary, because anyone, if you looked at that as a snapshot without the scores, you probably would have said that Wildcard would have won this game. And that just goes to show that the way they play, whilst they didn't win, by God, can they adapt. Fox, I hope you can break this one down a little better.
Yeah, Wildcard, despite their loss, is still very adaptive. And let me break down a beautiful minimal attack that they do on the bathroom bomb site. Now, for those at home that don't know, a minimal is essentially when you can attack a lightly defended bomb site from outside or with minimal utility used. First, let's break down what Wildcard's doing to succeed. We got Spiker holding the Teller's Hall, making sure no one retakes. We got Bay upstairs as one of the flankers who can either watch the diffuser late round or flank late round. The second flanker, Baby Shark, watching Metal Stairs, exact same thing. Watch diffuser, go for a flank late round. Now the creativity part of this is the push through passport of Dash walking through the main lobby, Kansan holding passport, 2 push wraps in the corner. Now, that's exactly what we see happen. The blitz pushes Raps out, and it's a 2-way prong. He's going down either way. Now, you might be saying, this is kind of useless because Elevate could just play in Blue Hall, shut this all down, and now there's no passport push. But beautiful calling from Spiker to be able to drone out customs and Blue and the crossfires to then re-lock it off. Spiker can see in a workshop, nobody's taking Blue. Baby Shark is locking bottom metal, nobody's taking customs. And it works flawlessly. The push goes on, they're able to push Raps out. We see Dash go into the site, calls out, somebody is upstairs. Bay is aware. Now, they push deeper into the site, forcing the rest of Elevate to have to come out of hiding, and it works because the rest of the crossfire is all set up. So we see Spiker, he gets a kill from his angle. We see Bay upstairs, he gets a kill from his angle, based off of these 2 pre-placed positions. So Bay, the other flanker, is able to get 1. Now you may be asking, what about Baby Shark? What's he doing the whole time? Well, he flanks later in the round, and exactly what I said at the start of the round, both flankers can either watch a diffuser or go for a flank late round. Both flankers succeeded. The minimal attack succeeded. And that's the adaptation from Wildcard that you don't see so often. And it was very creative. And so hopefully you guys can take that and maybe use it in your own ranked games. Now, we'll have to see if Wildcard can maybe bounce back on map 2, but we got to go back to the studio to look at it.
Honestly, the way that you've kind of, I guess, set the tone there is that whilst Wildcard did not win, like we were just saying, they're not out of this. They looked really solid in certain rounds on Border, and we now move to probably a larger map in Labs where maybe they might be given a bit more freedom.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a larger map in Labs, they can maybe control the rounds a little bit more. They can control the aggression coming out of Elevate and outthink them a little bit. I think that's a key strength in Spiker on his IGLing, as we've just seen from Foxay. The other thing that I will say, Rob, as well, is that actually I think it doesn't, as much as it hurts to lose the map, the overall fixture, if Wildcard still win this fixture, they can still secure top 2, and they can set themselves up to secure top spot tomorrow. So as much as, yeah, they're not going to get all 4 points, the material, the grand scheme of things, is unchanged.
You've got to give your flowers, as our good friend Lax would say, to a player like Psycho, who coming into today, I'm sure would be absolutely devastated, gutted that they were knocked out so early in this tournament. He's raised a hammer before, but still finds it, even when when he's sick, he's still able to perform. He's still able to step up when it matters most. And I think players like Stemp as well for Elevate, like, it's incredible when you look at this roster and you look at the caliber of players, just how unfortunate they have been this SI. And maybe unfortunate is not the right word. Maybe I'm probably being a little, I don't know, I don't know, I've lost the word there, but maybe I'm not being so brutal on them because they're from my region. They're not really, but ultimately they are looking good, and this is a team that is to be reckoned with. Wildcard, they're on the ropes, but by God, if what we saw on Border is anything to go by, this is going to be an absolute barn burner.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think we would get to Nighthaven Labs with Elevate being in the winning position, just based on the pedigree of the team and their success so far here at the event. But the part of being one of the best 20 teams in the world, and the best part of being at the Six Invitational is that anything, Jesse, can happen. And well, for the first time in this entire event, Elevate has won a map. They only have 2 more maps until they go home. So will they close it out 2-0? Will we need a decider? What happens here? It's on Elevate's map pick of Nighthaven Labs. Let's find out.
With nothing to gain and nothing to lose, Elevate have broken new ground, winning a map at the Six Invitational. So why not go even farther? Winning a series and sitting Wildcard down right before they go to play for first place against FURIA tomorrow. It would sure be a statement, and I think a bit of a proving ground for some of these younger players on Elevate who came to this event for the first time, or maybe the first time in a long time, hoping to show exactly why they still deserve a spot on one of the top teams in the world. Wildcard will need to be better on Nighthaven Labs if they don't want to get swept 2-0 against this APAC Brazilian roster. But I like what Jack said on the desk, Parker. This is a bigger map. This is a less frag-oriented map, and it's one where hopefully the creativity and the brain power of Spiker can shine through to give the North Americans the edge.
I wonder what both of these teams talked about in the time between maps. There's always a team huddle that occurs outside of the player rooms when the map finishes. Obviously, everybody gets up. They usually go and get more water. Maybe they get an unspecified energy drink or some coffee. Maybe they use the bathroom. But almost always, they will regroup. They'll talk things through. Do keep in mind that most teams don't just have one coach. They also have analysts. They have support staff here, right? Justin obviously being one for Wildcard. So there will be a whole group of them out there that don't get to talk to the team during live action that can maybe try to settle down some nerves, maybe get their head in, etc. I would say that maybe pressure gets to this Wildcard team, but I mean, you don't make consecutive top 4 finishes if you don't just shove off pressure.
Yeah.
You don't think they felt pressure when they made their deep run at Munich? You don't think they felt pressure when they made their run at Reload? Of course they did.
Attackers are moving to defuse
I don't think they felt a lot of pressure in the first map against Elevate, and maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they took it a bit too easy.
Really only the players can tell us and the coaching staff about how things went mentally inside for Wildcard, but we know that their gameplay was not enough to get the job done like we all expected them to. They're going to start defense on Nighthaven Lab, which honestly should give them a bit of an early advantage. Wildcard, again, are the best defensive team at the Six Invitational, so we expect them to thrive on this half. And I think part of the reason why they found so much success on defense is because they like to get creative with their bomb site selection, Parker. They discussed going customs on Border in our last map, and they will start in the basement here against Elevate. Bit of a roam going on as well. Dash, the lone player up on the top floor. He's playing that Goyo after placing his util in sight. He's going to run around and try to make something happen up on the top floor against his countrymen. But then Baby Shark, Bay, and Kansan all in a good position around these stairs to help him get back if he finds trouble. And just like that, gets back, drops the hat. Found a bit of trouble, 1 bullet to the knee, but Kansan the first to fall.
Stemp was terrific in map number 1, and he keeps it up with map number 2, finding 2 kills, bottling his flashbangs, and surviving an impact nade that's thrust his way. Stemp still living, but very little HP. Buck's gun is, well, it's quite the rifle, and both Dash and Kansan figure that out the hard way. Well, it's Baby Shark, Bay, and Spiker with 1.5 minutes to go to survive inside of the site. There'll be a lot of work on this middle floor, the main floor, to make it so the defenders have a tough time. The Monty of Raps has found an opening. Down goes Spiker. Ion with a kill. It's his first here on this map. Bay and Baby Shark might not be aware that the defuse plan has gone down, and oh my goodness, a flawless round for Elevate. Wildcard not spawning into round number 1.
And the momentum seems to be with the Brazilians. A perfectly played push that comes through. They've got good information on the one player up above Parker. They force him down down the hatch towards Aqua Stairs. It's Stemp to step up for that big 2K entry. I said we'd be saying his name more. I kind of meant in future years at future SIs, but why not through the continuation of this series as well? It's his last time to shine here in Paris, so let's see the best that he's got, and he's really been performing today. Walked into this map once again with a 0.59 KDR, one of the worst stat lines that we have of any player at the Six Invitational, but dominated on border and off to a strong start on Nighthaven Labs.
And I mean, you even said it, a team that comes in with very little to play for is always a scary foe. Now, I obviously had to play devil's advocate and present the other side, which is that, yeah, they don't have anything to play for, but also like, or they, you know, they're going to come in and play casual, but they literally have nothing to play for.
Yeah.
There is no benefit here whatsoever from Elevate winning 2-0, other than just bragging rights. I thought the desk made a very good point about Psycho. Psycho is the ultra competitor. When you have won a hammer, you don't come to SI wanting to be the first team eliminated. You don't want to be team number 20 out of 20. You are hungry for so much more. He celebrated his birthday here. He's been a little under the weather. It has been not exactly the best event for Psycho, just as a person.
Yeah.
And I mean, to lose a match and then have Maria bring you a cake and try to act all cheery. The cake, to their credit, was actually very good.
I can't believe you had some of that birthday cake. They didn't take it for themselves?
No, they left it in the broadcast room. So after the players took their cut, half of the cake ended up in the broadcast room.
Delicious.
So a bunch of us just tried some of it, because I mean, it's there. We were told to eat it. I might be diabetic, but I'm not anti-cake. So,
and I've always respected that about you, Parker.
But I mean, Psycho is the ultimate competitor. He's going to be unhappy with any result that doesn't put him near the top. Obviously, as we said, when you're in the twilight of your career, it's possible he has a renaissance, but it seems unlikely at this current point in time. He's going to try to be willing this team for a pretty big upset. And also, while they compete at APAC, Jesse, they are from Brazil. You have no doubt that they want FURIA to do well. What's one of the best things you can do for FURIA? You can stop Wildcard from winning your match and tying FURIA in the standings.
Very good point. Wildcard still hunting for that first place up against the former world champions. Now, Elevate have done a great job in this round of getting the IT wall open. The Mira was brought to try to keep it closed, but with the Thermite, Ion had no real problems of getting that opened. Bay is going to be the player in that Raptors position, often one of the hardest spots to play at the stage player. When you've got aim like that, anything is possible. A brilliant shot to shut down the hottest player on Elevate.
And the Nitro Cell just goes a little too far for Cans and a missed opportunity. His Wildcard need to keep this first half close. The second Nitro Cell will connect. And how about back-to-back flawless rounds? All it takes is resets dying. No, he'll take down Baby Shark, so no flawless for Wildcard. But at this current point in time, you gotta like their odds to win this round. Almost hitting the head of the Azami, but ultimately missing, and then Dash pops up to shut him down 1-1 through 2 rounds.
Really clean display of mechanical skill coming out from Wildcard, and I think that's something we talked a lot about for Elevate back on Border. They were hitting some brilliant shots in tough spots where maybe a lot of players would have faltered, but Bay with a brilliant play with the impact to open the door, hit that first head onto Stemp, and then the Nitro to follow it up. Really aggressive play around IT Wall. I'm curious how much of this has been a call, because while it didn't work in round 1, both rounds that Wildcard have played on defense now have been very aggressive with a commitment to the roam in the first round, and then a just full frontal assault on the attackers here in the second round through the IT breach, through the Raptors door, and through electrical window. It feels like once Wildcard get a read on where Elevate want to push, they're happy to hold W and take those fights as soon as possible.
How do you know they're not playing on controller?
Well, we can see their player cams, and they're all using mouse and keyboard. So that would be primary reason. The other reason would be that I don't think any player has ever played the Six Invitational on controller, except for when you had to on Xbox in 2016.
And what team won?
That was Elevate that won the Xbox World Championship.
Thank you for bringing it back.
Rainbow Six. Yes, yes.
Elevate has been a worldwide team at this point in time. I think Europe is the only region they haven't fielded a team in, if memory serves correctly.
That is correct. They've had teams in Brazil, North America, and APAC.
And now they have a Brazilian team in APAC. So they're checking 2 boxes at the same time. And I mean, a consistent mainstay in this esport, an org that everybody knows, a name that everybody knows, a logo that everybody knows, and there's been some absolute heavy hitters who competed under that brand.
And WILCARD, I mean, are no strangers to international rosters either. For quite a long period of time, between 2020 and 2022, WILCARD and Elevate were actually rivals in the APAC region, both fielding Australian teams, and then Elevate picking up a Thai team as well out of Southeast Asia. So these orgs have actually met quite a few times across history. This is their 13th time competing across each other. The vast majority of those plays happening in the region of APAC with 10 different players, but still cool to see that history between 2 of Siege's longest standing orgs.
WILCARD undergoing a rebrand, as people will probably remember some of their older logos. I know that there's been a lot of criticism about orgs simplifying their logo or completely changing things up. I think there was near unanimous thought that this WILCARD rebrand is very strong. I think it's one of the best that we've seen in quite some time. Baby Shark gunning down Ion. Elevate having a tough start now, 2 rounds in a row, forfeiting this first kill to the North American squad. There's still some good forces on the side of Elevate as they get ever closer to clearing out this top floor. It looks very similar to the execute we saw last time, as both teams have their players assembled similarly, even though it's not a top floor bomb site.
Yeah, you wonder if they're going to commit to the full top floor clear. Just with Stemp and Electrical, you'd assume that maybe they will, but with the IT breach open on this bomb site, you do not have to commit to that. You can, with the IT breach open, go in for a plant, and that's exactly what they're doing.
There's the defuse kit going down. Unfortunately, Elevate is losing some of their players. Rap's not able to cover, gunned down from the wrong angle, and now it's all up to resets, and he will die. A good sweep out from WILCARD in that round, and they'll take the lead on Nighthaven Labs.
I really like seeing the confidence out of WILCARD. You can see that they know how these plants are going to come in. They very much expect the quick push in through the window. Maybe expected the Blitz to have the defuse kit at first, but once they realized that the shield player wasn't actually the one planting, that Nitro Cell was tossed out, and it was an easy denial of the plant from Psycho. So really good stuff coming out from Dash in the midst of that to stop the plant. Bay, some brilliant shots there as well, coming in through the top floor, winning those vertical fights, and then being able to stop that the rest of the couple of players just in the site. Very clean to start off Nighthaven on WILCARD's side.
I mean, they should. It's Elevate's map. If WILCARD were down 3-0, I think we'd be at this point saying, all right, let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
There's still more matches to be played, but no, I mean, when you talk about opening picks, WILCARD came out ahead, drawing first blood the most on Border, and conversion was pretty important. 11 rounds were played. 8 of those 11 rounds were won by the team that struck first. Here on Nighthaven Labs, they're 3 for 3. If you draw first blood, you win the round. It was Elevate in round number 1, and since then it's been WILCARD.
And I think that has kind of been, there's a lot of issues with Elevate this event, but that's been one of the big ones in my mind. They've got the worst opening pick rate of any team in the tournament, only winning 30% of their entry duels across both sides. Part of that has been that the entry duel of Ion and Stemp have been really loaded into the server. Both players have really, their stats are underwater at this point. But with Stemp coming alive in this series, finally finding his footing, Ion playing pretty well in a couple of those rounds too, the final round in particular of Border, I think we're starting to see that trend turn around a little bit. I know WILCARD have been winning in the entries, but frankly, Elevate are batting above their average.
I understand how people will interpret what I'm about to ask as an insult, but is there a stat that Elevate is not doing the worst in the tournament at? Because it seems like every time we show a graphic, it's like everybody's doing fine, and then there's Elevate.
They're not the worst attacking team in the tournament, Parker. I'll give them that.
Well, we'll come to blows. WILCARD looking to go for their 3rd consecutive round, making Elevate bleed. Raps almost losing his life. The Blackbeard taking a lot of damage for somebody with a shield in front of his face at half HP at this point in time. Ion went fishing for a kill, comes back with nothing and will use a logic bomb, but there are mute jammers strewn about this map that will very quickly silence the tool that Elevate is using to hunt down these roamers.
Fox's telestration between our two maps focused on a really nice direct play, a minimal play from WILCARD where they tried to hit the bomb site without much map control. Elevator hoping to do something similar here. They're not interested in clearing these roamers. Instead, they're opening up the main breaches from outside. No issues with the hard breach in this round. And they're just going to take Cafeteria, try to work that defuse kit down the Exo stairs to get a plant just inside the assembly door. That is the strat being drawn up for Elevate right now, but they've got to be careful of those roamers up above, and the site player as well, always an issue.
Final logic bomb goes out, and it sounds like all the boogie drones from resets have been thrown, which is excellent because it's the Ram of resets who dies first. It'll be WILCARD striking before Elevate yet again, and another will be added to the tallies. Ion is punished by Kansan. So WILCARD now with a 2-player lead. 1 point of damage has been done to WILCARD. Dash trades out a lot of his HP in a Nitro Cell. Takes care of Raps. Immediately traded off by Stemp. Now it's Psycho and Stemp. Again, Stemp. Positive kill differential, just as we saw in map number 1, doing the same thing here on map 2. Drops the diffuser as now it's watched from above, and Psycho is inside the site. Or, well, as close to it as he can. Now he's back inside the site. As he was playing on the exterior, 4 players from WILCARD will all decide who gets it, and it's Spiker to get kill number 1 for this map, as that's another round for WILCARD. 3-1 so far through 4 rounds. Curious if there's going to be a timeout here. It looks like there might be.
Yep.
Play together. Vamos fazer se eles pegarem em cima, fazer a full verde, que eles estão batendo full. E quando a gente for pra o outro bomb, eles podem pegar metal? Eles podem botar metal ou não?
Pode, não. Não, acabou de se meter.
Eles têm que ir pra cozinha, né?
É, cozinha ou em cima?
Então, vamos fazer full domínio se for. Dominar full andar de cima, full, tá ligado? Mesmo que seja água, garagem, a gente domina TI, vem caçando os caras, empurra eles, e depois a gente vai presente.
Caixas ali, metal tem muito gap.
Não, eles vão dar esses espaços full pra gente, a gente domina e deixa os caras bater. Faz o mid, mano, bota a mira full. Eles dão essas peitadinhas, a gente pega a kill. Mas é o que vocês falaram também, faz a play do começo até o fim, mano, de boa, tá ligado?
Não, vamos acelerar um pouquinho mais, tá travando, mano.
Pode crer.
Ele mais forte.
Joga junto, parece que só eu quero ganhar essa porra, mano.
Hugzord, the former coach of Team Liquid, giving some words of encouragement to the guys on Elevate. Again, doesn't seem like they're so serious in a lot of these TAC timeouts, trying to play without too much pressure, but still able to offer some of that strategic advice as to what might be going down in the server through the first 4 rounds. I think it has been a bit of a trend line for WILCARD, where they've been, again, roaming quite aggressively on these bottom floor bomb sites. Anytime they can hold the top floor, they've been doing so. And I think in response to that, Elevate have been bringing out a lot of those direct site hits. We saw it on the middle floor, we saw it on the basement as well. But WILCARD have been really clean at making sure the roamers get back to site. They're not caught off guard by fast plays. They're reacting to the push that Elevate is trying to play for, and they're reading it really, really well. I'll be curious to see if Elevator are choosing to change their playstyle, go for a little bit more of a full map clear, or if they're going to still go for those directs, but maybe find some way to pressure those roamers a little bit more. We'll have to find out either through a Maria translation or, of course, by watching their play in rounds 5 and 6.
I was going to make a cheeky little joke and just say, like, couldn't have said it better myself, Jesse, but... Oh, my. Oh, Resets was ready for it. A little bit of damage done. Again, like... You need to ask the question, like, what... Hey, I know what silencio means.
What does it mean?
It means silence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assumed.
Just happy to help you.
Shields out and ready.
I'm probably not saying it correctly. Not with the right accent. Spiker went for a jump out on map number 1. Dash obviously going for that peak jump out. There is a drone queue, a small traffic jam to get in through electrical. I have never seen that before.
3 drones all stacked up.
Just patiently waiting their time, and now a 4th wall.
Oh, God.
Flashbang will go in, and Baby Shark immediately followed up on, but the shotgun will scare away the Ying, but damage has been done. This is a very good strike by Elevate so far. They found a lot of value, especially now that Dash is gone. You take advantage of the fact that they're down in numbers on the side of WILCARD.
Yeah, that was kind of a cool play. One of those 8 drones spotted it was a Warden in electrical, so they used the Thatcher EMP to try to disable his glasses and allow that stem flash to go off and get the blinds. It's a lot of damage, not enough to kill. Now they're working on the connector wall. They get a little bit of an angle opened up, but not as much as they could have thanks to the impact from Kansan. And on this clash, he's really just able to set himself up From below, Ion and the Buck forces him back though, and now Kansan's gonna have to play without his primary utility unless he can somehow pick that up.
This might sound a little dramatic, but I honestly think this is one of the most strategic rounds we've seen from Elevate at this event. Everything is going in their favor. Effectively flushing out Electrical, or at least trying to, as now they push the Warden off of this spot. Ion being very well coordinated to take care of the clash from below, and now we'll have the Warden running yet again. A rush in from Step now with the shotgun in the midst of the smoke, taking down Bay, completely blind. He can't see anything, and it doesn't matter. Kansan fragging back. There goes Step. The advantage now still for Elevate with 45 seconds left.
Yeah, the Buck play is still strong. You gotta be careful of your Ion. Don't get your head blown off. Kansan still without his shield. It's placed just back on the default plant, and he's taken down by Psycho.
Slaughtering everybody inside the site except for Spiker. Now finds himself in a clutch or kick scenario. One player's already gone by. Still losing from below as the Buck is there, not shaken off of this position. A beautiful shot by Spiker. Diffuser goes down, and now he'll have to respond to Raps in this position. He knows that the cross is being held, and immediately in response, Raps will swing. Spiker is in a tough spot as he emerges from here. Oh my goodness, he deletes resets. Also removing words from my vocabulary. Ion being a nuisance from down below. Missing an opportunity on the Grim, but the shotgun is up. Spiker gets the job done. Now he needs to deal with the Buck. Hopping back onto the Diffuser. He'll try to long arm this. There's still some shots left in the Skeleton Key. Spiker gets off of it, doing some damage, running out of time. Ion on low HP, but he gets the job done. Spiker so close to a clutch, but Elevate survive and win the round.
God damn, Brady, that would have been insane, but Spiker is not able to win in the 1v4. And I mean, you're right, Parker. That was a really interesting push coming out from Elevate. On one hand, it was really linear. You know, they didn't have anybody going towards IT. They didn't even sniff Garage. I don't know if they know that Aqua even exists based on that push. It was all focused around Connector and Electrical, but they used all of the utilities so well. The Buck below was a massive problem for them. The combination of Thatcher and Ying was so important to take down some of those players, including the Warden, which did get EMP'd and flashed in the middle of that round. The Grim Bees were impactful as well. The Habana able to get them a bit of an angle too, coming in through Connector. So all of their util was played so perfectly there. They focused the plant. And I honestly think in the 4v1, you could say they were playing overly aggressive, but I think they had a lot of trust in Ion playing below the site with a Buck. There's not a lot of room inside the site to play. Why not get aggressive? Try to get that swing onto the captain of Wildcard. It was frankly pretty close. Ion could have died there, but in the end, he's in such a favorable position. I don't even mind the way they played that post plant. Elevate doing well, I think, to collect their second round.
That would have been one of the finest clutches that we've seen at this event so far, had Spiker pulled that one off. And yeah, I mean, if you can keep the Buck down below and just do whatever soft destruction you want, then yeah, you are in such a powerful spot. Again, excellent coordination from Elevate, pushing their way through this site and getting Wildcard into disadvantageous positions that then were very quickly collected by Elevate. Psycho in particular, right as they were trying to shepherd that Diffuser into the site, Psycho went in for some cleanup work and allowed that to happen. Raps will walk in now as the Monty with Diffuse Kit once everything is done on this top floor. He's the only player in the lobby yet to get a kill, but again, that is okay. That is not necessary for Raps' position, especially on a Monty. He's probably not going to be involved in too much action if all goes according to plan for Elevate. This is the final round of the first half, and Elevate have an opportunity to tie it up before they go on to the presumptive better side on their own map.
IT's been really torn apart. Baby Shark, a little risky on that cross, but he does manage to stay alive on this top floor. Nobody holding it directly on the ground, so playing far enough back. Baby Shark keeps his life today. He's got some teammates on the top floor with him. Kansan and Bay are the other players that are roaming up above the bomb site rather than being down on that ground floor. Last time, Elevate went very direct. Remember, they started to open up the IT wall, and then they went straight in for the cargo window. So we're going to have to see if that is, once again, where they want to play this, if they want to just try to hit direct into sight, or if they're going to go for that full clear. I think based on the time on the clock, Parker, they are going to go straight into sight, try to make that storage window push work again.
Very limited action that's occurred. One of the slower rounds here between these two teams across both maps.
Throwing stun grenade.
Oh. Is Bay on the other side of the wall? trying to figure out from the... So yes, he is. Bay was in a really tough position there, and a Nitro Cell will claim reset. So good follow-up from Spiker and a great response after Bay dies. Maybe a bit too prematurely for WILCARD's liking. Elevate have lost their Hibana, but it sure sounded like most of that Heart Breach had gone off. So you lose a good gun and you lose a player who's very hot at the moment, but the utility's still been used, so not all hope is lost.
Yeah, I'm worried about the clock, Parker. There's going to be glue mines as well. If one of those hits wrapped before he can go for a plant, then that could be devastating. Those few seconds can matter when you need to put a plant down on 000.
And I mean, this in theory is very likely to be an Elevate round. Through all 5 rounds, First Blood has determined who goes on to win the round. So unless that trend line breaks here for this final round of the first half, we're looking at a 3-3 scoreline, which is great for Elevate. The clock, though, is the ultimate 5th player still alive for WILCARD at this point in time. Raps has found an opening and Diffuse Kit will go down. Dash will sneak on out. Didn't they do this on Border? Spiker did the exact same thing, and Elevate will fall victim to it yet again. No time remaining to pick up that Diffuse Kit, and half of the server will live. Oh my goodness. They did it on Border. They do it again on Nighthaven Labs, and the first half will go in favor of the North Americans.
Parker, I was worried about the goo mine stopping the plant. In a sense, I was right, because Dash on the Legion was able to stop that plant. Not really the utility that he needs. Instead, it's just a little bit of a rat play, but I think the point still stands. That time, way too long to clear through the top floor for Elevate. I think at some point they had to make the call to just hit down on that bottom floor. You could say it's a missed drone from Dash, but they just didn't have time. Plant going down at 11 seconds left in that round. There was no chance for them to be able to find that that final player inside the bomb site. Really smart from Dash up against his fellow Brazilians to go for that rat spot, hit that plant denial, and WILCARD, the rest of them, they just let him do his thing. Full trust, a player in the bottom floor, a player up above, none of them really necessary when Dash has got things on lock like that.
Grim and Kaid banned out. Now, as while we take a brief pause here, not that we want to shake you from watching this thrilling match of Elevate versus WILCARD, but worth reminding that there are 2 streams running at the same time. Over on the B stream, M80 and Heretics are currently doing battle. M80 is up 1-0 in that matchup, and the scoreline is presently tied between the 2 teams. So if you have the capability to watch both at the same time, why don't you treat yourself to 4 teams in Rainbow Six Siege, or you can always catch up on the VOD later on. The B stream will be running for the foreseeable future, as long as there are too many games for us to cover on a single stream. Heretics, obviously the European team that was known as Project Zero, that qualified through the last chance qualifiers. M80, the defending major champions that have had maybe a disappointing start to this event by their own standards.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. You've heard it from the players themselves on Twitter as well. Maybe not so happy with how things have gone. I think Elevate could probably say the same thing. Expectations not quite as high as the major champs, but certainly wanted to win a game before they got eliminated from Six Invitational playoff contention. Is what it is, though. There's no changing back time. WILCARD, I will say as well, have had a very strong early start to the group stage at the Six Invitational. They have yet to lose a series. If Elevate can pull back against this 4-2 deficit that they currently face, then this will be the first time that WILCARD lose a match, and it'll put them in a tough spot to get that first place victory out from FURIA when they play their final match tomorrow. But all in all, WILCARD have shown that they have been a very strong team here at the Six Invitational. Defense in particular, we've highlighted as one of their strongest points. They won't have the luxury of playing defense for the next 6 rounds. They have to close this game out on attack or face overtime and potentially a 2-0 win for Elevate on the series.
Top floor bomb site consistently among the easiest to defend for these defenders here. You have to go through your typical rhythm of opening up this IT wall, and I don't know why it took them a little bit longer to get that second wave of X-Kairos off, but Spiker will be able to open it up quite successfully. Raptors guarded, as we see by an Azami, whether it be Clubhouse or Nighthaven Labs. This is the operator that you're going to choose to sit on Rafters. Stem was looking to be a bit more active, though, not looking for a passive hold. On a map like Nighthaven Labs, you kind of have to be. On Clubhouse, there's really only one way to attack you. On Nighthaven Labs, you can be scooped up about 3 different ways, so you have to be a little bit more careful. And with how Stem's been playing today, Jesse, I'd be gambling my life on a kill. He's been very good at hitting his shots.
Yeah, we saw Bay had a ridiculous clip earlier today just on this position playing the Azami, so we know how powerful it can be. The Grim would have been a great tool to try to clear this Azami out, but of course banned, so Bay's got to play that Nomad instead, and this is a cheeky angle from Kansan. Maybe that Kiba just slightly incorrectly placed. Not sure if Stemp is aware that this angle exists. If he walks just slightly too far to his right, this will be a free pick for Kansan.
I think he just missed the head there for about a second, and now it's forced Stemp out of the spot. He cannot rotate, but the fire actually is doing nothing at this point in time. Where is the follow-up from WILCARD? Stemp actually manages to get away, and I mean, if your goal was to just clear out Raptors, you've done that. But you have to imagine that the focus was taking down the Azami. They've not been successful in that endeavor. Kansan will very quickly mount an offense up on the stairs. Ion shredding Bay as he swung around. So Raptors control for WILCARD, really not quite as fast as they had hoped. A nice play from Dash onto Ion. As he now looks to push through Electrical, he'll be confronted with the shotgun of the Warden. He has to be careful because that's an engagement that the Warden would usually win. Psycho swings out to replace Stemp before the bodies even hit the ground, and Kansan dies. And back to a 3v3 with 30 seconds to go. Spiker holding that defuse kit, but he's inside of IT. He needs at least one more doorway to go through to get that plant down. Dash mounting his own offense, as now Psycho is shoved out of his position. Backed away in Warehouse, Raps falls, still killless, and there goes Psycho as Baby Shark will pick up 2 kills, and a 5th round will pop on the board for WILCARD.
Strong finish coming out from WILCARD, Parker. They stalled out a little bit in the midst of that round. I was starting to get worried. Yes, they got IT. Yes, they got Connector. But in the end, after losing that opening pick to Ion, it just felt like they didn't have a great way to get the plant down. They were not pushing from multiple directions. They didn't have any answers really to the Nitro cells, 2 of them in the pocket of Elevate, which would have made a plant really difficult. But sometimes you just need somebody to step up and say, let me go kill these guys. Baby Shark was that man, walked through the bomb site, was able to find some really clutch angles where he wasn't going to be watched for. Baby Shark hit that gap and finally got the numbers to lean the way of the blue and red. So perfectly done from WILCARD in round 7. They win their first attacking round and start to get worried for Elevate. On their own map pick now, down by 3. These next couple defenses have to be good from them.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a step back after map 1, because I do think map 1 changed the way that we perceive this matchup and changed the way that we've talked about these teams, right?
Definitely.
You don't just cast based on what has happened, you cast on what is happening. Elevate surprised us with map number 1. I don't think almost anybody expected map 1 to go the way it did, and yet it did. So that changes the calculus about how we cast map number 2. This is Elevate's map. They should be good on it. They are now on the better side. Elevate should not be losing this, and yet they are. This reverts to the point, Jesse, where old Elevate would still lose their maps 1-7.
Yeah.
This happened several times where Elevate was only getting 1 or 2 rounds on maps they picked. This looks like a pretty typical regression to the mean for Elevate. This is the Elevate that we are used to showing up. Maybe they overperformed on Border. Maybe they'll turn it around.
Yeah.
There is still time, but very quickly they are losing that time. WILCARD win one more round. That's probably curtains here on this map. And then we go to Fortress.
Nothing so surprising coming out with this bottom floor bomb site defense from Elevate, Parker. Resets on this Solus. This is the only operator he has ever played on this bomb site since joining Elevate. Their 5th attempt now defending on this site in team history since he was added to the squad. Zion who strikes first, but Reset's not far behind. They might know what operator he's on, but that doesn't mean they can stop the shots that he is hitting. The roam game has been exceptional. Another one from Ion. Flicks around for Spiker, and it's a 2v5 for WILCARD.
Not an ideal spot to be in, but you've got the 2 secret weapons, at least statistically, above Kansan and Bay. They've got their work cut out for them. Down goes Kansan, and how about a flawless round from Elevate? It won't be had. Bay shutting down 1 player, and that's Ion. Oh, the collateral as Bay gets 2 kills for the price of 1. Psycho and Reset still alive.
There's no way, right?
The clutch eluded Spiker, and the same will happen to Bay as Elevate keep the comeback potential alive and will pick up their 3rd round after a great start that started to fall apart before they regained their footing.
Yeah, big round from Resets. I started by talking about his operator, of course, there on the Solus, and he really did start to pop off in the midst of that round, too. It was a really strong roam, working alongside, of course, Ion up on that roam, being able to bait his teammate a little bit. Some nice shots from Ion, who's playing the Thorn in the midst of that round as well. But Resets, I think, coming into this game was probably the one WildCard would be the most afraid of. Resets, of course, the only player with above 100 EPS on this Elevate team coming into this game. He spent 4 years on Team Liquid. He only joined Elevate in August of last year. And so he's kind of been the one guy that's still been scary despite the struggles that Elevate have had. I think a little quieter on Border despite winning their first map of the tournament, but now we're really starting to see the resets that everybody has known to expect from multiple international appearances with TL.
And I mean, when it was Maya was added to the team, Reset started to play an awful lot better on that Team Liquid squad, if you recall. Resets was statistically one of the worst players through, I think it was 2 events, and then Maya gets added to the team and Resets flourished in his position. Sometimes all it takes is one roster move, not just to make your team better, but also to give certain players the ability to play in more preferable roles and with more comfort. Spiker will lead off this round with an early pick, 15 seconds in, and the Scopos of Ion is dead. That's 2 operators that are technically gone.
Yes. I think it might have been around lobby or meeting. He was on the north side of the map when he did get taken down by Spiker. So beautiful shot, however it was, to take down that Scopos clone. Start to kill one of those operators and start to feel a little bit better about your position. Getting to that map point is going to be all that WildCard can think about. We've gone to Kitchen Cafeteria, by the way. This is the least played site on Nighthaven Labs, but we've seen, I think, a lot of teams actually experimenting with it here at the Six Invitational. Don't have the numbers to back it up, but it feels like a lot more than at previous events. Clearing through the top floor is always critical when it comes to this bomb site. You can see players starting to focus on the connector wall, which just gets opened up after being delayed by the Tubarão. Now, meeting, of course, directly above the bomb site, always an important spot to hold as well. But not a huge presence currently being held by Elevate on this top floor.
I like that they're not immediately going for the throat. WildCard is dotting their I's and crossing their T's, still droning now at the halfway point in the round. Honestly feels like it was ages ago that Ion was killed. Again, that's what happens when you die in the first 15 seconds of action. And Elevate getting a bit uncomfortable with their position. They're a little boxed in with their own reinforcements and barricades, as you can see. So there's not a lot of room for them to grow. That is hugely beneficial for WildCard. Of course, every one of these gunfights is going to come down to a 50-50. But if you're killing them when they're not looking at you, that helps an awful lot. Resets dies the hands of Dash. Psycho collapsed upon. Bay gets him from above, but there was also help from WildCard on that main floor. Just as we saw Ion do on that buck from below, Bay can now stay over this bomb site, Jesse, and just drop bombs on Elevate. Dash taking down Raps, and it's all up to Stemp. 5 players from WildCard still alive, looking for map point. Stemp's been good, but I don't know if he's get 5 kills against WildCard good, Jesse.
This would be a miracle that Elevate, frankly, don't need because it's not going to change their results, but one for the clip. Doesn't get it.
I guess if you believe in miracles, your belief would be misplaced.
You would in this round, Barker, and I mean, I think it's a pretty standard take coming through from WildCard. They clear through that top floor. I was surprised how few resources Elevate dedicated to locking down meeting, locking down connector even. Usually you see that being held for a little bit longer. I wonder if the scope was getting spawn peaked, or counter spawn peaked, I suppose, was part of that, not feeling like they had the bodies to hold down through the top floor. Regardless, the vert play was excellent from WildCard. They won every gunfight. Their lobby pressure coming in from Dash as well was really, really strong. And as much chatter happens in the in-game text chat, all of it in Portuguese.
Fortress has appeared 3 times. All 4 bomb sites have been played. The Hammam sitting room bomb site. When Fortress was first announced, basically everybody said, from internal testing we've done, to name the great Toronto-based experimental jazz band, the bomb site is bad, bad, not good. So the fact that it's been played once and was won by the attackers suggests me to believe, we're probably not seeing it again.
Yeah.
The other bomb sites are all over the place, but are overall defender-sided. The general belief is that the map should be pretty favorable to attackers.
Yes. Yeah.
So it is a bit surprising that it's a defender-sided map at the moment, and actually is the second most defender-sided map. But again, hard to go when it's only been played 3 times.
Yeah.
You're going to need to see about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plays until you start to have better numbers.
every map also tends to be more defender-sided in the first year or 6 months or so before teams really have it figured out. It's always easier to defend than attack when you're unfamiliar with a map and kind of how it tends to flow. But we still got to get there. Parker is not a guarantee. If Elevate can win these next 3 defenses, a full site rotation, we won't have to worry about that. The gunfight from Psycho not quite finding its mark up against Baby Shark in the meeting hallway. That would have been a great opening pick to send their way, but unfortunately Elevate can't lock that one down. It's 4 players in the bomb site. Don't be fooled. Ion is still roaming down in the basement. He could be a threat later on. Doesn't have impacts or a C4, of course, playing on this Malusi, so he would have to commit to a flank if he wants to not just be a baiter. Watch out for that, as his timing on that flank could be absolutely critical.
In go the drones. The Trickster of Bravo will take some of that information away from Elevate, and I do worry that they will get boxed in yet again. Stemp playing this very familiar spot over on Rafters and is being as active as he was before. If you remember, they used the Capitao to great effect to flush him into a position where they could scoop up more map control and then eventually get the kill. Capitao absent from Wildcard this time, so they're going to have to use different tools. It's a very frag-heavy lineup from Wildcard. Great guns across the board. Not a lot of gadgetry being brought by the North Americans. So it'll likely come to blows.
Dash is on the Nomad, but if a flank were to occur, say, up the lobby stairs, he hasn't positioned any of the air jabs yet to stop that. Ion currently on that mid floor now, so starting to make some moves, but Kansan's making a move too. Wildcard in towards the bomb site as they strike first on a resets.
And more damage being done to Dash. Psycho and resets are gone. Stemp and Raps and Ion. There's Raps in on the action. 1 and 8 will likely, no, 1 and 9 will likely be the scoreline to end for him at this point in time. Ion in a 1v4. Wildcard, 40 seconds left, and Ion looking the wrong way. Wow, quick work of them on their own map. Wildcard equalizes, sending us to map number 3. Where was this Wildcard on border?
Well, Parker, I gotta echo what Jack said on the desk. A more strategic map lends itself to the minds of Wildcard. They really lock in on that second map, understanding how important it is to win this game against the already eliminated Elevate. They play a beautiful game on Nighthaven Labs, and they'll get to show us Fortress for the first time at this event.
All right, one final map between these teams, a best of 1 coming up on the newest map, Fortress. See you in a few.
Window is closing. We only get one shot at this.
WILCARD, they bounced back emphatically. It looked so much more refined there on Labs. It looked as if that was meant to be for them. As well, just very quickly, I mentioned for Stream B, Team Heretics have just beaten M80, pushing them into a third map. But if you look a little closely at this one, Fox, I think this is the wildcard we expected to see on Border.
Yeah, I mean, Labs, in my opinion, has always been wildcard's best map. That being said, they're very flexible on it. They're able to switch things on a dime between aggressive and defensive, and I think we saw exactly that. Now, that being said, they should have been just as confident given that they 7-0'd Falcons on Border yesterday. Going into a map like Border, I think they were just playing bad, and I actually had a chance to corner them in the bathroom, and they said themselves, we just played shit. Yeah. Simple as that. So they know that they're going to go to a map 3. They still believe that it's all the confidence for them. Yep. And also, going onto a map like Fortress, they actually beat Falcons on Fortress as well. So they should be confident, but it could also be that any map they beat Falcons on, they lose to Elevate.
That's true. That's true. There is a pattern emerging. Yeah, I would say for Wildcard, I think if you think a little bit more holistically, I think from Wildcard's point of view, they're going to outthink Elevate. They're going to, you know, play a little bit more strategic, a little bit with a little bit more depth and layers than Elevate, at least on the evidence of this tournament so far. So Nighthaven makes a lot more sense for them to go on as a map against Elevate, and I think we saw that. Elevate only had 2 rounds where they were successful, managing to get the plant down, managing to get that round victory, and then Wildcard, once they got into the attack, they were really, really dominant. So I'm not necessarily, even though this was Elevate's map pick, I'm not necessarily surprised to see the result. If I'm being honest, I expected it to be a 2-0.
Yeah, but not a 2-0. Going into map 3, and a player that we have been watching the whole series so far is Bay himself, especially just being on that flex entry player. You know, he plays operators that you wouldn't necessarily see on an entry, but he is consistently finding those openings, being able to lock down positions, and he does it great. He does,
and he's hydrated as well.
And
he is hydrated.
That's the most important thing. One of the things that stuck out to me there on the match summary was the entry stat. Very, very split down the board. You had a 7-3 win. This is something we were talking about in our earlier match with DAYSTAR, and I think it goes to show the difference between good teams and consistent teams.
Of course, because you're able to find different avenues to win around if you lose that opening pick. And that is one thing that Elevate did do good against DAYSTAR in game 1, was find those opening picks, but they couldn't convert it, and that was the biggest downfall for Elevate. But that being said, they played very aggressive on Border. Those are some takeaways. They need to make sure that going into Fortress, despite how much practice they have, they need to be able to focus on that aggression, because that's the one edge that they could have against Wildcard.
Does it not seem strange, them playing Fortress? It certainly seems quite strange for me, because they're out of the tournament. This will be the first time that they've played it. Why would they show it ahead of now they're looking towards next year? They're already out of the event. It seems strange to me that Elevate would want to play Fortress and get to a decider. But that being said, like, we don't necessarily know what to expect from them. It'll be the same from Wildcard. So Wildcard will just have to go back to what they were playing yesterday when they were playing it up against Falcons and their defaults on what they know, rather than reading into their opponent too much. But yeah, it does seem slightly strange to me that Elevate would even allow it through the veto, to be honest.
I guess there's so many things that go into a tournament like this, and for Elevate, it might be prep, because it's still a month away.
I mean, maybe, I suppose that's the counterpoint, is you would get a map of official on it.
I still understand, though, and look, at the end of the day, we are going to Fortress. This is the final map for Elevate. I really hope that they can dig their heels in here, but Wildcard, they look so damn good. Let's get underway with Fortress.
All right, well, I'm excited to see our first Fortress. Yes. And I mean, I've played the game an awful lot. I've played Fortress a ton in my own time, and I mean, it is not a new map. It's actually quite an old map, but it's got a new coat of paint, and they've tinkered with it. It was closed for construction for a little bit, and now it's been brought back and been refurbished, you know? So now here we go, all the way to Morocco, if memory serves correctly, for the final map of Elevate and Wildcard, and Elevate's final map here at SI. Which team comes out ahead? Let's cue in to Fortress.
It's Elevate's last hurrah in the City of Lights, and they'll do it on the map that they have never played. For the first time, Elevate are coming to Fortress, and Wildcard are coming back to Fortress for the first time in almost 24 hours. They beat Falcons on this map yesterday, although it took them 15 rounds to get the job done. How many rounds will it take to beat a team like Elevate? Or is that even the question worth asking? Because if Elevate show up like they did on Border, Parker, they could be walking into a trap where Elevate walk away with another win.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate would have to win their second map here at the event in order to do this. And again, Elevate's not playing for anything. I am Jack's sense of confusion, as you heard on the desk. I'm not really sure why they're going to Fortress. I guess there is time, but why would you want to show that ahead of time? This is ultimately a meaningless game for Elevate. The standings won't change. It's not like their flight home will be unbooked if they win here on Fortress. As for Wildcard, I mean, maybe these teams just didn't want to ban it. This was something I've actually heard some chatter across the analysts talk about and other teams talk about, which is you basically play this game of chicken. Who is going to not ban Fortress last? If you used to have Skyscraper as your permaban, you just slot Fortress in. Super simple, really easy, done, you move on. But if you were comfortable on Fortress, or if you were comfortable on Skyscraper, there are a lot of teams that don't necessarily want to waste a ban on Fortress. So maybe you wait. Maybe you see if your opponent will ban it, and then you hope it doesn't end up as your tiebreaker. There's a small stitch getting into the lobby, so we will wait as they reload back in. So pardon the very little tech pause. What are your expectations for Fortress? We have seen it 3 times so far, and Wildcard has even played this map before.
Yeah, we got to see Wildcard play this, of course, last night up against Falcons. It was a crazy match. Not a lot of people had Wildcard come out on top of that. Of course, it was a decider. And whilst this map, you mentioned it, has been defender-sided at the event, in that game, Wildcard versus Falcons, it actually leaned more towards the attackers. Each team got a 4-2 half, and then Wildcard closed it out in overtime. OT admittedly went all 3 defensive rounds, but even still, it does feel like this map should be leaning attacker-sided. I got to watch a great breakdown of this map from Mint, former coach of many teams, including recently Unwanted at the last Six Invitational, where he showed exactly how he feels the map should go from an attacker and defender point of view. One of the big takeaways, I think, for that specific video, that specific this specific map, was that oftentimes if defenders want to find success, they're going to have to fight the attackers at the peripheries, spread out over that top floor, try to fight them before they get into the building, because if they can establish a foothold somewhere in that top floor, they'll have a much easier time trying to break into the bomb site.
Yeah, the 3 bomb sites that you will see get played quite frequently will be that command office and bathroom bomb site upstairs, along with dorms games upstairs. You will see waiting room and cafe. You will likely not see hammam and sitting room because, well, it's been played a grand total of 1 time and it was won by the attackers. Again, the speculation was it would be one of the worst competitive bomb sites in the entire game. Now, most of the action on this map will be occurring on the top floor. It's typically the way that most maps work, but it is especially so on a map like Fortress. No surprise that you immediately see everybody upstairs with that command office and bathroom bomb site leading the way. A lot of similarities to the old Fortress if you ever played this game recreationally, casually, competitively, even back when Fortress wasn't ranked years and years and years ago. You will see this map and realize, oh, it's actually not that different. But it is quite a fun map to play, and it's an even more enjoyable map to watch.
And so we are seeing a lot of that spreading out being done by Elevate. You saw 2 players, Ion and Stemp, extending towards the south, over towards Games Room and Dormitory. That's where these players are going to be first trying to fight this entry point where they can stop Wildcard from getting into the building. And Wildcard do look like they want to go for the full map clear. They've got a couple players north side, but really it does look like the south part of the map towards Games and Dorms is going to be where Wildcard try to make their entry. That means Stemp and Ion should be the first point of contact, and then after they waste some time, maybe they get some kills, maybe they die, maybe they fall back. Eventually, those site players will start to see some action, but expect Ion and Stemp to be the real duo that starts this round off for Elevate.
Oh my! Stemp gets pressured by Dash as he breaks on in through vending. Now looks towards the bomb site, not far removed. Sitting at that game's door, 2 separate players in this position, and Ion goes for broke. Wildcard have killed everybody except for Raps in the first minute of action. And Raps is getting harassed by Bay's Twitch drone, and that's some gall to lower your shield staring directly at your opponent. The Wildcard seem to understand the mission, and they will flawlessly take the first round on Fortress.
Genuinely, maybe the fastest round of the Six Invitational, Parker. I don't know what the exact final time on the clock was, but we were definitely under 2 minutes when we ended out the first map. Really fast pace being set by a wildcard. 1:42 left in the round. When wildcard walk away with the victory, they did exactly what we expected. They entered through the opposite side of the top floor. They pressure those roamers in the south side. A couple of Elevate players really tried to go and help. We saw Psycho, I think, most obviously trying to move down towards the south to help Stemp and Ion, but in the end, the shots were too clean from Baby Shark. The speed was too fast from Dash. They did a great job of exploding through that top floor.
I mean, if there is a lack of familiarity with this site or this map across all of the play, then Elevate will seriously struggle. I mean, typically it is easier to defend on the new maps.
Yes.
You very correctly pointed out that almost every time a new map is added to the map pool, it tends to be defender-sided. Fortress is no exception, even though the consensus again was that it's going to be more favorable turf for attackers, and you just saw how easy it is to get to the bomb site and exert influence over the round as Wildcard did. You still have to imagine that Elevate will just ride out the easier side. It is harder to attack in Rainbow Six Siege across the board, even with all the buffs the attackers received recently. The defenders still typically have the advantage. Will Elevate be able to make up for lost time? We will find out. But again, top floor will be the focus for most of this map, and no surprise, we're looking at a top floor hold yet again.
Yeah, and it's the same push from Wildcard too. Last time the bomb site was in the north, so they enter south, clear through the top floor. Now the bomb site's in the south towards games and dorms, so Wildcard enter north side. They're going to go in through the old tower, try to make their way into the office here, which is what the breach has just been made, and try to take space with this blitz, which is exactly what Dash did last time, Parker. We're in a slightly different site, but the game plan is identical for Wildcard.
It's part of the map. It used to be referred to as Horse and Cannon, if people recall, and now it's just Horse, as the cannon, I think, has been removed. They are demilitarizing Fortress. I think that's very cool of them. Very peaceful zoo. Very peaceful people.
Yes, as the Fortress name implies, which has been good for their reputation.
Certainly not a name associated with war. No, not whatsoever. And we cannot have cannons, but we can have horses. Majestic creatures, aren't they? Now, inside a bathroom, looking for a vault on over to get closer to this site, waiting for the smoke of Raps to get a bit aggressive. It's not really the operator you want leading the charge. Out goes the gas canister, and Psycho from below has a pretty decent angle here. He might be able to assist his teammates. Double hard breach being brought in the Maverick and the Ace onto the same wall, and now a nade will go out. Raps is just existing in this spot as he continues to flip between the rooms. Stemp almost losing his feet to a drone hole. That's one thing that if you don't have familiarity with the map, you might be a little caught off guard with. Where are the drone holes? Ion first casualty. He's gone. Azami is gone. 45 seconds remain, and Wildcard has the advantage.
3 in the site, Psycho down below. They've got to find these anchors, and they've got to find them fast, Parker. Without lots of map control, Wildcard took quite a bit of control early, but this execute now needs to be clean.
And Dash is going to lead the way, looking for the double vault over to the A-bomb site. Bay, another kill. Elevate yet to get a single frag, and it will continue to go in against them. They've gotten Dash down, and Raps will collect. He needs another. No, a single kill through 2 rounds for Elevate as Wildcard makes very quick work of these first 2 rounds.
Really like that call from Wildcard too. They spent so much time kind of over towards briefing. That's where we were watching Dash for the entirety of that late round. But Dash was all alone. As the Blitz, he was solo.
Mas dá uma baixadinha nesse mic aí, porque esse nariz já é condicionado.
Tá me estressando pra caralho. Essa do caralho.
Eu não sei também, mas ô guys, vocês falaram de pegar trap e não pegaram, mano. Faz o jogo com mais trap, mano. Ela, Lesion, a porra toda. Se os caras estiverem jogando splitadinho, igual eles estão fazendo pelo menos no time Desert, a gente vai ter mais espaço de mapa e o Shield não vai jogar, mano. Olha o ban dos caras. Clash tem na área, full pra Shield. Tô nem aí qualquer comp original, mano. Só pega os bonecos, velho. Lesion, pega ela, pega Fenrir, pega os bonecos chatos, tá ligado? Aí vocês ficam suave no mundo, fica suave nesses time de exec.
É isso mesmo, vambora.
Acho.
Vamos cozinhar agora ou vamos voltar pra cima?
Não, volta pra cima, mano. Volta pra cima pegando as trap. Depois vocês descem cozinha.
Tá, mas vamos se movimentar um pouco mais rápido, a gente tá lendo muito devagar um round, mano.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You've been waiting on that one, haven't you?
I have.
Here, from the top down, you can actually see Dash all alone. It was really this coordination of Bay and Spiker working through the main hallway. getting their spot inside of dorms. I think it was a great distraction play from the blitz, and I don't know if that's part of what Hugzord wanted to talk about in the TAC timeout, but WILCARD have consistently on these top floors been going for the full clears. They didn't really try to fight them early in that second round on Elevate. As we continue to bounce back and forth between the top 4 bomb sites, that's going to be something that we need to watch the evolution of. How do Elevate respond to WILCARD's early map pressure that they're taking on the opposite side of the top floor?
Yeah, pretty quick to get into the site on both rounds so far, and now we'll go back over to the Commander bathroom bomb site. That was seen the first time around.
5 seconds left.
Just looking at the numbers here, again, on opening picks, WILCARD have been doing a great job of striking first. Conversion rates really good on both maps. On Border, again, of the 11 rounds played 8 times, 8 of those 11 rounds were won by the team that got the opening pick. On Nighthaven Labs, on 10 rounds, it was 8 rounds as well that saw the first pick go in favor of the eventual winners. And then the same now has happened on Fortress both times. But that is more so that Elevate has a single kill through 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Elevate should get 2 kills this round, and the next round they should get 3 kills. And by round 6, they will finally get all 5 kills and hopefully win the round.
Well, in an attempt to try to get more kills than just that, Stemp has moved off the Wamai over to the Legion. That's the only change in the setup, this time being brought by Elevate. That's, of course, a response to Dash, who's been playing on shields every single round. He's hoping that if they get rushed quickly once again by that shield operator, he'll be able to slow him down with some of those goo mines. The push has been slower, I think, inherently by WILCARD, just because they're taking a little bit longer to drone things out, a little bit longer to open these walls and pressure these players.
There's Old Tower is where Dash is positioned. He's heading up the stairs. They've opened up that one single panel into games. That's where Legion is currently playing Ion for the opening pick. And that's Elevate getting on the board first. It's been a long time since you can say they've done that, and this will be the first time on Fortress that they pull it off. Baby Shark taking some damage. Spiker has as well, and there goes Kansan Ion from the same position. Now Spiker is in the ground. The timeout seemingly working very well. Hugzord and Co. able to steady this team. Resets with a slow peek. Down goes Bay and Baby Shark with the only kill so far. Very nearly a flawless round for Elevate this time. Really low scoring affairs for the teams that ultimately lose the round. Only a single kill for WILCARD as Elevate get on the board.
You mentioned Baby Shark taking damage in the midst of that, Parker, and I'm not sure if we were able to see it, but he was actually walking through barbed wire on the opposite side of the map, creeping up white stairs in the northwest. The rest of his team pushing through the south, and I think without that pressure that Baby Shark applies, without that raw aim and quick pace that Baby Shark brings to a lot of these pushes, we fell a little bit flat on WILCARD's clear of the bottom floor. In the 1vx, Baby Shark was actually in control of the bomb site. He was sitting inside of Office, but in the end, without the defuse kit, there was nothing he could really do from that clutch position. All of Elevate left the bomb site to go fight the WILCARD players down here towards games, towards the old tower. They did a really great job of coordinating through these angles, hitting some really nice shots, and stopping the aggression before it could really begin.
I'm reloading.
That was tough. And you know, Baby Shark wants that one back. Not that it would have made much of a difference at all, but I mean, it was still very much there. Is this Waiting Room Cafe? Yes, it is. Down on the main floor. We will go for the first time this bomb site will emerge. This bomb site has been played 10 times so far at SI, and it has been won 8 of those 10 times by the defenders. Statistically, one of the most defender-sided sites in the entire map pool at this point in time. And I mean, it's not even that low of a sample size. 10 plays is, well, it's not terrible. Obviously, when you get to some of the maps that are played more frequently, you're going to see 25, 30 times that they've been played. But for 10 and 8 of those 10 rounds to be won by the defenders, you start to get a good idea of how this bomb site is approached. Again, expect a top floor clear before transitioning down below. And that's why you can see Elevate, unsurprisingly, have put players on the top floor to hold against WILCARD.
Shouldn't be a huge shock that WILCARD, at least early on, seemed like one of the best Fortress teams at this event. It was played in a North American Last Chance qualifier, far more than it was in any other regions. Of course, the SILCQs were the only time in pro-level competition that we've been able to see Fortress before SI. We'll have to see if that maybe North American meta is a little bit farther evolved than some of the other regions. Elevate showing off maybe some of the APAC meta that has been establishing on this map, which does include extending up just a little bit with a couple of these players, Stemp, Ion, and Psycho, all hard committing to top, as you were just saying, Parker. I like the drones to come out from Wildcard, though. They once again seem like they want to clear through the entirety of this top floor. Sometimes you can get cheeky with just a little bit of a plant in through medical down on the south side, just inside of kitchen, but with that wall looking like it's fully reinforced and electrified, it is not going to be a simple task. I think going top is the correct play.
Yeah. Resets right now inside of Infirmary, holding true. Right above him is that portion of games that has a destructible floor. Dash eliminating Stamp out with the first kill. It comes at almost the exact halfway point of this round. Ion was terrific in the previous round, but he is a man who is dead to rights as he gets swarmed by Wildcard on the top floor. They've got a decent amount of control. Psycho will now have to take up the position at some point as he and Resets have ascended to the top, leaving presumably just Raps down in the B bomb site, but Resets taking no prisoners. Again, this panel that looks over to the staircase in Old Tower was where Ion got most of his kills. That's where Resets was also to act as a surprise factor. Raps gunning down Kansan, and what Wildcard had given themselves early in the round is now completely gone. The number count swinging in favor of Elevate. Bay and Baby Shark are in serious trouble.
Not really connected either, so when Baby Shark goes down, Bay's not able to get that trade. Lurking in through the main hallway on a default cam, except no, I believe that was hacked out, so don't have to worry about that, I suppose. But even still, with the shots ringing out, they'll know where he's at.
Bay looking for kills 4, 5, and 6, and he won't get any of them. Psycho, a huge round from everybody on Elevate. The 3 remaining players all putting in work. Resets with 2, Raps, Psycho, all on the board, and a team effort will propel Elevate to their second round, tying us through 4.
It's kind of funny that the top floor bombs.
Okay, guys, just listen to me for the 2 next rounds, right? Now it's probably going to pick bugs, correct? One thing that we can do, I think we can do the fast. Now is the moment. It's a good moment to do it. The fast meeting. Remember, Jake and Dash. I don't think it's going to be ops. Even if it is, bro, it is not that common. Let's say, and we didn't do. I think it's good. No, the fast meeting. Okay. What I think, guys, after they come back from, probably going to pick back from next round, right? We can do the split that you guys said, but let's do the composition. Deimos, Doka, and Lion. Dash on Deimos so he can track the guy on Vandy, so that they have the attention. And probably can be split with 2 minutes. That's split fast, okay? Mainly for you, Jake. Probably you can find a gap early round on tower. Make sure can play our operator, can play ourselves more. Then you can play a little bit faster, but maybe triple operators, okay? Deimos, Lion, and Doka, and make sure to do fast. Especially if you see the gap, go for the gap, okay, guys?
Wanting some speed there from Lagonis. He wants a couple of specific operators, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, the Lion, track down some of these players, don't let them move. I believe that was more for round 6 when they expect to see the bathroom office bomb site return. And first, of course, we've got to go through dorms and games. No sitting room bomb sites just yet coming through this matchup. But yeah, it really does feel like some of these top floor bomb sites, despite being stronger on paper, despite being theorized as stronger for the defenders, that kitchen bomb site was by far the best round that we've seen from Elevate so far. So maybe the initial wisdom is incorrect and we will see kitchen cafeteria evolve to be that primary bomb site in the site, or maybe Wildcard just don't have as many reps practicing attacking that site, and well, it's just that they're a little bit more proficient as a specific team attacking through the top floor.
All right, so they will head back upstairs. Shocker. I have enjoyed watching Fortress. I will say, I will go on record.
Have you? I have. Good. I have fun when you have fun.
That's just not true.
You're right. I usually have fun when you're not having fun.
You love to watch me deal with misery. So.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Very much a different hold from Elevate this time around. Keep in mind, the last time they played on games and dorms, they really just played in the site. They hardly had any presence over on the north side of the map. Now, though, Elevate look like they're willing to extend. This change in playstyle could catch Wildcard off guard if they're not careful.
And Wildcard did the talking that we heard, but again, a reminder, both teams get to talk to their coaches. So it's possible that Elevate said, well, if they're going to go for a single clear in that direction, let's spread out a little bit. Now that they understand the way that Wildcard are going about this, they might be ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is still going to be a really scary attack that's coming through from Wildcard, don't get me wrong. Seems like they've got a good idea of how they want to attack with this. They said if you see a gap, hit it, and this is going to be the hit.
Shield coming in as Dash looks to charge his way forward. The Blitz was banned out, so you've got to pick something else. No shields available for Elevate beyond Fuse, Shield, and the Blackbeard, so that's what Dash will choose. Raps guns down Dash, but there are the guns from Wildcard working to great effect yet again. And it's another very quick round, 1 minute off the clock. And Psycho and Raps are the last two standing. Make that just Psycho as Raps dies while mid-sentence. 4 bodies still up from Wildcard, encroaching upon Psycho in this position. He's about to run out of ammo, but he runs out of time first. Bay and Co. just rushing into the site. And down goes Psycho. Wildcard regaining the lead. All of these rounds won by Wildcard have been so fast.
Yeah, they've really been able to pick up the pace on this attacker-sided map of Fortress, and I gotta give credit to both the combo of Bay and Dash in that round. Bay obviously hitting some beautiful shots, that DMR singing for one of Wildcard's best players, the entry fragger. But Dash on the shield, don't forget to credit this guy too. Whilst he hasn't been putting up the biggest numbers so far today, he's 2-4 after the death in round 5. I really think his distraction on both the Blitz and the Blackbeard on almost all of these attacks have made a big difference for Wildcard. Didn't really play shields back when he was a part of that W7M team. That was always Dots' role. He was the shield guy on that squad, was asked to play a bit more of that shield play when he moved on to this Wildcard team, and I think has taken to it really, really well. Even just the evolution of his shield play from earlier in the season to late has been excellent to watch from Dash.
Dash is a player who entered this series as the lowest rated on the squad, and that really shouldn't surprise anybody if you know how this team plays and you've seen Dash play. These are sentences that we have said time and time again, right? Baby Shark was also struggling with his numbers prior to the start of this series, but he entered in a 3-way tie with Spiker and Kansan at 31 kills apiece. I'd already talked about how Spiker had the second best kill differential on this team. Well, Baby Shark was +9. Spiker was +10. Kansan is +12. So relatively evenly split across all of them. Bay sitting in 4th place between Dash and Spiker. So honestly, Dash's numbers aren't terrible for what he does, and he plays a really hard role.
Oh, absolutely.
He will swap over, and now he's playing on Grim. Utility-heavy ops that are a key component of these executes, and anybody who has played or watched competitive Rainbow Six knows how tough Dash's role can be.
Wow, Bay spotting out one of those thorn traps. This is what Resets has decided to move on to after his Azami got banned. Resets playing in the horse position right now, kind of inside of that hallway between horse and white stairs. This push from Elevate, or from Wildcard I should say, doesn't seem like it's that same full clear from the south side of the map. Instead, a Candela gets tossed into the hall. Doesn't prompt an immediate push from Spiker, but it starts to draw those defenders back, and now the lone player of Dash can start making his way through the south all by himself.
And he's going to benefit from these logic bombs, at least giving him a sigh of relief that nobody is nearby. Even if he can't follow up with a kill there, Jesse, you know that he doesn't have to deal with anybody. Oh my goodness, what was going on with Spiker there, missing one player as the Thorn of Resets looks to have gotten away. Bay on the board first, Ion with 2, Spiker guns down Ion, so no more from that Sentry. Now it's all up to Resets and Stem. 3v2 for Wildcard with about a minute to go. Spiker will get the plant down, or at least start it. And Stemp and Resets shove him off of his position. No, there's some reluctance on Elevate here to retake the bomb site. For good reason, they have lost full control. Reset's doing some damage to Bay. Bay and Baby Shark both sitting at 8 kills apiece. Quite an impressive tally. They can easily add more as there's 2 players from Elevate still remaining. Baby Shark takes care of Resets. Stemp searching for his first kill. He can't find it just yet. Good patience from Wildcard. They sit alone, all staring in different directions. Diffuser still running away. The Stemp will have to make a choice. Do you go for kills? Do you go for the case? Kills are what he's looking for. Looking to give Bay number 9. Won't get it. Stemp finds his first kill, but Timer will give the round to Wildcard. The first half will go 4-2 as Stemp almost gets all 3. Baby Shark survives to the very end, but either way, the Timer was going to give it to Wildcard. That's the first half in the books.
Yeah, and I think a great push to end things out from WILCARD. They really came from 5 different directions. I think every player entered the building in a different form, splitting their forces, theorizing that maybe those Elevate players wouldn't be able to catch them as they entered into the building, and they were correct. Really, in the 3v2, when Spiker was getting that plant down, I expected some aggression from Elevate. I expected somebody to step up and try to stop that plant, or at least fight them when they were in the 2v2, but they really waited until that plant was already down before we started to see guys like Stemp and also Resets go for those kills. You saw the sarcastic "well played" being put into chat after that one, and I think maybe some eyes do need to look over towards Stemp, because despite going 12-6 back on Border, the MVP of the only map that Elevate have won at the Six Invitational, Stemp really didn't have any impact in that first half. A couple of kills in a meaningless phase of the round to close out the final one, but even still, Stemp being absent feels like a big change up between maps 1 and then 2 and 3.
In maps 2 and 3, Stemp has 6 kills.
That's half of what he had on map 1.
12 kills in map 1, 18 kills total across all 3 maps. So, I mean, what a fall off, and yet still Stemp has the most kills on his team. Admittedly, he's tied with Resets at this point in time, but they all have way, way, way more deaths. What will skew those numbers is the fact that it was 1 round quicker on map 2 and the lead that WILCARD has now here on map number 3.
Yeah.
So you can't just look at it and go, well, they each won a map. Of course, the numbers are going to be relatively even. There is no negative kill differential on WILCARD.
Wow.
Every player is at +0 or above. Bay is currently +13. There is no player positive on Elevate. They are either at +0, which is Stemp, or they are all negative, Raps being -12.
Wow.
So, and again, Raps did come in as the lowest rated player. He plays that, again, he plays the same role that Dash does, or at least very similar. They use him very similarly, and because of that, you expect him to die way more often than he's going to get kills.
Watch this!
But still, you got to be a little frustrated if you're Elevate, because there really isn't that much daylight score-wise between these teams to suggest that Elevate's numbers are so bad.
Wow, this is going to be WILCARD's first time defending in almost 24 hours. We'll get to see their take on this map. Denari left unbanned. Elevate not thinking it is as big of a threat as WILCARD did, so we'll see it coming out. Psycho almost dying with all Candles in his pocket. He eats an impact and gets brought even lower, but does survive outside of the Horse hallway. Still fights on white stairs, and that's going to be Stemp drawing first blood.
And Stemp will now go positive with that kill. So, hey, I mean, at least that's quite beneficial. Good for him. 19 kills to his name, trying to make up for all that lost time. And I mean, Spiker's numbers have gone down quite a bit as well. At one point, I think he was 6-0 or 5-0 or something along those lines, or 4-1, all the way back on Border. Spiker's not been able to do much since then, but he's let the rest of the team lead the way. Bay gunning down Raps as the push in from Elevate is not working out very effectively. And Nitro Cell will also claim Psycho. 2 players now looking on white stairs, and the Deimos of Stemp runs up with the shotgun in hand. Both the Wamai and the Valk are there for good measure. They'll trade back and forth, leaving Elevate with just a single player. Resets to 1v3. Nice shot to take out Bay, but more work to be done.
Yeah, Dash, Baby Shark are guarding the diffuser at top white. We see it on the ground now. They've each got a different angle that they are watching. Resets has to play this so perfectly with DMR. This is a really tough spot. You kind of need somebody like Dash or Baby Shark to make a mistake.
Resets does not have the case, so there's not much he can do, and they will hold that crossfire. He'll now reposition through Office. He's got an idea of where they are, and he just misses out on the rotate. The way that this wall goes in and out proves to be a problem. Super shorty pulled out by Dash, and it finds its mark. Another round for WILCARD. They're 2 away from toppling Elevate.
Didn't work out, but I kind of like the idea from Elevate in that round. They were going for a bit of a blitz rush in through what you could call the knife window, just beside the bomb site there outside of Office. It almost worked, except for the fact that they kind of whiffed the smoke. Psycho and that smoke placement left a bit of a gap so that they, playing inside of Force, was able to see the back of the blitz of Raps as he was jumping in that window. It led to a free kill on the blitz, and the second their blitz dies, the second your Ying dies, that push kind of loses all of its legs. Cool idea, nice little rush strategy that WILCARD likely were not expecting, but they adapted to it really nicely. And maybe you could even make the argument that they kind of futzed around on that window for so long, Parker, that WILCARD eventually got wise as to what was going to come.
Yeah. And WILCARD are doing a really good job of reading the situation through this map and making changes. Again, with Elevate, it's always tough, or at least it has always been tough here at the Six Invitational. To answer the question, is this Elevate struggling with a map they're not familiar with? Or is this Elevate being Elevate? Because again, their average round total was 3 rounds heading into this series. Now, obviously, they pushed that number up by winning 7 rounds in the very first map, but take a look at what the scoreline was in map 2, 3 rounds.
Yeah.
They're at 2 rounds here now on this map, and they're on the worst side, at the moment at least, on numbers for the remainder of Fortress. So I don't know how much higher Elevate is going to be able to get this total based on what we've seen. Does that Flores drone not look like it was going a lot slower than usual?
I was honestly looking at the top-down POV.
It did. It looks fine now. But at the beginning, it certainly looked like it was going a little too slow. I was a bit taken aback by that.
Sometimes you gotta refuel your drones. You know, sometimes players do forget to do that. That's an important part of the prep phase, is making sure your drones are fully fueled. So Ion maybe just not putting enough in there. Complete lie, of course. None of that makes any sense in the context of this game. Good spot of the Mira and followed up on by Resets. Hits the head onto Kansan, stepping in through catwalk into the building and finding that nice shot. Both the Mira windows are placed close to sight. This one into the bathroom. The other one was placed also facing from games into dorms, more on the south side.
Flames will go off and Resets, eliminating Bay. First kill on the board for WILCARD comes to the hands of Spiker as Ion dies. Oh my goodness, he's so close. Dash finished off. Damage being done to Resets, or from Resets, but he can't secure it. Now Baby Shark is the last one left on WILCARD, charging his way upstairs. Avoiding that pipe as it's about to burst. Doing some damage to Resets. Defuse getting planted. He needs to be worried about Psycho. And that explosion around him. Baby Shark guns down Raps, but Psycho saves the day. How many near clutches for WILCARD in this series? And none of them actually panning out. Elevate have done a mighty good job of denying WILCARD those late round heroics. And map point, series point for WILCARD will have to wait another round.
We see strong droning coming through from Elevate in that round. Some strong DMR play as well, of course, with the couple of kills that came in from Resets. I love how fast they were able to work off that drone information. Ion sees the Mira Kansan and immediately Resets is in there to get a kill. He got a nice little 2-piece in the midst of that round that opens things up. It created that gap that that Elevate were looking for. And the rest of the WILCARD players in a scramble to get back to site, caught by the fire pipes that they didn't shoot in the prep phase, caught a little bit by their own Mira windows that were blown open by the Twitch drone as well. Really cool little attack coming through from Elevates. Twice now, and once with a success, once with a failure. We've seen them go for these pretty explosive direct-to-site takes, while WILCARD started their attacking half with a lot of full map clears. Elevate have gone the complete opposite direction and have started their attacks with very direct site hits that will try to catch WILCARD off guard.
Yeah, I mean, creativity is what you need on a new map, and it's going to take some time for the lay of the land on Fortress to settle down, Jesse. The one thing I love when a new map, because again, Fortress is not new, but it did get reworked. The one thing I love when a new map comes into the map pool is watching teams evolve in real time. The bomb sites that are seen as most viable will likely change. The rotation of sites will likely change. The attackers that are brought to deal with these bomb sites will likely change. And while the meta's pretty static at the moment, you know, you usually need a shield operator, you usually need an anti-flank operator, you need at least one of those nuisance or enabler ops like a Lion, a Dokkaebi, etc. You need hard breach, etc. You're kind of like locked in at the moment.
Sure.
But with a map like Fortress, you could see teams bring operators you don't see all that frequently, like Gridlock, like Ash, 2 ops that aren't really a staple in the meta on most maps.
Yeah, well, it'd be really cool to see what Elevate want to do with this Gridlock. Just the fact that they've got this, they've got the Monty, they've got the grid. I wonder how interested they actually are in clearing the top floor, because you could just throw track stingers there on the old tower stairs. You could walk your Monty in through laundry. You could start to take control of some of these other bottom floor positions. We see Resets already in showers, so starting to take some map control down there on the first floor, whereas we're not really as concerned with what's happening up above. Catching Kansan on a flank with the window being opened up above him. There is maybe potential to catch him for a kill too, but always awkward trying to capitalize on this information. They did a great job of that last time, hoping to do so again.
Fortress has been very quick from both of these teams. Obviously, WILCARD setting a breakneck pace, Jesse. We're waiting for the all clear now as these mute jammers are slowing them down, but they are set up just outside of the radius mute, receiving a pretty decent sized nerf. I think you can be safe to say at the start of Operation Tenfold Pursuit. And with it, his pick rate has dropped dramatically, and his use case has also dropped dramatically. Kansan with the drive-by onto Psycho and removes him from existence. I don't even know if Psycho saw him on his screen. That was really quite something. A nice tentative pre-fire, though, that had come out and done some damage to Kansan. It leaves Raps all alone without his chaperone.
I mean, that was gross, Parker. They spent the entire round trying to kill Kansan just for him to style on them and then hit the shotty on the stem. I think Kansan just won them this round.
And resets is gone, leaving WILCARD in a 5v2. Looking for the knockout punch, or rather, a 1-2 punch. Out goes the smoke, and Raps is all on his lonesome now. Will confront the Legion of Dash, and the rest of WILCARD will circle him up. Dash gets the final kill, and that's going to be series point now for WILCARD.
Took Kansan a long time to realize he was on a drone, but once he finally figured that out, they had a drone at the top of the old stairs and at the bottom of the old stairs. From that position, Kansan was able to work some ridiculous shots onto the window, which we witnessed, dropping down into laundry to get that frag as well. I mean, it's hard to overstate just how focused Elevate were on clearing Kansan out, only for him to do what he just did. So they might have nerfed Mute, but you can't really nerf Kansan, one of the best players in the history of North American Rainbow Six Siege, 4th highest rated player through this event so far, and firing on all cylinders in round number 9.
You're gonna say round number 6 because WILCARD just got 6 rounds.
I was.
It's okay, Jesse. It's okay. It's a new map.
Numbers are new to me, honestly. Numbers are hard.
You should consider going into mathology.
Maybe I will.
I feel like you'd be really good.
Hopefully.
It's nice to see these teams work through this, but I mean, again, WILCARD have played this map before, so there is some familiarity. I like the head tilt that Baby Shark does after a big round.
Yeah.
Every time he gets a big round, he always wobbles his head. I quite like that.
I'm a little surprised to see a Clash ban coming out from Elevate, because it was only brought a single time by Dash. That was on the second bomb site of Dorms and Games.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it's fine to ban a Clash, a strong operator. But I think Mira has been really impactful in the midst of this, too. They've played Mira on both top floor bomb sites. It's such a strong operator here on Fortress as well. I guess they've dealt with it pretty well with the twist drones from resets, but you got to imagine WILCARD will be looking out for those a little bit more with how much Twitch has been played on the top floor. So interested to see that getting taken out by Elevate. The Ying ban, I think, is absolutely critical from WILCARD, because that was almost devastating the last time they went to this bomb site.
Ying has been very, very good in this entire series. If you go all the way back to that Nighthaven Labs as well, you remember all of the Ying play that was coming in. Another one of those enabler ops, another one of those, what we've called nuisance ops. I don't know if the pros ever call them nuisance ops. I don't think they do, but it was something that I remember hearing. I think it was Dezichu used for the first time, and I just said, that's really good, yoink, and I use it. But yeah, I mean, terrific operator, able to cleave through this site. Elevate will respond by bringing a Dokkaebi and a Deimos, so they've got their own enabler / nuisance ops that will be able to help. And Ion had used his first death mark really early to figure out where Baby Shark is. They use a logic bomb for a 1-2 punch, and then the Twitch drone of resets will work its way closer to the bomb site, guiding the Deimos of Ion in.
There's that mirror window I was talking about too. They could have banned it out. They've actually got it double stacked there around briefing. So good opportunity for Kansan. It's Bay who strikes first onto Psycho. They've given a lot of ground up to Elevate for free. No real hold towards the Games Dorm side of this map. Instead, they're just grouping up inside the site, and of course, Baby Shark, as we see down on the bottom floor, caught by a drone and caught by a gun. Bay falls too, and the man advantage leans Elevate.
And a Dash taking some serious damage. This is not a great round for WILCARD. If you recall, it was the last time that they went here. Elevate suffered through that early engagement. Spiker goes for a peek. He has no choice but to do so, and looks over towards Highway. This is a great round from Elevate. Last alive is Kansan, tucked in the bathroom, fighting his way out of this position. 2 black mirrors for him to deal with. Down goes Ion, and that also gets rid of that death mark. He takes down Stemp. Resets will get Diffuser down, so Kansan will go into the post plant. Oh, just missing out on Raps' aggression with the mirror in hand. Secondary shotgun, another failed clutch for WILCARD. Are they 0 for 4 in these clutches? Oh, whoa, to be a WILCARD fan. Elevate wins the round. WILCARD still sits on series point, but a great execute from Elevate that nearly falls apart, ultimately carries through to a win.
In my heart, I believed he had the clutch. In the deepest depths of my heart, I thought Kansan was going to do it. We've seen him do ridiculous things on land before. He's famous for his clutches, and in the 1v4, he was hitting every shot, looked so clean. But in the end, Elevate do manage to play through with it. It was a great round start to finish up until things almost went south for them. Really nice to take that, I think, south part of the map, right? Recognizing how free that it was. Finding those players with the information, and then once they have the two-man lead, just waiting for the swings, not overcomplicating things, hold your angles. You know WILCARD are going to get greedy, swing out to try to equalize that man count, so why not just wait and punish them while they do so?
10 seconds remaining.
We stop the momentum briefly for WILCARD. They lose what is the primary bomb site on this map. Now they have to go to a site that they lost previously. I mean, things have been kind of going back and forth in terms of the round win count, but if they can do what they did last time attacking on dorms and games, Elevate could make this a scary match for WILCARD.
Yeah, I don't really think there's as much of a gulf between them now as there was before. I mean, I guess the benefit here is that WILCARD can play whichever site they want if things continue to go bad to worse. And again, the defenders do have an upper hand on this map, but Elevate have shown some moments of brilliance, especially in that last round. The only problem with Elevate is they've been unable to replicate it in back-to-back rounds, right? Even the rounds where they won back-to-back across all 3 of these maps, a lot of times they do get a leg up from WILCARD doing something silly, maybe an early peek, maybe being way out of position, maybe knowing that there's drones and still overstaying their welcome, despite the fact that Elevate have done a good job of scouting you out.
Rateros, gone quiet!
The Ratero has gone quiet.
I heard that. That was very loud. Sometimes the voice lines are really good. You remember the old IQ? Or the old Twitch where it'd be like, Twitch stroke going out! It would blow out your ears.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think we need that intel that bad.
The push has been pretty direct from Elevate, as many of their attacks have been. A lot of these players still just working kind of, I mean, they've got the wall open into bunks. That is the bomb site being played for this round. They do still have pressure over towards Catwalk. There are still some players pressuring from the north, but a lot of this focus has just been straight into bunks. Stamps sitting outside the doorway. Flashes come through, and here comes the play.
And they'll trade back and forth, but here's WILCARD now taking advantage in a very crucial round. Match on the line. When this series is done, Elevate are done at the Six Invitational. You'd like to go out on a win, but sometimes it's not up to you. Again, you can do everything right on your side and still ultimately come up empty-handed and lose. 3v3. Dash on limited HP. This is very winnable for Elevate, Jesse.
Yeah, Baby Shark caught on a flank. He was trying to run through the first floor, but I think seen on a drone, and it's an easy pick off by Psycho. This man count has gotten to a scary spot for WILCARD. The time is on their side. Diffusekit is also not with the bulk of these players. They're gonna have to retrieve it. So the time's gonna be even lower when they eventually try for a plant.
Have to worry about the clock. There's Dash, again, peeking the window. I am so confused sometimes at what WILCARD does. When you're in a 3v3, you don't need to be challenging this. Psycho will scout for intel and get a good read on these defenders inside the site. They now repositioning, trying to get the cross, maybe find an opening that they weren't expecting. Stemp on a single point of HP, getting the diffuser down. Psycho will cover. Spiker softening up. Ion, there's Bay trying to pressure in. Psycho still in this strong spot. Stemp gets diffuser down. Elevate now with the advantage, not just in numbers, but also objective. Stemp dies. Bay and Spiker in a 2v2. Clock now finding 10 seconds gone, benefiting Elevate. WILCARD have got to go, Jesse. Spiker still twisting around side by side with Bay. They see the defuse kit. They need to double up on the window. Bay sitting on this point. Ion is in a position they weren't expecting. Spiker with one. Could we see another clutch? Will they finally make it work with the match on the line? No! Psycho does it Another failed attempt from WILCARD, and we will go all the way in regulation.
WILCARD, I mean, it's an exciting end to the game. I appreciate that as a broadcaster, but for their fans, they've got to settle this game down, Parker. They had the advantage in that round. The 4v3, time was low, diffuser was dropped, everything screamed in that round that WILCARD would be walking away with the victory. But then Baby Shark decides he's going to flank. He gets caught on a drone, shut down by Psycho. Dash goes for a peek. He goes for a little swing that feels unnecessary. And without the man advantage, Elevate were just able to work that plant in. The last two players, frankly, did not have the positioning that they needed to win that round. With the man advantage stolen back by Elevate, they did everything correctly. The post plant gets traded. I mean, the window play is perfect. You cannot keep relying on these hero plays. Somebody gets aggressive, somebody swings, man count goes away, and you're almost forced into this clutch situation over and over again. WILCARD, I want to see them play calm, Parker. I want to see them go back to basics for this last round. If they get in their own heads, lose round 12, lose in overtime, and then fall to Elevate, in what should be the freest game of the tournament for WILCARD, I mean, that would be a massive blunder to commit on the biggest stage.
It would be. Furia's already played today. They beat DAYSTAR in that thrilling 2-1 that occurred just before we went live here on the A stream with Elevate WILCARD. Furia does play WILCARD tomorrow, and that will be for ultimately who finishes first in the groups. Now, WILCARD could easily do it, and they just took out Ion in the first 20 seconds. But again, somebody who's smarter than me needs to tell me, why does WILCARD keep doing this? Why do they keep trying to spawn peek, whether it works or not? I don't see other teams doing this. Is it a lack of respect for Elevate? Is it a lack of familiarity they think Elevate might have with this map? Is it not smarter to just sit and play safe?
I do think that spawn peak is relatively safe. You're on the horse door. I mean, they've got to walk up those stairs. The second you see them, you shoot, and you either get out or you hit the shots. Ion does die for it, so it works out for WILCARD. It's the mid-round aggression that I'm a little more critical of, Parker. They've got a man advantage now, WILCARD do. They need to do everything in their power to keep this. And at least for now, that apparently means giving up the top floor. Allowing Elevate to take this space above the bomb site, saying feel free to use your, well, not use your RAM as we've killed that, but use any other soft destruction you might have.
Reload!
This is going to allow Elevate to waste their own time. It's kind of what I was hoping to see from WILCARD. That pick onto the RAM was absolutely huge.
Going live.
We're a little worried about Recess's HP.
Certainly.
He takes down that castle barricade. This position is known. Spiker only needed to hit the tiniest part of him. Bay shutting down Psycho, and it might be an unceremonious end to the SI run for Elevate. The only team so far that has been eliminated from competition. Raps hit that Denari trip mine, so you know exactly where he is in Infirmary. Spiker's the one who might need a small shot in the arm as he takes some damage in his position. Hansen can easily have the assist waiting on the cross. Bay getting ever so close to the Capitao. An easy frag for Bay, and only one remains. They started this map flawlessly. Do they end it on the same note? It all comes down to Stemp. Last man standing, 35 seconds. Nade goes out. Bay evading that explosive, and they will do it. Flawless start, flawless end for WILCARD. Elevate's time at the Six Invitational is done. A big victory for the North Americans, even if it did get a bit scary at times. WILCARD emerged 2-1 over Elevate.
In the business, we call that locking in, Parker. They might have gotten a bit sloppy towards the end of it, but when everything was on the line, round 12, WILCARD don't make those mistakes. Very disciplined, very controlled, perfectly played on the final bomb site. This team, the Masters of Fortress? Maybe.
I mean, they played it twice. It's been played 4 times by my count, so half of those played by WILCARD. And there is a certain comfort level, but again, the more you play a map, the more VODs there are for your opponents to use against you. And if you think WILCARD is good on this map, it might be an insta-ban. Congratulations to WILCARD, and thanks for playing Elevate. We'll see you at the next event. That's it for this series. We'll be back after this break.
so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
We're here with Spiker from WILCARD, just taking down Elevate. Close matchup. Seems like Elevate not having any pressure on them really put pressure on you guys on the server.
Honestly, I think we were playing really poorly. Like, our communication map one was terrible. We were giving them so many gaps, and that they were, I mean, they did a good job of explaining the gaps, but the gaps shouldn't be there. So honestly, I think it was more so we were not playing up to our standard. But I mean, they definitely were playing well.
How are you course correcting in the middle of a situation like that? Because they seem to be a very unpredictable team in a situation like it.
We kind of just started playing more traps. We were making sure that our mid-round comms were better. You know, communicating if there's gaps, communicating when we're giving up spots, stuff like that, bringing more energy. I think our energy map one was a little low too. So our kind of thing is just playing more traps, communicating more, even communicating too much. Yeah.
You don't want to cloud your comms now. There's something that happened earlier today. I was talking to FLUXO, and then JV just kind of chimed in and had to trash talk for a second there at you guys. He's going to teach you a lesson, he said, for tomorrow. You got anything to fire back FURIA?
JV talks a lot of shit, but, you know, we're going to bring it tomorrow. We're not going to play like we did today. We're going to bring it.
It's a big fight for first place. We'll see you at WILCARD and FURIA tomorrow.
JV does talk a lot of smack. That's one thing I know for sure. Look, some interesting points that he's making there. They're just not up to the scrap at the moment. I don't, just maybe today.
Yeah, I think it's worth an acknowledgement of, you know, from Spiker. I think he's one of the top emerging IGLs, you know, in terms of World Siege right now. And I think he knows that that's not a vintage wildcard performance. They got the result that they needed, and that's what top teams do, is when they're not playing well, they still manage to find a way to win. That's what they did. And I think it also says a lot about the soft skills inside of Siege as well. Yeah. You know, we talk about pressure, mentality, but communication's such a big thing. Yeah. If somebody sees a gap and doesn't communicate it, then that gap will never get realized. Yeah, and that's why he said we focus on over-communicating at times.
Yeah, exactly. Over-communicating can be the death to you, even under-communicating. I just believe there was a little aspect of underestimating Elevate to come into it. Obviously, they had nothing to play for, essentially, so they can play loose, do whatever they need to do. And like WILCARD said, there was a lot of gaps that were being exposed on map 1 that allowed Elevate to creep their way back into it. But they auto-corrected, bringing a lot of traps, focusing on the information game, and just making sure that they're doubling up and not getting caught off guard to Elevate's individual aggression. And all of these clips that you see on the final map of Fortress is exactly that. Every single gunfight, there's a trade, there's somebody behind the other opposing WILCARD player. So they responded. It took them a little bit of time. But yes, I think we can all agree they underestimated their opponent of Elevate. And I think it's worth commending that Elevate played very good today. If we would have seen them play like this at the start of the tournament, maybe things could have been different.
Yeah, a standout performance from Bay. Across the board, WILCARD played phenomenally throughout this series, and I think that just goes to show the caliber of team that they are and that they can be, because I think not only we're looking at WILCARD for this event, but potentially what comes in the future. Jack, something I was talking to you about very briefly before we went on air. Look at the discrepancy in the EPS as just a blanket statement here. If you just took this and started a desk with it, you would have said Elevate got absolutely annihilated. They never had any chance in this, but God, it was a close match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of crazy. If you didn't know the results, you'd just say this is a complete wildcard victory. You know, pretty much everyone around that 100 EPS, that 100 expected player score. And for Elevate, nobody's kind of near it. And I think that just goes to show that realistically, even when Elevate was managing to find their wins on border, it was more from individual performances in close rounds. Whereas when WILCARD were finding round victories, they were a lot more decisive.
I mean, you can even see Bay and Baby Shark were finding their mark when it came to those entries. It really seemed like the opening deaths, the middle area, that's where the gaps were. That's where the back line of WILCARD was getting taken advantage of. But that being said, they auto-corrected. The entries were still finding their marks and being able to find an opening, specifically on border, but they just couldn't follow through, and I think they figured out how to be able to connect the middle to the end. But nonetheless, both of those entries, Baby Shark and Bay, they did a commendable job, both being on flexible operators, but still managing to find those opening kills, even though they're playing more supportive, flexible to what the team needs.
Let's have a look at how things have now shaped up, because it does shake up the group quite a bit, actually. mainly due to the fact that WILCARD continue to lock in their top 2 places.
I mean, yeah, both of WILCARD and FURIA are now locked in because those 2 teams play each other tomorrow.
Yep.
So the fact of the matter is, realistically, that is a straight shootout for first place, which I think, based on expectations, at least what I had before we came into this event, I expected FURIA Falcons to be the 2 jostling it out for that. So Falcons at best here are probably going to get 3rd position, in all honesty, unless something goes drastically wrong. And that, for them, is going to put them on the back foot. So this group has been shaken to its core.
Yeah, nobody's expected WILCARD to be locked in for the top 2. I mean, WILCARD won today, and Matey just won as well. To be a North American fan is good, and SSG plays OXG. So NA is going to be on top all day today, essentially.
Keep the copium real, brother. It's okay.
We'll let you have day 4. Day 4 of phase 1 as NA's day. That's absolutely fine. We'll take the rest.
What about Munich?
Well, what about Munich?
M81.
Because of a European coach.
Right.
And on that note, thank you for joining us for the first half of the day. You don't want to go anywhere. We still have another 2 matches to come. And, well, a special guest joins us in the studio. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, I'm here with Savage, and we're going to be playing a little game. Savage, how are you feeling?
I'm all good, and you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you very much. So I'm going to say a couple words, and you're just going to tell me the first word that comes to your head, all right? Okay, Team Secret.
Diversity.
Ooh, nice. SI 2026.
Win.
Whew. Paris.
New.
New?
First time, I don't know.
Sure, we'll take that. Chalet.
Gunfights.
Sure. All right, Mowgli.
Aggressive.
Rainbow Six.
Life.
Blackbeard.
OP.
And last one, Pengu.
Go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
For the sake of Savage, we can only hope that he gets to respond to all the things that are thrown to him in-game as fast as he does in that little game there, because he's playing a game here on the A-Stream. My name is Anne, I'm your host for today, and I'm joined by Alfama and Ollie as well. Exatorka, you're joining us in the studio. So good to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm excited to be here. It was a last-minute adjustment, I guess. But yeah, can't wait to get around. It's been a while since I did a desk, but, you know, I'm sure we'll make something work.
Yeah, it's the first time I have to look like this whenever I talk to my
usually
other
it's like
analysts,
this.
which, yeah, usually it's like this. I think Jack is taller than me, I think. But not by a margin. You know, it's quite close. Yeah.
It's like the perfect duo where it's like the right size as well. It really works. But we'll start looking at this game, though, because inside a Group D, a lot can still happen. The stakes for this matchup will be huge, especially for Team Secret, because when we look at this, right, if they get a win here, they secure first place. That is not only the upper bracket, but a bye in the upper bracket as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive, especially for them. If you think of since they won EWC, you know, they've not went that far in tournaments. Munich was a disappointment. Malta was a big disappointment. So they want to get further and further into that bracket. Obviously, being the first in the group is a good way to build that confidence.
I think, like you say, I think it's the bye for me that is the big standout thing there. It's a day off. It's a little bit more chance to prepare. It's a bit more chance to, you know, understand your opponent a little bit and just give yourself that slight advantage. And we do tend to see teams that have that bye go a little bit further.
Yeah, it's not an easy matchup, though, for Secret. They're going to go up against FLUXO W7M, and we can describe this matchup as to be a pretty aggressive one, right? We're looking at two players in particular in this matchup will certainly take the heat to one another. In a head-to-head, Lobud versus Mowgli, I guess the top performers on either side will bring the fire.
Yeah, I'm looking at a bloodbath because I'm looking at two teams that have a really high, fast-paced play style, and on the back of these two guys, two of the most aggressive entries, Mowgli, Lobin. It's great to see them there, and it's great, Oli, to see them once again being the top performer, because it was not always the case in the past few tournaments, but they're back and they're carrying the play style of their team.
There's not a lot separating them either. If you look at the numbers there, we're on very fine margins to find out who is really got the advantage. And I think that's going to be found out today. And as you say, it's very important that we don't see either of them go missing today, because certainly Mowgli has had a little bit of history for that in the past. And I just hope it doesn't happen today.
Yeah, that's something we'll keep our eyes on. But something you've touched upon was Secret, of course, after the EWC, things that really go their way. Something we talked about a lot in Stage 2 was their defense win rate being below average, but that's looking a lot better here.
Yeah, I mean, any other team in the world would have a better defense side and an attack side, but following EWC, Secret was struggling. 48% defense win rate, that was the 6 months after that. That was towards the end of 2025, and they've turned it around. At the start of this day, they were the best defending team in the tournament. They've turned a weakness into an advantage, Oli. It's amazing to see, from a broken wall to a real good defending wall.
The thing that makes me laugh here is we'd have been sat here 6 months ago saying they've got a really good attacking win rate as well, and they're one of the best attacking teams. And now they've got themselves into this position, as you say, coming into the top of the day, best defensive win rate. I wonder if that is going to influence the bans at all.
Potentially. Well, of course, Secret winning this game here would be a great birthday present as well, as it is Twister's birthday today. Their coach, and he's standing by with Maria.
Maria with a cake. You know what time it is. Birthday time. Today is Twister's birthday. Let's go. Cadê ele? Where is him? Where is him? Ô, Twister, chegou o teu momento. He didn't notice me. Ô, Twister, todo mundo? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Twister. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Vai. Woo! So, Boa! I'm not gonna ask you your wish because it might be to lift a hammer, but you are doing so great in secret, so that might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think like in the moment right now, the team is just flowing, so I'm very happy with the results. And for sure, if I have one thing to ask, it's just the biggest achievement of my career. What is that?
Sure, you have won all of your games, also FLUXO, and you are playing against them today. It might be a gift to also win over them.
Exactly. If we win today against them, I think it's a good showing for the team to go through groups without a single loss, and also to boost the confidence of the group for the playoffs. So yeah, a big gift.
Who should be more worried, you or them?
Who should be more what, sorry?
Worried.
Worried. I think Dan right now, they had like a few shaky games, but I still think it will be a good game, maybe even a 3 maps game, but we might get it.
Let's not talk about game. Just like you have some lunch, what is the gift you're gonna give him for his birthday?
A win.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Happy birthday, Twister.
Happy birthday, Twister, and of course the congratulations, and the win is what they're looking for, the confidence I'm feeling on the side of Secret. When we look at their opponents though, I feel like that is something we need to talk about as well, right? With W7M, when we go back to Munich, when we talked about it yesterday with Vulps here in the studio, Vulps was IGLing back then. We know that things didn't really go their way. We think back about pictures in Munich of them being sad and kind of being upset with each other as well.
It feels like there's been a little bit of a shift in this roster, and I think it's down to the IGL. Obviously, we had Vulps on the IGL back in Munich, as you say, and the energy was very different around the team. You can see that it was, you know, almost a little bit gangy up in some sort of ways.
Yeah, they were looking at him.
It felt like a bit of an interview, didn't it? And I mean, this is reading into, you know, just images that we get to see, and we get to watch the players a lot at these events. And that seems to have changed a lot now. There seems to be a much more sort of friendly environment and a totally different atmosphere since we've seen Dots take the reins.
Yeah, it moved from, they were looking at Vulps for answers, and they were not coming in Munich, and mentally, they were shattered. After 3 BO3s lost in a row in that event, it was tough. But look at this, Dots has taken the reins as the IGL. What does that enable? And that's the beautiful part of it. If we check the stats of Vulps in Munich, towards the stats of right now in this event, you'll see that Vulps is given the freedom to play as a fragger, just like he was in Liquid back then. And if we look at Munich, he was the second worst rated player in the tournament. Look at this now, 117 EPS, crazy with the KD. And he's able, look at that freedom, he's able to play green, Denari, he can play as the flex player he used to be, as one of the brightest stars of Brazil. He's back on that level, and Dots can be the IGL from the support role. It's the perfect setup that makes FLUXO much better than they were when they were in Munich.
Yeah, this is looking amazing for him as an individual with the stats, and I do agree with what Sister is saying, right? They've had some shaky games, so for FLUXO W7M, it is a necessity today that they step up. For Secret, they've already played all of their games today, right? So if they will have a day off tomorrow, so this is the final chance for them to get some points on the board. But for FLUXO, with that, I guess the good start yesterday, but then the shaky loss, they're looking to come in here with an improvement.
Absolutely, and this is their time really. They've got a massive advantage ahead of them in that Secret have a day off tomorrow. This is the last chance that Secret can enable points, and W7M, or FLUXO W7M, have to take this with both hands.
Yeah, they will have to. We'll have a look at the map veto though for this series to see where it'll be taken to for this matchup though. 3 maps as always selected. FLUXO W7 having the first pick. It seems like for the first one we're going to Consulate.
And I feel like that's a trap. Why is that a trap? Well, because Secret, it was a permaban for them. So you might think, okay, on the side of FLUXO, it's the right choice. But one thing is, we just mentioned how good is Secret in defense. Well, Consulate, I hate to break it to you, it's the most defender-sided map in the meta. So by leaving it open, they allowed FLUXO W7M to go and pick it for them so they could start defense. It's a really good one for me, I think.
You're really buying into this.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're both sort of on the edge of this now, especially with the cafe coming through next, because you look at that and you can start to scratch your head a little bit as well as to, one, how that's been let through by Secret, and two, why it's being picked out there by them.
And they start attack. What W7M is starting attack? What?
Exactly. It makes zero sense. Not even Labs the decider. I think there's a good chance that we get there to a Labs today, unless Secret is hiding something incredible on Consulate.
As a reminder, Labs is the map on which Secret beat Oxygen 7-3 and 7-1 Enterprise. They've destroyed everyone on that map in the same group. I mean, we're looking at this and I'm thinking the map veto, they are defense on Cafe, they are defense on Consulate, and they go on Labs. I mean, and, you know, maybe I EU biased, but I think that Secret right now are in a really the driving seat for this matchup.
All right, would you agree with that as well, Ollie?
There's definitely a little bit of EU bias. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, we were looking at some numbers earlier, and Leo said they've played all the best teams, and I was like, no, they've just played European teams. They're not necessarily the best team. Yes, they are good. I'm not too sure, honestly, and I honestly feel like W7M have at least got a map in them here.
Oh, I love that energy from them.
Yeah. Every single time we're seeing it. We talked about the energy for W7M, but let's put this into context with the whole group as well, right? We talked about their opponents they've already faced, teams that they may have dominated inside of this group here, but this is what it all is about. Secret currently at that top spot, and we're looking at the percentages of them making it, of course, into the upper bracket. That is already confirmed, but there is that chance for them to make it as the very first out of this group as well. For FLUXO W7M, currently sitting comfortable in that second spot, and upper bracket is very likely too.
Yeah, they can keep. They can stay in the race. I think that's the biggest story, right? Whether it is second, whether it is third, I don't think it's a bad thing. They will be in the upper bracket whatsoever. But the main thing is they do still have the chances of maybe being first of their group, and that's the big thing because then you get the bye, and because then you can hide more maps, you have less time to play. I think it's the pretty obvious things, right? But for Secret, I think Twister said it best. They need that confidence. They need to be perceived again as a favorite. They had one EWC after all, only 6 months ago. So they want to go out of this group the right way.
Yeah, first in the group would be a great birthday present for the person you're seeing on your screen right now, Twister, the coach of Secret, whose birthday it is today. But the match is almost ready. We're seeing the players get ready with the final hurdle, so that means we get to talk to our casters for this match. We're joined by Fluke and Demo. Now, with these two teams being in the top position of their group, I'm expecting a high-quality matchup with this.
Oh, we've been waiting for this the whole time. The amount of games that we've cast that have been 7-1s, 7-2s, I won't complain.
You've jinxed it here.
I won't complain, no, because we've earned one, and I think the viewers have earned one, and I think if this is anything less than 3 maps all the way, well, I think that's not going to happen. We're going all the way, Demo.
Well, I mean, the map ban phase, very interesting as these two, and also, hello, Ollie.
Hello, Ollie.
Good to see you again.
All right, Ollie.
Hello,
Dan.
Hello.
And obviously, whenever you think about that consulate, I mean, I don't know, Leo. It's one thing going for the permaban, but still, they have to do the other side. I know what you mean by they start on the favorite side, but they still have to do it again on the other.
Attack has never been a problem for Secret. They've always managed to do it. They have one of the best IGL right now in Savage.
Do you know what? We can talk about it forever, but we can just also watch the game because it is ready, so take it away.
Thank you very much, and we are so excited to do this demo. Again, not kidding, we have been waiting for this one since we first saw that we would get it, and even before any of the games had played, we were like, this is gonna be the banger.
And it is because they're 1 and 2 in the group, which automatically makes it a heavyweight clash. And look at that for the prediction poll. 3% is in it.
I mean, this is also on the map where the desk, don't get me wrong, a little bit of a biased desk, especially Leo, towards it. But this is the one where we have question marks over Secret, right? This is the one that was a permanent ban, and this is the one that we are going into first. So how much was hidden? How much was just put away, stories and story to tell later, and how much is about to be revealed? Is this, if I'm going to go as wide of a copium net as possible, Secret sort of saying, oh, we're going to win the next 2. Let's just get Consular out there. Let's see how it feels. Let's put a little idea into everybody else's head that if we do eventually get to a best of 5, we have a Consular game.
Here we go. Banning phase. Very important on a map like Consulate. Whenever we know that we're going to be dealing with some pretty heavy util dumps, that's just the kind of manner of this map. And it's no surprise to see an operator like the Grim gone, and the Shield also gone.
I mean, yeah, you're looking at obviously the control up yellow, you're looking at Monty as just sort of a reliance for sometimes, you're looking at a decent team around Shields, just limit how they can bring themselves to the fight, limit how they can sort of get that front door operator.
Also the Fenrir ban, just to take note of that, you're going to be looking at a lot of split takes now from FLUXO. They're going to be wanting to pressure multiple positions around the map, which can be quite difficult whenever you think about the layout of Consulate. Whenever we look towards that top floor bomb site as our starting off point, you really have 2 options. You either go for the yellow take across in towards the CEO window, or you go for the admin clear and then in through the vending corridor and then eventually work your way into meeting. But if you're going to ban the Fenrir, you're going to be looking at hitting kind of both of them at the same time if you can. You're still going to have your main stem of the push with a lot of util, and also whoever's carrying the kit will be looking to get themselves into position to plant. But then you can start pinching areas such as the backstab, maybe up yellow if you're trying to go for a meet and play. Spiral's going to be a big one too. I think Secret need to be on their toes, and I mean, Noah, he's on the floor, and it is a trap operator. It's going to give you that information if someone's trying to hit a backstab.
Well, it starts as we hope it means to continue with a chance at some quick pressure. Volps. Better bot, whoever might be too far away. Savage on the pulse, getting the read up towards the top. And I mean, I said I wanted to start as it continues. The aggression already trying to be met and matched. There's a C4 up the door. They're getting themselves in. The pressure on towards that little, you know, quick plant spot position and just sort of make a statement early. What, opening 30 seconds here, Demo?
Yeah, I mean, already you can see where FLUXO want to get themselves in towards. It's going to be that single window plant fly in towards CEO. Again, they've got the Ying, they have the Glass, they have operators who can push and make things happen. I think now if you're Secret, whenever you've already just kind of seen a Candela thrown at you, it means that Mowgli's going to have to remain where he is, just in case that Ying wants to come in and try and fly in through that window. He'll be the perfect operator to deal with it. And again, really good use of the Nomad. This is another little trick you can go for. You can place the air jabs just around the rim of the kind of top side. It's different, the beams kind of, you know, that area. And you can stop any retaking. Almost a swing there from Savage, but just takes a bit of damage and falls off.
Yeah, Palu got the big bite there. The Pulse is trying to get that first edge, but it's the main thing they talked about on the desk as well. We'll highlight the aggression. That first meeting is about to be a bit of a chase here on towards June. Pulls themselves back. The Deimos is looking for another fight on the verticality, but they peel away. Make sure that Adrian can keep that little quick plant spot done.
I just want to make a note that currently Dodez is towards the admin side of the map. He's pressuring the other end of the spectrum. This is where the Fenrir ban's going to come into play. He knows he doesn't have to worry about those traps. They even scan with a Twitch drone beforehand. Now this is an added layer of pressure that Secret have to deal with.
But the dealing is going to be done with Noah. He's holding on towards the vending machine position, and they're going to go for the pinch here. Volps on one side, and, well, a bit of support might come through from June. The Clash screams over and fills the door and says, I'm here, and Noah's there, and Dots, your man is gone, as is Lobin. There's at least one back for the side of Volps, as Palu's trying to keep the pressure here. Inside, drive up towards the site itself, but Volps is suffering in the same split. They're just taking bites out of each other. There's the swing round. Dodos gets 1 and 2 on towards the back. Puts them into a man advantage, but it's instantly balanced back, and with Palu on the ground, it's a 2 versus 1. 20 seconds. One of them is a Clash as well. Oh, not anymore. Caught out by the angle, Adrian. All that's left, will he go for the pickup? He has time, he has the position, he's gonna go for it, get themselves the kit, but look at the watch, there's fire. He's bouncing it in and across, and he can't quite get it fully cemented. He's caught out by the Thorn Trap on it, but no, exchange is gone! Oh, we are ice skating!
Oh, Adrian had it in his hands, but I don't think he knew that the player got down by the Thorn gadget. No way of him knowing that. And there's just that little moment of hesitation and straight on it. The swing comes in, able to take him out. I mean, a massive kill for Palu in the grand scheme of things. That's how you get your team off to a great start. But a lovely take, though, from FLUXO. They were really making Secret just be dragged around that top floor, and in Secret, they just had to kind of cover everything. It was just not enough. I mean, I think the Clash also caused quite a bit of bother. In the kind of long term, the way that the shield was able just to rotate from one side to another, and FLUXO just couldn't really get a good grasp on where that shield was going to be located, but still, big kills. I mean, Dodez, you have to highlight him. A free piece coming in from that kind of split take in from admin. Make stuff happen. A very important kill too on the Warden. I mean, if he didn't make that happen, you would never have got the kind of all clear signal to move in and go towards that front desk.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We were slipping back and forth and all over the shop, and everybody seemed to be trying to find a nice little place to settle, but this is that aggression. Talked about by the desk and highlighted by the stats themselves. Secret, they are currently the best entry result. And against them, oh, look at that lineup demo you're gesturing about.
I see this lineup, but I just get so excited. I mean, the Amaru is always going to cause a bit of something. Yeah, don't know where he's going to go at the moment. He's just kind of stationed up on the rappel with the shotgun ready to go. I mean, naturally, I think if you're Amari, you are kind of looking for that window to swing in from, get you straight into the heart of that top floor. And no, he's going to do it with a shotgun instead, and he's made his entrance in. Lobbing with a shotgun. Oh, big old shot on the Savage, but a great trade game from Secret to lock it out. They're all gone.
All gone. They got the drop, they had the positions, they had the awareness, and unfortunately, FLUXO W7M didn't quite have the right idea on where the players were propped up and holding on.
They're matching the pace of FLUXO. Secret, really well done. A lot of players in towards that top floor, and this is where we now have to look at the teams knowing each other so well. Yeah, it's the Brazilian side in the form of FLUXO. What's the backline staff looking like for Team Secret, Emmy?
Wow, okay. I'm going to start this with, what's the backline staff looking for every other non-Brazilian team here? Pretty Brazilian, Demo. Pretty Brazilian.
I think that helps a lot as well whenever you've got Twister there with some great knowledge, of course, of his fellow countrymen. And he knows that the intensity that his team needs to fight against these Brazilians with.
Yep.
Because we know that FLUXO W7M, sometimes the way they attack maps, it's like liquid. The way they move through teams and just cut them down with ease. You need to go toe for toe against the team. You need to match the energy. And straight away, what a way to respond from losing that first round. Secret straight back with a very quick response. We've got a game here, we do.
An early catch there from an E1D, just to maybe get a bit of pressure, maybe get a bit of intel, and maybe just keep that pace on. As you said, they're matching blow for blow, and as I've tried to say at the start of 2 different rounds, but the game gets too hot. Hey, these are the 2 most aggressive teams, or 2 of the most aggressive teams. As I was saying, Secret, top entry stat of any of the teams at the start of this, but FLUXO W7M have the best entry trade stat of any of the other teams. They are either side, polar opposites, on exactly the stat that you want to see 2 aggressive teams hitting on towards each other. It's just sort of coming out together in these blow-for-blow opening rounds here, with the blitz, with the shield again, driving this bit of control. You've still got the limitations, obviously, from the slight bans, but they're making sure their options are changing round. Get on the verticality, get themselves with the ram, get themselves in there. They're not going to go down towards, towards the top side once again.
If you've noticed as well, they're currently hiding kind of dots on the blitz. He's got his pistol out, so the Solus will not pick him up with his shield out. So they're going to try and hide the blitz and use this as a kind of fast-paced notion, and they're ready for it. Looks the way he's going to try and send himself in through Visa.
This is it. There's the ram, there's the boogie, and there's actually boogieing out the building itself. The blitz has found an Alamine and the Ela themselves, but it's Dodos with the cover, and Doom gets one right back. It's trades, and oh, they're still ending. They're still trying to find the end of each other up and down the stairs. Oh. Adrian just fed into the machine. That is a pistol, but Lobin has the cover, and it's excellent. 1-2 punches being delivered to the body, to the brains, and to, well, every single aspect of Secret. Volts with the watch. From the top, the skylight is unfortunately a skyline full of pain, but Savage does at least get the blitz.
Potential here for Savage in the 1v2, and if he can isolate his engagements, it could be on, but FLUXO, if they're wise, they'll double up and they'll just try and trade each other if they can. You can see Savage, I don't think he has the information right now because he's checking angles and we can see there's nobody there. So it is going to be difficult for him. He's just seen a little bit of a glimpse of a player, so he does know where one is, but it's the second man he's not sure about.
But now they know where he is, so he has to move. He cannot just be stagnant in formation. Slips his way past and replaces a C4, but otherwise he's got himself up close with a shotgun. Ready to rock on either of them, but they're still holding. It's great patience, but it's about to be met with too many options. Peels himself back, the blind comes through, but he catches one. Volts on the trade, Lobin. He's moved onto the door. Savage has found himself back. One further spot, another flash comes through. Lobin hasn't moved on the back of it. The kit is stuck between the pair of them. Lobin's rotated round, recollected it, but it's still a shotgun, and he knows he still has the pressure of the fight first. He cannot hold on and hold 7 seconds. He's rotated over towards Pillar. They have this pinged. He's going to take his time. He knows this one. This is bait, or is it? The shotgun comes in close. The shotgun just gets the catch, and Savage! You said these players know each other. And he's able to pull apart 3 of them in the 1 versus 3 basement clutch. Demo, you said we have a game. Oh, we have a game.
Phenomenal from Savo. Oh, that's the movement that he had in that 1v2 was great. He realized, okay, They're stemming it from Spiral. Let me get closer. Let me use that shotgun.
What a way for this to open. And
Pior que foi bom pra caralho, guys. Me escuta, rapidão. Tipo assim, realmente tá boa a progressão, mas acredito que a gente tenha dado um pouco de sorte no domínio inicial. Tinha trap de novo pro Dodds e a gente tinha pouco intel de trap da onde estavam no posição inicial. Eu preciso que essa parte das caçadas, tipo um piano, bomba de garagem, seja mais progressão mesmo. Seja mais progressão, junto, tipo, pode ir agressivo e tal. Só que se quiser fazer alguma entrada muito rápido, joga com Thatcher pra gente poder desativar a trap, tá ligado? Tá. Caso contrário, joga com um carrinho pra poder tirar, escolhe o alvo e joga na kill. Porque tá sendo bom, vocês estão punindo bem quem tá somando. Eles estão somando full all-in e vocês estão punindo bem. Então joga aí, vocês não podem mover pra trap. A única coisa que é diferente no bomb do CEO, que pra mim vocês mantêm splitados, só que eu faria diferente agora, eu faria um pouquinho mais focado pra plant se conseguisse com o Thatcher pra desabilitar C4.
Vai ter Tachanka, viado.
well, hopefully we get a Maria-based translation soon. I did love this. Yeah, the opener, I mean, they made sure that they had that advantage. And to be fair, when a clutch happens, well, a clutch has happened. But you got to be in a decent position for them to unfortunately suffer it. And here, just that first one, the shield screaming on by.
Yeah, it's the movement here from Savage. I mean, there was a lot of flashbangs. I mean, there's still missed utility. I think they had 4 flashbangs before Savage was able to get that first kill in that 1v2. But just really good footwork from Savage. He always makes it so he has to commit to that. He's done really well at closing the space. I think that's the main thing that Savage did well. He always put himself where the shotgun is going to win those gunfights.
We return to the top floor where all of this began, and, well, I'm hoping the conversation is one that's a bit more from FLUXO W7M. It's very early for the timeout, but remember that the setup of this map is one where it's their map, right? They know, as we sort of alluded to, that the back end of this series, should we get to all 3 maps, is leaning in towards Secret. Statistically, historically as well, because these 2 teams, the one map that they've met on, based on the history of how, you know, when they were under their previous org name, these players of FLUXO W7M, nice drawing there, they were sort of on the up and up. They dipped down a bit, and that's when Secret were on the up and up, and they've always sort of avoided each other at the 2 events that they were at, I believe. So they had one showing, and it was a pretty controlled cafe for the side of Secret earlier on this year at EWC.
Bit of a slower approach. This time from FLUXO, maybe that's what Norris was saying, was maybe slow down the pace. Trying to see if they can get a little bit more information and target some of those weak points. Oh, there we go. I was worried that maybe Mowgli was going to snatch a kill on the copy window, but thankfully, there is more than one player FLUXO, so they're able to pick him off, and down goes Mowgli very early on. Minute mark has been passed. The C4 been ripped there from Jum as well. He's looking for that C4. Oh, Jum, what a peek. Almost catches dots. That would have been a great kill. The glass, take that operator out. Does leave FLUXO in a position where who wants to push in?
Well, Savage is a pre-rip as well. He's waiting for something somewhere and just holding on towards that C4, wherever that might extend onto. In the meantime, they've been able to get themselves in and actually peeled back. I think both of them were ready for the catch of a C4 on the swing in. Jooms rotated himself slightly down Visa stairs. He's going to hold on and hope somebody tries to push up from underneath them. Obviously, we saw the Deimos in that location before, was able to pick up the first kill, and they've got time. Focus on utility. It's the split take and the different version of what they went for before, and he finds one! I was going to say he just drifted. Drive by the first angle. He gets himself set up for this corridor that's a choking point for every single approach.
Still a little bit of util they have to try and deal with. You've got the Denari trips there, but just look at Jum. I mean, this is what it's all about. This is what he's trained for his long service inside of Ranked. It's these peaks. That's why he's such a menace, and that's why so many Europeans fear him.
They've given up. They've rotated round, and Jum, well, he's taken out Lobin. He's just finding peaks. They had the Deimos try and set up as a backline, but now Palu is having to get there with Dodos and reaffirm that position. Savage just pops out and gets dots. Dodos finds Adrian for 2 versus 3, but with Jum still in his position, they made a crossfire here over the meeting desk. The only meeting they want to have is one filled with bullets and pain! Jum! 4 kills! And they're all getting their moments.
Oh, they're vibing. Big time for Secret. I mean, Jum, that's why he's there. He will swing anybody. Don't care who you are. He'll have a pop. And whenever he pops off, it ends up with 4 kills. So the timeout, not good for FLUXO. obviously it was a different approach from the first time we attacked it, where instead of the kind of split take, they went full commitment into one side, and it was the admin take. I mean, I think for FLUXO, you've got one guy swinging all of his engagements and winning the gunfights.
Yep.
What's the counterplay? You're probably looking at shields or a Deimos to really try and lock him down.
Well, I think one of the aspects of that as well is the position that Doom ended up playing isn't one that, I mean, they had some preparations, fine, but you're there with, you know, Kibas historically, get a shield, get things to try and burn the utility game. Neither his team is playing into that, so Doom almost got a little bit of the benefit, and it's why they weren't entirely sure where he was by the end of it, because, well, he's not going to be set in all that position behind that utility, but he can sort of move around. He doesn't play. He can be mobile, he can be a threat, and, I mean, he got the kill from the verticality as well. Another network from Denari.
When does Tom Cruise arrive?
It's such a fun operator since the addition, but my small brain, not quite.
Well, I think now we're at the stage where we've seen the really good Denari setups, and they're pretty common. You know, obviously you see that setup that covers across multiple doors and multiple angles. There's a really nice one in Clubhouse as well, I seen earlier on this event. But I'm sure there's still more that people will discover over time. Bit more information coming in with the drone, seeing if they can maybe grab some bits of information, try and hack a camera perhaps, that might help them out.
The Solis had all of that watch. They sort of, you know, we saw from the audience perspective a Brava drone doomed like a Shakespearean tragedy. But it's the same game back. There's an IQ. There's somebody hunting each other. It's this different aspect of trying to hunt down your opponents. As I said before, they're not exactly playing this consulate so far, as we see a lot of common. But that is what makes these teams both brilliant on their aggressive swings. They're happy to lean in towards these alternate approaches that others aren't prepared for. And when, you know, one attacking juggernaut meets another, unfortunately, one's going to have to get out of the way, but it's always exciting. It's always a little bit of a show. Noah shows Dodes the door, and the IQ won't be able to get any further in towards this round.
Yeah, it just seems to be that they're struggling with getting the information in via the drones, and that's probably down to Savage on the Solus and Doom on the Mozzie. And we know the way that FLUXO like to play the game. They love their opportunity spotting, and Secret are not giving them any opportunities to make a move here.
They're really keeping the whole map dangerous, and instead, well, Loban's just decided to maybe get some eyes on the site itself. They have the verticality, so we can't really do much more, but took a risk turning his back and hoping they wouldn't try and take advantage, but as we've seen, and as I was about to sort of say, Secret, they're keeping no secret of we want this whole building. Volps. The secret is he snuck his way in, but Noah finds the end of Loban, and now they know where he is, and Mowgli now knows he's the only one left. Volps. Stuck underneath, waiting vertical. They have all of the control above. Mowgli's got his pocket shield wherever he decides to put that. I'm sure will be interesting, but we probably won't see a demo.
They can really just get a few exits, really, at this stage. 30 seconds left, and you can see Secret, the patience as well.
Oh,
you know, everyone just holding firm, the way you mentioned.
I mean, they have the kit as well up top.
Yeah, this is the way you mentioned that they're all just working together in unison, and they all know what they're doing. And I do think there's a great deal of counterplay coming in here for Secret. I mean, obviously FLUXO, they've went through quite a few different strategies at the moment in terms of their attacks, and you know, Secret maybe had a hint that, you know what, they might try and go a little bit more information-based, try and get the drones in. Let's go with the counter drones. Let's play that Muzz. Let's play that Solus. And I think that's really helped them in that round, is denying that information.
Well,
don't even get the exit.
Mowgli wanted one more for his Sally. Either way, but that's the energy of the player. Adrian, unfortunately 0-4 for this. He hasn't quite been able to get in, but I think he'll be fine with that.
Again, all the support players in the world will all agree. As long as we're winning,
as long as you're winning.
He's not too bothered.
I mean, exactly that. But it's this element here from Secret, right? It's this element of this game.
Did Noah swing bathroom window onto rooftop? I think he did.
What? Noah, what? Hang on.
He did. He swung bathroom window onto the guy on the rooftop and killed him.
God. 4-1, Secret. And this is that double-edged sword of a Secret. Okay, I know we talked about it being a very consistent ban, and it is for Secret. It's not that they've never played it. I think they played it about 3 months ago internationally, maybe against M80, I think. I'm trying to remember. It didn't go well. But it's not you know, occasionally we'll talk about banned maps that have been banned for a year or a year and a half, and it's only, wow, they've got a play here, they've got a game here. This is probably better than I think people expected when you say they've hidden a map, but it's also a very aggressive, unexpected playstyle, right? The positions that they're taking are very mobile, they're very active, they're very all over the map. They want to make sure that there's a lot of control, and they're also making sure, again, that trade game is super important, and that's really hard to try and piece apart. So this is the option, potentially, direct. They've got the blitz, in they go, off towards whatever immediate fight, and just crash away across. There's one, there's the Buck behind him. Volt gets the pick up, the Savage above has the cover, and there's that trade game. Dodas gets caught by Adrian as well, but Volps makes sure things stay a little bit level with Savage. Well, he's the leveler, and Lobin shows up, and you know, you talk about how good the trade game is, how good the setups are, the approaches between these two teams, and then they get you into a 2 versus 2 within 40 seconds.
Oh, it's one dead every second. That's what it feels like. What a flurry of kills, and it's a 2v2. Adrian and Savage up against Lobin and Paulu, but no kit. That's going to be the main concern for FLUXO. They need to get over and pick up that diffuser. But I will say, because of how quickly those kills came in early in the round, they've got tons of time to make it happen.
Traxing is active.
There it is. And there is Lobin. Adrian just popped in, popped one, popped back out, and Palu's alone. Gonna see if he can maybe try and apply pressure, but gotta get the kit. Gotta maybe try and bait some pressure. There's still a C4 to play from underneath as well.
The only thing going for Paulu right now is look how separate Adrian and Savage are. One is on the very top floor, one's on the bottom floor. So it does give Paulu a chance to isolate 1v1 engagements, but he has to pick the right moment. I think he probably has to try and go for Adrian. I think Savage is upstairs. He could run away, drop a hatch.
Yep.
Whereas for Adrian, you know he's going to be stuck in the bomb site. But then again, look what happened to your teammate. Do you want to challenge him?
That's it. And they obviously have a read on a beat on where you're approaching from. I mean, could try and, as I said, bait out the C4. That's what I'm sort of thinking. He's got himself in this position. There's the first play. There's the coverage on the swing. The C4 might come from Adrian below, but he's being super patient. He knows there's time. Here's Palu holding on. There's the C4 throw. There's at least a bit of destruction. Palu's going to hold it. Guns up. Can he get the right angle? He's not quite found it. Savage is dropped on the side, but no! Oh, I saw what happened. I saw you raise your hand, and then I saw it. I was too focused on the fight as Palu was, and he was as surprised as I. Brutus, what have you done? Stabbed in the back by a C4. It got Savage.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, Adrian. He's lobbed the C4 in hopes that he could maybe kill the guy going for the plant. And instead, he's blew the C4, and Savage has dropped into it. Oh, dear.
See,
that was... I talked about what options Paulu has. That wasn't one of them.
That wasn't on the list.
It wasn't, oh, Adrian's going to C4.
I had the exact same reaction. You picked it up because you were looking at the other stuff. I was looking at Palu towards the stairs, assuming that was the engagement. And then at the same time he heads and hands, so did I. I mean, it happens. Mate, you said that maybe they're too far apart. Maybe they need to be a little bit further apart on the hold. When we get the replay, I hear low. This take from Adrian was just brutal.
Oh, and he wasn't even. It's like a spread kill kind of where it just nicked him. The whole. That makes sense. The whole majority didn't hit it. There's always something new.
EML this event is at a couple of moments.
She's like, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah, I
didn't know Paulu had a C4.
He was, okay. 4-2 though. 4-2 on their defensive half. Now, we said that both these teams are very good defensive teams when they've had the sort of split of things. In fact, Secret are the 3rd best rated defensive team in this tournament. It's not that much further behind, though, from FLUXO W7M. About 8th or 9th, I think, overall. So they know how to play this game, and this map can work well in towards the favor.
I like this. Again, you're going to try and almost match Secret's aggression. I mean, Lobin getting aggressive, looking for a spawn peek. But I mean, this was expected with the way both of these teams are and just the playstyle that we know they both have. They can match the energy. Look, I will say, I think FLUXO, they're a team that always sets a tempo. You have to play to their beat. And look, Secret on their defensive half, I thought were great at that. You know, they stopped that early aggression, that early kind of map control that FLUXO loves to get.
Now they're hoping somebody tries to step in, but Palu isn't really going to give them that angle for now. Just steady removal of utility here, Demo.
Yeah, it looks to be that Secret are maybe thinking about going for some kind of play. I mean, you have a player stationed on the connector window, and then Savage now rotating over the shield. I thought it was maybe going to be a little bit earlier than what it was, but no, things have cooled off a bit, so that's okay.
They're sort of testing the waters right now. I think they couldn't get a direct route through potentially on towards the electrified wall. They could send maybe Jumin underneath, apply some pressure towards the Kaid, towards that position. You've got the shield. Instead, they're going to reaffirm themselves, reapply. They've got bodies inside. Admin on the top floor, and, well, actually Savage is going to leave and find
They're up to something.
I mean, it's probing, right? It's poking holes, but I think one of the things about FLUXO W7M's defense is they're still being a bit malleable. Fine, stuff has gone, but the players sure haven't.
I always think the best way to kind of figure out what Secret are going for is just look for Savages a lot of the time, because as we know, as the IGL, he calls the shots. And if Savage is gearing up on one side, that's probably where the take's going to come from. And I mean, Savage is now back, I believe, towards inside of Copy. He's actually just jumped outside of Copy, as I've said that. Now he's downstairs. Savage doing a marathon here at the moment, going everywhere.
Again, his steps in. He's going to find his way up Spiral now. And they'll put the pressure here, try and pinch potentially on towards Dodes. Mowgli's made his mark. They're going to go for the pinch here on the reception player. Mowgli, he's crossed the divide and got caught by Dodes with the knife, but there's Savage to at least pick up the trade in that game. That eternal round and round is still circling, but big risk. Savage, no payoff, and now support has come from Volt. And they just got a bit cornered here. As I said, FLUXO W7M, they were very mobile. They knew where they needed to be, and that was the problem I think Secret were hitting into.
For Jum, maybe find this and isolate it into a 1v2, and he does now, 20 seconds. Does need to move pretty quick to find the seconds, but oh no! The staircase is going to be flamed off. He's going to switch to the pistol and comes up at Palu, holding on to the angle. FLUXO, good reaction time as well to kind of where Secret were going. They were just following along the lead. For Savage, I mean, that Denari trip really messed him up. That was that slow effect. He just couldn't really move, so that's why he had to kind of challenge. He had to take that gunfight, but it didn't pay off for him. But like I said, FLUXO, keeping up with the pace. 4-3. I mean, this was always, I think, the side that we were maybe worried about.
Yeah.
Seeing the Consulate, Secret on the attack. We know that this is a difficult map to attack. I mean, 4-2 is a pretty common map, and that's what he's got.
Oh no! So he dropped knifed him. Mowgli went in for the knife up high. I think it was Dodes went down low. Never ends here. Palu gets the one. To push them over. 3-4. Could get this leveled up here. Could get themselves angling up for the 4-2 half. Same as was put across them. Instead, back on towards the shield. And I'm curious to see how the approach, if it at all, is a bit more direct, if that makes sense. Obviously, as you said, Secret have Savage as a bit of a tell. If you see where Savage is going, that's a good idea because he likes to be a very sort of visual step forward IGL. But on that same breath, with how reactive FLUXO are, their defense needs to be, well, their defense is matching that sort of pace. Secret up towards the top four, gets the clarity. There's a few bodies hanging around hatches ready to drop down, and
oh, he shot them.
Well, Volps, I believe, the pulse might have also then run off.
He dropped
got
the
out
hatch,
of
I
there.
think, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's only a few amount of pellets and still plenty of them.
The risk is it obviously then does mean got to go in, got to recheck.
Yeah.
Gives you more work to do, slows you down, and as we said before, that's the game. Complimented them on before. Solis has been targeted, and Loban's just going to get out of there. The Damus is on the chase alongside the shield himself. There's two bodies, and that man's in a trap box. He needs some support, and there it is, Adrian over the shoulder, but they're not going to stop just there. There's one more. No! Palu gets one. They're traded out. The C4 comes in, and again, it never stops. It never ends. 3 apiece now left. Just sees the tail slip away and up.
Yeah, this is important here from Volps. He now goes above, which makes him another danger man. So for Secret, it's now the decision. Do you leave a roamer upstairs to do what he does best in roam and hit you on the backside? Or do you commit to this? Do you waste more time and go for another hunt? You've just done a massive clear out of roamers, but the one that got away could be the one that pains you the most.
Well, they might try and just get the track down here. They know that they can swing, put the pressure, and it seems like that's what they're going to focus on for now. The Pulse can obviously get a bit of a read. Oh, wrong time, wrong place, and almost catch the wrong Loben, but he's in with the shotgun and out of the door. 2 apiece once again, and at this point, obviously, it's Doom and Noah versus Dots on the side. Volps is above, though, on the Pulse, watching the hatch, making sure that if anyone tries to go any further, oh, they won't get anywhere. The Pulse misread the play, and Doom puts them into the 2 versus 1, but then Dots levels it right back up because again and again they have the perfect responses. The proc's thrown out over the top in a post-plant situation, so they know when he swings. And there's the push, the pressure. He's on a very thin margin, Doom. You know he likes an engagement. He's on the secondary. He wants this one to be close, and to the punch, he knows he's up against an absolute cannon. So if he can keep this as a tight engagement, if he can get him as he crosses the divide, well, he's in a better position. The Prox does its job. Now he knows he's fallen back one further step. He knows where to aim for. He knows what to ask for, but he also kind of begs for more time round the side of the red car. But Doom, he's just keeping a distance. He's dancing in circles, and he's got to go in for it. Brilliantly played by Doom.
Oh, ice in the veins from Doom. Phenomenal work in that 1v1. Patience of a saint. The way he managed that. There's actually a moment where I thought the prox alarm's actually going to be a bit of an issue.
It was so good.
Because that gave him the alert knowing that he's jumped over the box. But again for Jim, he never panicked once. We see a lot of times where players, they'll be in that 1v1 and maybe they overpeak, maybe they panic, whatever it is, but Jim, no, keeps the composure. Mowgli just got caught the wrong time going for the switch, which is bad timing. I mean, this was also a big pick from Noah, needed to get back. Only thing, this right here from Volps. What were the comms that could have been fed through to let him know, go for the drop? Because they're both in sight. I mean, they knew they were in sight, but he dropped the hatch anyway. It felt as though he maybe got information that he was inside a kitchen or something, the way he kind of had the pistol out ready to peek onto the headles. It's a weird one. Hold that comm's been dropped.
5 seconds to insert.
5 to 3. But I mean, every single round, I just sort of have this smile on my face.
It's a great game.
It's so good. It's so fun. It's exciting. It is everything we hoped it would be. And we hope it just keeps continuing.
Do you know what I love as well about the scoreline? It's 5 rounds to 3, but it could have went either which way a lot of these rounds. Wow, that's the opening from Doom.
I mean, that's it, the 1 versus 1, and sort of one of the rare missteps there, Volps. I think he was swinging out the window, but they had the protection. It's one of also the rare untraded kills, it feels like. Throughout this series, everything has been a call and response, but this time the music was cut off early, and people were told to leave the venue. Traded the drone, that's fine. Parley feels himself back. They've obviously, you know, Dodes does find Mowgli elsewhere, and now that's the sense gone. You've lost the light walls. You've still obviously got a lot in your arsenal with this selection of operators, but if you can build behind the shield, and the coverage on the plant is an important part. You think about the site, nobody's currently on it. The fight is all above, and that's going to be the pressure. Secret need to try and get this clarity across, start on the office, and see if you can check out the rest of it. Because otherwise, they're keeping a bit of a slower pace.
Savage slow and steady with that blitz. Using it more for the information game than anything, and now he's going to turn it into overdrive and take that space in towards Spiral, assist Adrian, and Smoke Factor's been tossed in by Dots. Now Savage have a bit of a dance with him, but not exposing the head, and Dots is trying his best to get it. Somehow, the smoke has been able to kill Adrian, who, to be fair, was kind of trapped in a corner for a period.
I was going to say, I'm assuming somebody else shot him down, but there's the catch on the other one, so his kill hasn't gone unpunished. But Still, now you're thinking about, okay, what else has been lost? You hope Adrian's been able to remove some of this utility, the Fenrir gadgets, anything on the Ela to try and stop the shield getting the swing in, but instead they go down towards the long bench, get the cross, the cut at the back of the site, and the blitz. Savage doing all he can for reconnaissance. Jume's in here for some more Jume, but in the same second, Palu gets Savage, and it's just eternal rivals manifest. Noah finally finds another on towards it, leaves Loben alone, but he has the verticality. And what do they have to cover, Demo? Just 2 flashes? How are they going to get this past him? Where could they possibly plant this apart from the dug-in corner? 30 seconds and the drone rolls out. They know where he is. He's just going to move, slightly adapt. Will they go for the big rotate round the back? Yeah. Head on towards Piano instead. That's the go, that's the plan. But you know he's going to read into that. There's pings, there's intel, there's information, there's the free-fire spray up to him, and Noah! Does he do it? I don't know. I don't even know if he does.
Oh, again, for Secret. Gets really close, but the decision-making in the final few seconds is so clinical from them. I mean, we have to talk about the Jum in the room, which is Jum. The guy cannot be stopped. Did you see Savage as well? The way Savage on the Blitz, by the way, using that as just pure information.
As you can see in the middle, what can you do versus Prime Jume?
And this is what Savage wants to see, because Savage just wants the very easy job of playing the shield, spotting out where players are and saying, Jume, I've got another one for you, mate.
Jume, help. I mean, the opener, obviously great. They sort of went for the swing round the side. I get it. Jume there, getting the pickup. Jume there. Beautiful. Getting on towards Palu. Palu being able to get the kill at the same second helps. But it's just this. I mean, obviously, there's always that element of it where they fired the first traces. You're responding towards the traces. You're firing up through vertical. And I think even pros say Shaiko's the only person who seemingly has that, you know, put to bed on how to do it. But still, so sharp as a response, and 6-3 up Secret on FLUXO W7M's map.
Attackers have discovered the location
but again,
of a bomb.
It's so many rounds are ending in these nail-biting, edge-of-your-seat roller coaster moments. It starts in the opening minute with about, it feels like 30 people die in a massive brawl.
How is this only a group stage, Kate, by the way? How is this only group stage? How?
It's wild.
Oh. Speaking about wild, look at the lineup from Secret. Again, changing things up. The Ying comes into the fray. And immediately, whenever I see a Ying plus the Thatcher, I'm thinking going for the plant, using the Ying, using the Nomads as well, and then having the Thatcher to catch the multitude of C4s. This has been a very common thing that has came with the Thatcher rework, where you can snipe the C4s out of midair with the Thatcher cannon.
You can see Loben's getting some intel on his teammates before he goes for this position. Now, Secret, they have been known to obviously go for these little cheeky plays. Little pocket moments.
Good for one round kind of plays. That's the way I like to describe them. We'll never see them again, but they work for one. That's all they need.
This one isn't the most uncommon, but with the structure of the site itself, I think they're just getting the read. Loben versus Jume could be a fight underneath. He needs to make sure he doesn't get caught by a C4, but the Pulse is hunting. I think Jume might be about to make a friend. He would probably rather not. No, he's just reading the intel for now.
Oh, don't stand still.
Don't stand still, buddy. Don't stand still. Bye-bye, Jume. That's how you stop a Prime Jume, says Loben.
And that is such an important kill for Loben, because the Buck was going to be the main person to clear them out of that little corner. However, I can see that nobody's there, and here comes the classic play. In goes the Ying, and here comes the Thatcher.
Well, I guess that's one way of removing one C4, but Palu got the second from underneath. They couldn't quite get it with the Thatcher, unfortunately, and now, with that utility dumped, I mean, they still do have 2 Candelas, but it's a limited body count. They pop the pipe, they can't quite go for the swing yet, and Palu can just do this. Leave. Why stay and sees what happens? In fact, oh no, it wasn't even Palu, because he's busy getting 2 more! Palu was round the back, they were chasing somebody else, and now, seemingly, Secret have missed the mark on this one. They're outside of the building.
Where are you going? What a chat. I mean, the fact.
Go on, Loben. Do it.
Go on.
Do it, Loben. I kind of want him to pull this one off. Noah's still holding on to the fight. I mean, but it was brilliant there from FLUXO W7M. The catch vaults. The fact that they sort of had the double stack defense. The fact that they tried to close down on one and Barlu came for the support round the other side, and who were they chasing? And oh, they're okay.
Hang on a minute.
Okay, the 2 versus 1. Oh,
He knows where both of them are. He knows where both of them are because he knows it's the pulse outside. He knows both of them are going to come up yellow.
20 seconds, he's down to his secondary. He's just pushing on towards time. He pulls away. He's going to reload, and obviously it's the pulse, which means he can't really safely plant. No! Oh, if that was how it ended, it would feel a little bit of a false one, but he's hurt. That new debuff, that effect on this, he's baiting the swing. He knows they're below. He catches the quad kill! There's nothing else to be found. That would have been... I mean, I know we had maybe the best ace that's ever been seen. They would have maybe had a contender very quickly.
That could have very easily been play off the tournament. Certainly that kill on that drop is insane. I don't even know where to begin, because the fact that this even got to that is insane. I'll try and start with the actual take that tried to come in from the attackers. I think the important death to note for Secret was losing Jim in that buck. They would have wanted that buck to first of all clear away the kind of deep corner in towards CEO, but then also have the buck below to stop any C4s from downstairs. But if you lose that man, you then kind of get opened up. I mean, that's the shot right there for me, but again, FLUXO, you're toying with fire and almost getting burned.
I like how that all happened within about 20 seconds earlier. Loban's running outside trying to get...
It's the fact that there was a period where both of them were together in yellow, and he knows that. Yeah. That Thorn actually was also pretty important. And it also just showcases the buff, because look how quick that timer goes off, and for a 1-speed operator, you're not getting out of that.
6-4, only 2 rounds to separate them. But before we got into the final throws of that round, it was a pretty solid FLUXO W7M one. However, the problem is they've only been able to land on console office. They haven't been able to find a mark on this side yet, and well, they're going to go back down to the basement, where, to be fair, it was very, very close. The 1 versus 1 dance of death that Joom was able to just put over the edge, but, you know, that engagement goes the other way, and it's opted out of.
Another change of scenery here for Secret in terms of their lineup. Savage on the trusted Monty, and we know how good he is in this operator. A lot of teams will ban the shields off Savage, but FLUXO think, I'm not really bothered, let him have it if he wants it. Okay, it looks to be a Secret take where you're going to move in through this single wall and then try and take the kind of more horizontal side of things rather than the traditional vertical take. So a lot of the pressure will probably be split, I think, from Secret. In terms of FLUXO, still got that castle as well, that big old extension that they have in towards that top floor. Does look as though that Secret are going to send some men to try and deal with that, Joom being primary target on that Dokkaebi. But again, it's that split take that Secret are going to try and create. You have that Monty bearing down on them from behind, and then you still have the other players coming in, but I mean, this is a big challenge here for Joom to try and get them all on.
Okay,
but, Savage is in.
Inside the site, 2 quick kills, almost make that 3. Yes, you do. Adrian gets himself a double, and that leaves just Loban and Parlu left. They've been able to get themselves close to the site. Loban gets 1, but Mowgli's there for the trade. And it is just Parlu left in a post-plant, but not for long. Consulate. FLUXO W7M's map is taken by Secret.
Look at the confidence of Secret to go for that. They realize how light FLUXO are on the bomb site, so they send the Monty in. They send, also I think that backstab coming from Yellow was important, but then Joom to almost try and arm wrestle 3 of them upstairs. It's like that Terry Crews where he's got 2 in the headlock and then 1 between his legs. That was the role that Joom had to play, who you have to mention. What a performance from Joom.
Well, we'll have a lot of that mentioning, I'm assuming, by our desk after a quick break.
We just witnessed a map 1 that was super entertaining. Every round from start to finish, pure chaos.
What more do you want out of a single map of Siege? We had 3 plants, 3 clutches, and 6 multi-kills, 2 of which were in the same round. An almost ace. What else can you ask for?
Honestly, we called it before. It was going to be a bloodbath, and it starts with round 3. You see an ace from Savage, absolutely beautiful, a 1v3. I mean, that's the beauty of having 2 teams like this, right? They play around the momentum, they play around the huge mechanical skills of these players. And that round, I think, to me, was just the starting point. Watching this match, they were delivering the promise that we made early. It's going to be entertaining. It's going to be about the clutches. It's going to be about the multi-kills. And when we see this, we're like, okay, cool. We're having a match. And it's exactly what happened on both sides. Savage as the IGL, using and abusing the blitz as always, the shields, but also able to clutch. It was beautiful to see, but it was not the sole hero, honestly, on both sides. What a beautiful match.
Yeah, we truly have a match on our hands, and I feel like many times it came down to these 1v1s, 1v2 scenarios, some of them not going the way that we would have wanted to. I mean, there's one round with Secret, with a C4. It's just the luck of it being on the wrong side of the window, I guess.
Like, there's no one to blame. It's just one of those really frustrating moments where Adrian knows that the plant's going down, and he's guessing. There's 3 or 4 spots there that you can guess at, and it just so happens that Savage is on the wrong side or the other side of the wall. Splash damage, low HP. What can you do? Palu finally getting a clutch though.
It's Savage was like 8-1 or 8-2. Admin just needed to nerf him a little bit. He was just getting too egotistical. Crazy, unlucky, but crazy. And it's just, I think, another testament of how crazy that game was.
Yeah, it was for sure. And we said it was going to be a bloodbath. We also needed a hero for this matchup. In fact, 2 heroes maybe on the side of Secret that helped them win out this first map here. We talk about Noah and June.
Yeah, honestly, thinking of these 2 guys, I think of the amazing fraggers they have become. The 2 of them totaling for more than almost 30 kills. It's absolutely crazy. If you look at these guys and their evolution, their consistency, Joom especially, I think, after Munich, where he was in front of his own crowd, I was expecting him to continue delivering, and he does, and he does. And when you're in a frag fest of a match, you need big heroes to come in and do the multi-kills, and that's what they've done.
We were going to only highlight Joom there, but we couldn't do it without giving Noah a nice little nod and an almost honourable mention because of the contribution in that. I mean, it was always going to be difficult to pick a hero, to be honest with you, because everyone was firing. We could have had Savage in there. We could have had any one of them.
And this wasn't the only exciting game we're having so far here earlier today on the B stream. Heretics versus M80, and Xenox has an update for us.
Hey guys, on the B stream, we just had M80 defeating Team Heretics, but it went all 3 maps. That's right, the EML LCQ Grand Finalists were able to push the Munich Major Champions all the way to Cafe. It was a close series and certainly no love lost for Team Heretics. For M80, the only way that they can finish first is a 3-way tie, a lot of permutations. Weibo still on top in Group A, and they control their fate going into tomorrow.
Remember when we were talking earlier about how the vibe with the W7M FLUXO players seemed to be much better than it was at Munich? I don't think that's the case. It seemed very heated during or after map 1 rather, so they'll need a pick-me-up going into the second one, but it is ready.
What picks me up more than a second map of high-intensity Siege in the afternoon? Well, I'm kind of hoping we get that. Obviously, this is the map, as alluded to, that these 2 teams met when they did meet, and the only time that they have met, but that result is actually kind of similar to how it went. Secret got a 7-3, 7-4 dominant control on Dostoevsky, which is now. Welcome back. Sorry, it's just me playing a little goof with production. They have to wait for me to do that, you know. Casters do. Wait. Casters are on the start game button.
No.
For the first time
that's not
ever.
true.
It's true.
You fool.
It's real.
Because what happens if there's a bit of a delay and we start getting the blame?
Well, that's just casters that aren't us. It's Parker.
Look, I can assure you,
Parker
we
did
have
that.
no power at all. I literally go in the Brux room and it's like that scene at Lord of the Rings. You have no power here.
Yeah.
And I just walk away.
I'm only putting Parker in it because I went to get a drink and I came back. I stumbled slightly and he went, huh, have a nice trip. And
He's a very funny man.
He's a very funny. I think he
funny-looking man.
Came up with that joke. Okay, what we had before was such a fun game. Obviously, probably less fun if you are a FLUXO W7M fan based on the result, but not the performance demo.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad map.
Exactly.
For FLUXO. I think it was a very well-played Consulate from Secret. So for FLUXO, only worry that you maybe would argue is moving into Cafe, they start on the attacking side, which can be pretty difficult. Think about trying to get into this building is usually the more difficult thing whenever you think about top floor. The main way in is dropping a hatch, isn't it, over towards red, and it can become a very heavy bottleneck. And if you're dealing with kind of like a shot pull too, yeah, it's not the greatest. But look, we'll see where Secret want to start off on this defensive half. We'll see what side of the map we will be defending, and it's going to be that top floor. It will be. So top floor defense. In terms of the lineup, you're missing a few operators, but that's mostly because I think FLUXO have been really strong with the bans here just to completely nullify this top floor. You lose the Azami, who's great at holding piano, and you also lose the Mira, which, again, is great at holding into piano. So they're going to have to get a little bit creative. I mean, you see 2 DMRs come out, which is going to be great for that top floor. So Noah and Adrian, you're expecting to get onto the scoreboard with those long lines of sight that you can create. On the other side of FLUXO, a pretty good lineup again. You've got your Ying. Blackbeard's going to be great at getting them in towards red and then eventually pushing across into areas such as shop. So yeah, everything seems fine at the moment. Nothing I don't think should surprise either team.
Now, in terms of Secret wanting to bring the fight here, obviously they have that previous history, but if you looked on paper, you'd be a little bit up and down, a little bit in and out in terms of your belief that they can pull it off, because technically their recent record is 2-6. They've taken 6 losses on this more than anything. However, their losses are things like Falcons 5-7, M80 5-7, M80 6-8, and then some pretty big trouncings by G2. So they've tested the waters heavily on this map. Even though it's a bit of a lost record, they're still a winning team in a lot of those rounds, and the pressure that they want to put themselves back in. We'll see if they can try and start it here in the wrong way. Noah found out by Volps. A great close down. The awareness, but Mowgli gets Dots, who had drifted quite aggressively in, and the run out doesn't net anything. Volps and Dodez finding cover apiece, with Lobin getting one more piece. And now the next bit of peace might be the menu of choosing operators for the following round. Adrian in a 1 versus 4. He's tucked up aggressively, waiting to see if anything's in stock in the cigar shop. Is it a gridlock? Ooh, it is not! Lobin takes the round, and a strong start from FLUXO W7M.
Well, you can see why some teams don't like that bomb site, because it's very easy for the attackers just to sit in the rappel and hold the angles. And whenever DMRs are so rampant in the current meta, that's what's going to happen. And, you know, I think for Secret, they got caught out by that. I think that first kill on Noah, again, he was challenging with his own DMR, seeing if he could find that opening pick, but it backfired on him. This kill right here, and jiggling, looking for those fights. And then this jump out as well. The DMR just slaughtered you as he jumps out. But yeah, for FLUXO, didn't really have to do much. They didn't really approach the bomb site in any way, shape, or form.
And this is almost the other side of the point I was making about Secret. FLUXO W7M. Why are they happy to here or not happy to pick it? Well, they only have 1 recent record outside of the previous engagement, but it was a win against FaZe 7-2 a couple of months back. So it's not that it's unknown territory for them, it's just not one of the highest preference maps. There's really, again, such a great stretch. It's why when we saw the map bans come through, especially our analysts sort of went, okay, well, how is this piecing together? Who does this balance? Usually, even though they might not say it on broadcast, they have a bit of an idea of who they think it's going to go to, and they'll bring a balance to it. But this time, honestly, they were all stumped. And again, it just really makes me hope we get more of the stretch of the previous round here. Just checking, making sure nobody's stuck in the corner. And it's always likely with a Secret player, to be fair, to be finding these problematic places. But false start for them is maybe going to lean on to a stronger finish up towards the top for the raindrop pitter-patter clear, where you sort of do it bit by bit and There is some contest on towards this territory. Mowgli and Noah probably going to be a first port of call. June with a stolen drone. Is he going to lead himself for some pressure on bottom white?
At the moment for FLUXO, again, just putting the drones in. A little bit of an issue because there is the Mozzie on board, of course. But again, just seems to be stemming most of their attacks from this top floor. Also bringing in that Nomad for the flank protection, and we know Secret. They'll stretch the legs. They have a couple players who want to try and get into the mixer.
Made a new way through.
But all quiet at the moment, which is strange for the way this series has went, where it has been pretty explosive at the start of the round.
Surely this is the longest we've gone without somebody being killed across these rounds. There's the anticipation of crossing this, the Great Divide. You have 3 C4s, you know that there's players in this position, and they're droning it out and being active.
They've turned into VP.
I mean,
just waiting until the final seconds before most going to happen, so...
It just makes it really tricky to approach, though, because if they go too far out over these boards, they're just going to get caught out. There's the trades, there's the start, and there's Adrian getting the catch on one, sprays through onto the other, but they've kept moving. FLUXO W7M rest that vertical control. Push their way across, but they didn't expect Noah holding onto the core of the site and the floor, and instead do pick up the kill. It's a 2 versus 3, but they've fallen back. Yes, you've taken the verticality, but at what cost? No shield. Stop. With your soft destruction, well, actually, both has survived. A couple of grenades. But otherwise, what do you have when you go for the execute on the side itself? What's to stop either of those C4s causing problems?
Yeah, it's going to pick up on that 2C floor still in the back pocket of Secret. And they can utilize that to try and counteract the sledge and just C4 him while he's looking down these vertical angles, but just going to keep them until they can secure a kill. And don't forget, it's on the pressure of the attackers. They have to go and plant. They have to make the move. And Polu has the diffuser in hand. Oh, a great free fire to take down Mowgli. He tucks themselves in, looking for the plant.
This has shifted everything. Doom, he's on the far side. Adrian has the cover, a 2 versus 1 post plant. But if Palu can get above, he's in such a great place to watch it, and he does. He finds an escape. A little bit of health, but he makes the cross, and that's the important bit. He can wait. Play off the audio. They've got to make a decision. Do they go for this at the same time? Does one go up? That's the choice. Doom, he's going to try and engage him. Make sure he can't focus on it. Here's the play. He's looking for the verticality, but the pre-play C4! Beautiful, Doom!
Very clever. He pre-places the C4 above his teammate. He then challenges on to Palu, and Palu has to make the decision. 1, he fights Doom as he walks up the red staircase, which will give Adrian enough time to defuse. Or 2, he then goes to try and kill the player going for the defuse, and the C4 kills him because he'll have the audio knowing, well, if he's not coming to me, he's going to try and kill the guy going for the defuse, and it's a lose-lose scenario for Palu. Very clever, Doom. And again, look, he just keeps it moving again from Consulate.
I mean, heroic effort from Palu to get clarity. Went for the risk there, and there it is. Yeah. It's why I love this game. It's why I think people do love this game across any echelon of rank or comp or playing. It's just moments like that. The creativity and the ingenuity of something so simple and yet so effective. Either way, one apiece.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Get ourselves off once again to the races. FLUXO W7M, almost some massive work by Palu. Him being able to escape up top again was great. If he'd have maybe gone for the engagement on the way out, he could have got lucky, but I think he made the smarter decision. Fortunately, it's always that sort of balance of brains. Will this be a quick bash and a bit direct? It's the kitchen site. They know that they like to play tall, but we also know that Secret can react quickly to this. There's the drive all the way to VIP, but there's the drop of the shield. They did get one, but they couldn't quite get that support structure, that network of players, like a spider's web, and they flail around in the middle of it. It alerts everybody. Trying to get that VIP player out, but now look at the kit demo. It's a bit of an awkward place. They have to clear this position.
Yeah, look at the positioning, though, from Secret. Straight away, Doom has made that rotate over towards Bar to give that support to Mowgli. Well, Mowgli's dead, but also towards Adrian. He's taking Mowgli's position. I think right now for for FLUXO. Now they're going to try and slow it down and start utilizing some of the util that they also have. I mean, they still got the Ram, and Ram can go upstairs and try and get some of that vert work on, but you can see that they're after that player inside of VIP. If they know they can eliminate VIP, then they take that section of the map and they can start formulating an idea of getting a plant down in free freezer. But all Adrian has to do is stay alive.
Well, he's wasted enough time and attention. Still has 2 Tiburon canisters if he wants to try and get some of that Zoto on the go-go. For the C4 as well, for the chance of just buying himself some time, some potential pressure on the swing round, but you can see that they're still doing a lot of busy work. They're not going to leave this to chance. They know the utility they've got. They've still got flashes, they've got Grim, they've got Lion, they've got everything they want to go for the push, but also they got Savage. Volps in the meantime. Well, I guess they know Adrian's here, so why not focus elsewhere? Leave the sole player. Now they got the pinch, but Adrian fights his way out one direction, moves from the Bs, almost finds the next. You can see they're trying to get somebody else on the cover from inside the freezer. It's a risk here, Doom. But he's built and lived upon them and made highlight reels. You can see the ping. There's the pre-fire. They cross, and he's not feeling this one, Demo.
Yeah, he's got no smokes either, so no time denial left for Secret. And it's Noah and Doom who have to make this clutch happen. Still a bit of util from Paulo, who's got 2 Bs. 1 B now, actually, sorry. 2 impact EMPs, and also a flashbang from Volps that could be used to try and disrupt Doom. There we go, in goes the last canister. It will ping Doom. Is anyone going to follow up on it? That's the question.
Well, they're inside the freezer, trying to find their way towards either coffee or sink, but it's the vertical. Great catch there by Volps. Leaves just one, but Noah drops the kit. No, he doesn't. Quick up, swap round. He's waiting. The cross is watched from the stairs, though. They have him on red. If he goes for it, he's going to get found. He tried to hope that the player's head would pop up, and he's not entirely sure where he's being caught from. There's Volps. And the positions Volps was taking there really just allowed those players inside the site to operate.
Yeah, a really important kill that Volps was able to get on the Savage. It shut down that roam game. It meant that he had free range of just utilizing that vertical work. He tossed his drones in. He was able to open up above Doom, more importantly, and pick off that man in towards Bunker. And then once you lose that player, Noah, he has no way of stopping that plant going down. And look, it's so easy then for the Ram. Just sit upstairs, just hold the angle. He knows he has to cross. And yeah, great work from FLUXO. It did take them a while, but one thing I think really helps FLUXO in the grand scheme of things is how early they try and take the map control.
Yep.
You know, we've seen that quick initial rush coming in from the Blackbeard where they jumped in this right here in Free Restaurant. And yes, he did get killed, but still, it alerts Secret to where they're going to come from. Also a big kill, don't forget that Paulo had to get onto the player instead of VIP. He had to get that kill onto Adrian. So big gunfights happening all around the map that really swung in favor of FLUXO.
Traded rounds. Where have we been this? where have we seen this before? Oh, throughout this entire series. It is just endless. Near FLUXO W7M. Solid position. They're able to get themselves that plant, which you really didn't get anything close to. I think there was only really 1 or 2 near misses.
5 seconds left.
It's truly a gun game, and again, I really love the support that they offered for those players inside the site to drive before, but here,
Electro sensor active.
it's awareness solace. Doom going to try and draw as much attention, players out, but to be fair, wondering if FLUXO W7M will actually go for it. They've sometimes opted to avoid those loose players or sort of say, well, we know he's here, so let's just box his routes out and instead put the pressure and bait him in. They're a good team, creating that sort of surround sound that deafens the roamer.
In position.
But as you said, sometimes the pace can be applied quickly and sometimes cautiously as needed.
Oh, Doom's up to something. 3 punches the window, so potential jump out for him, but I think mostly everyone's on the rooftop already for FLUXO. But there is an option potentially to jump out on if somebody will rotate towards the cocktail windows and he can maybe find the kill there. So you never know, and to be fair, there is somebody here. It's Paulo. Wonder if Doom's going to go for it. He is still downstairs in the exact same position. Paulo, is he going to drop? He did see the windows cracked open, but just thinks nothing of it.
Specchio active. Looking for it.
This is tense.
That's exactly that, right? There's almost this sort of Western feel about it. You know the showdown's coming. You know somebody's called somebody out and at high noon, triggers will be pulled, and the town isn't big enough for all 10 of us. Not quite as catchy, but I think the clips will be better. There's the first blind. The Ying is trying to force the player out from underneath the hatch, but instead, look at the position Mowgli's taken. I don't even know where he wants to go, but he's got himself inside Cigar Shop. He was sort of ready and prepped, and if they don't know about this, this could be massive. Obviously, there's the chance with that shotgun to cause a lot of damage, but it's the crossfight. Oh, there's one. He can't quite get it over his teammates. Come in. Oh, my word.
I actually... Oh. They had no idea. I mean, there's a lot to digest there. We only see it from Mowgli's, and I was more fixated on he had an opportunity there, and he may have missed a couple of shots.
Yeah. That was either going to be
again.
It was either going to be a oops, but then just the flurry from the team.
See. Yeah, so he misses it, and I actually thought it was a TK because I thought Sophia shot, but it was actually Adrian sat with a DMR just in the back of Cocktail, and he finds 3 of them. He just sat at the back holding an angle. I mean, Mowgli, you can see the advantage of having the mute jammers. You know, it stops that drone work coming in. That was a position that was unchecked. I mean, nobody from FLUXO knew was in there.
It's always that sort of element, right? The play is aggressive, I think, and it's a statement that we've made, and people often say, well, what do you mean by a statement like that? Well, look at how, when the utility was dumped, moving into the place where it had been dumped, it's a risk. You don't know if they're watching it, you don't know if they're actively taking it. In some ways, you're hoping they are. That's why he was so cautious moving the shotgun around into shop, because he expected, well, maybe someone's going to be here. Maybe I can get a shotgun around the back of them. And then when he kept going, he was like, well, now I'm in shop. And they might not expect that.
Yeah, did you also notice the idea from FLUXO was to dump a massive amount of utility? Like, there was all the Candelas used, majority of the Bs used.
Yep.
And I think they were hoping that Secret would maybe panic and then move into those long crossfires that they had towards Piano. But Secret just didn't move. There was no panic at all. And if that kind of strategy doesn't work and you don't pick up the kills from dumping all that utility, it just leaves you having to face check raw with just your gun. And then that's always, you know, who wins the gunfight is a 50-50 at that stage. So, yeah, I think for FLUXO, the idea just did not pay out for them.
Obviously, a brief little tech pause here. This is the longest break in the action because it's just been, even within rounds, just having a minute of a pause is a different world. This
Getting withdrawals, get me back in.
I know, I'm sort of on the edge here, and I'm ready to plunge and see what else happens. Still, the fact that it is so back and forth, there's...
The opening of the round feels, honestly, who's going to give up the kill first? It feels massive at this stage.
I think there's always the element of it as well. We'll have the perspective on what we can see. We'll have the perspective on what we get from some of the elements of seeing a top-down or seeing these other attributes. But the team, how these two teams operate with how each other seems to have each other, it's always continually unexpected, right? I would hate to be an observer trying to keep up with who is holding what player's side angle and where. It's just...
Because I think this is a lobby where any one of the 10 can make a move.
Yes.
And it's really difficult to know how it's going to go. Again, is FLUXO, going to be a little bit slower, a bit more passive? Are they just going to enter into the building full util within, 30 seconds? That's the scary thing also, I think, with FLUXO, is you have to read them really well. And I think Secret have been able to manage that. Not too bad. We see plenty of times teams come up against FLUXO and they just get engulfed. And it's just that momentum. Like, I think back to the major that FLUXO won, and it just never looked as though anybody was going to beat them. They just went from one win to another. Just a massive snowball, taking out everyone. And I think that's always the scary thing with this side, is if they gain just that little bit of speed, they are away.
And last time we were on this site, obviously we had quite a sight that was that C4 move at the end. Savage, well, sometimes, again, okay, I was about to say sometimes it's easier to know who's going for the peek, and then the observer cuts to the other secret player peeking out of a window, and it's just instigators, a lot of them, troublemakers. Nobody did get caught by it because we have commented on many times, FLUXO W7M is aware of that game as Secret are, and almost get a sneaky little rotate back themselves. But instead, it will drift on by and prep. Now, will they go for something quicker here? They've obviously got the shield watching and waiting. No, is the answer, get the verticality. It cost them a little bit before, right? They had the ground, fine. But it was the time that it took and the back and forth that happened on the top floor that I think, to my recollection, Secret were actually in the body advantage before it was wrested back by some brilliant work of Parlu. Just could not find that final little step. So they'll see if they can close that down once again. Noah, he's either side of the swing. Jume's not too far away, and otherwise waiting for the approach. Volps
setting up a breach.
Ooh, he finds Noah in the bathroom and he flushes.
Flushed away. Great fill. Yeah, again, it's that opening pick. It's that tense moment, and for Secret, they have to try and play the 4v5, which is great for FLUXO. Can safely maneuver into Piano now. They still just about have a Blackbeard, just Dots has lost pretty much all of his HP, and one goo mine is going to be enough to take him out. So he needs to be really careful of and trying to get stuck in to the player inside a pillar. But just pulls himself back because he realizes that, you know, my team's in a pretty good position. We're upstairs. This is where we want to be.
Yeah, they don't want to just give them the advantage because we know Secret have a habit of winning those. They're putting themselves back into a flip of the coin. And why bother? You've got yourself the Nomad, you've got the air jab set up, you've got that ground surrounded, just procedural, right? Piece by piece, they're going for the top, they're going to try and get the angles, force out Cigar and give themselves control of aspects of both sides.
I like using the sledge work towards raiding. Again, the teams aren't necessarily going to be sat in the bomb site towards Train and Museum because you've got those exterior windows. It doesn't allow you to play inside the bomb site, so typically teams will fall back into raiding and they're going to try and root them out.
Jume is waiting. Lobin gets Mowgli and Jume's still waiting. Is he? Oh, he's so tempted by whatever this is. He's almost hoping, holding and catching. There is Volps. Caught out. And look at the time demo. 10 seconds, and now they've lost that play on the other side. As he said, a goo mine, but it's Lobin! Oh no! An accident has hit, but he's at least got one more for the trouble. But Adrian with the cross just tucked, holding on close. The flash is too late. Oh, tragedy has struck. And I said there was Brutus before, but it to Brutus again.
Another TK in this series. I mean, that one was unexpected because I thought the goo mine was going to get him. I mean, we knew the HP of the Blackbeard, there wasn't much. But another moment where I feel as though a player of Secret has went unchecked. We had that with Mowgli upstairs in Cigar Shop in the previous round. And in that time, it's Adrian just sat in the corner of sight and nobody knew about him. I did also feel that FLUXO, I mean, the time management, they really cut it fine to start looking for that execute. And maybe need to have a look at that and think, yeah, we need to move a little bit faster, but we only got one more round to kind of rectify that. There's the TK, there's the incident.
the incident.
They actually kind of did know about him. I don't know how, but they couldn't kill him.
That's it, right? If you didn't have much time, you don't have time to rotate around. You know Jume is now, he's got the killer pillar. He's either inside a library with that cross, or he's at sort of 90 and Zulu with that cross, right? If you hit the corridor, you open yourself up. You can't go underneath. You can't force the player out because you don't have the time. You got to send it. And, I mean, an unfortunate way for that one to fizzle out. But for the first time this map, at least, a team has been able to tie 2 rounds in a row. Secret, they've now taken that front foot. They are leading the dance. FLUXO W7M is being curtsied and carted around. Can they get this as an even half before they flip to their defense?
In we go. Last defense for Secret. They will be taking us over towards reading now. FLUXO still carrying on with that Blackbeard. Dots having a rough old time this half. 0-5 is how it sits for him. And that Blackbeard gonna drop in and immediately try to breach in towards Piano. This is the power of having the shield on Cafe. You can clear these corners with ease and not really have to worry about most things. I mean, this is something you do have to worry about if you're a shield. It's the C4 primed and ready from Savage, but has to hit it, of course.
Well, the first one just took a bite out of Dots. Second one doesn't get anybody. And the third, ooh, doesn't get anybody either, but Palu does get Mowgli. And that is now the 5 versus 4, and not traded out too, but Doom is against the Blackbeard, and they're just not entirely getting the fight, I was gonna say. But I may as well change that. Again, a 4 versus 4 versus 3. This is almost instantly levied and told and paid right back, and there's just these angles. They keep re-fighting, re-picking, re-pressuring. Savage is hoping to offer a little bit more as well from the mining side, but Palu instead gets a kill. Now with Lobin, chance of swinging up brown stairs, and great execute drew the focus. Palu on for 3 here, caught on the rotate up, and an even half.
Well, that takes stemming from the red stairs. I mean, they fought 2 players at pillars and they killed both of them. FLUXO, well-needed round to get the even half now, and overall for FLUXO in that round, good trade game. I think a lot better than what we've seen previously. They lost the Blackbeard, but immediately Jum was picked off, and then they get that man advantage and just keep building off of it. For Secret, just get caught out. I mean, they did try and hold quite a lot of the map. I think they were in positions where the gunfights, if they go against you, kind of the whole thing falls apart and you lose a hefty amount of map control. And that's why you've seen them keep retaking positions where teammates have died and just didn't pay off. Like I said, an even split. Secret now switch over to the attack. Cracking shot there by Jum. Again, it was the trade, and then immediately, as soon as you lose that player in pillar, they went for the retake. Savage gets called out again from red stairs. All of that just coming in from FLUXO from red.
There as well. It's that continual pressure too. The fact he was ready to sort of stare down white stairs. They knew the player was there because of the engagement at the bottom of brown, and they just making sure that they have a sort of T's crossed, their I's dotted, and their guns ready to catch anybody who tries to get the flank. That was the 3rd lesson I learned in English class. We're balanced. We're even. We're back, almost reset, but obviously Secret now have the pressure of attack. This was that conversation that was raised by Leo on the desk once upon a time, is do we have a preference towards Secret based on starting on their defense?
Well, I mean, he made the point. Secret are an amazing attacking side, and I would have to agree with that statement. I think they are very strong in terms of the ideology of how they want to play the rounds. A lot of it will, of course, come down to Savage and how he IGLs the team, but he can read the game very well, and I think we've seen that in their game yesterday, where I think the opportunity spotted really well. They've seen little moments, and mostly it came down to Mowgli, who we really haven't had a chance to speak about so far in this series, mostly because Jum has been incredible, but Mowgli, we know that's a player where he can just grab the bull by the horns and make it his game.
And running.
Well, Bakery is currently out of action. Nobody's really trying to get involved in terms of internally, but with this, the sight line across and more DMRs than, well, to be honest, this whole game is more DMRs than you can shake anything at. As Savage gets shaken out and the glass is gone. Clash is rotating their way around. It's something I sort of said about FLUXO W7M's defense on the previous map. It's very mobile. They'll make sure they can reposition, reoppose.
That's how you set the tempo. Go for the spawn peek right from the get-go. Almost the ankle shot. Oh, Nodeheads gets punished by Adrian, but it has been answered. Volps eliminates Mowgli. And you look at the 2 operators that are gone from Secret. It's the Capitan, the Glads, the pushing operators, and oh, Noah walks in the Bakery. You thought it was safe, but there's a guy inside a wedding.
Yeah, it's just retaking terrain, right? It's making sure that, as I said before, in compliments towards the motions Mowgli made, it's exactly the same element from the FLUXO W7M defense. They'll reposition, they'll reaffirm, they'll say, oh, this has been checked. Well, I'm forcing that to be incorrect, and leaves two players with a lot of time. That is really about it. They're going to have to get engagements, and engagements are going to get them instead. There's at least some damage done on Wedding. They just know there's going to be another swing. It's the clash. There's someone running out either side. And Adrian, see if he can try and pick some of these kills. The first is not his to find.
Yeah, that's how you do it for FLUXO. Assert dominance. Right from the word go, they were ready for a fight, and they just stopped Secret from playing the game. You take down the Glass, you take down the Capitao, and already the strategy from Secret is shredded. It's not there anymore. And then they just keep it going. I mean, they don't ease up. That's the thing about FLUXO. Apart from really the one round in Consulate, which was a bit of a blip, almost the 1v5 for Noah.
Yeah.
And they actually said, oh, during that, we were actually doing a bit of a timeout whenever he was trying to clutch. And all of a sudden, it was a 1v1. We're like, hang on a minute. But it's very rare that you'll see FLUXO not convert those man advantages, especially whenever it's a hefty man advantage. If you get 2 kills right from the rip, I mean, FLUXO will just take that and run.
Get themselves on the Blackbeard of Savage. You know, he's a great shield player. You know, he's able to lean forward and, well, if he had a shield, he might not have been caught by an outside spray on the previous round. There, he used to say. Here, it's more of that heads-up, hands-off defense. They've sort of got themselves, obviously, you know, the Mozzie, control that information, the Solace, limit the drones, limit that game, slow Secret down, and then things to give yourself the advantage on the swing, the Melusi. Get those corridors, get those corners. A bit dangerous. You've removed the Grim. So you've at least taken some of that point out. The Deimos and the Lion, well, they've still got more than enough to try and get some of that track and swing energy. Assume they'll go up towards the top, start to clear their way down, as is often the case, and only one C4 they'll have to battle with as they try and take verticality. So a bit of a different hold, a different dynamic, and a different energy coming out here from FLUXO's defense.
Looking out.
That's going to take in quite a bit of damage, down to below half HP. There's a flank protection being set up by the Gridlock. Again, just that probing point for Secret, and we know if they can analyze these setups, they can try and pounce on any weaknesses that they may spot. But it is a hefty top floor hold from FLUXO. Plenty of util up here because the WAMI is in place. Gonna grab little bits of util here and there, just disrupt the flow of Secret. And in comes Mowgli for the entry, but no, Savage, ironically, is able to kill the Wamai with a grenade.
Who'd have thought? A little bit more Shakespearean tragedy for all that has already been served up. Secret, they have themselves that man advantage, and if somebody else is detected outside for the swing, they're gonna, well, actually close down on Volps instead. That's some of this vertical control done, but June does get found by Parlu, and a battle back and forth, almost knocked through the wall, but Savage lives up to his name and pushes Dodez aside. Mowgli has the cross, and now Dots all alone, gets one, gets a Blackbeard, and is about to get a little bit more. There's Savage. Fine in the end, but you can see at least 2 more Secret players ready to show up.
Yeah, that was a bully squad round from Savage. Just pushing people out of the way. Nice job from Secret. And a good round from Savage overall in that Blackbeard, being able to nade out that Wamai and then just drop straight through Skylight and just doesn't slow down, keeps it moving. But you could see as well from FLUXO, I mean, players isolated by themselves. Trade game. I mean, nobody's with Dodez in that scenario. You know, is that a case maybe of FLUXO spreading themselves a little bit too thin?
Potentially. I mean, it's not... If it is, it's a rarity for them, because they've usually been very sort of concise, and I think that ability to trade, that ability to be arm on each other's shoulder, get the kill back within the 7 seconds, get yourself marked on the board, has been, as I said at the very start of this, one of their biggest strengths. They were the highest rated at getting that opening death traded of any of the teams here. Up against the team with the highest opening kill rating. So it was always going to be a fun duel.
5 seconds remaining.
And here for one last swing before we get another set of bans coming through. We're off towards reading instead. Oh, thanks, Solus. If you're wondering why you knew that was there. Bit of teamwork.
So, Team Secret still rocking with the Blackbeard. Wouldn't be surprised if that's something that FLUXO would like to ban in the next round, because Savage,
ready to go.
again, we know how good he is in that shields. We don't need to dive into that any further. In for FLUXO. Straight in. With, again, another hold in towards this top floor. Let's hope he can maybe waste a little bit more time than what they did previously. I think that's also another point there with Secret, is they had a lot of time to work with. And there's the trades coming in. Mowgli able to trade Paulo. Jum picks up Lobbin.
So that was... The kid is now currently sat outside the window.
That was a
hop out of the...
That must have been a tub jump out to stop the Claymores.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Very nice little utility combo there. And, I mean, they took out the ace. Fine. They've lost sort of 2 for the trouble. His army's gone. You can't really sort of reaffirm the control there. And the solace for...
It's only an ace, really, for the attackers. It's not a massive loss here.
Well, they seemingly quite aggressively prepped up here on Dining Window.
They're going to swing Savage straight in through the window. Again, the shield will cover any form of bullets that may come near him, and there we are. That's why Blackbeard is strong in those windows. Will nade dots all the way back down to bottom white, and he's going to try and reply with his own explosive, a big old C4. Oh, it downs Savage, but he's still alive.
He's still alive, but he is in absolute danger zone here. They're going to see if they can try and close down the side tube. Spins on a penny and finds a prize. Can he get one more dot? They know exactly where he is.
Oh dear.
But now it's technically a 1 versus 1. Savage is down. Can June plant? He is on the site itself. Could risk it at this point. He baits with the drone. He knows he's being watched. He knows he wants the engagement. And I think they know at this point that Blackbeard's dead. Otherwise, they'd pay it a little bit more heed. He moves out. He's baiting this fight. It's a single door. It's a bit of the coverage of the smoke, and he's actually not going to use it to go too much further. He's back and forth on a single point. What is he planning here as he swaps over the bolt? He's ready to go. It's so tense. A knife edge. A balance of a single moment for Doom. Oh, that was anticipation.
Another Iceman moment for Doom. He cannot be beating these 1v1s. It's a good thing we didn't let him in the 1v1 circuit. Might as well just crown him the champion the way he's maneuvering in them. Secret again. I mean, this game, there has been so many moments that it could have went either which way. And I think no matter how this game ends, that has to be the takeaway. Just how close it is.
Vai, guys.
Não tô ouvindo.
Não tá saindo. They have a problem here.
Agora vai. Voltou.
Vai, foi. Desmontaram. Mano, seguinte, a gente vai jogar de um jeito que nunca, tipo, foi muito costume jogar. Dodds, eu preciso que você a gente jogue bar, mas eu preciso que alguém pegue maestro pra se esconder dentro do freezer, e eu preciso de 3 drones. No buraco de drone da padaria, no buraco de drone da dispensa e um fora do chapéu ali. É, do eco, perdão. Joga de eco e pega esses 3 drones. Os 3 drones a gente pega a composição dos caras e decide como a gente vai jogar o round. Se ele estiver com muito bonecão de exec, tipo capitão, etc e tal, começou a bangar, pica. Se estiver com bonecão mais de lentinho, volta, cruza a mira e chama no contato, tá ligado? Tá bom.
Eu vou fazer esse aí pra nós.
A gente vai decidir mid-round como a gente vai jogar um round e joga agressivo se for necessário, velho.
Deixa eu fazer o eco, tá, Nors?
So, it's worth setting a little bit of the wider scope stakes here. Obviously, it's a seeding game, playing to try and get yourself established. If Secret win this, they will confirm first. And from the start of this series, I'm not really sure what's going on anywhere else. I'm just locked in here, buddy. No other team has secured first yet. They would be the first that we know would have that privilege and honor. On the other side of this, FLUXO W7M, they could secure up a bracket with a win and a top 2 with a 2-0, but, well, Babooni, that information's a bit out of date, but he sent me this at the start of the series. I just wanted to give him credit in a roundabout way. First place would be out of reach if they lose, obviously.
So timeout
Attackers are heading
was
out
called.
to defuse a bomb.
FLUXO
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
trying to
Attackers will
rebound
cover the
here. Also the note that Twister didn't use his timeout, did he, in Consulate, so he is also holding on to it. Maybe he feels that don't need to say anything. The team knows what they need to do. But I think Twister usually he'll use the timeouts whenever he needs to get in there and almost calm them down a little bit. So it kind of shows that, yeah, the vibe, the mentality from Secret is in a strong place today. And hopefully, just finds Dots. Oh. Oh, dear. I think Dots knows as well. Well, I've made a blunder.
Oops. It happens. I mean, you know, took an aggressive position.
Yep.
And paid an aggressive price. It's not the first time that's happened this series, but fortunately, it gets them off to a little bit of a rotten start. The Blackbeard's on the window. Ooh, and is playing a bit of a dangerous game. The grenade comes out, the keeper goes up, and oh no, he's stopped in the worst place! Oh. That was a moment. The mirror window does get opened up, and the bathroom is now untenable.
Yeah, this is what Secret didn't have in their locker, was the availability of the mirror to kind of play these long angles in towards that top floor. Again, it's still manageable, of course, from the attackers, but you need to bring a lot of util, and we've seen the Blackbeard toss in both of the nades. They've also used the Habana to open up in towards bathroom. Just makes it really tricky for the attackers, and they just have to go out of their way and actually work to gain control of Piano. I am surprised that they didn't ban the Blackbeard, though. I think Savage and that operator are just going to keep playing it.
Spray. Ooh, Palu. Red Doom knocks him off the side of the building, and now they've lost the Capitao. It's a level game, but the shield is in and right back out. Palu having a brilliant map this time. Kept them fighting. Oh, too many options. Adrian gets one, gets round the back. He's trying to find the second on Lumber. It's like shooting ducks at a fair, but unfortunately not quite there. Mowgli is down. Noah's a bit scraped inside the middle of the long bar. Oh, even more, but Adrian takes the header for Lobin. He's looking for the last. It's another engagement and a 1 versus 1 because everyone else is down. And Palu and Donis are the ones that connect. Another 1 versus 1 because why not?
And this is why this game is incredible. Another moment that could have went either which way, but this time the coin flips and it lands in the favor of FLUXO. Paulu, what a round, by the way. Takes the aggressive pick onto the Capitao. C4 ready for Savage as he comes in through the window. And it has such an important, more or less a 1v2 that he had to go up against. Wow.
He's having a brilliant, brilliant map. As I sort of said before, you know, he's a player of such prestige. Palu, he was a player who was playing all the way back last time we were in Paris for SI, and
didn't get his hands on the hammer then. This could maybe be the sequel.
And it's just keeps on putting the pressure on. And it's always, I guess, for the compliments that we've sort of paid towards Doom throughout this series, it's always worth mentioning Palu is pretty much the same. Tiny bit worse KD overall. I think it's like 22 to 12 versus 22 to 11, but Palu's better on entry, better cost, better survival. 5 apiece. FLUXO still need to try and get this leveled out. Still need to get themselves teed up for a map 3. As I said before, coming here was the gambit of, well, they know this map, but we sort of trounced them a few months back. And here as the smokes roll in, is he just gonna send it on the glass? Oh. Henry! Well, he's got fangs and they bite Dodes. He gets himself another as well. That's your glass and your Capitao gone. That's the utility out the window. Savage is knocking on the door of another shield. More smoke, but look at Lobin. Look at Dots. Look at Dodes. It's that surround of FLUXO W7M that puts them in the spin cycle and sets it to their round. It's a little bit of crossed angles. There's at least a down and a down.
2v2.
It's a 2v2. How has this happened? How does it keep happening? I wish I could tell you. But unfortunately, like the rest of you, I've just got to watch enraptured at Siege Poetry in Motion, a Twitch drone kill, because why not? This game is everything, and it's endless.
But the clash, this is the operator, this is the kicker. How do you get through it? None of the operators that Secret have left can deal with the clash. So they're gonna have to try and isolate Volps and take him out, and then have the clash in a 1v2. They know where he is, they spotted out the Maestro, and Volps has to try and play with Paulu, essentially. Still a good chunk of time, though, for Secret to figure out what they want to do. 1:10 left.
Well, they crossed the divide, hit the smoke, and Noah's been able to safely make his way, but with the health of both of them, they have to be so picky. Saw the barrel of a very long gun, and the Alder can pull itself away. And that's the big problem. He's downed, and he's dead. And now that other fire follows suit. We can see the pressure, we can see the bubbles, we can see the clash, and oh, barbed wire, we see the end sharpened to the point. And the only point missing is the one that drives FLUXO W7M to map 3. But Secret, they're just 1 point behind, as they have been every single time this map.
Not enough clear at the end. Maestro and the Goyos coming in big. I mean, same kind of issues for Secret as what they had the first time they went down here for Bakery. The first round, they lost the Capitao and they lost the Glass. The second round, they lose the Capitao and they lose the Glass. For each of the executes, they've never actually had the game plan in mind. They've never had the operators that they've been brought in to help them get in for that push. Again, FLUXO setting the tempo. That first kill onto the Glass was so important.
Massive. I said it last time, and I'm still the same.
10 seconds
Every round is just a smile upon my face. It's just been fun. It's been exciting. It's been clever. It's been everything you want for this game. And as you put it, my friend, how is this still groups? How is this still stage 1? And when will we get to see more of this after the series ends?
I know we may be biased because we're casting it, but I think this is probably the best game so far. Like, the siege on display here is exceptional from both sides. Like, this is a creme de la creme, top of the crop.
Now, we saw a risky play under a hatch that ended in a chat expletive, and this one might end in a better result. Oh, Ski's shooting practice. And results pay off. The other hatches.
Oh dear, look at this.
Well, a little bit of a network. Some of the artwork destroyed. And
can he squeeze past that, do you think?
Well, he can at least get his gadgetry down. That's the important part for now. And he can keep that covered. See that they're still getting this preparatory work done, but as pointed out there, half of that laser grid still remains. It's just a great way of countering that off. Obviously, it's an awkward one to try and pull apart. You don't want to use one of the impact DMPs on it because, well, you've sort of done the job there with the grenade. It's the drop that swaps. Oh, it's the second! What game is this? Dunk Hunt?
Swapping mags!
2C4 shot out of midair in the same round. You don't see that all too often. And the important thing here for Secret is they've been able to gain top 4 control without losing anyone. So compared to the kind of previous executes that they've tried to go for, everyone's alive with utility.
Also, both C4s have been used as well, both impacts, so it's down to what has already been placed and pre-played. And they're going to try and put the pressure on. Noah finds dots. Didn't even need to pull the pin on the grenade. They forced the play, and that's Laundry under that bout of pressure. There's some removal of these Maestro bubbles. They learned a lesson last time, and they're not going to see what happens again. Look at that, fully locked it. They're not messing around here, so Habana's going to have to get some work, which is why they needed that Laundry player, so they don't just get this removed, and also they'll follow through and make sure nobody's going to try and pop up. But look at the long watch. It's always response, and now the Maestro. I mean, a Maestro roam.
This is a really good position, though, for Mowgli, knowing that once that wall gets opened up, somebody's going to drop down the hatch and probably look at some form of flank. So as long as Mowgli can lock down that garage corner, they should be fine. Oh, Dodez not aware that Savage is right behind him.
Palu's been caught inside the train as well. Will get cleared apart. There's a fight inside the site, and it's one out by Lobin here, but he's being surrounded. He's being pounded and bolts. Holds down the Alder and at least finds a little bit of gold at the end of it, but 10 seconds. If he can just find the right place to pull a player apart, well, he's got to cut his way through one. He's spraying and holding on to it, but now he's down to a secondary with not a lot of range. But it does pack a kick. They've gone vertical. He's gone intense, and Mowgli's gone to overtime.
Oh, Secret, that is a dissection if I've ever seen one. And that is probably, it kind of shows you why FLUXO want to go so aggressive in this series and not allow Secret to have the 5v5 execute, because they're so darn good at it. The way they set up, all of the vertical work was done. They picked off players who were trying to get aggressive in towards 90, in towards raiding. Here's the timeout finally from Twister.
Hello. Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt Savage because I think like it's a good thing to them to rush and contest a little bit more. But I just want all of you guys trust on what we are doing over there. Remember, they will try to go slow. Even if they try to do display into the beginning, you guys saw how they reacted after. They went top floor and they even barely drowned into the positions. So we need to trust each other. If we get that gap again, which I don't think we would, but if we do, let's try to wait for the correct time for the flanking. You know, let's hold the position as proper as we can as well, and let's abuse this time, because again, they want to try to get the freebies or either go for the plant. It's what they know how to do into this map, you know. So let's try to force those situations a little bit more so we can play in this off time in mid round. I still want you guys to be reactive, but
bring Malusi, maybe Mowgli's side and play
Again, he's seen an opportunity just to use the timeout. Hasn't used it so far this series. And did you notice as well, he kind of almost said, sorry guys for calling us, I know it's not being a great goal, but I just want to remind everyone, you know, but that's what it's about as a coach, is knowing when to let your team go for the motions. And again, you know, wait until overtime to use it. It shows the great commitment and the trust that he has in Savage as an IGL to almost do that job as a coach to guide the team. But sometimes maybe Savage needs a little bit of guidance.
Yeah, well, this is it, right? And as you said, he paid a lot of respect towards his players. Obviously, you can always hear what's going on. He just can't communicate for most of it. He has to try and piece his moments, pull apart.
10 seconds to go.
It shows the sort of respect towards the game, because ultimately, it's like teaching your kids how to ride a bike. If they're making progress, don't slow them down. Even if it's a little bit wobbly, if you can hear and you can see that they're getting there, don't slow them down. Let them go. And he knows that balance very well, and he just popped in, gave a little bit of this advice, a little bit of hands on the shoulders, and now he knows it's back to Savage. And also the wording of Savage is on point means that, well, he'll have that energy. The IGL will be invigorated. Oh, and Adrian won't be Volps. Gets the opener. Oh, almost gets the second. Savage. There might be compliments towards your IGL conversations. You're playing risky business here. On your rotate.
Straight for the fog and almost over the cliff edge. That was a close one for Savage, but you notice that he knew he needed to retake that position. He's lost Adrian very early on, who is the player who typically will play instead of VIP. Oh, what a kill to get back. Jum thinks, again, his mentality. I'll have a go. I don't mind.
Someone's going to be there. Someone's going to be there, and I'm going to lose a couple of bullets.
Yeah, just like, it's a freebie, guys. Come on.
I mean, great read. And to be fair, it's part of that conversation. They know how they like to set up. They know how they like to sort of gather in these positions. At that point, they're probably going to have a player there because of how quick they were to operate onto Adrian and the pressure onto Savage. Why would they leave it?
The big issue is you look at the operator who's died. That's the buck. That's their only form of soft destruction. And for this bomb site, we know that is a crucial thing to have. And now that you don't have it, what are you going to do? Bailiff your way through? Is that going to be the option? That's all Paulie could do. I actually think he's doing a bit of bailiff work upstairs.
Well, here's the grenade to lead in a shield that's potentially going to try, but he doesn't want to turn his back because, well, he knows Doom is in that position. He knows Doom is just going to swing if he gets the scent of somebody he can kill. So Savage has that protection, but Lobin doesn't. Lobin goes down, and that's above the site itself, sprayed through on the verticality. So now they're going to force him back, and the smoke forces, so they can go and get Lobin up, but it's just time taken away. You can see Dots with the kit, with the shield. They're going to have to reset. They're going to have to go. So the utility that they've thrown in here is they're still trying to just poke and prod and hope to get something out of everything that they've spent has come up with. Oh, needs the swing on Mowgli. Now, VIP, how important is this person? Enough for Dots to lose most of his health, but he cements the kill itself, and he's almost able. Out of ammo! No, he's out of ammo! He's out of ammo! He couldn't quite get there in time! Doom pops up, and somehow Mowgli survives with Fate's hand, but Dodes redefines what Fate can be and pulls the round out of both the clutches of defeat and victory to find us forever back and forth between two brilliant, bloody, brutal Siege teams. Oh, the reload. The Blackbeard, I thought, oh, that's a double. With a revival in the open, that's a double kill, but
Whew. What a round of Siege. I mean, there was a period where there was so much utility being traded between both sides. The beams were going in, the smokes were going out. That moment right there, that is a fun one. But still, they are able to push through, get the kills. Dodes, massive double. And again, we've said it so many times, these rounds are nail biters, every single one of them.
By attackers.
My heart is like physically racing. I couldn't tell you the last time a game of Siege had that. It's just... How do we get on the Mr. OT? Who do we call? Josh Mills. Please.
5 seconds left.
Sadly, we have another game still to come after this one, don't forget.
Well, if FLUXO, because you can't count anybody out, you can't count anything out. FLUXO are 1 round away, once again, of pushing us on towards map 3. Secret 2 from trying to pull it back and ending this as a 2-0. This first engagement could be a bit of that decider. Obviously, the way the entry statistic has gone, not to maybe tell a bit of the tale, but only 3 times has getting the entry kill not led towards converting the round into your round. It's been built on that. It's actually the same exact statistic for the first map as well. I'm reloading. This first kill has been a big dictation of which way this is written, which way this is carved into the annals of Siege history, and we almost had the first one right in the library itself. It's a narrow angle, but Dodes and Dots double down on Doom and Adrian. There goes your Twitch, there goes everybody else. I'm not even gonna list them, but I'm gonna point towards Noah and point towards an almost ace clutch last time. But they are making the same mistake, and we are getting a 3rd map.
Oh, flawless to close it out. The aggression just never stopped for FLUXO. This is what I mean by that team. Once that snowball gets going, how do you stop it?
I can't say, but I will just push us to break because I also can't wait.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
what a game we are being treated to here at FLUXO W7M bring it back. And we were like watching it in the green room with all of us, some jaw-dropping moments. It was getting rowdy, some impressive moments from these players in game as well. Big 1v1s, big moments.
And I've been yelling at the screen almost every round. There's something going on, at least a multi-kill, at least a clutch, or some incredible shot. Whether it is a C4 shot, whether it is a crazy one-tap from Doom, whether it is on the side of FLUXO, I've got to say, the fact that most of the shield were removed and they were all on the Blackbeards on each side, and after that, they were pushing players around, cuts were being held, and absolute crazy shots as a clutch, for example, here from Doom. And that one as well, just out of the smoke against the glass. Honestly, Oli, this was a frag fest as we predicted.
You can go through every single round and pick an individual that stood head and shoulders above the rest. Adrian had his moment in the sun, getting 4 kills, nearly confirming the ace. There was a couple of parley rounds thrown in there for good measure. Lobin was a nightmare on that defense, in and around Wedding, running out, not giving access to the building for free. Everybody on both sides stepped up, and let's be honest, FLUXO W7M, they needed to.
You know what I love to see? I love to see two teams that progressed. I'm not seeing the two teams that I saw in Munich. I saw two teams that are fighting tooth and nail right now. No one is weak, everyone is strong. And the devil is in the details. It's about the multi-kills, it's about those moments, right? And that only happens when both teams are at the top level.
That's beautifully said, and I feel like the next map we have, the final map in this series, is so fitting for this as well. And we're talking about Nighthaven Labs. I mean, it's one of W7M's favorite maps, for example, right? And for Secret, it's also a good map.
I mean, they had incredible history here at the event. If you think about it, Secret demolished Enterprise 7-1. They demolished Oxygen 7-3 on that map, but it was also true for FLUXO, who also beat OXG 7-4 on the map. And yes, it's their preferred map. Actually, they love it. So we're in for a treat. I think we've had a perfect warm-up with the first two maps, and now we're going to the best possible map to settle the score.
I think the most important thing for Labs now, for me, is that both teams have very good recent form on this map. They've both played it so far at SI. They've both performed very well. We know these teams. We know that this is a map that they are both more than happy to play on. It's one of my favorites. And with what we've seen so far, I just hope it lives up.
I'll remind you of the stakes really quick though. With a win, Secret lock in the first position, a bye in the upper bracket. And if FLUXO win, upper bracket is theirs as well. A lot to play for on this final map. We'll go back to Fluke and Demo.
Well, one more trip into the joys, I think, of this, and still a Secret preference, still a little finger on the scales of how they think this is going to balance out. Secret, they're, been one step ahead. They were only one step behind when it went away from them. And we have one more place to decide here on Labs. And breathe. Take a breath and be ready to probably hold it within a couple of few rounds as we once again get our nails dug in to whatever surface you are sat on and prepare for more of the power plays between these two juggernauts of the game currently and especially today. Demo, Nighthaven Labs, where is your head at between these two?
I think I split for the first time in quite a while because honestly, the way both of them have played, technically, such an impressive game. I think both of them have read into each other's strategies so well. Everyone has had, like the way Ollie said, a spot in the sun.
Yep.
You can't really separate the lobby from the first player in the stats to the 10th. It's so tight, and really, it's up there for both of them, and we'll see. Whoever gets the win, it's deserved no matter which way you look at it, and it's a hard loss for whoever loses, because it's a shame, because I think if both of these teams, the way they're played anyone else, they'd be winning.
Oh.
That's the thing. It'd be tied.
It would be done. It would have been a 2-0. We would have been sort of sitting, thinking about what we'd have for dinner. Instead, here we are, hurtling to a map 3 and kind of wishing that there was a map 4 and a map 5, and let's just play the entire map roster, shall we? But there is a difference. There is a fun little difference here on towards this map, in that both teams have already played it in this tournament so far. Obviously, it was FLUXO W7M had it as their decider against OXG yesterday. It was 7-4 and sort of a similar story. Lost the first map and then picked up the second two. We almost, once again, got an opener immediately, but Mowgli couldn't quite snag them. In the same sort of breath, Secret have played it twice and won it twice. They also beat OXG and Enterprise yesterday in a 7-1. But these two teams have been so back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised if we got on the way.
Interesting take here from Secret. Obviously, look at the bands. They went for the Cade and the Bandit, so opening up these top floor exterior walls should be pretty light work. The interesting thing is, look at where Joom is on the Buck. He's entered all the way in from the basement. Now, look, the Buck coming into play, we see this plenty of times before, and it's the pressure that Joom can place in some of these kind of anchor positions in towards the bomb so that he can go below and use that LNG to great effect. So that's kind of the person that you're looking at to create the problems for FLUXO in this defense. At the moment for FLUXO, they're sitting pretty, not moving at the moment, mostly because Secret haven't really went for that util dump yet. Look at all the util they still have in their pockets.
Yep.
This is just the prep phase, the extended prep phase, I suppose.
Well, you've got Joom underneath, trying to cause some pressure, force the IT player out. This soft door gave him a little bit of safety to get that first bit done, but now they peel back. Dodas is obviously going to try and keep himself alive as long as possible with the keeper barricade. Slips on past the breach and tries to slip on back for a take. He's back and forth either side and keeping them guessing like whack-a-mole. But unfortunately, they haven't got the route out just yet. However, with the utility that they get, they're getting steps closer each time and time. The Capitao could get into that position, but Mowgli says, don't worry, mate, I've got it. Look at this form-up they now have in towards Warehouse. Their bottom rafters, they can try and push up. There is at least some of the fire to slow this approach and get them this swing round. Now, they have boots tentatively inside on the second story, but can they actually try and angle in towards the site itself? Seems like they're still trying to just get that route in, but demo 40 seconds.
Yeah, and this is Joom in that position downstairs, and the aggressive swing from Volps is denied as Adrian is quicker on the trigger to land the headshot. Mowgli, how's he not getting smoked? He's just barely out of the radius, and he gets a kill from it, and Mowgli just keeps on moving, but no! Not in the position to find Lobin, who finds two. It's a 2v2 now.
Again, another one comes down to just dots. A 1 versus 2, but with 17 seconds and a swing with a shotgun. It's once again a 1 versus 1. Joom, he's won so many of these, but the timer is that 6th man. The timer is ticking. The timer is red and flashing, and he's not even within range. Dots just has to sit back. Looked like he didn't quite know where he was, and, well, that's why he didn't go hunting.
Yeah, Joom, not aware that Dots had pulled back from the position in which he killed his teammate. Joom was thinking he's close in my wall. That's why you see him kind of hesitate to push in where we knew it was clear, but Joom did not know that. That's the first 1v1 I think he's lost today, which is impressive considering how many he's been in. Secret in the 4v2 scenario, you think, oh, this is it, this is brilliant, but no, they've lost it. They've let it slip through their fingers, and FLUXO, they kick things off with round number 1 in their favor.
I just can't believe we had another 5 versus 3 or 2, however it was before it became a 2 versus 2, become a 1 versus 1. It's relentless. It's endless. Yeah, this engagement, Adrian, I mean, just the expectation that they would go for that. Volt going for it as well. This position, gifted by it at 5 versus 2.
Yeah, not 4.
But that's it, and there. 1, the cross, picks himself up, gets moving again. Dot's obviously got a kill in the meantime from the other side, and this great read to go out, and I guess that's the thing, right? From the position he got the kill, pulled back, expecting him to still be there, but he did the smart thing, he kept moving. They obviously had intel that there wasn't anybody else on that side where Joom was, and that's the difference of intel, right? Because if Joom obviously had the idea that he was on the other side, then he would have gone for it when he went for it. And
it's a tough one. So FLUXO, that's their top floor locked out. Now Secret. having to deal with the next site in the rotation. Again, Secret, look, they'll see that as that's a round we should have won. You know, from the 5v2, they did everything correct. They had no issues with setting things up. All the walls were opened up. Able to get the kills, but just couldn't find the remaining two. But FLUXO digging deep.
We actually saw, I got a little bit of a flashback for a second to our game yesterday of Mowgli walking into the site.
Yeah, he done the same yesterday.
He did the same yesterday. It was slightly different energy in that I think everybody was still alive at this point, or like one person was dead and he just walked in and got a two-piece. Here, it was a 5 versus 2. The position on the smoke as well, I mean, that's just unfortunate for the smoke to suffer that. Went for the rotate, thinking he was safe and proven wrong.
5 seconds to insertion.
Either way, a way to start, and as we know, there's no distance between it. Quick tech pause before we're back in the action. Savage on that shield as we find and fall our way down towards the basement site. You've still got a very mobile lineup, and I've said it many times before, the Clash being that sort of pick up and move up.
Heavy in the trap operators, and that will cause issues for a team like Secret who will play with the shields. A lot of operators that
ready to be deployed.
will cause them quite a bit of bother. Savage just need to be careful of that. At the moment, it seems pretty standard to be a top-down clear, I assume, coming in from Secret. Still got Doom on that buck, so the vertical game can be implemented if needed. FLUXO, as we know, not afraid of her own game. They're not afraid of setting that tempo, and it's up to Secret to see if they can combat against that.
You can see they're worried about those loose players, but one of the aspects of Secret when you get these sort of high-quality teams is, well, they'll all go off and do their separate jobs. You've got a very wide spread on the approach. You've got all of them all over the shop. They're still droning ahead for each other, getting the read on utility, but they know that a lot of the early work on this is, well, you need to go and do this on fish side. Okay, so I'll go over here towards jungle. I'll get connector, and that's a lot of trust that they can also win out their ones. It's almost the difference between the first 2 maps that are a lot more claustrophobic. Everything was very tight together. All of the pushes were close together, and that might be a game that suffers them as Loben has fed one, can't find the second. Noah gets the swing round, and Mowgli finds dots. There is still a couple of loose players and a chance to dig yourself in. Palu with the shield on his back.
Yeah, the worry is, what's to stop Secret just going directly into the bomb site? You know, whenever there's a hefty amount of roamers, you can just try and ignore them.
Volps is off in Narnia at this point, playing around top fish, hoping he's gone unchecked. There's Savage below. They're just going to put the pressure on the site. I think they've read that it's open. They cover the cross with the smoke, and now they're in. But look at where the kit is. It is still on the pockets of Adrian, out towards the breach itself. So Mowgli, well, he's just going to drive in and get the kills. There's at least one, but now it's one back, and now they're worried about the verticality. Volps, a little bit late to the party, but Adrian is planting. They know where he's planting. Can he get to the hatch in time? No, but he might be able to at least get him when he pulls off. No. Drifted away, and, well read there by Secret. They'd sort of seen the game plan and realized we can just take the site here, lads.
Yeah, and it's a big bomb site. Yes, the defenders were able to come back downstairs, but look at the size of it. Yes, you're inside of Exo, but they went the cargo side, and you've no control on stopping them dropping that hatch, pushing down the staircase. Now Volps can 1v3. However, there is a Blackbeard looking at him, which is never helpful, and
he's just wasting
going
time
with him, and takes a lot of damage, but Savage gets him in the end. A lot better from Secret. Good opportunity spotting. Again for FLUXO, just have to be careful. I mean, Secret, we know the way that they can play the game with that shield and how quickly they can move from point A to point B.
Yep.
If you do spread yourselves thin and you start losing the players in sight, that's what's going to happen.
It's obvious as well, you know, you're sort of still getting that big sign of respect. Other teams in the 3 versus 1 might have almost did what happened early on, where we almost had a 1 versus 5 clutch. Savage waited until there was a bit of, you know, oh, there's not going to get to the kit in time. Okay, now I'm going to go for the fight. Now I'm going to play silly. As we go into our 3rd site, well, will silly be something we start to talk about as you and I are tread towards something a lot of people often aren't kitchen as a site.
Oh dear.
Okay. Oh dear, okay. Oh, why? I want to know, because it's not a very common pick. It's the politest way of putting it.
Did we not see it yesterday? Did Shopify play this map yesterday against FaZe?
Potentially. I mean,
think they did. I think I watched it.
It's not an unknown site. It's not like sort of like bar in Clubhouse, right? It's not one of those picks where you're like, okay, this is crazy. There are plays and there are holds for this, but it is the lowest rate. It is the risky one, and
was it Weibo as well, I think, played this site? I've definitely seen this site's been played already this event. I forget when it is. At this stage, all the games are blending into one a lot of times. But yeah, the kitchen, I mean, the main issue is just the vertical. You know, a lot of the angles that you can gain from above, and there's not much counterplay. The defenders can't really do much about it. You have to leave site unless you're going to get killed by the verts. And then once you leave the site open, you've got an exterior window straight into the kitchen. You know, it's very difficult to hold.
It's been played 6 times, apparently, over the course of this tournament.
I do remember it being played.
And it has a 66% win rate for the attackers, not for the defenders. No, away. But, well, Savage is able to get the first and maybe keep adding to this statistic. No escape there for the Scopus, no escape for anybody else.
Wow.
Flash, you've got to peel back. And the fact that he's been able to pull that off, whilst the glass is in his face, I mean, it sort of shows how little wiggle room there really is on this site. They've obviously got the Ram to open up all of this territory above him. They've forced him further and back with the Nomad as well. That corridor, unpassable.
Yeah, good work there from the Nomad. Just restrict the movement off that clash. Air jab still up. Mowgli. Oh, now is it going to get shot, actually, in the clash? Will just allow them to once again maneuver on forward, but this is where the window comes in. Trying to stop this is so difficult.
I mean, going for the blind, they're just going to try and hop in. You have protection from the half wall. The keeper's going to do their best to buy themselves some time and some sanctity, and there goes Adrian. All right, the Thermite has been caught. There's still this play on the verticality. It's a 4 versus 3, but the pressure of this shield on the window can just go in and around the corner. That's why they've rotated, to just get a bit of a cross up towards this position. And there's only really the cross that you can get from that position. More Kivas, more time waste, but now they'll know, well, this player, this clash, they're by themselves, so instead, let's double up. If we can try and cement this take, well, they do! Beautifully played, beautifully traded, and still beautifully back and forth. A 2 versus 1, but look, inside the site, round the side, he didn't expect it, because where's the clash gone? Missed the man, rotated in from the breach, gets the down, gets the cement, almost catches the next. But Doom can go for the plant. At this point, just covering on the side. They can play this so cautiously now from the window. And we talk about tricky retakes.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
With the shield, though, you can buy yourself something. I'm not going to say it's possible. I'll say it's a little bit easier. They'll expect it. They'll probably have some awareness of it, and that's why it's hopped up slightly. But, well, there's no stopping that.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. Once that kick goes down and you have that exterior window, I mean, what do you expect? You know, that's usually the way it goes. Again, for FLUXO, I think going to that bomb site, yes, it is a massive risk. As for Secret, again, you play what's in front of you. Mowgli, I thought you have to highlight the play that he made where he just walks in through the breach, picks up the guy inside a kitchen, and then that gives the players who were outside the window the all clear. You know, I think Mowgli's great at that. It's making the play, taking the initiative.
Make the play, or?
No,
what? I thought we earned it. Make the play, or the play makes you. Damo's book, a step-by-step guide to playmaking.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
I mean, at this point, between these two teams, even things like the rotate, the drive in towards sight, how things went and operated, how they just keep finding these angles, and there, the knowledge that the clash would show up behind. The sort of impression upon each other, I think, is going to be something felt longer and longer throughout this game and throughout this tournament, and it's just such an awareness that really ties itself in so continually that this game with a nice little French bow upon its head. Secret, though, 2 rounds. They're up, they're off, and they've got themselves 2 attacks.
Arguably, you could say it should be 3 attacks, because they're going back to the site which they feel they should have won. It was a 2v5, as we know from Secret, before they lost the round. so they'll be more than happy to see this come back into the rotation again, and hopefully they can rectify the mistakes that they made, which was really just down to the general kill the remaining 2 players. That's where they went wrong. Everything else was perfect, opening up the walls. Again, it plays into electrifications. Will be a tub though, but it's just delaying the inevitable. We know this.
With this frozen up and with a bit of a slow, as he said, it's delaying the inevitable, and they'll delay the inevitable, and they'll prepare for another delayed inevitable. May as well at this point, you just partially slowed down, but side of the Selmas on the other side, where's the hard breach going to roll? One of them does pop. Second one will go as well. IT is open. A minute has gone. It's the juggle of the utility. Is it that cost of time they're hoping to put a bit more pressure on? Well, there's going to be nothing else that slows down this approach. A razor shell, just on the hop-in. Could be a bit of a fun play, because obviously with their shortened time, if you're going for the well, you might get popped and rocks. Now, June swings around. The Monty is swapped over to the other side, drives up rafters, and Lobin is loose. Lobin is, I think, on quite a deep roam currently. Oh no, not that deep at all. He's much closer than I thought he was, and he's ready to try and put the pressure back on.
Mowgli hunting for him downstairs, off the info Savage.
They're trying to drive in, but they've turned their tail. They get one inside IT, but it's back and forth. Palu's able to find one. Volps does as well, and what a great counter collapse. They read that it was rafters. They said, well, let's try and step in. That was the take last time, and now they've got the kit over on the opposite end. Sure, Savage try and build towards it with Mowgli, but between the utility of the pair of them, it's going to have to be working and operating. Isolate the player on top fish is the first MO. Cut the space in half, and you can see Savage is just going to go for the fight itself, but it's a risk, and a risk that almost doesn't quite pay off. Does get it the second time round, a 2 versus 2 again. Tack it onto the tally, but let's see which way this one goes.
No kit. They have to push through the defenders.
And that's entirely how it's been played. We can hear keepers being popped in. Palu still has them. They can rebuild defenses actively between them and where this kit is. They're having to smash themselves through. They know it's more pressure. There's another delay. Getting in and getting the play. Both of them are backed in a box. They might actually rotate around the side, but they're trapped on the approach. Savage somehow finds another 1 versus 1 with 10 seconds. He drives deep, but Volps, will he just flee? He's turned tail. He's got to reload. So he does that from distance. Savage has to run for the rest of the fight itself. He can just hop. He can just go. And he's left the building.
Yeah, correct play. Just run away from the Monty. You're faster than him. He'll never catch you. FLUXO just about getting over the line. I mean, a nice attempt from Savage and Mowgli in the 2v3. It's that kind of sword and shield combination. But didn't pay off for them. And that's mostly because there was a bit of a fiasco happening in towards rafters. I mean, you had the Monty in position. You had the glass ready to go, but again, it's for FLUXO. They never really take their foot off the gas. They're always ready to go again.
I mean, the risk of Savage, they almost struggled on the first one. Then he's able to get the pull round the second. Here, just the isolation with the keepers was brilliant, but Savage drives on the back of it. I mean, we've often said throughout this that he's a great shield player, but he doesn't play it the same way that we often talk about a lot of other great shield players who are always hyper-aggressive. He uses it to build the team. He uses it to get the team around him. And there he's sort of like, well, I guess it's up to me now. And unfortunately, you can't change the pace of the man mountain. Thorn, she's just that little bit quicker on her feet when she's got that head start. 2 apiece. Tied up once again. Who would have thought? Enjoying the bird songs and the sounds of Nighthaven Labs before we once again.
Quite a lot of birds here, isn't it? It's work. I mean, there's a good amount of wind turbines. You need to be careful around this, man.
That's why Ollie's here. Take photos. At this point, Savage is almost already out of the round, and he can...
Yeah, what's happened there?
He can enjoy listening to the birds.
Again, this is just what FLUXO do. They don't let you breathe. We know they've had the few instances of spawn peaks. They're not afraid to go for the challenge. Again, it's that heavy extension that FLUXO are going to go for. Only thing that, again, you have to be worried about is what if Secret just go completely direct, ignore the roamers, which is what happened to them last time, and down goes Vaults. Oh, there's a really good drone placement there inside a kitchen. Gives a lot of information over to Jum, and that will clear away the player inside a kitchen. It gives Noah the go-ahead to jump on in, but he just barely misses Lobin. He can now kind of rotate over and take the challenge now up against Savage, who's on such low HP. Needs to be careful.
Palu's come to support from top cargo, but in the meantime, Lobin gets caught out and he'll actually just retreat. Dodes and Noah, they're able to find one apiece, and one is the aforementioned. Now a 4 versus 2 with 1:20 and 2 big bodies to try and get rid of that verticality. They're seeing if they can stop them inside vending. Don't let them slip on by. But look at the positions that they've taken. No more rushing in. They've got the watch on both the 2 stair sets. Fine, you can go for the hatches and the breaches from that side, but imagine if he downed himself and that just was low health. They're getting this verticality open. They're making things awkward. There's a minute. They have so much time to plan things. The only thing they don't really have is the hard breach. So whatever they've got open, they've got to make sure it's the right thing. And oh, big risk. You're not going to pay off. There's one, though. Dots. 1 versus 3, 40 seconds. One thing is, though, that's the kit. They've got it downed inside, but they have him downed all around. Secret back in the lead once again.
Yeah, really good collapse onto that vending hold. Jump in from the window, able to pick up Lobin as he's trying to kind of come back to the safety of his teammates. From there, with that man advantage, a lot of vertical work being done. Here from Savage?
Trying to.
Keep making a lot of plays and stuff. Wonder what the stuff is. What's the stuff in that?
The stuff is a secret thing that we can't know.
But again, I think in terms of how FLUXO are playing, where they are pretty sporadic and the way they want to maneuver around that map and hold as much as they can, look for those gaps, make those plays, and that's what Savage is trying to encourage. Whenever you have players on that team, like Mowgli, like Jum, who we know can appear with 2 kills out of thin air, that's what you need to encourage. Use the strength of the players that you have at your disposal, Savage.
10 seconds to go.
Will we get another even half? Reloading! Becomes that sort of residual question. Poking its head up, obviously. We had a play on the kitchen before, and well, we get that full extension, that full taste of all the sites, and oh, almost a full bite out of Jum on the lead in. That's twice we've had that attempt to take out an early player, and twice it hasn't worked. But he's ready to see if he can find a bit more of a result. He does, Adrian! Gone, and that is your ace. You still obviously have the thermite, but there is now a bit of the limitation on the break, and Savage, oh, he's just watching his friends die from distance. Oh, now he's gone to join them. Jum and Noah, oh, they're not that much further behind. Noah is suddenly all that's left in a 4 versus 1 demo.
Oh, 4 players dead within 40 seconds. Wow, this is a quick one from FLUXO, and the old chat begins. Noah outside looking for his exits. I mean, he's got 2 minutes to waste, and how many players can he find? There's one that almost gets taken out, but just look at them encircling him from outside. Lopin goes down, a 1v3 now, and oh, almost Palu nearly got picked up, and Noah collects the diffuser and leaves the garage instead, now looking towards the vending rotate, but it's going to be a lot to ask of. With the HP that he has to find free, it's going to be difficult.
I mean, they would have to gift it to him. I said it before that there's sort of lessons learned between these 2 teams, and FLUXO W7M ending in a 1 versus 1 from a 5 versus 1 with external runouts. I think that was a lesson learned. Buda wants to bait the swing, expect a player, but Zombie's keeping herself on a bit of a distance. He obviously now, that was his last flash. Oh, that was his last steps. Another even half.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to some brilliant shots being hit from Volts, no doubt about it. I mean, the way he just kind of maneuvered around that, and it was a very quick round. That's because Secret were so desperate to kill him, they kind of skipped a few steps and then lose the engagements, and then you lose the round. So yeah, bit of a write-off there from Secret.
And, as I said at the start, breathe. Before we inevitably find ourselves back in another 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 2, or surely there's the most amount of 1 versus 1 engagements in this series of any throughout group stage so far. I'm sure there's a way that we can track that afterwards. Sprabuni or Jesse probably has it. That obviously wasn't one of those rounds. It was very even-handed, but both of these teams so good at defending, so good at attacking, so aggressive with their decision-making. There's one on the swing. It's just this continual call and response. You can say however it goes, they've at least definitely earned that 1 point, but you've done a marathon, right? What's the quote? Not the sprint, it's the marathon, as was called from the timeout.
Yeah, a couple days ago in one of the Secret games against SSG.
10 seconds to go.
This has been 3 marathons.
It's been a great series so far, and again, I feel as though another OT is on the cards, an even half for both sides. Secret will now switch over to the defense. FLUXO on their attacks. See what they can get up to. Shield on each side. You have the Blackbeard and then also the Clash from Adrian. We'll have to be careful. There is a counter in the form of the Nomad to try and limit how well the Clash can maneuver around this map. Blackbeard does just get rid of that mirror window just to block the vision, but you know that mirror window's not for vision. It's there to upset the hard breachers and utilize the impact tricks, but there actually isn't even any impact tricks to begin with. That's weird. I always find that weird sometimes. You go for the mirror, but you know, the impact tricks, you utilize them. It's a great little feature.
C4 does find dots, and that's the Blackbeard gone. Shield eliminated, and now, well, the only one standing is Adrian, whose power doubles and triples when there is a body advantage. That is the mirror trick, is make it awkward. Will probably still be passable. I think that's just some sort of extra, but you can't slow it with electrics, then cause a problem with the mirror. In on towards meeting. Try and get the cross angle, try and get the pressure cooked across with sort of anyone else but the Clash, seemingly, as she turns tail.
Mirror window. Something has to be dealt with, and yes, they still have got hard breach, but there's a mute jammer, so it will deny it. Oh my word, the Clash, oh! Oh no! Adrian, a big old blundering back into your corner, but Savage, the big brother, comes to help and beat up the bullies.
You can see he was a little bit panicked because he kept firing after the death. And he almost got Adrian himself, but instead of 4 versus 2, Palu and Dodes, ooh, make it a 2 versus 3. There's the swing round, and it's another one. It's a technical 1 versus 1. I said we would not have to wait long, and it was instant. It's another swing round for Dodes to win this one out. Time and time and time again, I feel like I am living in a Mobius strip. And it's an endless spread of just intense siege clutches.
Oh, you blink and you miss it again. Just a flurry of kills out of nowhere. In this moment, you were worried for Adrian. He just tried to get a little bit shaky and he packed himself up against the wall. Savage was there. It's so surprising that they lose that.
It was another 2 versus 5 clutch on that side.
Oh dear.
Ludicrous. A ludicrous display. Down to the basement, FLUXO W7M have that lead yet again, but I feel like I just need a soundboard to press that for either team interchangeably at this point. They get themselves a little bit sturdier on what we have here on the lineup. side of the attackers. There's a lot of quick blind and aggression. You're combining them all here, Demo.
Yeah, you're not looking at any vertical pressure, though. That's the only thing that they're maybe missing from this basement. But look, we've seen teams just kind of strong-arm their way in via a horizontal take. You utilize the exterior walls that you have down here in the basement, which Paulo is going to open up with the ace, get the Selmas on the wall, make quick work of that. In fact, looked to be that, yeah, it did.
Ooh, yeah. It did. It got both of them as well, and that is an awkward sort of press through, or in fact, no, just this angle. Now it will get stretched out, and he's hoping somebody goes for the second follow through, and well, yeah, that's
let that go. Let one go, yeah, I think.
Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Those are you couldn't get him a warning shot, and that's a breach open.
I mean, straight away, if you see a team going for the horizontal take whenever they're opening up the kind of Animus walls in towards the main double wall, you should assume that that's where the diffuser's going to be coming from. And I think the Secret are wise. They will maybe start to look at pulling people back into the bomb site and give Adrian and Savage just a little bit of help, which I believe has happened as Noah. He's kind of lingering on the stairs. He can come back if needed. Never mind, he's coming at the kitchen. Where's he going? All the way upstairs.
Well, he is being tracked out here. They've got at least an idea on where this goose chase could go. He's tucked in ready. It's June though, so there's always the danger. And now look at the full rotate. We saw FLUXO W7M do this once or twice. But full team off, get the coverage, maybe have the Glaz cause problem out there with the kit, though.
The only issue is if you're going to try and go for the split take and change your approach, you're not going to have the drone work done. And this is where these off-angle positions can really catch them out.
Ooh, talking of, an off-angle gets Lobin on the first. The blinds come through. Can they actually secure the kill, though? Mowgli could be this big problem, as pointed out. Just misses the rotate of one, but Doom in the meantime doesn't miss, and oh, neither does Mowgli on the double dip. A lot of damage done to the Deimos. But his mask has enough, and they just can't seemingly know where the next strike will go. Mowgli! Oh no! A flawless for Secret! Perfect comms.
I'll take his word for it.
Well, we don't have to. We could see it. Every single time they appeared, they were put back
Só
down.
respirem. Primeiro de tudo, só respirem. Segundo de tudo, não tenham medo de counters. Os caras, a gente tá respondendo lá, tem um cara mouse solo, literalmente a gente viu, tipo, o pré-jogo, ele tá aqui. Se a gente tá vendo o que falou no pré-jogo, a gente faz, exato. Segunda coisa, passa, eu vou deixar esse resto do tempo pra você passar o ataque do barril com calma, que provavelmente vai ser pra lá agora, tá? Tá. Então atenção com isso e o resto, mano, caça, guys. Entra na brincadeira com esses caras, pune esses caras vindo, tá ligado?
Tá, guys.
Joga, pelo amor de Deus, comunicação, velho.
Guys, vai ser de 0-0, tá? Eu vou janela L, Lion, ou avançando no lobby rápido se você tiver brecha, tá? Lobo, você vai startar o round e vai voltar barril. Não, é pra não ter trap pra você, beleza? O cara tá com droga ruim. Tá.
Vou pegar Twitch.
Falou. Termite TI e garagem embaixo, tá? A gente não vai plantar, a gente...
All tied up. Once again. Here, I mean, Doom just locks it down, and then as he said, you know, perfect comms, right? Look at when he looks to the angle.
Yeah, this is the issue with FLUXO is whenever they've decided to go for that rotate and start looking to clear upstairs, they don't have the drone work or the time to clear that sufficiently. And that's where you're going to start having issues with getting surprised by a defender sat in a position, and that's kind of what happened there with Mowgli. They were unaware that he was in that spot, and he punished them because of that.
Our favorite talent member has gotten
5 seconds
in contact. Who is it?
Maria.
Yeah, Maria has translated that time out for us. Thank you so much. First of all, let's breathe. Second of all, don't be afraid of counters. Play their game, chase them, and communicate. Bolts, I'll let you take the rest of the time for you to explain the strategy we are going to use now. Dots, well, Volps, maybe the strategy that he explains is take him out and kill him. 2 quick losses and a quick type in chat, but that is Savage gone. That is Keeper's gone, and well, at least one of the 3 C4s gone.
Not a great start for Secret. 2 players gone right from the get-go, and this is where FLUXO just have to play pretty basic siege. I mean, you have the 2-man advantage. Get the walls open. Start looking at what side you want to take. Is it going to be in towards Rafters or towards Connect, or even Fish if you want to go for it too? But knowing FLUXO, we'll probably have a hand in all of it. We know like kind of target every part of the map.
I got my eye.
And they have the man advantage to do so. You can't really say, oh, they don't have the time or the sufficiency to do so. Yeah, they do. They've got 2 players left ahead of Secret, and still 2 minutes on the clock.
Sort of waiting for the next engagement to come together, but as you said, they can get themselves spread out. They have the man advantage. They have the width to try and apply it. Mowgli is the one currently in on the side of Fish, hoping and holding out. If there is a reveal of where these players are locking themselves in and that there's somebody off causing problems elsewhere, well, they double up. Now you have them all setting themselves together on towards Fish. Keep the Clash mobile. Let her take over that terrain, and Amos almost gets the back end of it. They're being very cautious about these pings. Another track onto the Clash, and another Secret body gone. There's at least the follow through. There's the hope of the angle. Doom does find 2. Drifts either the side. Suddenly a 3 versus 2. But they're still putting the pressure on. They're still surrounding. They still have decent amounts of utility with the pocket flashes, the Capitao bolts. It's just a matter of crossing this divide as Doom almost finds another.
They've got 2 tracks for the Deimos as well that they can utilize. And hang on a minute, Doom is doing it, but no! There it is, the rotate from the Deimos, able to hit one of them in the back. And then a good fronted up kill from the other. Nice try there from Secret, but still FLUXO. Look, the 2 kills in the beginning. You can see where that comes into play.
Mirror and Ace taken out. We've talked about the mirror, how it affects those walls, how it affects the extension. Assume now those hard breaches are going to be pretty locked in. There's the early 2 bodies, right? Think about how close it still got towards the end, even with 2, you could almost say 3 painless removals of players that want to find another fight. This is just seeing things I would never see in this game. Hey, I pressed that button that says, once again, a team is in the lead. We have what is a full strategy swap here from the side of FLUXO W7M.
Yeah, they see the bomb site, they see its storage. So they're going to go for the storage take. Again, utilizing the shield, so naturally you would assume
10 seconds left
you've kind of got that bit of the storage jump in. You know, that's always the issue, I think. Both of the bomb sites look Kitchen a little bit worse because you get the added details into it that we mentioned with the kind of breach, and then you combo that with the verts. But it's all about that single window jump in that can really kind of hinder the defense, because it's always something you have to watch, either from above, in the bomb site, or below, which is another option we see teams go for.
Special charge. Stay clear.
Wow, looks like they're just going to sort of cut them in the middle. Is this going to be a bit quick, or are they just trying to force rid of utility? No movement behind the E1D, so the utility is the only game drive right now, and instead, go back to running the measure, go back to seeing the marks and preparing yourself for your approach. The Asian will be found, and the man with the glasses that can stop any of the smoke coverage or the blinds that could pop their way around the corner. Obviously, you've got these bans, when you've got Ying on the board, you kind of always expect her, especially in those sort of narrow entry points. The gadgetry is just too good, and the gun pretty decent too. Here, up towards the top, force the control of the space, try and clear them out of IT if Falu can find the nicest place to place this. That'll do.
Yeah, just to get the impact the MPs around, it's not too difficult to counter a mute jammer, which Dance has happily replied. Oh! Bob unable to shoot it out of mid-air, else that would have been a bit of a disaster for him. A C4 flying right towards his face. Still no kills. It's one of those slower paced rounds, which, I mean, we've seen this before in this series, where the tension on the first kill is... Oh!
I mean, as I said it before, there was only 3 rounds where it turned into the deciding factor. It's 3 rounds where it didn't turn into the deciding factor, sorry. It's generally a sort of positive outlook if you got that opening kill, but here, slightly more back and forth. They're sort of learning, but I think it plays into the space and the size of this map. You have to be more spread out. You have to be more sort of mobile, and Now as they go for the entry, they try and go around the corner. Oh! An extra crossfire execute. Dodos does at least get one back. If he can try and find a second, well, suddenly it's still at least a 3 versus 3, but look at what they've lost. No Dokkaebi, no Blackbeard. Now, well, will they have less hope? Partly. Suffered a little bit of damage elsewhere. They are looking towards the site, but Mowgli swings the corner. They're just sort of putting too much pressure on, and Dodes, all left alone top fish, does find one. But with 30 seconds in a 3 versus 1, well, where can he go?
Shoot the default cam. Hinder the eyes, but still needs to pick up the diffuser, which is currently being held by Secret. Mowgli. Oops. Has been disconnected. 10 seconds ago, just going to drop in. There's 2 to find.
One's gone all the way down cargo.
That's it, just play back. No kit in hand. Have to check all these angles. The goo mine will alert them where he is. That's all she wrote. 5-5. So we'll see in the replay, there's a little moment, which is, again, good counterplay from Secret. It's something you don't see all too often. It's concerning the placement of Banshees, which happened over towards the top of Fish. We'd seen around the minute 15-second mark. Finally, FLUXO were looking at entering into the building.
Here.
The impact EMP. They did not know that there's a second EMP behind them. Even if they EMP'd that first one, they had 2 Banshees on that door. So either which way, the Banshees were going to get them. I think he actually did miss the impact EMP on the one he was aiming for. But like I said, there was 2 of them anyway. Didn't matter.
Ooh, it is just endless, as I said many times. I mean, here, the thing of the sort of mark of this is you've got Mowgli and you've got Doom. They're getting themselves in on the kill game, right? 24-14 between the pair of them. They've made sure that they have that mark. They've done that lifting. And on the other side, you're looking at the sort of spread. And there's nobody that's got themselves into double figures. It's a more balanced affair. The rounds that they're winning are those sort of ones where it's not just huge, huge clutches. It's let's win this war of attrition. Let's make sure that we have this game locked in. And that's almost been that sort of sweet difference, I think, between the pair of the teams. I'm not saying Secret are sort of more reliant or dependent on big hero plays, but they have these big hero players that keep making them happen. Fortunately, no one's going to come and help Volps, so he's going to leave. He's taking his exothermic and he's going home.
Yeah, just not going to bother with it.
Reload.
Again, the mute is pretty good value. And it will be good value not just in terms of denial, but also to stop the drone game. And that's also what the Mozzie Pest is going to cause. It's going to stop that approach in towards Connector. And Dodes actually just jumps in no matter what. Volps slowly inches his way closer towards that bomb site. Oh dear. Down goes Lob and the buck gone. The vertical game no longer an option.
Dodes was hoping somebody would just rotate underneath him, but otherwise slipped their way away. And think about now the positions of the players, the site obviously that we're playing into, and Mowgli is able to catch another one loose.
And this is what Savage said. Keep making the plays, keep doing stuff that they're not going to expect. Mowgli almost trying to retake in towards that mid floor. And it's caught them by surprise, and Mowgli rips out the window, but Dodes had an inkling, went for the pre-fire, lands the headshot, but still, Mowgli, look at the operator's been able to kill the Blackbeard. It stops that shield having any impact in this round. Again, the Blackbeard great at face checking a lot of these angles.
Noah's gone up. He's currently eyeing up top Fish. He's rotated his way around. He's coming back down now. He's waiting for the expectation, and Palu didn't see him on the drone. Oh no, this could be deadly. He's just sitting there waiting as they now try and put their attention down itself, but with Doom still above in games, with Noah now above behind them, and only 40 seconds. They just need to time this right. And there he is, waiting, but mere feet away. They're inside. They slip on towards Tank. They have it covered. They're a bit cautious, and here's the plant. So now Noah goes for the fight on Dodes and wins it out. There's the collapse, there's the swing round. They're trying to get the engagements because they know they're behind them. Adrian is downed elsewhere, and it's another 2 versus 2. They have the verticality, and he can't quite get it. Noah finally strikes. And Secret sits on map and series points after the longest possible road round.
Gonna go top. Jim's bringing a shotgun. It's great. We can hear. We know exactly what's going to happen. Fantastic.
You obviously play with Savage quite a lot in your ranked games in the stack. You know players. You play
He's
with
not
players.
even the main shot caller as well in ranked.
your
He
stack.
decides to not do that. He just vibes and annoys me.
But you, but you're so used to his communication because I'm like trying to piece it together. But
Yeah,
you're like,
I can understand.
this, and this is happening, and I'm like, amazing. You're inside his head. What was the tweet you did the other day? You shared the brain stuff? Well, I think currently he's got full use of it based on how he's been able to lead the team through this. But again, the same way I said on the previous map, you can't count anybody out.
Yeah, and look, this is where Secret are the most dangerous. Look at Jum, look at Mowgli. Those two players, I said before, have been a record, I'll say it again. I think have been 2 of the top 5 European players we've had in the past 2 years. Like in our own league, how consistent they are. I mean, sometimes Mowgli has maybe had the odd bad spell where he has struggled in some of the games, especially near his kind of later days inside of Wolves. But I mean, Jum, he's been second place only to one person in Europe, and lo and behold, it was Shaiko.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about obviously the game that say Herds had yesterday, and you think this is a player on his day at a tournament. Dream is exactly the same, right? This is, it was sort of even said in all chat. It was on the first stream, I think we all saw it, of how do you stop Doom in his prime.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do they? But FLUXO W7M more than able to keep this battling. Instead, it's multiple marathons, but at some point you've got to hit a finish line, and Secret are eyeing it. They're in that final sprint, the final little section. Can they keep, by the words of the coach and the words of the IGL, of just keeping them going? The C4 doesn't quite net the player outside. It was a good combo. Obviously, the Pulse feeding it.
This is an important position that Lobbin's in. He's got 4 operators to choose from, and we know that this flooring, it can be shot through. So if he can track the right player at the right time for his team to play off, that could be pretty big. But Doom engaging with the players outside of the breach with the holographic. This guy cannot be stopped.
Well, he's able to find 2. The pressure's still raining from above for 3. Doom! How do you stop a player like Doom in his prime was said. And at this point, well, it seems impossible. It seems unendable. It just seems like a Doom front. At this point, a minute for Dots to have to solve that unending problem. And then you've got, what, 3 more? Adrian, Savage, and Mowgli. They have the pulse. They can get the intel. He's playing off the piece. Do we get another race? Are we gifted to a sweet end? No, says Mowgli. But look at what it means to him, and look at how well it was earned.
Doom doesn't care if he gets the ace as long as they win the game. What a performance from Secret. Great rally back in those past couple of rounds just to take it away from FLUXO. Team Secret straight into first place.
Well, they are that team confirmed first of the group, but they may look exhausted. It was an earned fight.
And no matter what we may say about Secret, FLUXO, what a performance from those guys. Honestly, if it wasn't against Secret, there wouldn't be anyone. Because they also played a blinder of the game. We know FLUXO, they'll be up there, they'll be contenders again. I just hope we see this match again in a knockout game.
Wow, a great game of Siege. A classic is only made by all 10 showing up. And we had it. Let's go to a break.
elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
such a good one to watch it. I just want to ask you, right now in this last round, did you ask your team to just leave the ace for you?
I was trying to, but at the end of the day, the win is more important. Yeah.
Of course. We could tell that you were very aggressive. We were talking about that with the casters, and it looks like a Brazilian playstyle. Is what you are aiming for? Is because of Twister, maybe?
I think, yeah, a bit, and I think it's just the best play style, like aggressive, and I think it's just you need to play aggressive at the right time. Yeah, that's the main thing.
Not very aggressive all the time.
Exactly. Exactly.
It could be worse. Well, okay. They had a lot of problems, a lot of mistakes they committed, especially in the first map. A lot of communications, whatever. What gaps did you realize that they had?
I think the main gap was like when they were using utility, it was so easy to kill them because they were not even trying to shoot back. Yeah.
Easy like that.
Just like that.
Okay. And now that's a huge difference from SI 2025 to now. Yeah. You didn't win a single match in 2025, and now you just won all of the matches that you've played. What do you attribute to that big change?
I think we just have an amazing roster right now, and I think just the hard work through the nearly 2 years now just paid off finally.
We also need to talk about the defense. I was almost forgetting that. The defense went up from 48 to 20 to 77. My English is kind of bad, sorry. So, okay, what is the work that you have done on defense to change that also?
I think the main thing was we realized after like the tournaments that our defenses were struggling a lot, and that was like the main thing we were focusing on in scrims, that we just get better on the defenses, and it definitely worked.
Yeah, this is the difference from the EWC until now, so it's 6 months almost. So yeah, congratulations on that, and it's very hot in here. I don't know how you're wearing that. Woo.
I love it hot when I'm playing. I love sweating, yeah.
Pelo amor de Deus, it's too hot.
Well, June was certainly bringing the heat to this game. It had us on the edge of our seat beginning to the end, and just before overtime, Secret closed it out. They finished first in the group as the first team to do that at this Six Invitational as well. And again, on this final map, it is these huge individual moments that pull it through.
It is well deserved, and I'm happy to know that June loves sweating. That is the most important information I'm getting from this interview. But I will say this, it was once again a third map, a frag fest. Honestly, we could make 50 frag movies out of this match. Oli, I was just impressed. The amount of kills from both sides, but especially June on that last map, he was hitting the nastiest shots all the time.
It's like a montage, isn't it? You know, you could clip all these up and upload them to YouTube and just let the views roll in. And let's be honest, sweating is one way of putting it as to how hard June was playing. And the rest of Team Secret here, they really stepped it up. Something that I loved in particular in this last map of Nighthaven Labs, the series as a whole, you can't really fault it. But in that last map, they played much more similarly to the way that we've seen them play against lesser opponents. They were dominating that opening kill statistic. They weren't letting that get traded, and they really had the upper hand.
Wow, I guess we can see how much it means to the players on both sides as well, seeing the reactions after this game here. We're looking at the match summary in general as well. The MVP goes in favor of June, and I think that's very well deserved as well.
He just went 42 kills more than PKD. That is absolutely insane. In 3 maps, that is absolutely insane. I mean, I didn't look at the stats from the whole match. I know it's a reaction.
I think during the games, and now just seeing 42 and 20.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Obviously, he was going insane this entire game.
I guess I have a quick question about this because I just feel like I look at June when he does that, and he's like the quietest ever. Like, he's just like, okay, I get the kill. What is it sitting next to him? Did you just hear that?
I mean, yeah, like this today, like he usually is more quieter in the comms. Usually it's Savage, you know, the loudest. But I mean, when he's on his game, like today, all you're hearing is just, oh, I killed this guy here, I killed this guy here, I'm gonna go kill this guy over here. Hold on, wait, guys, I'm gonna go flank. Like, he's just so good.
I think best things you can hear from a teammate inside of a matchup. Noah, welcome in the studio. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on finishing first in the group at your first SI. Talk to us about how good of a feeling that must be.
I mean, for me, it feels amazing. Obviously, I'm so proud of the guys. Like, we've all been playing so good this entire tournament. Every day, I feel like it's been a different person that's just stepped up and had those important moments. So I'm just so happy. Like today, obviously, it was Joom. Yesterday, we had Mowgli, Adrian. Everyone's just been stepping up, so it's been so good.
Yeah, I mean, talk about stepping up. I mean, you've almost got an ace as well in this game. All the way back to the first map. We have the clip of that as well. So just your reaction on this.
Once I killed this guy right here, I knew that they would play a little bit more passive, so I thought I'd have a time to drop. And obviously right here, I just relied on the aim, and then I didn't end up killing the Warden, which was a little sad, so I thought they would play safe, kill this guy, try to wallbang, but the Warden played it good and already rotated up. Obviously, I was a little annoyed, but, you know, what can you do? 1v5 at the end of the day.
It was that last kill for me. I was just like, because you need moments like that when you're going for an ace clutch. You need those special moments where something happens. I thought that was going to be yours, but I mean, there was plenty of moments throughout the whole game. I can't remember a game with that many multi-kills and that many clutches in it for a long time.
Yeah, it was just crazy. I think that 1v5 has been teasing me ever since Munich as well. I had 2 missed 1v5s, and obviously like everyone was just, Doom especially with the multi-kills the entire games, just going crazy.
And just one more question before we let you go. Now that you're first in the group, that means with playoffs, you are 1 win away from making it to a main stage at Six Invitational. That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't even know, to be honest. I haven't looked at the bracket. I have no clue what's going on. All I've been doing is just playing, and that's all I've been focusing on. But I'm really, really grateful, and hopefully this time it's not like an upper bracket, you know, curse on the upper bracket team. So I'm hoping we lose at a good timing, you know.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Noah. We'll have a look at your group in general. I mean, when I'm looking at this, Secret, of course, the first to finish first inside of this group with amazing statistics.
24 in round differential. That is insane domination.
24, and there's still a very intense fight, I guess, happening below that, with Enterprise very likely to get eliminated.
It's looking at this point like Enterprise are going to be going home, unfortunately. It's not locked in yet. There is still a possibility, but that second and third place, I mean, after the loss that FLUXO W7M have faced today, you've got to start questioning how viable it is for SSG to come back into the fold.
Do you think between SSG and Oxygen, who do you think is making it?
To be honest, I think SSG is going to make it. I think Oxygen play a good game, but SSG, the way they play is very grouped up, and they're really good at these moments where it's really hard and they have to get through it. So I think SSG is going to take it.
They have the mental game.
Yeah, they do have the mental.
Well, to be fair, SSG have some masterminds inside this game, and so do Secret. We actually had 2 of them sit down together for the Mastermind series to come up with a strategy on Nighthaven Labs, the map we just saw.
I'll reinforce off these 2 walls here. This would be a flex wall. We're gonna put it like this, just say that it's like a flex. I don't know, I'm gonna do that. Then positioning, we'd have the 2 brow play here with the C4 and like the DMR, he could play between like weed, like the metal area is what we call it. So we can either react to that or the weed wall based off what they're doing. We'd start the Valk, I'll just put it right here so it's easy to see on that side. And then we'd have the Fenrir as the last guy. He'd be here, contesting for tool side, really kind of being a menace over there. And this guy as well, like when they're trying to go for that tools wall, I'd have these zombie pressed up unless there's lower pressure, like trying to contest off that door, just be a menace a little bit. Not really looking for a pick, but looking to delay time.
Basically for the start, we can put it like that. So I would put him like around these windows. So if we need help to hold or whatever, he will be rotated. If your Azami really fall back and manage to, like I think it would be around here. Right?
She'd be like all the way back. I'd put her like right here probably.
So, like the things how it would go as well. Like once we take like the control of garage, I would put maybe the Capitan around this area just to hold this position. Normally they place our jabs and rotate out for the door to help onto the push. I think we would put the Ing here to be playing into the main breach, but it depends on the green take. Like if you're trying to force too much the green take, I would put like the Ing here to come to try to help. But if it's like you're just giving away, trying to fall it back, I would just keep the Ing there. So like if you guys are just falling back to hold into power positions, I would say that the Deimos can come from below as well to try to help. And as I said, this Hibana here, it will be like a flex. I don't really count on her. It's more to get the Clash attention. If Clash is still here, it's
that's
good.
The biggest thing. I would want the Clash to rotate over play Ivy. Is like what I'd want originally.
Yeah, so if like the Clash goes back into this side, I would put this Hibana to try to sneak in and play.
And the 2 playing back here is ideally what it'd be.
And then after like dealing with the Clash over here, I think this guy would be already played, so it's like he won his fights as well, or he lost, and then we got the control of this area, kind of, and we just crossed.
That's assuming nobody dies early. Yeah. Or just swings and gets killed, you know? Exactly. Because that's what happens a lot of times in our game. Like
making the capital fire over there, and then
dude,
exploded.
I'm gonna go call out for this.
Still have the flashes from Hibana?
You do.
It could go either way, frankly.
It could go either way.
Yeah.
Very, very close though.
Yeah.
honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So like, I'm the one who did it, that's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit.
Okay.
Absolute cinema is what I think every time I see that small snippet of what is to come. When we finally released that bit between Pengu and Shaiko, of course, a rich history between these two. I'm going to be sitting on the couch with popcorn watching that.
Oh, that's one to like clear the schedule for, isn't it? You don't just want to watch that on your phone. You want to be like locked in, headphones, the lot.
I was behind the camera, so I can't say anything. It is really good, and you should probably watch it when it comes out.
Okay, no spoilers yet, but there's rich history between those two players. There's also rich history between the players in our last matchup here on the A stream, because when we look back at SSG and Oxygen 6 years ago, 3 players on both sides of these teams joined a Tier 1 Esports together, and I think, Leo, you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I was part of that announcement video. That's when I joined NA, and just look at Forrest, look at that babyface, look at Grixer as well. All of these guys, these 2 players are on the OXG right now, and they will be facing Call Out, who's now the coach of SPACESTATION, of course, but they all started that professional journey 6 years ago, coming to NA Pro League, NAL back then. It's just crazy to see how far these 3 have gone and how consistent they have been through the years. I mean, 6 years of professional play. And you know, in different roles, but now they're facing each other at the 10th SI for a shot at the hammer. It's a beautiful story.
It really is, and it feels like one of those things where there's that kind of bunch of NA players that have always been mingling around one another, and then whenever you get that sort of a matchup where they're now going up against each other, obviously there's going to be a point to prove. You're going up against your old coach, like you want to show that you've grown and that you've learned a lot in that time.
And these two teams know each other very well, and I feel like Oxygen will definitely feel that, because in the history with these two teams, it seems like SSG is their NA nemesis from time to time.
An absolute bully. I mean, if you look at the stage 1 of last year, OXG was eliminated by SPACESTATION in the playoffs. They could not go further. And then at Esports World Cup, they come in, first international event as a team. And what happens? Eliminated by their fellow American brethren. Now looking at this, they could be sent near airport by SPACESTATION again, because it's looking a bit dire in their group. If they're losing this, there's a lot at stake. Everything would be important and on the line tomorrow against Enterprise. Technically, this could already send them packing.
It puts a lot more pressure on a team that's already not had the greatest track record, and to get some points here tonight, to get something over the line against SSG is going to alleviate that tomorrow and take the pressure off. Nobody wants to be in that position of being on the last day of playoffs, still trying to qualify.
Yeah, now the big difference between these two teams is that sometimes it seems like SSG is so strong in their own region when they play off against each other, but on the contrary, for a team like Oxygen, we don't really see them perform inside of their own league maybe, but when they get to these international events, the journey of getting here,
it needs studying.
Yeah, it does.
It really does, because OXG are that team inside of NAL, middle of the pack, middle of the road. Yeah, they've got an upset in them.
Look at this.
They're nowhere near. And then they come to SI. Top 8 last year.
I know. That's the beautiful story of XG. Inconsistent, yes, as we look at Grixer opening his jacket. Well, last year, they were 48th in the point standing. Yeah. They make SI on the LCQ, top 8, like you said. This year, they were still 23rd, out of the points standings. They could not qualify that way. They make it through the LCQ. That makes them a scary underdog.
With that maths, they should be first.
Yeah, actually.
Just forget the whole thing. We'll cut it
short. Give them the hammer.
Just give them the hammer.
Yeah.
And that is just the beauty of when you have zero pressure on you, you can take a giant down. And that is the beauty of them. They can go and get aggressive here. They don't risk anything. They were not supposed to be here. And that makes them super scary. And we've seen what it does to Grixer.
Yeah.
When he is scary and he does not care, he has hope with that clutch yesterday.
Well, Grix is one of the players that can do it, right? This is the clip, obviously, from yesterday. Lovely little 1 versus 3. And it just goes to show you don't need a lot of health in these situations. All you've got to do is hit your shots. Brilliantly dismantling FLUXO W7M, which we picked this clip before we knew the result of our previous game, and I kind of feel a little bit bad now, because again, it's FLUXO W7M in that limelight of, maybe not being shown in the best light. You shouldn't be losing those, but it just goes to show what opportunistic abilities they have on OXG.
They have incredible talent, and I just want to point out, this was on match point.
Yes.
7-7. It gave them another point here in the group stage. It's super important. And it goes to show the talent on that team is still very much there.
5 HP with the UMPs, not easy, but he got it done. Yes, I mean, that's what we'll say, yeah, from NA as well. But they will need those points here again, right? Because the only way they can get themselves to be safe, speaking of the side of Oxygen, is to get a 2-0 victory out of this. And the way the SSG is ramping up, I mean, hey, I'd be shivering my timbers playing against them.
Yeah, consistency, mental warfare. I mean, that's the I guess the two key words with PlayStation. They are obviously coming in here as the favorites, and like you said, there's the pressure on the XG. You know, if they lose this 2-0, then they're really close to getting packed.
One thing I will say about SSG is there is a serious duality with this roster, and you never really know what you're going to get. You're either going to get the best team in the world, or you're going to be looking at them going, why is this happening? What are they playing at? We know them to be better than this. And the middle ground, it's quite unsteady. It's a bit uncertain. There's not really just a flies under the radar and has an okay game. It does seem to be that one extreme to the other, and I do just worry for them in that regard because it's that level of consistency that they've struggled to hit.
Now, when it comes to the maps, there's one thing I am very curious for. Will we see a fortress inside this match? Maybe some copium from my side, but Oxygen played it a lot during the LCQ. SSG are willing to play it as well. SSG's first pick in this one is Chalet, unfortunately. Oh, well.
I mean, unfortunately, come on, it's still a good match.
I just want to see a fortress, sorry.
And we will have a fortress. So you see, you just need to pray for it. It will come. Okay, just looking at this, by the way, SPACESTATION picking Chalet makes a lot of sense. The reason for this is they are right now on the 10-2 record on the map. They absolutely love it. Favorite map for them. Going into Fortress, though, I'm not surprised, Oli. We've seen NA teams bring it. I think actually it's the one region that has played it the most. On their side, OXG have beaten Dark Zero twice and Cloud9 to get here. And also, we've seen SPACESTATION play and beat Team Secret, the same Team Secret that destroyed FLUXO. SPACESTATION beat them on that map. Good signs.
NA always seem like early adopters of new maps. Think to Lair, SR. They were a team, DZ. They were a team that really took on that new map in Lair and made it their own. Fortress is the same. NA teams do very well when they play by the book. And when there's a new map out there, you can play that structured style of Siege. When that map becomes more well-known, it becomes more difficult for them. It's no surprise to see Fortress available between these two. And I, for one, am excited to see it.
Seeing the final bits and pieces of these players locking in for their matchup. Very different as well, the way they're approaching this, but as the matchup is almost ready, it means we get to talk to our casters. And we're joined by Intero and Jesse, and guys, you gotta talk to me about something. We had you with an NA team earlier this week, again, a full-on NA matchup. Did you just fly all the way to the other side of the world to cast more NA teams?
Sadly, yes, it appears that way.
What do you mean, sadly? These are my favorite teams to cast. Of course I want to cast NA teams.
Yeah, of course, because later in the tournament, it's going to be hard to cast NA teams, right?
All right, Leo, okay.
Gotta get it in.
We gotta get it in now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the expertise is surely there, and the match is all yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, you've got SSG, a team that always does well against North America, and then you've got OXG, who, as the graphic showed, knocked out of 2 of the last 3 opportunities to play against SPACESTATION by SPACESTATION. Not exactly where you want to be. The community seems to think that it's SPACESTATION. Do we see an SSG victory here on Chalet? Let's find out.
Former teammates turned into enemies at the Six Invitational, Oxygen versus SPACESTATION. I'd say it'd make for a great rivalry, but Parker, a rivalry kind of has to have 2 sides to it. SSG have crushed Oxygen over the last, it feels like eternity. A 14-4 record over the last 5 seasons is a legacy of domination where Oxygen just can't seem to get past the astronauts, but they'll try again here today in Paris. We start on Chalet, where we always look for the Azami perma ban. The Monty will be the first one to be taken off the board by Oxygen, as they don't want to have to worry about those shields being brought out by SPACESTATION supports. And then another Melusi ban on Chalet. This has been growing in popularity at this event. It's not the first time I've seen it.
No. I am very eager to see how these two teams will do battle on an international stage. You and I, obviously being NA League casters, have seen them quite a number of times. OXG has maybe not had the best SI, but they do come in as one of... Looking for a shirt.
It's been like this all event.
I know.
Even some NA League days, he's had the sleeve out.
It is an incredible piece, and I have no doubt that he spent quite a bit of his winnings on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, of course, if you took every single person at the event, lined them up and you said, all right, which one of you is most likely to cut the sleeves off of the jersey? It's got to be Forrest.
Yeah, the least surprising person to pull off a move like that. Forrest is, he's a bit of a madman, and he's got the gun, so why not show him off, right? He kind of obviously is one of the main pieces of Oxygen Esports, but he comes from the Space Station core. He comes from that Space Station culture, which really values team bonding, playing together, and frankly, working out together, getting buffed up. So he's taken that with him to Oxygen, still looks fantastic, and is doing his best to hard carry Oxygen here at the tournament.
You can hear some late reinforcements coming out as SSG got ever closer to the building. This is obviously Space Station's map, so expect them to start on the wrong side, aka the weaker side. But Chalet is usually not a bad side for the attackers. This can be a pretty decent place. You can attack quickly, you can take up lots of space fast, there's lots of soft destruction you can do.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that attack or defense are super heavily favored on this first map. I'd say generally it's likely to be more just Space Station favored because Oxygen do not really play Chalet. They played it 5 times this season. They've only won it a single time, and that win was against Carnage B, so I don't know if you even want to count that. Really, Oxygen, this is a new map being shown off at the Six Invitational, and against Space Station Gaming, I think they're going to have a tough time.
We don't accept any Card and Co slander on this broadcast.
Apologies.
All right. Card has been playing this game longer than you've been alive.
That's true. That's true.
He's a grinder. And I will take no ill words against him. So, one of the newest operators that got a buff, Thorn. She's been in the game for a long time, but has been relatively weak up until recently. Oh, that is a bummer.
That would have been a crazy, like, half-court shot if he had destroyed the castle, though.
Or try to force Forrest out of that position as well. Those nades are quite inconsistent with their explosive radius, so...
Yep, especially on castles.
Yes. You have to be real precise. It would be nice to see the devs maybe buff the nades, but I'm not a dev here. Urpal in now to Solarium as Fultz looks for the first entry point. Neither of these teams have come to blows yet, though some bullets have been shot back and forth. Fultz sustaining the first bit of damage, and the Nitro Cell goes out! He chose the body over the gadget, and I can't say I blame him, but he missed out on both, and now Fultz is dead as Gomez will find an opportunity to head back over to those Solarium and Trophy stairs.
Yeah, it's a brutal position for Gomez to retake. They don't have a good way to get him out of there. The fireball's made from the Capital, the only thing that they could do to try to force him back, but nobody's even on the window down on that bottom floor, so frankly, Gomez is going to stick there for quite a long time. The rest of SSG unable to get into the building either. They're going to jump into bathroom now, but immediately stuffed by Adam.
So Oxygen has a great start here. J90 will go down. Newer's the only one to get a kill up to this point. Benjamaster will join in, and they're the two that will have to get all of them. So the last two standing on the side of Space Station. Yaga will have his hands full. Doesn't get credited with either of the kills, but did some damage. That's Forrest and Grixer with the final two, and OXG takes round one.
And we're already getting loud here in Paris. It's a little late, Parker. The A stream has dragged on. It's been an intense day with many third maps appearing on the stream, but despite the late start, lots of energy being brought out by Oxygen and Space Station. Bit of a solar-focused take coming out from SSG. Somewhat one-dimensional with a lot of their eggs kind of in that solar basket and a lot of players trying to focus on those windows, piano and bathroom as well. Didn't really feel like they had the tools to get in. The Blackbeard immediately got blown up on his entry point. The Capital, I feel like, didn't really have the impact they were hoping that it would. So another way into the building is going to be something that SSG want to work on going forward.
Some beautiful views of the cold French Alps.
Not the cookies.
No, I don't get paid from any of the advertisers. And I don't get paid with Folgers either. I wake up every morning, Jesse, and I say to myself, let's just have a beautiful game of Seeds and I have a nice cup of Folgers.
5 seconds to go.
You know what? Right before we came down to do this cast, I spilled like an entire mug of coffee all over my desk in my hotel room.
I wouldn't want to reprimand you.
That's not how you're supposed to drink coffee.
Nope. So if I'm a little under the coffee today, I do apologize.
Coffee goes in your mouth. Goes in the mug and then it goes in your mouth. It's a very simple process here.
Well, it goes in the window. At least that's the plan. At some point in this round, he's brought the shield back out once again. No longer on the Blackbeard, but the Blitz this time around, attempting to, looks like, clear through Library. Forest Slayer going to be the primary point of contact here on the top floor. Adam is going to be playing in that site position. And Grixer and Yaga also playing top, but they're kind of more extended master side. They've really spread out across this top floor, have OXG, wanting to hold on to as much map control as they can. Space Station, for their part, just like in round one, don't seem interested in clearing the majority of the map. They kind of just want to go direct, and they're pretty close to the site.
Benja's within arm's reach of that door, and he thought he could flush somebody out up top, but no, nobody will take the bite. Now he's got the Thorn lined up over in kitchen. His read is correct, and he does a little bit of damage through the wall. It allows Gomez to scamper off. Second Thorn for OXG was in Yaga's hands back in round number one. This time Gomez will rock the op, and you didn't really see the Razor Balloons being too effective back in that very first round, so will it change here?
It's a really interesting position, Parker. We've got a couple of defenders still stuck in Master and Office. SSG have control over the bomb site, and now these last couple of defenders are in a weird spot. If they go for a flank, SSG's watching for that. If they just exist, then they're always threatening with that flank. We hear that Thorn Gadget maybe get tossed out just inside of Office. You've got to be cautious of that if you're Newers, but at the same time, you can't just waste your entire round staring at these roamers, these flankers, and hoping for them to make a move. At some point, you got to focus the site.
Ashen will take down Adam. First kill for Space Station. The opposite happened last time. Forrest gunning down Newers. Foltz dancing around some explosions. Ashen gets his second kill. And who's that watching downstairs? Benja has one locked out. That's Forrest, who's looking the wrong way. A relatively easy cleanup. Gomez putting his gun to good use. Down goes J90. Foltz should be able to pull off the plant. He does so successfully. And now 3 players on the side of Space Station will be watching as the 2 that remain from OXG attempt this post plant. Tough move for Grixer as Gomez is upstairs all on his lonesome. Won't even make it to the hatch. Benja gets rid of him, and it's an equalizer from Space Station as these teams now tied.
Patience is a virtue. I believe it was Foltz that said that in many years ago. And I feel like they really embodied that quote for Space Station that previous round. They got control of Library, they got control of kind of the office balcony, and then the opening pick came from Ashen, I believe on Game's window. So just on the site window, finds the site player of Adam, takes this an opportunity to jump in the window, is inside the site, finds a 2K opening, and that really starts the scramble for Oxygen. I don't know if they recognized just how quickly SSG could enter into that bomb site. Now the roamers are panicking a little bit because, hey, their site has been taken over by Ashen, a terrifying player to see in your bomb sites. And through the scramble, Space Station Gaming are able to thrive. OXG, I wish we got to see that death onto Adam because I'm really curious how it came about, but losing your site player so early on in that round definitely felt like a miss from OXG.
Right now, kills pretty even across the board for OXG. They've had some offensive struggles as Yaga at one point was the lowest rated player in the entire event. I think he's turned it around at this point, at least by my numbers. There are others who are now performing worse. Yaga is IGLing. This is something that has been discussed on a couple of these broadcasts so far. When you have Yaga coming in and calling for the team for the first time, well, there's going to be some struggles there to not just be the shot caller, but to also get kills. And I mean, it's pretty common that when you are the guy calling for the team, you're unlikely to be the one getting most of the frags. Yeah. Unless, of course, you're Spiker, because I guess he just kind of defies all logic. But
yeah, Spiker's had a hell of a tournament, quickly cementing himself as one of the best IGLs in North America, but Space Station Oxygen got some good callers on their side too. Benja still as a stick, and he still whiffs. Gomez sprinting past his crosshair, and he's going to challenge it once again. Stays alive. The nade is whiffed too. Benja's just going to send it. What?
Oh, Jack, what is going on here? J90 with the kills. Benja walking in. 2 players could have easily been dropped. Adam absorbing a lot of damage. A mess, an absolute mess.
Poor Benja. We've all been there. I mean, he misses the shot, nades himself, and has to jump in to dodge being blown up.
He got turned on, though. He got flicked on.
And gets flicked on at the end. I mean, bad luck day for Benja.
Calamity of errors unfolding in front of our very eyes.
Again, the fuse kit is in sight, Parker. Kitchen is controlled by Space Station Gaming, but do Oxygen seem concerned? They've got plenty of players up on that top floor, and potentially Forrest on the mid floor for a flank as well, just to the bottom of blue.
It'll all come down to Fultz now as he gets the diffuser down. Good coverage from Ashen. Fultz bails off of the spot. Newers and Ashen with a kill apiece. And now a run out from the Mira of Forest. It's Forest and Yaga searching for kills. Yaga will get rid of Fultz through the floor. Immediately traded off by Ashen. And now it's all up to Forest Slaya to get the final kill. Before that diffuser can go down, Ashen will move it elsewhere. Forest has 52 seconds just to wait around. These 3 remaining players from Space Station now seemingly repositioning. Beautiful thing about Mira is that secondary shotgun, Jesse. You can open up some lines of sight, maybe do some damage to these OXG players. Ashen gets the kit down, so now Forrest will patrol that hatch. Watching quite intently, not really finding anything. So now he drops near the bomb chassis, but the B bomb site is the one that he needs to go to. SSG has a set of eyes on him. This Forest is making an awful racket. Over to West Main. He hears the bullets flying over his head, running out of time. Not a lot here as Forest needs to go. Watch from above, watch from dead on. Pick your poison. Newers with the final kill, and SSG wins 2 in a row.
Yeah, and 2 in a row where they get control of the bomb site really early, Parker. I think maybe before the rest of the Oxygen players up on the top floor are able to react, are able to recognize exactly what's going on there. Fault's able to just jump in trophy, found the angle to get into the site after Gomez had gone down. A really nice ability from Space Station to find those gaps, to make those entry points. We're focused on that top floor pressure by Benja, but really, without anybody in the site, it was kind of just free. Forrest was the one player that was in the site, but as Faults walked in from Trophy, Forrest kind of made his way out into Fireplace. It was a bit of a musical chairs moment where they gave up the site at the exact moment that SSG decided to jump in and take it.
This is it. This is it right here.
Just a
that is an insane flip.
Yeah,
let's watch
ridiculous. Like, if the Thorn killed him, that's one thing, but it's literally the player he is actively shooting at who is not looking at all, and then he just dies.
It's a good instinctive read, though, by Yaga, who had some info, obviously, as to where this diffuse kit was going to be planted, but Space Station just... You got him talking. Let's have the battle.
That's the best part about watching an SSG game, Parker, is you get an additional caster on the mic. We get to try-cast this, and Ashen's input's always appreciated.
Ashen and Benja right now tied for top frag on the team. Ashen enters not with the best KD, but with the most overall kills on this squad. 8 kills away from 50 in total. Add the 4 that he has now, and well, if at some point Ashen can muster 4 kills over the next 1.5 to potentially 2.5 maps, depending on how much into this we go, he'll break 50. Not a lot of players are currently at 50, so he'll be in pretty good company.
Ashen in that second round as well, jumping into the game's window, also getting his first attacking entry of the tournament, which is an insane stat for Ashen, who on offense just hasn't been getting opening picks. Defense, he's there, no doubt about it, but typically one of the best entry fraggers in North America, hasn't been getting involved. Only a 9% offensive entry participation through this event, and yet to find a kill until round 2 of Chalet.
So we've gone through the first 3 bomb sites. A Castle ban from Space Station I like very much. You saw how much they struggled with it earlier on. Castle obviously receiving a buff to his UMP, just as Pulse did, but no real gadgetry buff. But as you saw from Fultz on that very first assault, it is really challenging to land those frag grenades effectively. And if you don't want to bring a lot of soft destruction, you're in a tough spot against a Castle, so get rid of him. That will allow SSG to focus more on pure pugilism, and there will be a response from OXG as they go their first round here on Chalet without a Thorn.
Yeah, and Space Station obviously didn't win in the bomb site when they went for the attack last time, so they're going for more of a full map clear. They were focusing towards games, getting stalled out a little bit by Yaga on the smoke, deciding the game's window is not going to be for them, unless maybe it is. False rotates back over and will hop in the building now. So with Yaga vacating this location, going back over to Blue Stairs, gives a bit of room for SSG to start their clear.
There's the gas canisters, all of which have now been used by Yaga. And since he doesn't have anything to do, Barb's been down 3 gas canisters used. He is just a gun. Benja wanders into Bar and Games, and he takes some damage and slowed down very briefly from those Denari tripwires. Now, It's an assault onto the smoke. Fultz wins the engagement. Adam trades out Benjamaster, so neither team really gaining all that much. Fultz is showing a complete lack of fear as they push the ward in. Gomez dies. Grixter was gone moments before. Space Station doubling up on OXG. Forrest and Adam, the last two, and Forrest shredding J90. Looking to do more damage with the sidearm out. Adam now in as well. The dual Scorpions showing how much they can do at that close range. A flick on over from Adam. Down goes Fultz. This post plan has been quite disastrous from Space Station. Ashen still upright though. Sitting on that diffuse kit. Ashen can see his hand controlling the recoil well. Forrest gets him and will have no time hopping on the diffuse. Very limited HP for Forrest, but he gets the job done. And OXG will go 2 for 2 on this top floor bomb site and tie the game.
Forrest plays that perfectly, Parker, baiting his planter, aware that yes, Adam may die, but that's a sacrifice he's willing to make because when he swings out, gets that kill, it's almost impossible for Ashen to refocus his aim onto that player.
Yo, so I wanna do Megazord booth, yeah, but I think we do bar first now, okay? I wanna play more Solace or Valk to understand the movements because I wanna power in the right moment. I don't think they're gonna do the same play again, but I think Valk might be good, like for Master. We can do a camp below too, you know, because they might spend that directs like that, you know. So I think for a kitchen booth, bro, Gomez, can you play Solace on basement, like on I
don't think we should do that. I think I should hold that.
You think? Yeah.
Yes.
So if someone
can
play Solace,
or rush side, bro. One of the two.
Yeah. I think if someone can play Solace, it's gonna be good. Okay.
Yeah.
Just keep like holding and understand what they're doing. Okay.
Yeah.
Bring more info for this. You guys got this.
Kind of a surprising time out, Parker. I mean, that's Kizzy, of course, coach of OXG, and deciding it's the time to call it. It's only 2-2, and Oxygen do win that previous round, but I think just concerned about the 2 bomb sites coming up, right? They've now won the top floor bomb site twice. That's great, but they're going to have to repeat the same sites that they've lost. And so if they aren't able to adapt, if they don't expect the right changes from SSG, they're not going to be able to win those next couple of sites. So he's calling this not because he thinks the team has done poorly in that previous round, but because he is worried about the bomb sites that are still up on the docket.
3 of the 4 bomb sites on this map are attacker favored. The only reason why Chalet remains a defender-sided map is because of how dominant the defenders tend to be on the Bard gaming site. Over 75% of all the rounds that have been played on Bard gaming have been won by the defenders. Every other site, attacker-sided. Sometimes by a couple percentages, sometimes by much more. So if you are a coach and you see that, hey, we kind of screwed up on the most defender-sided site, and you don't have much confidence in them, you can't afford to go down 4-2 on this half because the road should get harder from OXG moving forward.
They actually go to kitchen and dining here, Parker. I know they were talking in that attack time mostly about bar games, and it will be available. I fully expect that to be the plan for round 6. But for now, they've got to defend the other middle floor site, and Fultz is doing exactly what he did last time, Parker, on this shield, taking space in through games. Bomb site is slightly differently located, but he's still able to find the same entry.
And J90 was looking to flush somebody out as well over towards Mudroom, but it was a good escape by Adam as he's able to turn away from the bomb site, find some safety over in kitchen. Back to discovery work, as that was a very brisk entry. We're not even a minute into this round, and already SSG did not really have much trouble getting into the map, but it's now what they do with that map control.
Yeah, Oxygen not really committing to the piano side of the map. They're instead going to, or sorry, not to the library side of the map. They're now going to play mostly above the site in Master, in Office, and even one in the basement. I'm looking at Forest all the way down in Big Garage. Nowhere near this push right now, but potential later on to get active. So just keep them in the back of your mind as this push does come through. Space Station very much committing to clearing this top floor right now. Grixer sitting inside of Office. He's on this Wamai, so these flashes unlikely to result in a kill immediately, but pressure is mounting from a few angles.
And he goes for the run out spotted by Wamai. Forest getting the pick. They asked for the Valkyrie, and boy, oh boy, utility might have helped him, but the gun certainly does a lot. Benjamaster blows up Grixer after a bit of a belated fight. Ashen taking out Gomez will give the advantage back to Space Station now as there's just a little bit over a minute to go. And Yaga has some difficulty dealing with that bathroom window. Bullet shot his way, a nade goes out too. Benja was in pursuit, as was Fultz, and now it's all up to Forrest. He's the only person with a kill so far for his team, and Benja, a huge round as he drops through the hatch and slaughters OXG. Space Station takes 3 attacking rounds on Chalet. That is not usually what we see, but there's obviously a level of comfort here from the astronauts. They picked the map, and boy, oh boy, did they break the backs of Oxygen on that round.
Yeah, Parker, again, this is not a comfortable map for Oxygen. You're maybe seeing some of the inexperience. I actually really liked that defensive strategy. They had the run out being prepped by Forrest. He was in the big garage, and as soon as somebody was on that big window on Master side, he runs out of big garage, gets that kill onto Newers. It's a cool little pocket strat. Unfortunately, Benja doesn't care. Powers up with that one frag and then ends up getting a massive multi-kill in the midst of that to just demolish with the Lion DMR. I mean, really does start to take over this game. MVP of the 2023 Six Invitational, don't forget. He's never come to an SI and finished anywhere less than 6th place.
Damn. Very impressive. Ashen with 7 kills is 1 away now from breaking 50 kills total. Gomez, he just broke 50 with his 2nd kill. So congratulations to them. Obviously, we try to take note of how many frags they are getting. The numbers for OXG are not particularly great beyond that. We said the exact same phrase I'm about to say in our earlier matchup today, and it's that nobody on OXG entered this game with a positive KD. Every single player was either +0 or well below. Yaga in particular saying at a -23. He's got 50 deaths, which is quite unideal, but again, give some grace to the man who's playing in his first international event as an in-game leader. That is very challenging to do. Yeah. It's challenging to do it domestically. It's challenging to do with very limited practice. It's certainly hard to do on a team that, as showed, is towards the bottom end of the global standings, and he's getting some trial by fire here.
Yeah, Forrest, of course, IGLing this team for most of the season. They made that switch just before the SILCQs, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a big change-up for the team. Big change-up for Benja, as instead of getting a 4K, he will instantly die this round. Ashen trades 1 back onto the IGL of Yaga, and J9 as well. This top 4 clear has been very good for SSG.
I mean, taking out Benja is pretty important. Ashen's 50th kill comes much needed as the Legion of Gomez now standing inside of Solarium, knocked over. Ashen finishes him off. Elsewhere, Newers had died, but Space Station regains the advantage with Ashen's pick. Forrest and Adam are left. Adam is elsewhere. Forrest is tucked into this rat spot and might get droned out as now Adam comes to the rescue. They're both positioned over towards Library Stairs. They waste 1 of those fire arrows to shake Forrest out of his position. This assault from Space Station has been so steady across all 6 of these rounds.
This Nitro has to be good. It's all advantage for SSG. They've got the time. They might be aware of a Nitro coming through the bars. There it is, and it's caught perfectly by J90, expecting every little play that Oxygen are trying to play.
You can't teach that.
You can't teach that,
You can't
Parker.
teach that, Jesse.
Just an instinct, and Forrest is on a heavy flank right now, sprinting up the solar stairs. He's got to get here quick because Adam's under fire.
Oh no, Adam on borrowed time. You can see the frustration on his face. Forrest is miles away. No real influence on the cut and thrust of SSG's attack, and now Diffuse Kit will get planted. The Blackbeard had juggled it on over, so the shield was still upright. Any bullets shot that way, deflecting off of the shield. It's a good thing Newers is spending a great deal of time dead, so he can type away in the chat, trying to get under the skin of OXG, and maybe it's working. You questioned the timeout that was called by Oxygen. It did not have any effect. The next 2 rounds won by Space Station, and on attack on Chalet, SSG will take the first half 4-2.
Yeah, I don't know if I would use the same words as Newers did, but I think there is some truth in the sense that SSG were able to find a lot of man advantage fights in that round, and I think in earlier attacking rounds as well. Using round 6 as an example, when they're clearing through the top floor, a couple of those site players aren't really able to get involved, so they're able to kind of have that man advantage, trade it a little bit better on SSG, end up with a man lead. Then in the 3v2, the 2 players, they don't stick together. Forrest goes on a really far flank, and that can be a good strat sometimes if it catches them off guard, if there's nobody watching drones to catch that flank, and if they don't just hit the site very quickly, but it was mistimed. It seemed to like SSG were aware of the flank as it came down. It just didn't seem to be the right call from Forrest. From Space Station having an easy day at the office. They go up 4-2 on this first half. Their map pick again, so we expect this, but man, they look really good today.
Both of these teams will be in action tomorrow. Space Station is starting off the 5th and final day of Phase 1. And you don't have to worry, Space Station fans. Your team has clinched a spot in Phase 2, so don't sweat. You will see more of the astronauts moving forward. But FLUXO W7M just had a thrilling game against Team Secret on this channel. what might be the new best of 3 of this entire event. Jesse, you and I have actually been really fortunate to cast some bangers.
Oh, yeah.
But we got to watch FLUXO Secret as spectators, and sometimes it's kind of nice to not be the ones too worried about how we would be blowing out our voices on that particular matchup. So FLUXO W7M and Space Station will play tomorrow at the start of this group, and then the final match of this group will be Enterprise and OXG. Now, if OXG loses this matchup 0-2, a lot will be on the line in that game. Will it be the Aussies going home, or will it be the North Americans? Those are the only 2 teams that are in jeopardy of not making it out of Phase 1. So a lot on the line for Oxygen, and doesn't help that they're going up against the team that consistently seems to knock them out.
SSG top floor clash setup. We saw this from them back at the NA finals, although that one was done with Benja on the Mira, so this time swapping over to the Wamai. A little bit of a different look coming out from Space Station. Oxygen look like they want to be clearing through the map. Much like many of SSG's attacks, it's going to start on that game's window. It's going to start with a couple of smokes. So the shield this time, maybe you've got the Ying coming through from Gomez. Different tools with the same objective. Get in the building through these windows safely, ideally without getting blown up by the nitro cells.
Gomez is priming and readying the Candela. Out it will go. No shotgun in hand, so I don't think we're expecting too much close quarters. And he used all of those Candelas, but then completely runs away from the situation. Yaga dies at the hands of J90, and down goes Grixer as well. Forrest on the board. These teams have somewhere to be, Jeff, because every single one of these rounds has been so fast. Adam shredding J90, Gomez dying at the hands of Benja, and the action just continues apace. Now it's Forrest taking some damage, Adam being softened up as well. SSG rebuffing them every step of the way, and it's 2 quick kills for Space Station to take a 5th round and stretch their lead.
Yeah, really cool attack to watch from the top-down POV, Parker. I was watching that on our second monitor here, and they really did have players all over the map. As those Candelas were getting thrown over towards the game side, we saw Yaga pushing in through the office side, trying to take a gunfight in against J90. Adam was jumping in the bathroom window. We saw players all over the map for Oxygen trying to get space, trying to make a move, but SSG were not caught off guard by it. They were consistently able to find those fights and win them. You're seeing Grixer with the fuse kit very early in this round inside of Solar. A couple of players did manage to get in, okay? The eyes of SSG can't be everywhere, but where the eyes were, SSG were winning their fights, and then after they dealt with some of those immediate threats, could turn around back towards Bathroom, could turn around back towards Solar, and won those ones as well.
Well done by Space Station. This is their map, so all hope is not lost for you Oxygen fans who might be a little bit upset in the chat right now. OXG will get to take us to Fortress, a map that has been played by these North American teams a fair bit. We got to see WILCARD do it earlier today in their matchup against Elevate, playing it for the 2nd time.
Yeah.
Fortress is still at the very bottom in terms of pick rate for all 9 maps. That is not a surprise, given that it is a new map, the new map. But it is steadily picking up, and we will see its 6th play in just a matter of minutes.
No pro team in the world has played as much Fortress as Oxygen have, playing it 3 times through the North American qualifier to this 6 Invitational. So really excited to see how they've changed that map up, heading to the quals into SI here, and how they're going to look up against SSG, who only played it on Tuesday when they beat Team Secret.
And remind me.
Yes.
How did OXG do those 3 times they played?
They won it every time, Parker.
That's pretty good.
Not too bad if you ask me. Going to be a staple for Oxygen, quickly establishing themselves. What?
I didn't ask you.
As one of the best Fortress teams in the world, keeping that up here at the main event, of course, will be more difficult than winning it in the quals, but hey, that's the game we play. You've got to get there first, and for Space Station, that seems like an easy task. The Logic Bomb does go out from OXG, but no real moves coming off of it just yet. Force is inside of games, and Gomez has entered the basement briefly, but other than that, nobody's actually in the building.
See, Fultz put the shield away for a second. Looked like he might go hunting for a kill up on the roof. What? A nitro cell. That thing was homing in on Yaga. You cannot repel fast enough to evade that explosion. And now it's a missed opportunity for Benji to get killed. Lucky number 13. He might have another opportunity as Fultz will move in for the assist. Oh my goodness. Adam dies through the window, and Benja will reassume the position, looking for number 14. The Dane is having a terrific game so far.
ring. Hello. Yes, 2023 G2. Yeah, we've got your Benjamaster. He somehow made his way to 2026. Not sure how this happened, but if you could come and collect him, please. I think we must have mixed up the timeline somewhere because this man is turning back the clock.
51 kills now for Benjas. A lot of these players will start breaking and passing that milestone, so we will be on 50 kill watch. It is obviously a high watermark for a lot of these teams, and if you don't play in a lot of SIs, it's kind of hard to amass that total. Now it's Newers to get active onto Grixer. OXG just being fed into a shredder as every single time they attempt to pick up a part of the map, they are getting knocked down by Space Station. Gomez is the next one to die, and Forrest finds himself in an unfortunate yet familiar situation, which is last alive on his team. He's going to run downstairs to bar and games and take a brief timeout. 30 seconds left. SSG will win the round flawlessly as Forrest looks like he has no interest in getting back into the fray.
Make your pick on who types first. I'm going to go Newers. I know Ashen's the common pick, but Newers has been lippy today. What's your pick, Parker?
I don't know if any of them are going to type.
You don't think anyone's going to type?
I think
on Space Station Gaming.
I think Ashen will type when the round ends.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Wow. Credit to you, Parker. Credit
Thank you.
to
You forced me to pick somebody.
I mean, it starts with the top floor defense, of course. Some heroics coming out from Benja. He starts the round off very strong from SSG, and then the Forrest. He entered very early into games, but none of his teammates were ever really with him. They were all focused on the solar and trophy side of the map. Some on the roof, some in the basement, but Forrest very disconnected from his teammates in all of that. You got to imagine maybe if he hits a little bit faster, could have a little bit more of an impact. I guess teamed up a bit with Gomez at the end there, but even still, unable to get any trades.
Well, a rough first map for Oxygen, and one that they will be soon to forget, as OXG mustered 2 rounds as defenders. Now on attack, finding why it is so challenging to deal with a team that knows their map. Again, though, Chalet is steadily moving towards a 50-50 or even attacker-favored side of things.
Yeah.
SSG obviously are going to do a little bit to help those numbers, but they already hurt them by winning 4 rounds on attack, so it ends up being, I think, a bit of a wash here. Either way, Space Station showing a lot of familiarity. Good operator bans on both attack and now defense. They are holding map control so well. They seem to know where OXG is going to advance from on almost every single round. That last round in particular, it was almost like everybody on SSG had loaded in with wall hacks with how well they knew about OXG's positioning. They almost get an early frag again as Ashen looked for a kill through that trophy window. Yaga taking a beating. In jeopardy and at risk of going 1-8 on this map. He needs to play a little bit safer, and Sen's providing those 4 ROU projectors that can conceal the movement of your advances. When you look at the lineup on OXG, losing that means the only smokes you got are the ones that Monty has in pocket, and those just might not be enough.
Space Station Gaming going to Snowmobile Garage, a bit of a strange bomb site. We don't see this too often these days in pro play. It does see play, but not very commonly. It's a crazy long angle shot to come from the front lobby. I'm not 100% sure who hit that, but it was Gomez who gets downed with it. Looks like J90 is the one who hit that long shot. So
yeah.
Perfectly played by Jack. And then Benjamaster also collecting onto Yaga from Men.
Benjamaster got hit with the flashbang, and I guess he was so disoriented he wasn't able to pick up Adam's location on that library window. There's a brief run out, I think, from the Vigil here as Adam was punishable. He's not at this point in time. If Ashen goes for the jump out, he was, never mind. Adam was swinging in. There was a missed opportunity. Ashen picking about the worst possible time to do that. Still, a frag's a frag, and Oxygen now back at even footing. Gomez had been picked back up, so while he's wounded, he's still able to hold a gun. This is a rarity. We're seeing a downstairs bomb site. It is very attacker favored. So if OXG can't pick up this bomb site, maybe try not going to Chalet again anytime soon.
Benja still roaming on the top floor. Newer is still mid-floor as well. I mean, we can see that Oxygen have some control. Big Garage, West Main. Looks like Trench we're seeing being taken up by Adam as well. They have some of this map control. They could go for a plant in Wine, but you're always worried about the dining hatch if you're going to go for something like that. You're worried about how the defenders might be able to deny the hatch or the plant from above. There's Goyo canisters in sight. We just saw the hatch is indeed soft, so somebody could do something with that on the side of SSG. Nitrocell gets bounced off the shield of Forest, but it pops the Goyo, and that's going to stall things out.
And with 40 seconds left, that means you're going to have just 20 seconds remaining to pull off this successful execute. They're trying to juggle this Thatcher gadget as there goes a run out from Benjamaster, scouting over towards that trench door, doesn't see anything for it. And there the exothermic charge will go. This is going to be a very late execute, so a scramble inside the site. Both teams with 4 players still upright. Problem with this bomb site, Jesse, once these two get opened up, you are in trouble as defenders. You're just going to have to hope to God you can hit your shots. A Nitro goes out. Forrest pulls off the defuse. A run out from the Goyo. An almost missed opportunity from Gomez. SSG now scrambling to hold this one together, and they've got the clock working against them. An unsuccessful retake up to this point with a Monty still fully extended. It's Newers and J90 dealing with 3 players from OXG, all of whom seemingly getting away from this bomb site. J90 giving his position away. Calls coming in from the Monty. He'll attempt to long arm it. There goes the Boogie, waiting for the play down the stairs. The Monty still holding up. This is excellently done by OXG, holding these players at bay. Forrest pulling the shield down and gets the final kill to keep themselves in this, though Space Station holds the lead. All streaks start with 1. Oxygen need 3 rounds in a row to go to overtime, or else Chalet is over.
And I really like the calling coming through from whoever it might have been on Oxygen, Yaga, or Forrest on that Monty. They didn't have a lot of map control, and I worried about that. I worried about the dining hatch. I worried about how that plant might get denied. But Parker, there were always answers from Oxygen. In case there was a Nitro cell, you saw Gomez ready with that Thatcher EMP, ready to stop the C4 from getting blown up if it were to be there. They did a great job popping those Goyos before they had to go for any sort of a plant. And then that dining hatch, that in theory should be able to stop that plant, wasn't impactful because the only roamer was Benja, and Benja had no way to open the hatch. Playing on that Legion, all he could do was run around. It wasn't until the ram went above and the Boogie drone dropped through the hatch that it actually got destroyed. And at that point, of course, in the post plant, an open hatch favors the attackers. So with the dining hatch, maybe could have been opened up earlier, maybe could have been reinforced if you knew you weren't going to be able to deny it from up above. Maybe could have given some kind of a secondary shotgun to Benja, some answers to that SSG just didn't have in the previous round. And as you said, Oxygen start their hopeful comeback.
Ten seconds remaining.
So a bit of a daunting situation once both those walls get opened up. It's still time for recovery for Space Station as they've got other bomb sites still available. They'll go with the top floor site, bedroom and office. It's attacker favorite too, but not by much. It's a couple points.
Yeah, we see the Clash ban having a bit of an impact on this too, right? This is the Operator Faults like to play on that top floor. He found some pretty good use with it previously defending on this site. Can't play it anymore, so SSG fully switch up their strategy. Faults going to the Janari instead this time around. It's been a while since I've seen Faults hold the Scorpion. I suppose he does play Janari from time to time on this site, but with one of Siege's newer operators coming into the fold, we always get to see some crazy plays. Cyber in particular sticks out of my mind about what he could do with this gun on this map. Fault's playing the bar stock position at the moment, just roaming below on that mid floor.
And in he is. This will be a quiet and very thorough round, I have to imagine, from Oxygen as things settle down just a little bit. To be very careful if you're OXG. You know that attacking on this map is a little bit daunting, even if you do have good numbers statistically for attackers on a lot of these sites. I don't know if they've really been able to find any of these roamers at this point in time, Jesse.
Yeah, they haven't focused on the games players too much. There is a little bit more pressure over on Solar. It is identical to the previous Nitro Cell, Parker.
Groundhog Day was a couple days ago, Jesse.
That it was. Great shot from Gomez, trying to equalize now. Knows one's on the hatch and one in games as well, but he can't find either of them, so forced down the stairs instead. You have to start committing to some of these fights if you're Oxygen. You don't have that man count advantage. You still have sights open into the wall, but as long as these players exist on the west side, you can't exactly go for a plant on that main window.
Well, it gets to be a bit of a tough one here. Yaga, Gomez, and Grixer still alive. Grixer really below his usual standards. He's had a tough go of it, but he does play, I guess, a bit more farther back on attack. They've been allowing Forrest to be more aggressive with the way that he goes on this Ying. We don't know if it's exactly paid off as well as they want. I mean, a role swap on Oxygen right before SI is pretty crazy. That will obviously throw some things asunder. Gomez is still hunting for this kill, Jesse, and they just are managing to get away. Fultz might be in a tough spot. Excuse me?
That's GG.
3 kills between the 2 remaining players on Oxygen. That is a tough pill to swallow. Down goes Grixer, and it's all up to Yaga. It's Fultz to get into the chat. Benja jumps out of the window, and he will collect his final kill and the final kill of Chalet Space Station, winning their map and doing so without really breaking much of a sweat.
Yeah, the ownership of OXG continues as this North American one-sided rivalry goes the way that it also often does. Space Station looking on fire on the chilling map of Chalet.
SSG pick up map 1 in a good fashion, dominant fashion as well. They remain the NA nemesis so far, with one player in particular that isn't even from the NA region because Benjamaster was putting in a shift.
Listen, Anne, I know that I now work the NAL broadcast, but we can't forget where we came from, can we? And I came from Europe, and it is only right that we have a European top in the pops here in the first map between OXG and SSG. Benja was on fire. Right place, right time, consistent when it mattered. Plenty of multi-kills coming through, and a big reason as to why SSG were able to take this map 7-3.
Yeah, the sheer impact he's having on this round here. We're looking at the stats as well. 163 EPS inside of that matchup. Absolutely incredible. 16 kills.
3-1 on the entry. Wow. What more do you want? You know, you can't ask for much more of a contribution. From a player, by the way, this is his role. Like, don't get me wrong, he's not performing above and beyond. He's had a fantastic game, but this is what Benja needs to be doing in these high-stakes moments. There wasn't as much room for other players in the roster. Somebody maybe like J9O, who has had his moment in the sun and given the position and the situation will be able to pull off a clutch. There wasn't as much room for that because of plays that Benja was making.
Yeah, now if anything, this matchup could have been even more dominant, I guess we can say. You know, sometimes we can't really predict what we're getting from SSG, and Leo's going to show us how to throw a 4v2.
Yeah, that's a sad story, but a lesson that they have to learn. Obviously, we're looking at round 4, and it's a 5v5 at the moment, so everything goes well. Space Station is attacking the master bedroom bomb site, and they spot one smoke, completely isolated, overextending in blue stairs. So they decide, okay, let's go and hunt this guy. And as soon as they do so, they kill him, but they did not anticipate that Atom would be here, making sure they get a trade. Now, that gets a trade, but one key piece of information gets treated here by Fultz. One player is downstairs, 3 players are left on site. Let's go rush, let's go aggressive, remove the warden, go for the plant. In this scenario, they're doing a 4v2, the plant is going down. You might wonder, this is a perfect call from Space Station, and it is. But the problem is, here's the setup. Newers can take a 1v1 on Atom. At the same time, J9O can take a 1v1 on Forest. But do you spot any trade potential here? No. Ashen is far away. The plant is going down. So if both Space Station players lose their gunfights, it's suddenly a 2v2. And as you can see, Forest gets aggressive. He removes the first player. At the same time, you see Atom making sure he gets that 1v1 really quickly onto Newers. Ashen is still rappelling up. He cannot help him. And so Newers dies. In this position, Ashen is left alone, trying to cover the plant going down. And so, as you can see, he can cover the door frame all the way to the rotation. If a single player makes it here, they will kill Fools and they will have the round for themselves. And as you can see, Forest sprays towards Ashen, trying to have some kind of suppressing fire so that Atom can cross. And as soon as Atom crosses, this is a 2v1. Fools knows he's dead, he's 1 HP, Fool goes down, Atom can go for the plant, and there's nothing Ashen can do to prevent that. It goes to show that OXG needed a few mistakes from Space Station to win a round, but also that's a good lesson as to not play a 4v2 that way.
Thank you very much, Leo. We know SSG is always about the fundamentals and have to maybe tweak a little bit things here and there going into this this second map. Before we start talking about that, we've been here for a little while, so we don't know the score on the B game. It's been upsets all along today. I feel like teams picking up maps from teams that are so dominant, underdogs picking up maps here. And from what we're hearing from these Black Dragons guys, picking up rounds against G2 as well.
These guys are making some noise right now.
Yeah.
I don't know the score at the moment. We've been locked into the SSG OXG game. But from the noises that are being made over on this side, something is happening for sure on that Black Dragons team. But looking a little bit closer, it's going again.
Oh my god, well, I cannot wait to go watch.
Right, that's 3 rounds in a row now. That's 3 rounds, something's happening.
That is incredible. We're going to have to keep our eyes peeled on both the screens that we have back in the green room, because this match is also ready to be continued. Fortress, a team has been undefeated in the LCQ and NA in Oxygen, and SSG are willing to play it earlier and won it as well. Who will come out victorious? It's time to find out.
Well, it'll be an exciting map of Fortress. Jesse, as you said, the team that has played the most Fortress happens to be in this lobby. So OXG will enter with a great deal of confidence for good reason. But Space Station is up 1-0. Is this the end of the day for Oxygen, or do we find ourselves with a third map? Fortress awaits.
Oxygen have long struggled with the space station flying high above Earth in the outer space, but perhaps with the Fortress, they could defend themselves from the astronauts up above SSG and Oxygen, going head-to-head here on Siege's newest map in the competitive pool. We will immediately ban the homeowner as Kaid gets taken off the board to start things off, and then Blitz gets removed by SSG, not wanting those shield shenanigans to come out from Oxygen. No shield shenanigans from Faults either as the Clash gets followed up, and the Dokkaebi to be removed by SSG.
People forget that this this map came out when Kaid and Nomad did. That was what, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that?
A while ago, for sure.
Long time ago. That was back when we still got 2 operators a season. And they were relatively early on because I remember there was people, you know, pining for a second anti-breach after Bandit. Kaid came out and they're like, well, it's a better Bandit. I'm like, that's really not how it works. They have different functions.
They do.
You don't see a lot of Bandit these days. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate. I am such a sucker for the MP7.
Yeah.
But Fenrir has that gun.
Yeah.
So you can run it on him. Zero. Our good friend Sam Fisher. He's got that gun.
Left.
We're on a first name basis, me and Sam.
When'd you meet him?
A couple of years back.
That's cool, man.
When he joined Rainbow Six Siege. Not being brought here, and we probably won't see him at all, because frankly, one of the worst ops in the game. Don't let TikTokers tell you otherwise. Fortress is one of those maps where we like to see teams starting on the top floor. That's typically where the meta has kind of developed. We start with bathroom and office as the primary site from SSG, and as we tend to see, an extension towards the south is what a lot of teams have leaned towards. It's Ashen and Benja holding down things towards Old Tower, over by Games. They're going to be trying to lock things down on the roam, while the other 3 players try to maintain site control. Newer's up there, Fault's up there, J9O, all trying to lock down the site until they can figure out where Oxygen's push is poised. Now, it looks like it might be going more direct to site. I don't see a lot of OXG bodies on this south side of the map, although Yaga's certainly doing some util clear over here. So options still available for OXG. With all their experience on this map, you've got to imagine they're comfortable with both styles of take.
A reminder for those of you that can watch 2 streams at once, our B stream is still ongoing. Black Dragons and G2 are doing battle, and from the hooting and hollering that I am hearing in the booth next to us, and I heard our good friend Jake Xenox scream, "This is a massacre." You do have to wonder what's going on over there. If you want to tune into both, I highly recommend it, or you can just turn around and watch it once it's done. But Black Dragons was widely considered by many to be the easy team going out of that group, and boy, oh boy, is that not the case. D plus Kia as well. Oh, Fultz fighting off a bit more than he can chew. He gets 1 kill and gets dragged down by Adam, but not before SSG has swallowed 2 members of OXG whole. Now it's Adam finding another. They were clamoring for him to get help on Chalet, asking you shall receive. Adam's in the site, getting Diffuser down with a little over a minute to go. He walks in, clears it all on his lonesome. There goes a Lion Scan. Adam peeling off of this position, and now it's Izami Abenja dealing with Gomez, blocked out, a sweep around. Newer shuts him down before the Diffuse plant can go, and now it's Newers in a 1v2. Gomez with 2 kills so far. It's him and Grixer. They'll have to retrieve that kit. They're expecting Newers to get maybe a bit restless. He's in a very powerful position here in bathroom. No shotgun. He's got the SMG-12 in hand, waiting in this position as those Selmas do quite a bit of damage to the wall, making some noise. Newers will have to be very careful of what might appear behind him. 25 seconds left. A tense moment. You can hear the Lion walk in. Walking backwards now, but he's given his position away. Out comes the MPX. He'll have to do some damage to Grixer. Gomez trusting him with his life, and he shouldn't have. Newers gets both and can grab the Diffuser as well. A terrific play from Newers as Space Station steals round 1.
We just watched a fantastic breakdown of how to throw a 2v4, Parker. I think we might need another on how to toss the 1v2. Oxygen, not well coordinated in that execute. Adam is a 1-man army at the start of that round, clearing through the south side of the map, getting himself into the bomb site, finding a plant spot. He holds it since the beginning of the round. Calamity happens elsewhere, but Adam is the merchant finding his way into the site. But as he's going for the plants this first time, right right here with over a minute on the clock, Grixer is nowhere close enough to support him. He's not near enough to cover with this plant, so it gets denied a single time. Then Grixer can get back in with the team. Gomez is still playing around the site as well, but they just don't have a great angle trying to hold on to both. They couldn't take a 2v1 because they were forced to commit to that plant. It's not a good sign when his lungs are doing that.
I am so envious because there's no universe in which I could do that. We cast and shout for a living, so I get it, but my oh my.
Maybe when you were 20 years old like Ashen.
If I was his age, 100%. Now I go to like a loud concert for 2 hours and I blow out my voice by the end of it.
Yeah.
Because that's what getting old is, I suppose. Some people are very fortunate to have a set of pipes like Ashen does, and I am green with envy. So, round number 1 goes to Space Station. A reminder that the defenders should have the upper hand on Fortress with most, if not all, newer maps. I think the big exception is probably when Chalet first came back to the map pool. The other one was Coastline. Defenders usually do well on these new maps, especially the reworked ones, as attackers need some time to figure it out. And would you believe it, but Fortress is overwhelmingly defender-favored and is actually the most defender-sided map at the present moment.
Those are all true numbers, Parker, but I imagine, just based on the theory of Fortress, it will eventually shift attacker-sided.
Yes.
And if anybody should be used to this map, should have figured out their attacks on it by now, shouldn't it be the team that's played the most Fortress out of any professional team in the world?
I mean, OXG should absolutely have an advantage. This is their home turf. They chose this map. They are quite experienced on it. There is no reason to believe that they won't have a better average of winning than Space Station. But just because you know a map well and you play it often doesn't necessarily mean you're the better team in this engagement.
That's a good point.
It is possible that Space Station might just be able to overpower them even if SSG doesn't have the same experience on Fortress.
SSG did take down Team Secret back on Tuesday here on Fortress, so they're not green to this map either. They will be experienced and have played it plenty of times in scrims as well, I'm sure. This is going to be a full map top clear coming through from OXG. They've entered in through the north and are working their way to site.
Oh.
Vault is better today, though. He takes down Adam in the first engagement.
And Adam made so much of that previous round possible, and now he's gone. Yaga's also gone, so a tough 1-2 punch for OXG to lose those players, and they've surrendered that diffuser. Gomez picking up space now inside of Office, or Commander, depending on how you want to call it. He and Forrest are side by side, and they will track down this mute of Benjamaster. They are off to the races.
They do have good map control right now, Parker. I mean, they've got the full north side of the map, but without numbers and with full info from SSG, it's not easy.
And they knew that they'd be pressed upon. Grixer could have potentially made the kill, but it was a nice fadeaway from Benjas. The Nitro Cell was about half a second too quick. Forrest now trying to army crawl his way in.
Swapping mags.
They're both stuck inside of the bathroom, while Grixer will cover from the outside. Gomez severing himself, a nade will go off, hoping to push one up the stairs. They will not take the bait. This is really good patience from Space Station.
Yeah, Benja's going for a flank, but they know exactly where he's at, so he's just got to bide his time, play patient. 20 seconds. Vault has done a great job stalling.
And very little damage has been done, but the kills are going to be coming out fast and furious with 10 seconds left. Jane, I know the first one to go down. Grixer will fall. A team kill, an untimely team kill. Gomez tries as he might. He gets Newers, but Ashen shuts him down. Not that there's ever a good time for a team kill, but certainly not at that particular moment, and Newers is quick to get into the chat and once again try to get under the skin of his regional counterparts. A nice 2-0 start for Space Station.
Yeah, you can't see the chat.
I didn't know this was on, bro.
Yo, I took the time out, bro. Bro, I'm gonna do the Fabian fucking shit, bro. We did not OXG, bro. Like, how we doing, bro? Like, what the fuck are we doing, guys? I wanna hear you guys' voice. Like, just do something, bro. Let's hurry up, you know. Let's play slow. That guy are shit on the end rounds, you know. Let's play slow. Let's punish them, and let's close the round. We're gonna play VP style right now. Hurry on IGL and do that shit. But please, everyone, look at me, bro. We need to fucking start playing this game, bro. We need, bro, play the fucking ESI. We're here, bro. Let's fucking do that shit, bro. It's now or never, bro. It's time, okay? Wake up, bro.
It's a big moment for Kizzy. I mean, he knows how important this game is. He can see the team crumbling in front of him and says that he's got to turn into Fabian for attack timeout like this. Kizzy, of course, was the analyst on OXG before being promoted to head coach at the start of this season, and I think he's done a great job at molding the current generation of Oxygen, but he needs to be able to get his team back in line. I don't feel like the coordination has been there so far, Parker. They're not winning their gunfights, and that's one thing, but they're also not trading when they lose those gunfights. It feels like a bunch of 5 individuals and not the Oxygen that we're used to seeing.
No, I mean, and if you've got a team that you're in the server with that consistently has your number, there's got to be some kind of mental hiccup in your brain.
Yeah.
There's going to be some kind of mental snag where it's like, not these guys again. You experience this in all things. Even low-level competitors have to deal with this. It's really tough to overcome that mental hurdle. I mean, Oxygen has had struggles at SI in every single one of the matches that they've played. They didn't win a single map against Secret. They picked up 1 map against FLUXO. It was a scrappy 8-7 victory on Border, and that's really all that they've been able to do. That's not a terribly impressive showing. Now, granted, FLUXO W7M and Team Secret are the 2 teams atop the group. Those are tough opponents.
Yeah.
But if you want to make it out of this first phase, you gotta beat SSG, you gotta beat Enterprise, or at least you gotta pick up enough points to do so. OXG is only a single point ahead of Enterprise, and they do play them tomorrow, so that one looking far more important now than it did at the onset of this match.
Yeah, I mean, they've had tough opponents, no doubt, but don't forget, this is a team that got top 3 at the Six Invitational not that many years ago, and they did it largely thanks to Newers, who went plus 61 in 2023 when OXG were going on that miracle one, having the best result of their season in their history, and now, instead of putting up 60 kills, he's trash-talking them in chat. So it's a different generation of OXG, it's different results, and it's different struggles for this team too.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly say it's greener pastures because of their colors. It's more like orangish yellow pastures, but Newers is off to a better, because, you know, you say you're off to green pastures and Oxygen's colors.
I did understand that, yeah.
I didn't know if you got it.
No, I did.
Just was trying to spell it out for you.
Yeah, didn't laugh, but that's other reasons.
You don't usually laugh at what I have to say.
No.
It's usual. But no, I mean, it's been a tough go of it for Oxygen. Yaga's died, so SSG already have the upper hand. That was the Deimos of Yaga, playing a really good fragging op that can also work from intel. Maybe try to kickstart some offenses. Yaga, I believe, only has 1 kill across these 2 maps. Benja dies. He was sensational on Chalet. But SSG still have multiple threats alive. And even though it's 4v4, Oxygen have to work this clock more effectively. A minute left.
I don't mind this push though, Parker. They've got full top floor control. They've traded out 1 for 1. Losing your Deimos does suck. I think I prefer that trade for SSG, but the positioning is not bad for Auction. If they can root J90 out of medical, if they can find a plant spot as well, either dropping into waiting or trying to work their way down the old stairs, they've got a few different ways to approach this. They're not easy gunfights to take. They're not easy positions to clear, but the time is on their side. They've got the positionings and they've got the tools.
The gas will linger now in front of Adam as they just wait ever so patiently. J90's got a great spot here. He needs to be worried. He looked away at the wrong time. He's going to do double duty now as that ROU projector is finished off. Down goes Newers after he killed Adam. J90 still in this spot. The concealment that comes out from the Sens will soon end. J90 swinging from Infirmary, and it's Gomez who's going to go to the morgue. Now it's Grixer and Forrest to drop towards the bomb site. Grixer dies, surrendering Diffuse Kit. And Forrest in a 1v2 as he almost runs out of time, but as the clock strikes 0, Ashen will pick up the kill. Back to chat, SSG goes, and it is an indomitable space station in this series, up 3-0 on OXG's map.
Yeah, I really like the idea there coming out from Oxygen. They were using the Sens to isolate J90. I got to see it from the top-down POV, and they really just made a box around that smoke so that he couldn't fight any of the angles. Couple of problems with it, though. Those Sens walls don't last forever, and they couldn't really get in and get picks whilst that player was being cut off. Second problem, J90 when the walls were down was also hitting some nasty shots. J90 was not missing when he had the few chances that he did. And the tuber out coming out from Ashen, also coming out to counter those Sens wall, to bring them back down and give a few more opportunities to J90, allow him to take some of those fights. It was a good play by Forrest trying to sneak in through the back, but he's a little bit discoordinated from his teammates once again. And it's Space Station to run away with this first quarter undefeated through a full rotation.
Technical pause as the lobby has unfortunately crashed, so there will be a bit of downtime here. That Kizzy timeout was an interesting one.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but there's a part of me that wonders if the strategic element is an issue too, and it's just there's too many things for him to address in a single moment. He's taking notes, which obviously is terrific, but his only opportunity to speak will be if Callout and Space Station call their timeout, which they did not do in that first map. So it's at least good for him to have in the future. There will be at minimum 2 maps played by OXG in tomorrow's game against Enterprise. As for Space Station, they play FLUXO W7M. Team Secret has finished their run with 14 points here in Group D. It was a really good showing for them. They dropped a map to Space Station and they dropped a map to FLUXO W7M, but beyond that, they are technically undefeated as they won all of their best of 3s.
I believe that means Team Secret are officially the first team confirmed first in their group. No other team so far has locked down that first round bye. This was a competitive group, Group D. It was not clear who was going to walk away with the victory or who was going to be the single best team out of it, but I think most people had, or at least the plurality of people, had Team Secret going out first in this group. I remember talking to Twister before this event started and saying, man, you don't have an easy group. He said, no, he thought all 4 games would be difficult. Even Enterprise, he said, he thought would be a tough opponent as they're very good in scrims, even if they shake on game day, but clearly Secret have been putting in the work. Space Station and FLUXO will likely be a fight for second place tomorrow, which is important because second place chooses their opponent for who they play in the first round.
Yeah. Enterprise has been a bit of a mystery to me because I think they are a better team than their record suggests, but they frankly have not looked the best here at this event. They are underperforming what we have seen of them at previous events. So
honestly, they're a bit of a mystery for me too, because I don't believe in Australia, so I don't know where these players are coming from.
Well, Australia doesn't exist.
Exactly. So where did Enterprise come from?
They come from New Zealand on a raft.
That could do it. That could be it. Okay.
It's just a bunch of Kiwis messing about, mucking about on the internet.
Cosplaying like there are kangaroos. Yeah, okay.
As if
sure thing, buddy.
They just hop along. They don't walk. What are you, a land frog?
I don't think so.
Ridiculous. And they have koalas. All right. Yeah, sure thing. A bear that just does nothing. All right.
And they expect us to believe it, Parker. That's the craziest part.
Take the worst part of pandas and put them in a small little thing. Ridiculous.
No Australians in this match, but the Dane of Benja, the one and only import playing between these 2 North American squads, has really kind of made himself known through this series. I've referenced a couple of times that 2023 SI where Benja was the MVP. Newers was actually the 3rd highest rated player, the 3rd most kills at least of any player in that tournament. Shaiko in 2nd place at that event. So really elite company going back to the most recent Invitational in Montreal. Funny to see those, at least 2 of those players reunited onto the same team. Maybe Shaiko will join SSG next season.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, that's bound to happen. I will say Benja did play with an Australian, a Virtue.
True.
If you recall. This long pause that we had wasn't a timeout, it was a tech issue, and Newers has picked up exactly where he left off. Down goes Adam again. Adam was instrumental in that first round. Both of his kills came from round number 1. He has been very quiet ever since, but the frags have really not been there for Oxygen much at all over the last 3 rounds, so you can't just blame it all on Adam. SSG just simply has the number of these players. Yaga will now dump some utility in. Fultz is in the sitting room, quite literally sitting and waiting as there goes the Volton in. I'll have to use one of those Deimos tracks to try and find him, providing that Fultz has been revealed. You can't use a death mark if you don't know who your opponents are.
No, I think they know someone's down here. I don't think they know exactly where. Noise gets made on white stairs, so it's clear Yaga's position, which means he has to start worrying about a flank, but Fultz so far is not moving.
It was really smart. They reinforced that wall knowing that the advance was going to come from those white stairs, so excellent job. That barbed wire providing so much value. Ashen will gun down Forest, so SSG finds yet another pick And now it's Gomez to vault into a pretty dangerous situation. Grixer dies. Everybody on OXG is playing as individuals here. Nice shot from the Yogg Dog. Goodbye to J90. Surveying the damage done by those two hard breach gadgets. And now it's the Goyo of Foltz waiting for Gomez. And Gomez will fire away, seeing just the shoulder. Not exhibiting much patience. Benja is there for the coverage. This is really something, isn't it, Jesse? Yaga will look for his second kill now. One lone Candela after he dumped them all in, attempting to flush out Foltz on that first floor. Not succeeding in the endeavor. Yaga was shot at, or at least in the proximity of 3 players from Space Station. Newers to get the very final kill. And once again, right back to Chad, he goes 4-0 for Space Station.
Yeah, Parker, I mean, we're headed straight towards a 7-0 at this pace. Things have really gone downhill for Oxygen. The tack timeout seemingly has not helped. You took the words right out of my brain. It's so solo from OXG. There's no chance at a trade in any of these gunfights, and maybe that's okay if you're winning the majority of the gunfights, but right now it doesn't look like there is anybody that could beat Newers or Benja in a fair fight in the server. Right after that round, Newers typed, "What did I say, Adam? I told you." That's because between these maps, while the desk was doing their segment, Newers typed to Adam, he said, "I'll see you in horse." For a 1v1, and they did in fact engage just through the horse door. So clearly SSG have done their homework at what positions Oxygen like to play, or vice versa.
If I was playing SSG, the very first thing I'm doing is I'm muting everybody except for Benja, because I know Benja's never going to type.
True.
But I'm muting everybody else. Maybe Jake.
10 seconds left before
Yeah. Newers and Ashen are catching an insta-mute because I would be tilted off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
You're having a bad game. They're, well, Jesse, they're walking them like a bunch of dogs right now. So if that's happening to me and I'm getting walked like a dog, and then I'm getting barked at by a bunch of other dogs, that ain't happening. No, I'm muting you immediately. My mental would be shattered. And I mean, hey, I honestly do think Oxygen's mental is a little cooked at this point in time.
Yeah.
Kizzy picked up on it, said they're not playing like themselves. They're not playing with a lot of confidence. For a team that should know...
That's one way to take them down.
I mean, that does build some confidence, I guess.
I suppose.
Benjamaster runs by a window, might have been going for a spawn peek. We're not entirely sure of the reasons behind it, but Yaga shoots away at the window and gets a kill through it. And if you're Benja, you probably want that one back.
Happens from time to time. It might have been a little unlucky, but the way she goes, Parker, they may have even had a drone on. I'm not 100% sure. Adam had a drone, Yaga had a drone as well, somewhat in that area. Could have been pure luck.
All told, a really nice play.
Absolutely. And here's the nice drones I was talking about as well. Forrest catching J90 off guard, and Gomez is able to use that information of J90 backing up to take a bit of space over towards Forrest, hunting for the pick, but just missing his shots. Unfortunately, the recoil gets away from him, and he's not able to find J90 as Jack retreats back towards the site and sits inside a briefing alongside Ashen and Foltz.
They are playing far better together, so OXG have course corrected a little bit from the previous round, and this time will actually function as a unit. If you recall, the last time they went about this bomb site, it was the inverse. It was Space Station that was holding this portion of the map, and now they've had to push the Wamai off. Ashen will survive as Forrest encroaches upon these defenders, pushing his way through briefing. You can see the bomb chassis. Right now, they're just inside of games. Down goes Newers. Adam finally on the board, and he'll shoot Newers' body for good measure. I'm pretty sure he's dead, but you might as well check. You never really know on that one. Just a little bit over a minute to go, and quite the stack up we see from Oxygen as they are still searching for their very first round.
Yeah, but they look like they could get it, Parker. This is their best opportunity. Now, getting past J90 close range with a shotgun is scary, but as the wall gets breached open, it should give them a second angle to take down Jack. With a man advantage, they've got to get past these close range plays. Not just J90, Foltz on the other side of the map with a shotgun playing close too.
Oh, and J90 hitting the shot onto Adam. I mean, you can be on the shield all you want for us, but you're going to have to be involved at some point. All the while, SSG numbers getting whittled down. Now Foltz taking quite a bit of damage. J90 is trapped in this doorway with Forrest blocking his movement, attempting to get Forrest, and he will. J90 has freed himself. He and Foltz to stare down these remaining players as one barges into the site. J90 with all 3 kills. Foltz is there as well. They've completely turned this round on its head, and Jack will get a quad kill to give SSG round number 5.
I mean, yeah, I mean, what are we witnessing at this point, Parker? Even with a heavy man advantage, full map control, loads of time left on the clock, Oxygen are not able to coordinate trades. Jane, I know, running circles around the Monty. Nobody can play alongside the shield player that they have trying to get their way into sight. Across the map, we didn't get to witness it, but Fault was breakdancing on smoke, making sure that he stalled players out with the Toxic Babes while still able to work a couple of kills. I mean, 2 frags were gifted to SSG at the start of that round, and it didn't seem to make any impact at all. Jane, I know, a miraculous play to dance around the Monty, clutch things up, hit every shot that he needed to, but Oxygen, no coordination to speak of through 5 rounds.
They did all that with an SMG-12.
Yeah.
After bullets 1 and 2, that thing is up to the moon.
That's Forrest he's referring to, by the way, asking when the IGL change is going to get reversed. Yikes.
It is an unfortunate and frustrating situation here for Oxygen, and one where I think the numbers don't really show how good they can be.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like OXG. They're currently getting manhandled by the Space Station team, and there are very few signs of life. You are at risk of going down 6-0 on your own map. In map number 2, it's one thing if this was your map to start, or maybe it was your opponent's map and you lose 7-0, whatever. Just move on to map 2. This is map 2.
Yeah.
There is no map 3 if OXG go out, so they've got quite the task ahead of them. Again, not all hope is lost, but things are starting to look real grim.
Space Station don't even bother to contest the top floor, and we actually did see this a few times. I know when I was watching the North American qualifier, it wasn't completely unheard of to see a team give up the top floor without really contesting it. A 5-man anchor on the main floor has been seen before. It was found with it was played with some success even in the NALCQ. So Oxygen, they should be familiar with this style of a hold. Gives them a lot of space to play up top, but they don't really have a lot to work with that space. They don't have a ram, they don't have a buff. They've got some bailiffs, maybe some DMRs as well to work through these floorboards, but you can see, even with all this space, there's no confidence inside of Oxygen. Grixer still